Big Boss and Lin, I'm becoming more and more badass now. What should I do? We'll talk about this when you become more badass than me. Big Boss and Lin, Big Boss and Lin, I've made some seafood delicacies from the West Sea. Do you want to have a taste? Sure. Remember to bring 3 portions. Hee hee. Apart from you and Sister Xiaolin, is the other portion for me? I wanted to give them to little Na and Xiaolin. Then bring 4 portions. Lan Xiaoni, the mermaid princess swished her slender fishtail as she glanced at the calm man. She then puckered her lips and wore an unhappy expression as she went to retrieve the seafood. Meanwhile, Lin continued to wander around Yutong City with Tina and Xiaolin. Tina taught Xiaolin many things about the God of Creation stage, and this gave Xiaolin quite a lot of inspiration. Moreover, it allowed her to become even more resolute in her choice for her path for the future. And Lin listened to their conversation with keen interest. Although he was a little befuddled, he still felt that their conversation was extremely impressive. My little Na and Xiaolin are so impressive. 2 days later, Xiaolin decided to enter seclusion to comprehend this new knowledge. Tina also said that she wanted to return to the Divine Mirror world for a short while. Little Na, why are you returning to the Divine Mirror world? Did something happen? And Lin asked in concern. He was afraid that Tina would leave for a long time again. Don't worry, Giant and Lin. I'm pondering over how to heal the Divine Mirror world and how to recover my own power. Tina replied in a resolute voice. She wore a smile that was both pure and beautiful. She wanted to recover her strength as soon as possible, as only so would she be able to protect Lin and prevent a tragedy from occurring again. I have a few friends who are also God of Creation stage divine beings. Should I invite them to teach you how to wield the God of Creation authority first? They can also take a look at your Divine Mirror world and try to determine what happened while they're at it. They're extremely experienced, so they might be able to find the reason. And Lin was still a little concerned. Tina naturally shook her head upon hearing this. There's no need. Didn't little Na already say? Since returning to the Taichu continent, my memory has already started to rapidly recover. I'm already well aware of how to wield the God of Creation authority. Then what about the root cause for the sudden change in the Divine Mirror world? And Lin asked. I already have some clues about that as well, Tina replied. In reality, there was probably no God of Creation stage divine being who was as knowledgeable as her in terms of the reason. After all, only she had ever reversed time before. Tina flew onto Lin's shoulder and rubbed her small head on his cheek before saying, Rest assured, Giant and Lin, little Na won't have any problems. And Lin hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, So be it. I'll enter the Divine Mirror world with you to take a look. I'm the heavenly Tao of darkness, after all, so my senses in some aspects will be more powerful than you. I should be able to give you some help. Tina faltered upon hearing this. However, her smile immediately widened as she said, that sounds good. The two of them entered the Divine Mirror world again. However, they were both experiencing different emotions as they entered this desolate world again. And Lin was filled with guilt and pain as he recalled how the adorable Tina had been trapped in this harsh and desolate world for heaven knows how long. As her owner, he had actually caused little Na to suffer so much. He was far too useless. Meanwhile, Tina wasn't feeling so bad. It was all in the past now, and her feelings of pain and loneliness had immediately vanished upon seeing Lin. She knew what she had to do at this moment. There was a bright glimmer in her eyes, and it was as if they were filled with a boundless sense of hope and yearning. It was as if everything that she saw was beautiful and flawless. I'll definitely make this world a more beautiful and perfect place, the fairy said as she looked at the vast and desolate expanse of desert. And Lin nodded and said, Then we'll make some humans first? Tina blushed and asked, Make what humans? What would we do if we don't create some intelligent life forms? Wait for the wild pigs to develop intelligence. And Lin asked, Oh. Tina nodded in understanding. That, in reality, most of the beings of the Divine Mirror world didn't die. Tina patted her chest before continuing, They're all in my heart. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. They'll live in your heart for all eternity? Aya, that's not what I meant, Tina exclaimed. She transformed to become as large as an ordinary human before piercing her hand into her heart. This was an incredibly bloody scene. Hey! No, there wasn't any blood at all. Rather, there was only a quick flash of red. Immediately afterward, Tina retrieved an extremely beautiful red pendant from her heart, and Lin surprisingly detected his own aura from this pendant. His heart throbbed violently, and it was as if he were about to stop breathing. This is. And Lin took a deep breath, and there was a look of deep astonishment on his face. Oh, this is a treasure that contains your aura. However, that's beside the point. Tina shook her head with a smile before continuing. When I extracted the energy from this world, I had already transported most of the beings into this pendant. In fact, there's also a world inside this pendant. And Lin was astounded. Creating a world inside a physical item? What kind of technique was this? Did the legendary divine ability of one flower, one world actually exist? Tina was already this powerful? In other words, the destruction of this world didn't cause a mass extinction of beings? And Lin said with a sigh of emotion. Tina nodded and said, I gave them a choice. However, some of the beings still chose to remain in this world, so I couldn't force them to leave either. Giant and Lin, they're the stone statue-like beings that you saw before. And Lin came to a sudden realization. This answered one of his biggest confusions from before. The cities were so large, so why were there so few beings who had been transformed into stones? As it turned out, most of the beings had already been transported away. So what we need to do now is transform the divine mirror world back into a complete world. And this will solve everything. And Lin asked. Tina nodded in reply. That's right. However, it's much easier said than done. My power is extremely exhausted, and this has severely damaged the foundations of this world. Right now, the divine mirror world is like a well that's been dry for countless years. If I'm unable to fix this foundation and attract flowing water, then I'll be unable to wield the authority of this world and make it flourish and thrive. Upon hearing this, Lin became roughly aware of the difficult task that was facing Tina right now. The foundation of this world was severely damaged, making it extremely difficult to fix, even for God of Creation stage divine beings. Moreover, foundational damage of this sort would usually trigger chain reactions that destroyed the entire world. Thus, Tina's ability to maintain this world and prevent it from descending into comprehensive destruction was already an incredibly impressive feat in itself. And Lin had already recovered to his peak state at this moment, so he released his divine sense to observe the heavenly Tao of this world again. He discovered that although the heavenly Tao was complete, it was extremely frail and listless. In fact, it could collapse into destruction at any moment. If the heavenly Tao of their world collapsed, the God of Creation stage owner would also be plunged into destruction, right? After all, Tina was the heaven and the heaven was Tina. The two of them arrived at the heart of the world. This was the immortal realm that they had built together before. However, the immortal realm had also transformed into an uneven basin at this moment. It was surrounded by pitch-black stones, and there were even some dirt-eating insects scuttling over the ground. This was a barren land where no grass or plants grew. The thick vital energy, flourishing flowers, and spirit fruit orchards from before had all vanished. This is the core lifeline of this heaven and earth. If we want to heal this world, then we need to start from here, Tina said. Tina retrieved several golden seedlings from her storage ring. She then dug a hole in the ground and scattered these golden seedlings inside. These were no ordinary seedlings. Rather, they were a divine rank material called the essence of spring. Giving them just a drop of water would result in the growth of an entire forest. This wasn't an exaggeration. These seedlings could genuinely grow into an expanse of flourishing forest. In fact, this was also proof of the divine abilities and vitality of these seedlings. Healing the foundation of the world can be done from the inside to the outside or from the outside to the inside. Little Na, are you trying to make the environment resonate with the foundation of the world by greatly changing the current environment? and then you want to look for a particular path to heal the foundation of the world. Giant and Lin is so clever, Tina said with a smile. This world is like a well without water. I'm trying to fill the well with water first, and I want to allow this water to seep out from the bottom of the well. I want to see if it can come across any other water of the same nature. If it can, then the path to recovery is decided, and I'll be able to make a plan according to this path. And Lin nodded in approval. This was indeed a very good method. However, this method was also very testing of a God of Creation stage diving being's comprehension of themselves and the heavenly Tao. After planting the essence of spring seedlings into the ground, Tina retrieved a jug of water to pour onto the earth. This water was a soft green color. In fact, this water was also a divine rank material called the divine water of fortune. This was water that could save someone on the cusp of death. If cultivators took a sip, they would be able to wash and strengthen their bones and raise their talents by several notches. When this water fused together with a living matter, it could flawlessly spur the life force of that living matter. The essence of spring and divine water of fortune were a perfect match. To say nothing of transforming a desert into a forest, these two divine rank materials could form a forest even if they were planted in an expanse of void and chaos. Sure enough, a sapling quickly sprouted from the ground before growing taller and taller. A thriving green plain started to appear on the dry and cracked desert. And Lin witnessed this vitality rapidly spreading through the dull and monotonous land. Before long, small trees started to sprout from the ground and small rivers started to flow through the land. All kinds of flowers started to blossom and cover the land. The desert was replaced with green, and the sound of the howling winds was replaced by the sounds of the chirping insects and tweeting birds. Vitality had returned to the divine mirror world. The essence of spring seedlings transformed into 7 green and healthily growing humanoids. They started to show off their muscles as they continually spread vitality and life force into the surroundings. Some of them started to do push-ups while others started to do yoga. Meanwhile, some of them were even starting to do sit-ups or breakdance. They were as lively and energetic as youths. These humanoids are so adorable, and Lin said in praise. They're the ambassadors of spring, Tina said with a smile. Look at how lively and full of vitality they are. As long as they're present, the divine mirror world can definitely transform from a desert into a flourishing land of greenery. The ambassadors of spring seemed to be delighted upon hearing this, and they immediately started to sway their bottoms and lush green limbs before Tina and Enlin. At the same time, they raised their heads and started to engage in a lively and enchanting dance. They wore expressions of extreme pride. Giant and Lin, do you see? Look at just how powerful their life force is. In fact, it's so powerful that they can develop awareness and intelligence even without the interference of a god of creation. They're the future of the divine mirror world. Tina was filled with admiration as she said this. And Lin pointed at the dancing green humanoids and said, I can understand their coquettish dancing, but what's with their green heads suddenly turning a shade of grayish-brown? Tina faltered upon seeing the patch of grayish-brown on their green heads. At this moment, the grayish-brown suddenly spread over the entire bodies of the green humanoids. The happily dancing humanoids also detected this sudden change. Their actions faltered, and they exchanged a glance with each other. They were then horrified to see their little friends transforming from green to a grayish-brown. Yee. The little grayish-brown humanoids started to squeak in anguish. Tina's expression suddenly changed, and she said, Damn it! They're suffering a backlash from heaven and earth. She immediately activated her authority to prevent this from happening. However, the power of this backlash was so powerful that even Tina couldn't control it. Heaven and earth had already become accustomed to the hundreds of millions of kilometers of desert. As a result, they were extremely resistant to the sudden appearance of the lush and thriving greenery before Tina and Enlin. The foundation had already been damaged, so only desolation and destruction were fit for this world. Any living being would be resisted by this world. It was as if the entire world wanted them to personally walk toward destruction. Yee! The mini grayish-brown humanoids continued to jump around, yet they quickly collapsed face first into the ground. The green grass and blooming flowers started to wilt, and the thriving trees and lush leaves started to become yellow. The trunks of the trees were eroded by sand, and the rivers were directly buried by the large and violent sandstorms. No, no! Tina's eyes instantly became red. However, she was helpless as she watched the scenes of spring being destroyed by the brutal and merciless sand. It was as if the world were descending into destruction again. The greenery quickly vanished into nothingness. The ambassadors of spring who had been happily dancing just then were all unmoving as they lay face down in the sand. Meanwhile, Lin was helpless as he watched from the side. He couldn't stop this backlash, and he couldn't interfere in this evolution of life either. Otherwise, he would only make matters worse. The entire world returned to drabness and desolation. Tina pursed her lips as she scooped up the ambassadors of spring. However, these ambassadors quickly transformed into specks of light that vanished into the air. They left her nothing, not even a corpse to remember or display her grief toward. So, this path was still impossible in the end? Tina murmured. The concept was correct, but the ambassadors of spring couldn't resist the backlash. In other words, those little green humanoids were too weak. And Lin concluded. Tina puckered her lips and said, "The essence of spring and the divine water of fortune were already the most high-level treasures that I could use. Those were 2 divine-rank materials. However, even that didn't work. What else can we do? Even high-ranking divine materials were so easily destroyed. I'm truly suspicious of whether they were real or not." And Lin opened his mouth, yet he eventually decided to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In fact, those divine-rank materials would have been more than enough to repair ordinary great worlds. However, the most important point was that the backlash of the divine mirror world was far too terrifying. In fact, it was so terrifying that even he had felt a sense of apprehension. Moreover, the strength of the backlash directly reflected the level of the world. In other words, Tina's divine mirror world was already freakish beyond belief. And Lin pondered for a moment before retrieving a green teardrop-shaped item from his storage ring. "Little Na, why don't you try this?" "What's this?" Tina accepted the small green teardrop-shaped item. When she placed it before her eyes, what she saw was a large expanse of green. It was as if this item contained something extremely unique. This is something that I coincidentally obtained in the world of the heavenly life goddess. It possesses an immensely powerful life force, and it's definitely a level above the 2 divine rank materials that you used. You can plant it like a seed and see how everything goes. And Lin pretended to be calm and composed as he said this. He had obtained this item after making an exchange with the heavenly life goddess. During this exchange, the heavenly life goddess had given him this item that was called the Heart of Life. She told him that it possessed the purest essence of life and could be used to save his life during a time of critical need. And Lin felt like this item could perhaps perform a miracle if used on the divine mirror world. As for saving it for himself, Little Na's world had already become like this, so he naturally had to give it to Little Na to use. And Lin hadn't hesitated at all when making this decision. Tina could detect the extraordinary nature of the green teardrop-shaped item that Lin had just given her. Moreover, she could sense that it had a faint resonance with the heavenly Tao that she ruled over. Giant and Lin, this item. She instinctively felt that this item was far too valuable. "This is a treasure that I snatched from the heavenly life goddess. Feel free to use it," and Lin said calmly. Tina was still slightly suspicious. However, she finally poked her tongue out and accepted it when she saw the firm expression in Lin's eyes. "Thank you, Giant and Lin. What is this item called?" "It's called the Heart of Life." "The Heart of Life. Life is only a concept, so does it truly have a heart?" "Even heaven has a heart. So why can't life have a heart?" "That makes sense." A faint smile spread across Tina's face as she gazed at the green teardrop-shaped item in her hands. She then carefully planted the Heart of Life into the earth of the divine mirror world. Looking down from above, it was as if a drop of green water had been buried into the earth. In reality, however, Tina had planted the heart of life into the heavenly Tao. She believed in Enlin, so she decided to use the heart of life to help the heavenly Tao comprehend life and rediscover the feeling of life. An unimaginable fluctuation instantly started to spread throughout the entire world. At the same time, Tina was also enveloped by a peculiar green light. The land started to become fertile, and lush green grass and blooming flowers started to appear in the surroundings. Saplings of trees also started to sprout, rapidly growing into a tree before transforming into a forest. Large swathes of forest started to blanket the land. It wasn't long before tens of thousands of kilometers of the desert was transformed into a flourishing land of vitality. Moreover, this proliferation of life and greenery was still rapidly spreading into the surroundings. However, Enlin was still feeling extremely anxious. The sudden death of the ambassadors of spring had taught him to not get too far ahead of himself. They would have only succeeded if this phenomenon could resist the backlash of heaven and earth. The extremely rich life force swept through the land. At the same time, an azure beam of light soared into the sky from where the heart of life had been planted. This light obliterated the impurities in the pale white sky, causing it to become especially blue and clear. The commotion caused by this heart of life is far greater than that caused by the two divine rank materials combined. It looks like it might succeed. And Lin was extremely happy as he said this. Tina suddenly groaned as cold sweat poured down her forehead. The most fundamental life force started to ferociously surge toward her body, causing her to involuntarily float into the sky. Little Na, why are you suddenly flying into the sky? And Lin was given a fright. Giant and Lin, your heart of life is far too powerful. I can feel an unending stream of water. An unending stream of water. As she rose into the sky, Tina's body gradually transformed into specks of light that fused into heaven and earth. Only her voice continued to reverberate throughout heaven and earth. Giant and Lin, I'm going to repair the essence of the world first. Wait for me. Immediately afterward, Tina's presence disappeared altogether, and Lin continued to watch the world transform as he remained on the ground. He was feeling completely baffled. What in the world is going on right now? What happened to the backlash of heaven and earth? Why isn't it befalling? Everything worked out in the blink of an eye? Tina can go and repair the essence of the world now. The heart of life is this impressive? He recalled the heavenly life goddess' solemn expression when she had handed him this green teardrop-shaped item. It appeared as if the heart of life was genuinely a fairly important item. At the very least, this item probably contained the essence of the heavenly Tao of life of the Taichu continent, right? The power of life continued to surge into the surroundings in an extremely powerful and ferocious manner. Meanwhile, vitality finally returned to the divine mirror world. This was a genuine and flourishing vitality. It wasn't like the pretentious swathes of forests that the ambassadors of spring had summoned before. Rather, all kinds of landforms, plants, and life forms were genuinely starting to materialize and thrive. Life returned to this previously drab and desolate land. The world transformed extremely quickly. In fact, even the heavenly Tao was encouraging this growth and transformation. It was as if this world were pushing back with a vengeance after having suffered through countless disasters. And Lin sensed the transformations, and he could faintly detect that the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao was still slightly resistant against this power of life. Moreover, the power of life was still indeed experiencing a backlash. However, this backlash was obliterated by the heart of life and an even more powerful force inside the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao. And Lin came to a sudden realization at this moment. It wasn't that there was no backlash from the heavenly Tao. Rather, it appeared as if there was none because the heart of life was far too powerful. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao also possessed two different wills. One will yearned for death while the other will yearned for life. Just then, the will that had yearned for death had been in control, and it was because of this that the ambassadors of spring had been violently suppressed. Now, however, the appearance of the heart of life had somehow caused this world to enter a state of euphoria. The will to live suddenly soared and gained control, unleashing a boundless power as it did so. The heart of life successfully endured the backlash of the heavenly Tao. This world started to transform completely and comprehensively. Tina started to use her authority to transform the shape of the land. Glaciers, polar regions, rivers, seas, mountain ranges, forests. The sceneries of your started to reappear in this world. Vital energy also started to materialize, and Lin quietly observed these transformations. He watched this world transform from a desolate hell into a flourishing paradise. This was an extremely peculiar experience. It was like a dream. Witnessing this transformation caused his heart to beat in excitement and elation. This is a miracle. Life is a miracle. And Lin suddenly understood some of the heavenly life goddess words. He could feel the brimming vitality of this world, and he could sense the delight of heaven and earth. In fact, he could even feel the heavenly Tao transforming from an old and near-death elder into a lively and energetic elder. Indeed, it felt like this elder might even transform into a youth again. This item from the heavenly life goddess was truly impressive. However, the item that he had given her wasn't bad either. It had been a fair and equal exchange. Eventually, vitality spread throughout the entire divine mirror world. This world returned to its previous state of brilliance and beauty. Even the Black Sea in the center of this world had transformed into a milky white sea. It had transformed from an abyss-like sea that would engulf everything into a gentle sea of hope. And Lin was the only intelligent life form who had witnessed this stunning transformation. At this moment, a beautiful and dreamy fairy slowly descended from the sky. Her smile was beautiful, and a refreshing fragrance gently wafted over before she had even arrived. Tina was in extremely high spirits, and she said, "Giant and Lin, the essence of the world is already being healed. I'm sure that the divine mirror world will return to its former glory in no time." And Lin was also delighted to see such a lively and happy Tina. In fact, he felt an urge to turn around and give the Heart of Life a 5-star review. This Heart of Life had been totally worth it. Oh, that's right. Can we let the beings of the divine mirror world out yet? And Lin hadn't seen his old friends for a long time, so he couldn't help but ask this in eager anticipation. I still need to make some preparations first. After all, there are 5 God of Creation stage divine beings inside as well as hundreds of billions of other intelligent beings. This pertains to an exorbitant amount of power and energy, so I need a few days to prepare a suitable passageway to funnel them in, Tina explained. And Lin was transfixed with shock upon hearing this. Hundreds of billions of intelligent beings? The divine mirror world is already this large? Also, 5 God of Creation stage divine beings. Holy Mother of God. And Lin was indeed stunned. What kind of beings was God of Creation stage divine beings? They were legendary beings even in the Taichu continent, the center of the universe. If one were to count, 10 fingers would be enough to account for all of them. Moreover, the small goals of these divine beings wouldn't be to rule over a territory. After all, to them, such a small goal was achievable in an instant. It was beneath them to aim for such low-hanging goals. Indeed, these divine beings were all the paramount beings of some force or tribe. Their status was transcendent, and they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky were to collapse. Yet the divine mirror world had 5 such divine beings? And Lin couldn't help but recall the dragon corpse that he had seen near the Black Sea. That dragon had also been at the God of Creation stage. In other words, it was extremely likely that the divine mirror world had given birth to far more than 5 God of Creation stage divine beings during its long history. What in the world had the divine mirror world gone through? And Lin felt afraid to think about this. If he revealed the existence of the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings to the members of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Division who were working in the outside world at this moment, heaven knows what kind of expression they would reply with. Even Lin was feeling so deeply astonished. So, perhaps they would be directly scared shitless? And Lin's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Won't crushing the heavens become much easier if we add these 5 God of Creation stage divine beings to the heaven-crushing united army?" Little Na also thinks that, Tina replied with a smile. No, God of Creation stage divine beings are usually extremely independent and have strong opinions. How could they agree to risk their lives for nothing? And Lin immediately felt a headache forming upon thinking of this. However, he suddenly felt a soft and warm sensation on his arm at this moment. Tina had already grabbed onto his arm. She smiled faintly and said, "Giant and Lin, don't overthink things. They're all extremely obedient, and they'll all listen to me." "Really?" "Of course. Since when has little Na ever lied to you?" Tina replied readily. However, she quickly added an extra sentence in her mind. "If they don't come to help me, then why would I have raised so many of them as underlings? I might as well have raised pigs." And Lin left the divine mirror world first. The essence of the world was already starting to heal, so the next step was for the world to replenish and regenerate itself as well as heal its own essential power. Tina could overlook these processes by herself. And Lin returned to Yu Tong City. Right now, Tina could already lock onto his aura and open two-realm passageways according to his location and freely enter and exit the divine mirror world. What was this like? This was like a hack that he could carry everywhere. Tina's world was his world, so when he came across dangers, all he needed to do was shout, "Little Na, save me." Upon hearing this, Tina would gather a small army and come over to help him. Was this like carrying a world with him to act as support? Even God of Creation stage divine beings weren't that flashy, right? It was also because of this that Lin was accompanied by a wind of swagger wherever he walked. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Lan Lin courtyard. "Greeting, Emperor. Long live the Emperor." The proud and haughty vermilion birds respectfully greeted Lin. They had once believed that Su Xiaolan was their only source of light. However, after meeting Lin, they discovered that there was someone in this world who was actually worthy of their great empress. The Tao partner of their great empress would naturally be the Emperor. "You may rise," Lin said as he waved his hand casually. "Oh, that's right. Has Xiaolan come out from her seclusion yet?" "Emperor, she hasn't exited seclusion yet." Vermilion Bird Nan Li answered respectfully. Lin nodded in reply. Who knew how long Su Xiaolan would cultivate in seclusion for? In fact, he had also studied beings who had broken through to the God of Creation stage before. Some had attained sudden enlightenment in the morning and then successfully advanced to the God of Creation stage at night. Meanwhile, some had accumulated experience for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years until they reached a critical point where they could break through. Of course, there were also some who were like the Celestial the Arch. These were powerful beings who were still stuck at the Tao integration pinnacle stage even after countless years of cultivation. In fact, there were quite a lot of powerful beings in this category. Which category did Su Xiaolan belong to? She probably couldn't answer this herself. In any case, she would just cultivate in seclusion and quietly comprehend Tao. What if she was actually able to comprehend something? Lin didn't want to distract Xiaolan, so he started to casually wander around Yu Tong City. This was a bright and sunny day, so the streets were filled with casually strolling soldiers. They all greeted Lin enthusiastically. If Lin were to wave to all of them, he would simply have no time left to do anything else. As such, he decided to act like those high and mighty people and simply nod in acknowledgement. In the end, he became nothing more than a bobblehead as he walked through the streets, and Lin started to understand why some famous people were so cold and aloof. If they were more friendly toward their fans, they might genuinely tire themselves to death. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and Lin shook his head upon thinking of this. He felt like he was about to get some spinal injuries. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the neck care exercise that Dabai had taught him. Lin looked up at the sky and murmured, "Writing the word shit at the sky? And Lin gave this exercise a try and found that it was indeed fairly effective. He wasn't afraid of others seeing him do this either. After all, no one would realize what he was actually doing. In fact, some of his ardent fans even thought that he was cultivating something and started to emulate his actions. They started to write the word shit at the sky as well. After writing shit at the sky for the 12th time, the sky was suddenly enveloped by a golden light. Boom! The sky started to tremble. The great Tao of heaven and earth started to resonate. It was as if something had exploded in the east. The beings in Yutong City were all given a fright. Meanwhile, Lin directly soared into the sky, his eyes becoming a profound black color as he did so. He looked toward the horizon in the east. A boundless light had erupted from there, and this light was even brighter and more dazzling than the sun. His vision was swallowed by this golden glow. It was as if everything in the east had suddenly combusted. And Lin stared at the east as he tried to decipher something. At this moment, however, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the east. This pair of eyes was contained in a boundless expanse of light, and if one weren't at a high enough level, they wouldn't be able to detect these eyes at all. And Lin could feel the radiance and heat from this pair of eyes. It was as if it could instantly purify all matter and turn him into countless specks of light particles. However, Lin was unfazed. He silently stood in the sky and stared at that pair of eyes just like that. The owner of these eyes was slightly surprised. The expression of hostility in these eyes slowly started to disappear, eventually being replaced by a sense of slight interest and provocation. The light was still as bright and dazzling as before. However, the pair of eyes that caused even Lin to feel slightly apprehensive disappeared. Everyone in the Taichu continent was astonished by the sudden and blinding light from the east. The undercurrents in the world were stirred up by this boundless expanse of light. After experiencing a period of relative stability, everyone knew that commotion was about to befall the continent again. This was the brightest day in the history of the Taichu continent. The sky was bright and the earth was also bright. However, this brightness didn't carry with it a burning heat. Instead, it made countless beings feel a sense of peace and tranquility. However, unease also churned in the minds of hundreds of billions of beings. They all knew that a great calamity was about to befall them. A blazing battle intent started to burn in Lin's mind as he gazed at the east. It looks like the heavenly light goddess has successfully completed her transformation. Between her and I wonder which of us is stronger. In the purple star ruins of the Taichu continent. This was the land of eternal light, and this was where the heaven-crushing glazed palace stood. Within the palace, Cyril was no longer wearing the carefree expression that he always wore. The heavenly light goddess is already itching for action. We need to raise our speed. Chun nodded upon hearing this. If she launches an assault, we'll have no option but to defend. Fortunately, the heaven-crushing spell formation has already been successfully set up. We can stay in the heaven-crushing glazed palace and wait for the accumulation to finish. How much power has been accumulated now? Cyril asked. In terms of magnitude, it's already enough for us to proceed with crushing the heavens. However, the probability of success is far too low at the moment. I want to continue with the accumulation, Chun replied calmly. How is the drawing of power from the universe going? Do you need me to smash a few more holes in the barrier created by Pangu? Cyril asked. Chun shook his head and replied, It's fine. Our plan will be completely ruined if we accidentally damage the barrier too much and draw the attention of Pangu. If he suddenly returns to this world, he'll threaten us even more than the supreme heavenly gods. Upon recalling that profound figure, Cyril didn't retort Chun's reply in what was a rare display. One would only understand the devastating nature of Pangu's power if they experienced it for themselves. Cyril glanced at Chun and asked with a smile, The Chaos Patriarch God, I wonder who's more powerful between him and your master. Chun remained calm and composed upon hearing this question, and he replied, After transcending above the three realms, my master no longer worries himself with such mortal matters. He won't fight even if Pangu seeks him out and challenges him. Then what if Pangu picks a fight with you? Cyril suddenly asked. Chun pondered for a moment before answering. He'll take out a watermelon and eat as he watches the show. Cyril? Fine, it looks like people will truly become less attached to other things when they reach a certain level. Chun was a human from the period of the ancient Taichu realm, while his master could be said to be the most powerful being of the entire ancient Taichu realm. In fact, it was extremely likely that he was the author who had documented the destruction of the ancient Taichu realm. Perhaps he was also the initiator of this destruction. Cyril continued to toss highly concentrated energy crystals into the heaven-crushing spell formation. However, he suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, that's right. I heard that Lin even swallowed the bones of your master." Chun Chen fell silent. After a moment, he finally said, "That's Lin's immortal fortune." Cyril chuckled and said, "Aren't you afraid of your master beating him? That was the essence skeleton of your master. It was incredibly valuable." Chun Chen shook his head and replied, "I'll protect Lin." Tisk. Cyril didn't know how to reply upon seeing Chun Chen's calm and composed expression as he said this. Chun Chen's master also had another title. That was the Heavenly True Immortal. He was an extremely transcendent and ethereal being. To say nothing of Tao integration stage cultivators, even God of creation stage divine beings who had lived for countless years would still find this Heavenly True Immortal to be extremely mysterious. It was as if he were hidden in the formless and intangible great Tao. Only he could peer down at the mortal world, with the beings of the mortal world completely unable to look up and detect his presence. One would definitely become disturbed and uneasy if they were targeted by such a being. The pitiful Lin most likely still wasn't aware of just what kind of being he had provoked. "Stop thinking about so much. We should pay more attention to our task of crushing the heavens. If we fail, we'll both be obliterated into dust and ashes," Chun Chen said. Cyril smiled in reply. It was clear that he strongly agreed with Chun Chen's view. He continued to toss energy crystals into the whirlpool in the center of the palace. The energy contained within each of these crystals was equivalent to the total energy of a planet core. Releasing this energy could easily obliterate an entire expanse of a galaxy. Right now, however, Cyril was tossing these terrifying crystals into the whirlpool as if they were candy. The soaring column of light became increasingly dense and tall. Heavens knew how much energy this heaven-crushing light column possessed. The only thing that they knew was that this column of light would definitely release a catastrophic power when it was unleashed. Meanwhile, at the eastern heavenly gate, a slender woman in a black dress was currently standing before a gathering of heavenly gods. There wasn't even the slightest hint of hostility in her sanguine red eyes, and they were instead filled with a sense of purity and laziness. "Next, I still need to perform an extremely important task. This is an integral task that can decide the future path of this conflict." The woman's voice was clear and gentle as she spoke unhurriedly. "Heavenly Light Goddess, what important task might this be?" The Heavenly Karma God asked with a fervent expression. "I'm going to the ancient Tai Chu realm to forge a weapon that's specifically for me. The damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao," the Heavenly Light Goddess replied. "Damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao." The eyes of the heavenly gods lit up upon hearing this. Right now, the combat capability of the Heavenly Light Goddess was already streets ahead of the other supreme heavenly gods. Yet she was still going to forge a damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao. How much more was her combat capability going to rise by? No wonder the Heavenly Light Goddess had claimed that this could decide the future path of the conflict. Anyhow, they could understand why the Heavenly Light Goddess wanted to forge this damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao. However, why had she called it a damaged sword? What was the reason behind this? Right at this moment, however, the Heavenly Light Goddess started to speak again, saying, "I'm going to leave for a period of time. During this time, I'll leave guarding the Eastern Heavenly Gate to you guys. Heavenly Brightness God, I'll bestow a portion of my heavenly light power upon you. You can pretend to be me, such that our enemies will think that I'm still at the Eastern Heavenly Gate." A handsome man with golden hair and jade-like skin respectfully smiled and said, "As you command, Heavenly Light Goddess. I'll definitely complete this task without error." The Heavenly Light Goddess made a tapping motion, sending a beam of golden light into the Heavenly Brightness God's forehead. His aura instantly rose explosively. At the same time, heavenly light power started to emanate from his body. Ah, what a splendid and mesmerizing power! The Heavenly Brightness God couldn't help but moan in satisfaction. "All right, are there any more questions?" the Heavenly Light Goddess asked as she looked at the heavenly gods before her. "I have a question." A young woman who was hidden inside a golden turtle shell said, as she raised her pale and slender hand. "Go ahead, Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan," the Heavenly Light Goddess said with a nod. "May I ask when your Highness will return?" Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan asked. "At least 3 days and at most 10 days. It won't be too long," the Heavenly Light Goddess answered calmly. The heavenly gods all breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. What they were most afraid of was the Heavenly Light Goddess returning too late. If she took too long and their enemies had already successfully crushed or mended the heavens, then it would be useless even if she were in possession of 6 heavenly weapons. 10 days wasn't too long. "Any other questions?" the Heavenly Light Goddess asked again. The heavenly gods all remained silent. Just like that, the Heavenly Light Goddess forcefully tore open a 2-realm passageway under the watchful gazes of the heavenly gods. She then endured the suppression of the subconscious will of the heavenly Tao as she disappeared into the passageway. "The Heavenly Light Goddess has left. It's all up to us now. We definitely have to protect the Eastern Heavenly Gate." The heavenly gods were all brimming with a fighting spirit, and it was as if they were shouldering some important responsibility. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan blinked a few times. Using patrolling the surroundings as an excuse, she then walked to some island on the East Sea and patted the head of some turtle. The turtle jumped into the sea before quickly disappearing. Both Chunxi City and Yutong City entered a state of battle preparedness. As the 2 largest cities resisting the invasion of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, there were countless powerful beings gathered in these cities. Moreover, the defenses of these cities were so tight that even a fly wouldn't be able to sneak in without being discovered. An archangel of the Light Wing clan suddenly opened his eyes as he stood in the clouds above Yutong City. He then snapped his fingers at some location in the void. A burst of energy shot 30 kilometers into the distance, instantly blasting an insect that was flying toward the city into smithereens. "Humph! A measly insect also dares to enter this divine city? Preposterous!" The archangel wore a cold expression as he said this. This was already the 91,233rd intruder that he had killed. As the guard of this small region, it could be said that he was extremely alert and diligent. In fact, even microorganisms didn't have the right to enter this region of Yutong City. Of course, he wasn't responsible for stopping the microorganisms. He was only responsible for stopping the larger lifeforms. "Archangel Chengguang, Battle God Enlin has sent some snacks for you." An angel flew toward the archangel in the sky before respectfully handing a spirit pill to him. This sect leader Enlin is truly too considerate. He's actually going to such lengths to care for his underlings. Archangel Chengguang was extremely moved as he held onto the spirit pill. In fact, he was so moved that he could barely bring himself to ingest the spirit pill. "Archangel Chengguang, feel free to ingest this pill. Battle God Enlin said that he'll provide a spirit pill each day to help you replenish your energy and ease your fatigue," the angel said with a smile. Using a spirit pill to ease one's fatigue? Isn't that a little too extravagant? Archangel Chengguang sighed with emotion in his mind. In the end, however, he still placed the spirit pill inside his storage ring. This was a spirit pill from Enlin, which meant that it was an extremely valuable piece of memorabilia. He had to take good care of it. Chengguang would rather ingest his own spirit pills than the spirit pills given to him by Enlin. Just like that, Chengguang retrieved one of his own spirit pills and popped it into his mouth. "Sect leader Enlin is so nice," he said in admiration. The angel who had delivered the spirit pill grimaced upon seeing this. He then bowed and took his leave. Why are all of the powerful beings like this? None of them can bring themselves to ingest the spirit pill given to them by Battle God Enlin. However, they all proceed to ingest one of their own spirit pills and then start to praise Enlin. This is far too strange. The angel who was responsible for delivering the spirit pills was completely baffled by this phenomenon. Meanwhile, Chengguang suddenly discovered an abnormality after finishing his own delicious spirit pill. "Who is it?" he shouted as he turned to gaze at the ground. His expression was one of extreme caution. "It's just me, a turtle," a large turtle said as it bobbled its head. It was sitting on a ferocious cyclone rabbit that had run over from a distance. Cheng Guang was momentarily startled by the turtle's response. However, he immediately grabbed a holy spear from his back and asked solemnly, "Do you have a pass or invitation? Yutong City is a forbidden land. If you don't have a pass or invitation, then make haste and immediately leave this place. Those who dare to intrude will be killed without mercy. I don't have a pass or invitation. However, I have a message to deliver to Enlin," the turtle said calmly as it tugged at the ferocious cyclone rabbit's ears and told it to slow down. "Impudence! Do you think you can meet Battle God Enlin on a whim?" Cheng Guang roared angrily. He tightened his grip on his holy spear as his aura rose explosively. However, the turtle was completely unfazed by Cheng Guang's threatening actions. He continued to bobble his head and say, "I have some top-secret intelligence that I need to personally deliver to Enlin. It's his loss if he doesn't come to listen." Cheng Guang laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha! Battle God Enlin has to deal with a host of problems every day. Yet a turtle that has suddenly popped out from some random place wants to seek an audience with him? Just because you claim to have some top-secret intelligence. Go ahead. What's the top-secret intelligence?" A flash of white suddenly appeared before the turtle. Cheng Guang's expression instantly changed. He then respectfully bowed and said, "Archangel Cheng Guang pays his respects to Battle God Enlin. You may rise." The man in white waved his hand and said, he was none other than Enlin, who had already been bored out of his mind. Just then, he had suddenly appeared before the rabbit. The ferocious cyclone rabbit suddenly ground to a halt in fright. The turtle on its back reacted too slowly, so it couldn't help but fall onto the ground as it was still grabbing onto the rabbit's ears. In the end, the turtle and rabbit rolled before Enlin's feet just like that. "No need for such great formalities," Enlin said as he gazed at the two beings that were sprawled on the ground before him. He was still as calm and composed as always. "Cough. Enlin, I knew that you wouldn't let slip any piece of intelligence," the turtle said calmly as it struggled to flip over. It then extended its neck and wiped the disheveled expression from its face. "Of course, I won't let slip any leads. I immediately came over upon hearing that there was new intelligence. So, what's the top-secret intelligence that you wanted to tell me?" Enlin, who had a host of things to do every day, naturally wouldn't admit that he was already bored out of his mind and had immediately rushed over upon hearing of possible intelligence. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was all under the detection of Enlin's divine sense. Thus, he had naturally heard the conversation between the turtle and Cheng Guang. I can't say," the turtle said as it bobbled its head. "If you can't say, then what did you come here for?" Enlin said as he shot a glare at the turtle. The turtle shrunk back before turning around and saying, "Look at my shell." Enlin instantly understood the turtle's intentions as he looked at its shell. As it turned out, the patterns on its shell were extremely unique. Indeed, they contained some sort of message. Why was this message so secretive? Was it to escape the detection of the other supreme heavenly gods? The person who had delivered this message was fairly skilled at encryption, and Lin nodded in his mind. He then started to carefully study the patterns of the turtle's shell. After a while, he discovered that these patterns would intertwine when viewed under the sun, thereby conveying some sort of message. This kind of method was extremely familiar, and it was as if he had also used it before. Without needing to learn anything, he was able to instinctively decipher the message that was conveyed by these intertwining patterns. Moreover, only those who possessed the purest heavenly darkness power would have the right to decipher and read this message. This message had been delivered by an ally, and Lin suddenly felt extremely moved at this moment. The heavenly light goddess has gone to the ancient Tai Chu realm to forge a terrifying damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. She'll be gone for 3 to 10 days. The eastern heavenly gate is currently being guarded by the heavenly brightness god. And Lin was deeply astonished as he read through this information. He was astonished by both the heavenly light goddess plan and the source of this intelligence. As it turned out, he also had pawns in the enemy camp. How exciting! However, this gave rise to a new problem. Was this intelligence reliable? How could he verify that this person was truly surrendering to him? How would he know that this wasn't a trap to kill him? Although they had used encryption that he was familiar with, this still didn't prove beyond doubt that they were necessarily an ally, right? After all, the heavenly void god had also been a subordinate of his before. Meanwhile, the heavenly sea god had also continued to refer to him as his brother. The most unreliable thing in this age was the friendships between heavenly gods. As for the person who had delivered this message, she referred to herself as heavenly goddess Wulan. She was a subordinate of the heavenly darkness god, and she had even told him to not accidentally kill her in battle if they were to fight in the future. She sounds fairly cowardly, and also very realistic. And Lin had indeed heard of heavenly goddess Wulan before. She was a beautiful young woman who wore a golden turtle shell. She belonged to the Eastern Front battlefield, and her combat capability was also very impressive. She was also very good at self-protection, and she would immediately flee if she detected that something was not right. So many heavenly gods had already died, yet she still hadn't received severe wounds even once. However, this wasn't reason enough for Lin to trust her. In reality, this piece of intelligence was extremely difficult to prove. Of course, that was unless he sent someone to attack the Eastern Heavenly Gate. However, doing so would potentially alert their enemy to a traitor within their ranks. Thus, his current dilemma was, should he take a trip to the ancient Taichu realm? In the past, Lin had always been frustrated about why none of his previous subordinates had come to express their loyalty to him after he had become the heavenly darkness god. All of them had become traitors. He hadn't been that horrible in his past, had he? Thankfully, one of his subordinates was finally returning to him now. However, he was slightly doubtful of their true intentions. This kind of feeling is so conflicting and irritating. He had three options right now. The first was to send an army to attack the Eastern Heavenly Gate. If the heavenly light goddess was truly absent, then they could directly obliterate the Eastern Heavenly Gate. If the heavenly light goddess was present, however, then they would directly retreat and pretend that nothing had ever happened. The second option was to secretly head to the ancient Taichu realm and sabotage the heavenly light goddess plans. If the opportunity arose, he could even try to kill the heavenly light goddess in the ancient Taichu realm. The third option was to do nothing and pretend that he had never seen this message before. He would return to eat, sleep, and do whatever else he needed to do. Lin fell deep into thought. However, the turtle thought that Lin was mulling over the message, so it raised its head and asked, "You don't understand?" Lin suddenly came to his senses. A sinister smile spread across his face as he looked at the turtle and he said, "I'm thinking. This message is too important, so perhaps I should kill you and dispose of all evidence, lest this information is leaked." The turtle and ferocious cyclone rabbit were on the verge of tears upon hearing this. "Aya, battle god Lin, don't kill me. I'm only a messenger." The turtle immediately started to beg for its life as it retracted its entire body inside its shell. "Squeak, squeak, squeak, don't kill me. I'm only someone who runs errands." Meanwhile, the ferocious cyclone rabbit held the turtle in front of it like a shield as it begged for its life. Lin couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the comedic duo before him. "All right, that's enough. I was only joking. I won't wantonly kill innocent beings. Come, here's your reward." Lin tossed 2 high-rank spirit pills toward the turtle and the rabbit. The turtle and rabbit were shuddering in apprehension as they accepted the spirit pills. However, they didn't dare to eat it. Who knew if this powerful being was giving them poison? Lin smiled faintly as he turned around to leave. Archangel Cheng Guang bowed respectfully and said, "Farewell, battle god Lin." The turtle hurriedly sprawled onto the ground and said, "Farewell, Patriarch Lin." Meanwhile, the ferocious cyclone rabbit hurriedly started to kowtow and say, "Farewell, Patriarch Lin. Long live Patriarch Lin." After saying this, the turtle and rabbit immediately turned around and sprinted into the distance. Seeing that Lin hadn't shown any hostility toward those two beings, Archangel Cheng Guang naturally wouldn't target them either. He allowed them to leave freely. Meanwhile, at the easternmost point of the Taichu continent, A young woman with a golden turtle shell on her back was currently lying on the beach with her arms and legs sprawled wide apart. She was facing the sky and enjoying the warm sunshine. Her golden turtle shell sparkled under the sunlight, and it appeared even more dazzling and eye-catching than pearls. There were many things weighing on her mind at this moment. Will the heavenly darkness god truly believe me? Will the heavenly light goddess suspect me if her plan is sabotaged? Should I flee and surrender to the enemy now? Otherwise, I might not be able to flee in the future. Moreover, the heavenly light goddess is so powerful now, so it must be extremely difficult for the heavenly darkness god to defeat her, right? In other words, I've chosen the side of the loser? Wah! If I had known this earlier, then I wouldn't have done anything. Why do I feel like Lin will screw everything over? The more heavenly goddess Wu Lan thought about this, the more regretful she felt. Why had she suddenly felt the impulse to send this intelligence to Lin before? So be it. In any case, there's no path of retreat anymore. I'll have to stand by him from now on. Since I've acknowledged him as my new master, I can't make any more changes. Of course, this is unless my new master ignores my message and directly goes back to sleep. Yutong City. And Lin went back to lie down on his bed. He wanted to sleep. He wanted to forget about everything and have a good rest. After all, was he truly going to risk going to the ancient Taichu realm because of this one unproven piece of intelligence? What intelligence? What surrender? These were all empty claims made by heavenly goddess Wu Lan. In the past, the heavenly sea god had even cooperated with him to screw the heavenly earth god over. Indeed, the heavenly sea god's excuses were extremely reasonable and pleasant to the ears. However, when push came to shove, he had decisively screwed his so-called brother over as well. However, what if heavenly goddess Wu Lan's information was true? If that were the case, then he definitely had to sabotage the heavenly light goddess plans. Sigh. Why am I always faced with such difficult dilemmas? After tossing and turning for a while, Lin involuntarily recalled heavenly goddess Lin used teary expression when she gazed at him. He took a deep breath and immediately sat upright. So be it. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan is indeed my subordinate. Since she's my subordinate, then I trust that she won't screw me over even if she doesn't serve me. I'm confident that I'm charismatic enough for this to be true. And Lin immediately headed for the door after coming to a decision. Dark Wing Emperor. And Lin shouted. A cloud of darkness suddenly appeared before him. Immediately afterward, this cloud of darkness transformed into a mighty-looking man who had large black wings and possessed the aura of an emperor. Your subordinate is here. What orders does Heavenly Master have? The Dark Wing Emperor said respectfully. I need to leave this city and attend to some important matters. You're also a cultivator of the darkness element, so the element of your power is quite close to mine. I'll bestow a portion of the heavenly darkness power upon you, so you can pretend to be me in Yutong City. That way, our enemies will think that I'm still at Yutong City, and Lin said. The Dark Wing Emperor shuddered upon hearing this. Tears of emotion welled up in his eyes, and he said, This subordinate understands. He understood what this portion of heavenly darkness power signified. Although he was helping Lin, he could also gain the most fundamental power of darkness. This was a great fortune for his cultivation. And Lin flicked his finger, sending a burst of darkness into the Dark Wing Emperor's body. The Dark Wing Emperor roared as his aura instantly rose explosively. Darkness surged through his body, causing his black wings to become even darker and more profound. Ah, what a splendid and mesmerizing power. This is the true meaning of life. This is the paramount Tao that I aspire toward. The Dark Wing Emperor was brimming with excitement as he bowed toward Lin. Thank you, Heavenly Master. All right, then I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'll leave Yutong City to you. There was a flash as Lin instantly disappeared from the spot. Since the Heavenly Light Goddess had left a fake to guard the Eastern Heavenly Gate, and Lin decided to emulate her and do the same thing, leaving a fake to guard Yutong City. In any case, he was merely trying to deceive his enemies. Sometime later, in the Heavenly Court that was located among the clouds, There was a mysterious door of light in some secret forbidden land. Emperor Ziwei wore an expression of unease as he gazed at Enlin. Enlin, do you genuinely want to go to the ancient Tai Chu realm? The passageway hasn't opened yet. However, Enlin had already forcefully stabbed a hand into the door before Emperor Ziwei could even finish his sentence. A burst of darkness engulfed all of the nomological laws and obstructions behind the door of light. What were you saying? Enlin turned to look at Emperor Ziwei as he stepped inside the door. Emperor Ziwei. That's the ancient Tai Chu realm. It's restricted by extremely powerful nomological laws, and these are able to suppress all cultivators at or above the return to void pinnacle stage from entering, Emperor Ziwei said in concern. And Lin smiled upon hearing this. Don't forget, I'm the heavenly darkness god. I know how to trick heaven and earth and evade the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei suddenly realized that he couldn't say anything else. The man before him had already grown to become a being that even he had to admire and marvel at. Then, Enlin, you definitely have to return safely. Rest assured, Ziwei. I'll return in a few days. Enlin waved his hand as his body disappeared into the two-realm passageway. His actions were extremely firm and decisive. Enlin suppressed his cultivation base to the return to void intermediate stage. At the same time, he also concealed his heavenly Tao of darkness. This would allow him to evade the backlash of the heavenly Tao. In fact, many supermighty beings had considered this method before. However, they would be discovered by the heavenly Tao every time they tried to conceal their cultivation base. Afterward, they would suffer a backlash so serious that they would be on the verge of death. However, Enlin was different. His understanding of the heavenly Tao could rank inside the top 5 in the entire Taichu continent. The more one understood the heavenly Tao, the more they understood how to trick heaven and earth. Cyril was a very good example of this. Thinking back to the past, the first time that he met Cyril was when Cyril was returning from the ancient Taichu realm. The restrictions of the ancient Taichu realm had been completely ineffective against him. Right now, Enlin had also reached that level. He continued to advance until he eventually reached the other end of the passageway and felt a rush of dizziness. This was the power of random teleportation. However, how could Enlin allow himself to be randomly teleported? He immediately picked a location where the energy was the most chaotic and the fluctuation of the heavenly Tao was the most severe. Since the heavenly light goddess wanted to obtain a damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, she definitely had to head toward the location where the heavenly Tao fluctuated the most violently. Such a location would allow them to most easily detect and utilize the heavenly Tao. The two-realm passageway shuddered violently. In the next instant, Enlin discovered that he had already arrived in an extremely spacious area. The boundless universe appeared above his head. Meanwhile, the boundless continent that was intertwined with this universe was filled with all kinds of peculiar glowing plants and strange life forms. More importantly, the vital energy here was extremely rich. This was a perfect location for cultivation. Ignoring everything else, the vital energy here was even more concentrated than the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Heavenly Court. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this place a holy land for cultivation. Such a brilliant place for cultivation still exists in this broken and almost destroyed world, and Lin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He kept his cultivation base at the return to void intermediate stage as he started to search for clues that the heavenly life goddess had left. What would the heavenly light goddess do if she wanted to forge a damaged sword of the heavenly Tao? How would she forge such a weapon? What kind of materials would she need? What's the base for the weapon? And Lin continued to analyze the situation as he wandered around. He was walking extremely slowly, with each step only covering 5 kilometers. In any case, such a slow speed would also allow him to carefully observe this world. This was where the heavenly Tao had been the most severely damaged. Even the sky had been blasted open, revealing the boundless universe behind it. In fact, the universe was so clear that it would lead one to question whether their eyes were lying to them. However, Enlin knew that this universe was real. It was only so clear because this world had once been the center of the universe. Thus, The light from the stars would trigger an increased resonance from the heavenly Tao, making the outside universe appear even clearer and more eye-catching. Moreover, it was also because the heavenly Tao of this place was the most severely damaged that it was filled with all kinds of forbidden lands and deadly landforms. If one were careless, they might be engulfed and obliterated by the devastating currents of chaos that swept through this place. As he was thinking this, a burst of violent green wind ferociously swept toward Enlin. The rocks and void in his surroundings were directly shredded apart and engulfed, revealing the intertwining black and white chaos that resided within them. Tap! And Lin ground to a halt as a bright white barrier instantly materialized around him, blocking the violent green wind that had swept over. This wind actually possesses a nomological law that causes one to disintegrate on contact. In terms of power alone, this nomological law seems even more formidable than the full power strike of a supreme being at the return to void stage. How can so many peculiar glowing plants exist in a place where even the wind can kill someone? This is far too strange, no? And Lin knew that the damage and disturbance of the nomological laws signified the destruction of a world. Thus, he didn't find this strange. Rather, what he found strange was the existence of plants in this world. Is this the scene of an annihilated world? Currents of chaos, intangible but deadly nomological laws, visions of the universe, auroras, and all kinds of colorful and violent energy. And Lin continued to wander forward, and it wasn't long before he entered several deadly lands of different elements. However, he easily and crudely disposed of all of these deadly lands. No, what's that in front of me? And Lin suddenly saw a silvery white light barrier in front of him. This barrier was like an eggshell that enveloped an extremely large volume of space. And Lin walked near the barrier and saw a magnificent white city inside of it. There were all kinds of beings walking around this city, and the aura of each of them was also especially powerful. Moreover, all of them existed in a peculiar state. They were like living beings, yet they were also unlike living beings. They seemed to exist, yet they also seemed to be non-existent. And Lin looked toward them, and he could see their appearances and expressions. He could also see them conversing or walking or skirmishing with each other. However, once he looked away, it was as if they would vanish without a trace. It was as if they were void and non-existent in the areas that he couldn't see. And Lin was astonished by this. However, it was also because of this peculiar state of theirs that they could surprisingly fit in with the environment of this world. And Lin had a feeling that these beings could survive just fine even if the silvery white light barrier were to disappear. How interesting! If I hadn't obtained the power of the heavenly Tao and gained the ability to detect these beings, I probably would have been given a fright by this sight, right? When a boundless world descends into destruction, the beings that live on it will either go extinct or start to evolve through their struggles. They'll gradually evolve to fit in with their surrounding environment. What I'm witnessing can be described as a miracle of life forced into existence by the destruction of a world. And Lin felt like he had discovered a brand new world as he walked toward the silvery white light barrier. The light barrier detected Lin's presence and was just about to show hostility and attack him. However, Lin's state of existence suddenly transformed. He transformed into a being who was on the verge of existence and non-existence. The silvery white light barrier became confused at this instant. It was unable to determine whether Lin was a resident of its world. At this moment, however, Lin had already casually strolled into the light barrier. As if vanishing into thin air, he then suddenly disappeared into the barrier. Phew! Is this inside the light barrier? Such a calm environment. It's completely different from the chaos and destruction outside. And Lin gazed at the beings who were walking around. These beings came in all shapes and sizes, yet they were all able to live together in harmony. There were at least hundreds of different species living inside this city. Some of these species were familiar to Lin, yet some of them were very unfamiliar. However, all of them lived in this city in that peculiar form of existence. In fact, some of the beings were even wearing bright and radiant smiles. This little brother, you look very unfamiliar. Which region are you from? A beautiful woman who was wearing revealing clothes walked over and asked with a smile. As she asked this, She even used a round fan to lightly slap Enlin's bottom. Which region? This region. Enlin, who hadn't been teased for a very long time, answered with an innocent smile. This region? Heh, don't lie to me. I've lived here for tens of thousands of years, and I'm familiar with tens of thousands of humans. However, I've never seen you before. The woman raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her lips curled up into a charming smile. She then tilted Enlin's chin with her slender fingers and brought her face closer to his. Her expression was as if she wanted to hook his soul out, and she said, "Own up. Did you flee here from another region? Don't worry. Nothing will happen if you tell me the truth. Even if you don't have any status, I can look after you if you stick with me?" Enlin was stunned. She was doing such things in broad daylight? Was the culture here so open and forthright? Oh, is Sister Hong teasing young boys again? She isn't trying to trick him into joining the Red Ink Tavern, is she? Ha ha ha. That young lad looks fairly handsome. Perhaps he can even become a small drawcard. The beings who were passing by watched on and chortled with keen interest, not caring about the commotion that they might cause. However, the conversations and jokes between these people also served as a warning for Enlin. Enlin smiled and nodded at these passers-by. By the looks of it, the people here were fairly kind-hearted. Of course, the Sister Hong before him was an exception. Anyhow, Sister Hong wasn't annoyed in the least about being exposed by the passers-by. It was as if she weren't doing anything dodgy or uncouth. She continued to enthusiastically invite Enlin. Don't listen to their nonsense. We do proper business here, Sister Hong said as she looked at Enlin. She couldn't help but become momentarily absent-minded as she looked at him, even though she had observed so many people before. Although Enlin wasn't extremely handsome, there was an indescribable temperament behind his delicate and attractive appearance. This temperament mysteriously made her feel at ease and extremely comfortable. What were the most important qualities in this day and age? It was one's temperament and disposition, and Lin's temperament meant that he could easily become a small drawcard. In the Red Ink Tavern, attractive men were welcomed just as much as attractive women. Big sister, those passers-by have already told me what you do, so why are you still trying to drag me along? I'm not going to sell my body. And Lin wore a serious expression as he rejected Sister Hong's invitation. Aya, how can that be regarded as selling one's body? The beautiful woman waved her fan, causing her fragrance to waft over with the wind. You're simply going to fall in love at first sight with some female guests. You'll then enjoy a happy conversation with them, and your emotions will get the better of you and lead to a hot and steamy time. Afterward, they'll express disapproval at your performance and give you a small fee to break up. That's all. And Lin was infuriated upon hearing this. You're actually saying such inhumane things. What do you mean they express disapproval at my performance? Show some respect. Sister Hong's smile grew even wider, and she said, Aya, you say that you're competent, but where's the proof? Why don't you come to the Red Ink Tavern and find a fated partner to prove yourself? So this was a trap too? And Lin grimaced in anger and said, well, it's a shame that goading me won't work. In this world, only the system had the ability to threaten his weenie. Similarly, only the system had the right to question his weenie. Others didn't have the ability or right. Little brother, you're really not going to consider this invitation? You can receive the best treatment and development at the Red Ink Tavern. Moreover, we do much more than just talking about relationships and love. In fact, we also have a lot of artists at the Red Ink Tavern. Artists, do you understand? Also, you have to realize that the Red Ink Tavern also hosts one of the most renowned libraries and art collections of the entire Taichu Holy Land. Here, you can obtain invaluable knowledge and also experience as well as learn the most impressive culture and arts. The lads and ladies inside are all extremely knowledgeable and sweet, and they handle affairs in an impeccable manner. This is definitely heaven on earth. Sister Hong continued to entice Lin, and Lin had initially been angry, but he immediately changed his mind and nodded in agreement upon hearing about the library inside the Red Ink Tavern. Moreover, the so-called Taichu Holy Land was most likely referring to this world inside the light barrier. Right now, and Lin was at a complete loss regarding what the heavenly light goddess wanted to do and how she was going to do it. All he knew was that she was probably going to cause a ruckus here. As such, furthering his understanding of this place would perhaps allow him to discover some clues. I knew that little brother was a wise person who yearned for a beauty. Sister Hong was extremely happy as she grabbed Lin's hands and led him toward the Red Ink Tavern. Oh, that's right. I haven't asked for your name yet, little brother. You can call me Lu DeBeo. Oh, so it's Brother DeBeo. What an adorable name. The others all say that as well. The Red Ink Tavern was located in the central area of the 8th region, and it was a giant red wooden pagoda that was 99 stories tall. This was a magnificent pagoda that was decorated with carvings and paintings of dragons and phoenixes. Each corner of the pagoda was decorated with a carving of a different style. Yet these carvings were such that they flawlessly fit in with each other. This could be regarded as the pinnacle of architecture. And Lin had initially thought that the Red Ink Tavern was merely a place for romance and love, in other words, a lowly brothel. However, his impressions of the Red Ink Tavern immediately changed when he saw the magnificent structure before him. This pagoda clearly exuded an aura of impressiveness. When Lin reached the entrance of the Red Ink Tavern, he discovered that it wasn't only humans who frequented this place. Beings of other species were also keen guests of this place. By the looks of it, all kinds of different beings enjoyed visiting the Red Ink Tavern. In fact, Lin also discovered another interesting fact. Many of the customers appeared exhausted and depressed when they entered the Red Ink Tavern. Yet when they left, most of them were full of vigor and vitality. It was as if they had reached the pinnacle stage of their life. Perhaps the Red Ink Tavern held something that was extremely beneficial to these beings? And Lin entered the lively and bustling Red Ink Tavern. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the sound of pleasant singing. This voice seemingly possessed the ability to cleanse one's soul and allow one to transcend. Countless beings who had entered the Red Ink Tavern wore an expression of immense joy and pleasure as they listened to this singing. However, Lin was already used to hearing immortal music, so he didn't think much of this singing. However, he still forced himself to smile in joy and pleasure. Does it sound good? This is a draw card of the Red Ink Tavern. What you're hearing now is a song sung by Lu Qin, one of the top singers of the Red Ink Tavern. In fact, she's the best singer of the Light Wing clan. However, she only sells her talent and not her body. As she said this, Sister Hong turned her beautiful eyes toward Lin and continued, "Do you aspire to be like her? Well, it's not impossible for you to reach that level. However, you need to have a talent." And Lin smiled and remained silent. To say nothing of one talent, he had already mastered wielding 18 types of different weapons. After reaching his current cultivation base, doing everything had become simple. "Sister Hong, I do indeed have a talent," and Lin said with a smile. Sister Hong's interest was piqued, and she said, "Oh? Do tell me." The man before her was already worthy of becoming a small drawcard just based on his disposition alone. If he possessed an attractive talent, then there would be no issue raising him to be a main drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern. "I'm talented in cooking," and Lin said proudly. "Sister Hong, we have enough chefs in our kitchens," Sister Hong finally said after being dazed for a long while. "What are you looking down on, chefs?" Okay. Sister Hong will take you over to conduct a body checkup first." And Lin was cut off and dragged away by Sister Hong before he could even finish his sentence. Completing a body checkup was a rule of the Red Ink Tavern, and it could be regarded as a way to investigate one's identity. All new members of the Red Ink Tavern were subject to this rule. And Lin had even tricked heaven and earth, so dealing with such a minor checkup was naturally as easy as could be. He simply disguised himself as an ordinary person who had lost their memories. This allowed him to successfully pass the checkup. Afterward, he spent an hour mingling and becoming familiar with his fellow brothers and sisters of the Red Ink Tavern. After a while, Sister Hong smiled and said, "Ing Bao, take him around and introduce him to the Red Ink Tavern. Afterward, he'll learn how to receive and entertain the guests." "Let's go, Brother DeBeo." Ing Bao was a short and petite young woman with pale and delicate skin. She grabbed onto Enlin's hands and happily led him around the Red Ink Tavern. The Red Ink Tavern had 99 floors, 66 of which were open to the public. Beings of all species could enjoy themselves on these floors. However, the remaining 33 floors were closed to the public. Those were the living quarters as well as the storage rooms for various books and artworks. Enlin could also be regarded as a member of the Red Ink Tavern now, so he could naturally wander around the 66 floors that were open to the public. Meanwhile, Bao was extremely diligent as she introduced everything to Enlin. She had a nagging feeling that Enlin possessed an aura that she especially liked and yearned for. This caused her to involuntarily become closer with Enlin. It wasn't long before Enlin finally arrived before the library of the Red Ink Tavern. This library spanned all the way from the 91st floor to the 99th floor. Moreover, this library was called the Library of Heavenly Books. This is the Library of Heavenly Books of the Red Ink Tavern. It's one of the 10 largest libraries in the Taichu Holy Land, and the books inside cover topics from astronomy to history, from immortal spells to arts, and almost anything that you can imagine. It's a collection of the wisdom of tens of thousands of tribes, and it can be regarded as the holiest place in the Taichu Holy Land. Bao wore an expression of reverence and yearning as she introduced the library before her. The Library of Heavenly Books was a standalone pagoda that rested atop the peak of the Red Ink Tavern. In other words, Enlin was essentially standing on the roof of the Red Ink Tavern right now. However, this roof had been flattened to place another pagoda on top of it. "Then let's go in and take a look," Enlin said in excitement. "We can't." Bao immediately shook her hands and said, "The Library of Heavenly Books isn't open to everyone. You don't have the right to enter right now." Enlin faltered upon hearing this. "I don't have the right? Didn't Sister Hong say that this place holds the largest and most impressive collection of books?" "Yeah, that's right. This is the largest and most impressive collection of books. However, no one said that you can read them," Bao said naturally. Enlin drew a sharp breath. Why had he joined the Red Ink Tavern? It was simply to read these books. Yet he discovered at this moment that Sister Hong had tricked him. Enlin pondered for a moment before smiling warmly and asking, "Then how can I obtain the right to enter this Library of Heavenly Books?" He glanced at the two white-haired elders who were guarding the entrance to the library, only to discover that they were actually supreme beings at the Tao integration stage. However, Enlin was unsure of how they were evading the backlash of heaven and earth while still maintaining this cultivation base. Bao doesn't know either. Bao also doesn't have the right to enter. However, I've heard that the main draw cards of the Red Ink Tavern have the opportunity to enter the Library of Heavenly Books. Enlin was truly delighted upon hearing this. Say, I have to become a main draw card just to read a few books? The Heavenly Darkness God and the Battle God of the Taichu continent, actually have to stoop down to such a level? Are they forcing me to use violence? Oh, that's right. Little Bao also has to give you a warning. Whatever you do, don't try to force your way into the Library of Heavenly Books. There's an incredibly terrifying restriction protecting it, Bao warned. Oh, Enlin replied with a nod. However, he didn't take this warning to heart. What rubbish restriction? He could easily open this restriction if he undid the seal on his body. Bao pouted her lips upon seeing Enlin's uncaring expression. Don't underestimate it. A woman who referred to herself as the Heavenly Light Goddess tried to force her way into the Library of Heavenly Books in the second region yesterday. Yet she was directly punished and blasted into smithereens. These words exploded in Enlin's mind like 5 terrifying bolts of lightning. He was transfixed with shock, and he stammered, What did you say? The Heavenly Light Goddess. Yeah, that's right. Brother Debao, do you know her? Bao asked in curiosity. Enlin hurriedly suppressed the shock in his mind and replied, No, I don't know her. I was just surprised that someone dares to refer to themselves as a heavenly goddess. Such arrogance. Oh, in fact, the title of heavenly goddess actually suits her quite well. She was so powerful that she was even able to defeat the 2 guards who hadn't been defeated in over 10,000 battles. However, in the end, she was still obliterated by the invincible restriction left by the ancestor. Of course, this was an inevitable outcome. There was respect and admiration in Ying Bao's beautiful eyes as she talked about this powerful person. And Lin was far more astonished than his expression let on. The heavenly light goddess truly came here? And she even tried to force her way into the library of heavenly books? More importantly, she was actually blasted into smithereens by the restriction of the library of heavenly books? And Lin was well aware of the heavenly light goddess' true powers. Thus, he knew that she wouldn't be killed so easily. However, the restriction in the library of heavenly books had already proven its immense power by defeating her. By the looks of it, this Taichu Holy Land was no simple place. He couldn't be too careless. Although Lin was stunned, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. His efforts hadn't been wasted. Right now, he had confirmed at least one thing. That was, the damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao was intricately related to the library of heavenly books. The heavenly light goddess target was none other than the library of heavenly books. Initially, he had only planned on using this library of heavenly books to further his understanding of this world. Now, however, he had coincidentally discovered that this was the true target of the heavenly light goddess. This discovery had saved him heaps of time. Ying Bao tugged on Lin's sleeves and said softly, "Brother Debao, let's go. We can just gaze at the library of heavenly books from afar." And Lin nodded and asked, "Oh, that's right. Ying Bao, what's the quickest way to become a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern?" The Red Ink Tavern holds a voting event each night, whereby the customers cast a vote for their favorite performer. You'll be directly promoted to a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern if you receive double the votes of the highest scoring main draw card. The difficulty of this is immense. It's already been several hundred years since someone last became a main draw card through this method. Ying Bao blushed slightly as she gazed at Lin's handsome face that was exuding an indescribable aura. And she said, "Brother Debao, you're fairly handsome, so I'm sure that you'll be promoted to a main draw card in no time even if you take things step by step." And Lin shook his head slightly. He was naturally confident that he could become a main draw card if he took things step by step. However, he didn't have enough time. He only had 3 days, so how could he casually waste his time here? He had to take the shortest path to his goal. Main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern. "You're mine." And Lin patted Ying Bao's head and said with a smile, "Let's go. I need to make some preparations." "Okay. Let's go and learn how to receive and entertain guests." "No, not this." "Huh? Then what do you want to learn?" "I'm going to learn how to become a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern in a day." Ying Bao felt like Lin was a little overconfident. Had he become so conceited and cocksure just because someone had praised his appearance? Ying Bao pouted unhappily and said, "Brother Debao, you're acting a little too arrogant. You still haven't suffered from the brutal reality of the Red Ink Tavern." And Lin pinched her dainty nose and said with a chuckle, "You haven't suffered from the brutal reality of the Red Ink Tavern either, have you?" Ying Bao was just 60 years old, and she was the daughter of Sister Hong. In other words, she had a very powerful background, which meant that she didn't need to deal with any of the customers. At most, she would only need to initiate new members and show off a bit. Ying Bao pushed Lin's hand aside and said with a humph, "Although I haven't faced any brutal situations, I still have much more experience than you. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's investigate how to make me a main draw card tonight." And Lin grabbed Ying Bao's slender hand and started walking toward the training room. The training rooms were located on the 70th to 72nd floors of the Red Ink Tavern. These were the rooms where the performers and artists rehearsed how to please the guests. Because of his outstanding appearance and disposition, Lin was able to enter the gold medal training room on the 72nd floor. There were several tutors here, and they were responsible for providing guidance as well as selecting the best performers. "Hi, tutors. I'm Lu Debao, a new trainee. My special talents include cooking, dancing, and showing off my handsomeness." And Lin was dressed in a white Taoist robe and holding a black frying pan in his hands as he struck a pose before the gold medal tutors. "Oh, not bad. He looks fairly fashionable." There was a slight glimmer in the tutors' eyes as they indicated for Lin to begin his performance. Music started to play. This was extremely lively and dynamic music. Meanwhile, Lin also started to wield his frying pan as he started to perform his cooking dance. The eyes of the tutors lit up when they saw Lin's smooth movements, indescribable demeanor, and waltzing frying pan. It was as if there were some delicacy being tossed around inside the frying pan as it danced about in the air. However, this was a delicacy that was seemingly unreachable. This feeling whetted the tutor's appetite. Meanwhile, Lin's graceful movements also caused them to exclaim in admiration. It could be said that they were stuck between a sense of enjoyment and not daring to enjoy. The tutors found this extremely delightful. At this moment, Lin suddenly tossed his frying pan into the air. The rhythm and mood of the music also changed drastically. Only because you're too fragrant. Only because you're too fragrant. Lin started to sing as he danced. As if they had been struck by lightning, the gold medal tutors were transfixed to the spot in astonishment. What the hell is this? Only because you're too fragrant. Billy Billy Billabali. Only because you're too fragrant. Billy Billy Billabali. Lin's movements started to become extremely coquettish. The gold medal tutors were dumbfounded. Yet they finally started to understand the beauty of Lin's performance. This voice, this rhythm, this is a true cooking dance. A male true demon who had demonic horns on his head said in astonishment. Only because you're too fragrant sounds extremely similar to chicken, you're too fragrant. Perhaps there was genuinely a chicken in the frying pan that he tossed away just then? Chicken, you're too fragrant only because you're too fragrant. However, it was because of this inseparable attachment that he could only toss it away. These lyrics actually contain a deep philosophy regarding the Tao realm. A human tutor murmured. I don't know why, but I was instantly intoxicated upon hearing Lu Debao singing and seeing his dancing. In fact, I'm even starting to feel a little hungry. This is definitely a top-notch performance. A beautiful woman from the Light Wing clan said. There was a sparkle in her eyes, and her voice was filled with enthusiasm. Only because you're too fragrant. Billy Billy Billabali. Following the last note of music, Lin struck his final pose. There was a moment of temporary silence before all of the gold medal tutors stood up and applauded Lin's performance. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. What an ingenious performance. It's been a long time since I've witnessed such an original and refreshing dance. Our Red Ink Tavern has uncovered a gem. Full marks. Full marks. Full marks. The gold medal tutors all gave Lin the highest possible score. Lu Debao, you can perform while you're still training. In fact, we'll schedule you for an individual performance tonight. We hope you can learn from the experience. Thank you, tutors. Lin replied respectfully. Lu Debao, do you have any dreams? Daphne asked. She was the tutor from the Light Wing clan. My dream is to become a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern tonight. Lin replied honestly. The tutors all exclaimed in surprise. What a brilliant dream. You'll definitely become a main draw card in the near future. Lin remained smiling as he listened to the tutors' comments. Of course he would become a main draw card in the near future, because he would become one tonight. He was going to conquer the audience through his cooking dance. Lin successfully passed his examination. When he walked out and told Bao that he was going to perform tonight, she was so stunned that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Brother Debao, you're so impressive. The tutors actually view you in such high regard. Heh. Do you still remember what I said before? It'll be tonight. Lin said with a grin as he looked at the stunned woman before him. Bao involuntarily drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Perhaps Lu Debao is serious? No, even if the tutors hold him in high regard, it's still impossible for him to become a main draw card in a single night. After all, main draw cards aren't just some random person. Not only are they supremely talented, but they also have countless loyal fans. Their votes are simply impossible to surpass, much less surpassed by a factor of 2 times. The tutors led Lin into an extremely beautiful training room. There were several either handsome or beautiful trainees rehearsing inside this room. Hi everyone, this is Lu Debao. I hope you can all get along well, Daphne said with a smile. Spirited discussions instantly broke out in the training room. Daphne wore a gentle smile as she turned to Enlin and said, "Your performance is already flawless. Make sure to do some practice in the afternoon and strive to deliver a good individual performance tonight." Individual performance? Good heavens! This new trainee is already able to have his own individual performance. So impressive! How did he do it? The trainees all looked at Enlin in envy and jealousy. It was as if they wanted to discover something unique from him. Daphne left, and the group of handsome lads and beautiful ladies quickly dashed over to surround him. "Lou DeBeo, are you truly a trainee? How are you so impressive?" "I'm Lin Mei, a singer." "I'm a ladies' man, Li Buffon." "What are you going to perform tonight? Are you truly a new trainee? Are you a main draw card from somewhere else?" A truckload of questions was directed at Enlin, yet Enlin didn't seem annoyed in the least. Instead, he patiently answered the questions of these trainees, appearing especially friendly and amiable as he did so. This caused him to leave good impressions in the minds of the other trainees and drawcards. Trainees were beings who rarely performed or didn't perform at all. Meanwhile, drawcards were beings who often performed and were relatively famous in the Red Ink Tavern. As for main drawcards, they were naturally the pillars of the Red Ink Tavern. They were popular and warmly welcomed wherever they went. There were only 19 main drawcards in the entire Red Ink Tavern, and whether or not they performed was completely up to themselves. Thus, there were times where an entire day would pass without any of the main drawcards performing. In addition, main drawcards also had their own personal training rooms. Thus, Enlin wasn't able to meet them at this moment. However, Enlin knew that these main drawcards were his true opponents. Moreover, he dearly wished that a main drawcard would perform tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to become a main drawcard himself. To receive twice the votes of the highest scoring main drawcard, the difficulty of this TSK, and Lin suddenly became a little excited. "Move aside. Hurry up and move aside. Big Brother Jean is arriving." The crowd of trainees and drawcards was forcefully separated by several people. A handsome man who had a beard and was sturdily built casually strolled over with a cigar in his mouth. He was surrounded by several impressive-looking drawcards. The man who had been referred to as Big Brother Jean peered down at Enlin and said with a chuckle, "You're the trainee who has an individual performance right after joining the Red Ink Tavern? You're nothing but a newbie. What talent can you have?" Upon hearing this man's ridicule, the trainees who had been extremely enthusiastic just then didn't dare to speak up for Enlin. It was clear that they were slightly apprehensive of this Big Brother Jean. At this moment, a pretty woman standing next to Big Brother Jean wore a haughty expression and crossed her arms before her chest as she said, "Lou DeBeo, is it? Are you not going to hurry up and pay your respects? Jean Feihong is a top-notch drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern, and he's the closest to becoming a main drawcard. He's extremely interested in you, and he wants to take you in as an underling." And Lin was slightly dumbfounded. Only he had ever taken others in as his underling before. However, someone actually wanted to take him in as an underling now. Moreover, it was this sorrowful man before him. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come over here to pay your respects. It's your great fortune to become an underling of our boss," a drawcard beside Big Brother Jean urged. Meanwhile, Big Brother Jean simply stood there with a faint smile. And Lin hadn't imagined that he would be swept up in such strange matters so soon. At this moment, several trainees beside him also started to urge him to go over and become Big Brother Jin's underling. "DeBeo, hurry up and go over to pay your respects. It's just becoming an underling. Can't you see that several drawcards are also Big Brother Jin's underlings?" Becoming Big Brother Jin's underling also means gaining a powerful supporter. That's right. This is something that we yearn for yet can't get. I urge you to not make an irrational decision. Some of the trainees were afraid that Enlin might do something reckless because of his youth and ego. However, Enlin naturally wouldn't do anything reckless. He turned to a mermaid trainee beside him and said, "Big Brother Jean doesn't have the authority to cancel my individual performance tonight, right?" "Huh." The mermaid was slightly taken aback. However, she instinctively shook her head and replied, "Although Big Brother Jean is very powerful, he still doesn't have the authority to change the decisions of the gold medal tutors. The pretty woman beside Big Brother Jean became extremely impatient, and she said, "What are you standing there for? Don't be so impudent. An underling has to behave like an underling. Perhaps you still don't understand what it means to be taken in by Big Brother Jean, right?" Meanwhile, Jean Feihong was also wearing an expression of impatience. With his status, personally coming over to take Liu Debao as his underling was already giving Liu Debao face. However, why was Liu Debao being so difficult? "Are you finished?" And Lin asked. "What?" Jean Feihong asked. This was the first time that he had spoken. And Lin waved his hands and said, "If you finish speaking, then hurry up and piss off. I don't have time to speak nonsense with you people." The surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned, and Jean Feihong more so grimaced imperceptibly. Heavens! He actually told Big Brother Jean to piss off. Has he gone mad? The trainees and drawcards could never have imagined that Lin would actually dare to talk back to Big Brother Jean. Moreover, he had directly told Big Brother Jean to piss off. One had to realize that Big Brother Jean possessed the highest standing among all of the drawcards. "Liu Debao, are you seeking death?" Jean Feihong's expression instantly darkened, and he continued, "You're telling me to piss off? Have you considered the consequences of your words?" And Lin shot an impatient glance at him and said, "You want to become my big boss? Stop trying to punch above your fucking weight. I might not accept you even if you want to become my grandson. To be honest with you, you're nothing but trash in my eyes. If you want to fight, then I'll accept your challenge. However, if there's nothing else you want to say, then hurry up and piss off. Don't waste my time." And Lin's words were like bolts of divine lightning as they boomed throughout the training room. The trainees and drawcards were all stupefied, and Lin was truly a madman. They had initially thought that he looked like a handsome and graceful gentleman. Now, however, he had become a madman who even dared to abuse Jean Feihong. He was seeking death. Jean Feihong was stunned by the abuse. Meanwhile, his underlings had already started to hurl abuse back at Lin. "Liu Debao, are you fucking seeking death? You actually dare to provoke Big Brother Jean? Do you not understand your current situation? I'm telling you, you're finished. Your entire career as a performer is finished." At this moment, several hot-tempered underlings had already stepped forward, raising their fists to beat Lin. However, they were suddenly stopped by Jean Feihong. "Big Brother Jean, don't stop me. Let me beat him up. This impudent and arrogant brat deserves a beating." Several hot-tempered trainees couldn't help but roar in anger. "Calm down. He's nothing more than a wild dog. There's no need for us to deal with him here." Jean Feihong's dark expression vanished and was instantly replaced by a faint smile. He turned around and said, "Let's go. Tonight is the night of red ink, so there'll be several main drawcards performing. We can deal with these matters after tonight." As he said this, he suddenly shot a meaningful smile at Lin and said, "Hopefully someone won't be so astounded by the main drawcard's outstanding talents that they don't even dare to perform." Big Brother Jean left under everyone's watchful gaze. The trainees and drawcards in the training room had yet to recover from their shock. Big Brother Jean left just like that? Are you stupid? With Big Brother Jin's temper, how can he let Liu Debao off so easily? He's only letting things slide for today because he respects the face of the gold medal tutors. He's waiting for an opportunity. If Liu Debao's performance is a flop tonight, and if the tutors are disappointed, then Big Brother Jean will have 100 methods to force Liu Debao into leaving the Red Ink Tavern. In fact, he can make life a living hell for Liu Debao. Have you forgotten about the miserable fates of those performers who dared to challenge Big Brother Jean? A cold chill shot down their spines when they recalled the miserable fates of those performers. Some of the trainees who had initially planned on getting closer with Lin hurriedly scuttled away, afraid that they would be caught up in Big Brother Jin's retribution. Just like that, Lin no longer needed to waste his time and effort dealing with these trainees. He regained some peace and quiet, and Lin was quite happy about this. After all, he had never wanted to engage in such useless social interactions anyway. In any case, he would become the most popular performer of the Red Ink Tavern after tonight. Thus, he couldn't care less about these trivial matters. As for Jin Feihong's animosity, which so many people feared, this was nothing but a measly joke in his eyes. Jin Feihong was thinking too highly of himself by treating him as an enemy. But what's the Knight of Red Ink that Jin Feihong mentioned? And Lin stroked his chin and muttered. The Knight of Red Ink refers to a night where the Red Ink Tavern hosts large-scale events. During this night, numerous famous and high-ranking people from the 8th region and even surrounding regions will come to spectate the performances. Moreover, at least 3 of the main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern will perform during this night. Can be said that this is a gathering of stars. In fact, it's not an exaggeration to call it a night of stars. An ice-cold voice suddenly traveled over from beside Lin, and Lin turned around to discover an aloof dragon woman in white. He was slightly surprised. Someone still dared to approach him at this moment? The dragon woman wore a calm expression as she glanced at Lin and said, "You've offended Jin Feihong, but things might still be fine if your performance tonight is outstanding. However, if your performance is a flop, then I suggest that you immediately leave this place. The further you flee, the better." This was a piece of sound advice. Although Lin was haughty, he understood that the intentions of the dragon woman were well-meaning. Thus, he naturally replied with a respectful nod, saying, "Thank you." The dragon woman in white humphed softly upon seeing that Lin wasn't anxious in the least. She then wore a proud expression as she left, not bothering to speak to Lin anymore, and Lin chuckled upon seeing this. However, he didn't mind it at all. Instead, he continued to fiddle with all kinds of materials in the corner of the training room. It wasn't long before night set in. The grand performance in the 8th region of the Taichu Holy Land was about to begin. The morning mode within the light barrier started to disappear. A boundless night sky started to descend. There were numerous ancient-styled lanterns hanging on each of the 99 floors of the Red Ink Tavern. Meanwhile, all kinds of different colors and lights flowed out from within the building. This caused the Red Ink Tavern to appear bright and lively, like a dazzling and dreamy tower that was eternally standing in this broken world. The 33rd to 38th floors of the Red Ink Tavern protruded outward in a round yet smooth manner. Within these floors was a massive stage as well as countless seats for the audience. This was a theater that could seat 60,000 people. The Night of Red Ink would be hosted in this theater. At this moment, it was already fully seated and bustling with noise and activity. Numerous renowned figures had already arrived, as had countless hardcore fans. In fact, even the regular customers who came to the Red Ink Tavern to fulfill their carnal desires didn't seek their partners tonight. Instead, they sat in the theater with their necks craned forward in eager anticipation. The Night of Red Ink was the most famous event in the 8th region. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to even obtain a ticket. Those who could enter the theater were mostly members of the upper echelon of the 8th region. Of course, their demeanor was very much the same as the other hardcore fans at this moment. Some of the main drawcards were so charismatic that even the supreme beings were completely enchanted by them. Have you heard? The Red Ink Tavern's Cloud Maiden is also going to perform tonight. Kaya, really? I love listening to her singing. I heard that the god of dance Luan Yang is also going to perform. Good heavens! My Yang Yang is #1 in the world. He's definitely going to top the votes tonight. Some of the fangirls were already squealing in excitement. Most of the audience had come here to witness the performances of the main drawcards. As for the other performers, few people conversed about them. They were like the backdrop that highlighted and accentuated the existence of the main drawcards. Someplace backstage, and Lin was slightly dazed as he gazed at the lively scenes outside. How long had it been since he had last performed on a stage? He remembered that his last performance had been a duet with Su Xiaolin. Do you see? Although you have a chance to perform, that's about it. Just how terrifying are your opponents? Almost everyone in the audience is their hardcore fan. Moreover, more than 3 of the main drawcards will perform tonight. So, are you still confident that you can win votes off their hardcore superfans? Bao was wearing a purple dress as she stood beside Lin and spoke with a voice of elderly authority. "You're that pessimistic toward me?" Lin asked as he turned to gaze at the young woman beside him. The young woman blushed slightly as she glanced at the man's handsome face and profound-looking eyes. Her tone suddenly softened, and she said quietly, I'm confident that you can become a main draw card, but not tonight. Why don't we make a bet?" And Lin said with enthusiasm. "Huh? What bet?" Bao asked after faltering for a moment. "If I become a main draw card tonight, you have to promise to do one thing for me. However, if I don't become a main draw card, I promise I will do one thing for you." "Deal," Bao replied without hesitation. How could she let slip a certain win? In any case, Liu Debao would soon find out just how naive his aspiration was. At this moment, Daphne had already gracefully walked over. "Debao, how are your preparations?" "Everything is well, tutor." A gentle smile spread across Daphne's face, and she continued, "Treat tonight as a practice, and don't stress yourself too much. However, make sure not to embarrass yourself either. After all, the regional leaders of the 8th region, 3rd region, and 6th region are all in the audience." "Leaders from other regions have also come?" Bao exclaimed in surprise. During his conversations with the others, Lin had already learned that the Taichu Holy Land was divided into 10 regions. Each region had a population of roughly several million, and the regional leaders were the paramount rulers of these regions. Moreover, these 10 regions were administered separately, with the beings from one region unable to contact beings from another region. However, the higher-ups of each region were clearly exempt from this restriction. The Taichu Holy Land was shrouded in numerous secrets. Meanwhile, Lin was particularly interested in these regional leaders. The beings of the Taichu Holy Land were trapped inside a light barrier, so it was necessary for them to seek entertainment to improve their mood. Thus, the status of the performers was extremely high. Moreover, it was worthy to note that the members of the audience were also exuding extremely powerful auras. In fact, even random passers-by had a cultivation base at the pinnacle stage of the Tao body stages. As for the higher-ups and draw cards of these regions, their cultivation bases hovered around the spirit nurturing stage and soul formation stage. In fact, there were even quite a few who had reached the return to void stage. Regarding mortal beings who didn't have a cultivation base, not a single one existed here. It was logical to assume that mortal beings without a cultivation base couldn't survive in this world. Shouts of joy suddenly erupted around the theater. At the same time, melodious and mesmerizing music started to reverberate throughout the Red Ink Tavern. A woman slowly descended from the sky onto the center of the stage. Her white dress was as ethereal and pure as a lotus, and the pleasant sound of her singing was aloof yet enchanting as it echoed around the theater. "This is..." And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this the dragon woman in white who had explained the Night of Red Ink to him before? "She's called Su Chan, and she's a famous draw card of our Red Ink Tavern. In terms of talent, she's only slightly behind Jean Feihong. How is it? Are you mesmerized by her singing?" Bao gazed at Lin, and it was as if she wanted to see his air of arrogance and haughtiness being suppressed and extinguished. It sounds fairly good." Lin replied with a leisurely nod. In terms of singing alone, Su Chan was indeed extremely skilled. In fact, she was even more skilled than some of the celestial maiden singers in the heavenly court. She had pretty much reached the same level as the 7 celestial maidens already. However, this still wasn't enough to make her a main draw card. Lin was slightly surprised by this. However, it wasn't enough to make him panic. After all, Lin also had his trump cards. At this moment, on a luxurious stand, a chubby man with large ears and a pair of dragon horns on his head wore a benevolent smile as he turned around and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, son, this Su Chan seems fairly good, doesn't she?" A similarly chubby man with large ears nodded in eagerness. There was a fervent expression in his eyes, and he said, "Father, this dragon woman is splendid. Not only is she beautiful, but her singing is also extremely pleasant. I want to take her as a mistress." I want to take her as a mistress. Very well. I'll have a word with the Red Empress in a moment. The other chubby man with large ears said with a smile. He was the Dragon Emperor, the regional leader of the 6th region. Although the status of performers was high, Su Chan wasn't a main drawcard. Thus, he was confident that the Red Empress wouldn't reject his request. It wasn't long before Su Chan's performance concluded to the sound of rapturous applause. Many beings were cheering and shouting Su Chan's name. It was clear that she was immensely popular, with her popularity already close to that of the main drawcards. This was evident from the fact that the Red Ink Tavern had allowed her to perform first. She soon left the stage. Afterward, 6 beautiful drawcards of the Fox tribe entered the stage to perform a fiery and seductive dance. This performance pushed the atmosphere of the Red Ink Tavern to a climax. After the fiery dance, a drawcard artist entered the stage to illustrate a piece live on stage. This piece of artwork brought the entire Red Ink Tavern into a mysterious environment of mountains and waters. This was a painting that possessed a profound Tao realm. Afterward, there were even 2 fatties who entered the stage to perform a comedy routine. Their jokes were so impressive that even the hard-to-impress Lin couldn't help but grin. And Lin had initially thought that the Red Ink Tavern was nothing more than a high-class brothel. However, this string of performances caused him to realize that he had been wrong. There were indeed sexual services in this place. However, there was also art and talent. Moreover, this was art and talent of a profound level. Could be said that none of the performers or drawcards tonight were pushovers. It looks like my challenge isn't a small one. Just as he was thinking this, wild cheers and deafening squeals suddenly erupted around the theater. In fact, even the 3 regional leaders were wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Luan Yang, Luan Yang, God of Dance Luan Yang. The cheers of the audience converged into a wave that seemingly yearned to collapse the entire Red Ink Tavern. And Lin's expression became serious. He knew that the first main drawcard was about to enter the stage. A column of divine light beamed down on the center of the stage. A man who was suited in a golden armor of scales entered the stage. This was a member of the Snake Spirit clan. This man was sturdily built, and there was also the slender tail of a snake protruding from his back. His eyes were a radiant golden color, and it was as if each of his breaths could elicit the desires of the beings in the audience. Some of his hardcore fans almost fainted from asphyxiation after squealing with too much vigor. This man was none other than the God of Dance Luan Yang, one of the main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern. Everybody, dance with me! Luan Yang shouted with a wave of his arms. The atmosphere instantly became explosive. Dynamic music started to echo around the theater. At the same time, countless beams of light converged on God of Dance Luan Yang's body. God of Dance Luan Yang started to dance. His body was as flexible as a snake, and each of his movements was able to exude a sense of joy that rose from the bottom of one's heart. It was as if he possessed the most flawless body. His dance was a seductive one, an extremely seductive one. This was a seductive dance that could cause all of the 60,000 powerful members of the audience to feel hot and bothered. The spectators, both male and female, were enchanted by this fiery dance. And Lin could maintain his senses. However, he was still astounded by this spectacular performance. Each of Luan Yang's movements displayed a sense of paramount beauty. These were movements that comprehensively released his emotions and influenced the spectators' emotions. He was clearly a snake person, and he was clearly performing a snakeskin dance. However, Lin could sense the intensely unyielding nature of the performer. It was as if he wanted to pour his fiery blood into every corner of the universe, and it was as if he wanted to release all of his feelings of grief and agitation through this dance. God of Dance Luan Yang's snake tail suddenly started to move. An orb of golden light erupted from it, and it was as if a sun of hope were rising into the air. It has appeared. This is God of Dance Luan Yang's signature move, Snake Skin Sun. The spectators squealed in excitement. The golden sun soared through the Red Ink Tavern and illuminated the night sky. The warm glow of the sun caused the spectators to feel refreshed and happy. The millions of beings of the 8th region all turned to gaze at the Red Ink Tavern. Their eyes were filled with a sense of envy and yearning. This is God of Dance Luan Yang's Snakeskin Sunday. The spectators inside the Red Ink Tavern are so fortunate. They're actually able to witness the performance of God of Dance Luan Yang. Sai, let's work harder. If we improve our status, then we'll also have the fortune of witnessing such a supreme performance. Within the Red Ink Tavern, the performance finally came to a conclusion. The deafening sound of applause and cheers almost soared through the heavens. God of Dance Luan Yang exited the stage to the fervent cheers of the audience. Everyone was eager for more. Even Enlin was eager for more. He had witnessed a new realm of dancing. It could be said that God of Dance Luan Yang's dancing skills had already exceeded a stage of perfection. In fact, his skills were even slightly superior to Xu Honglan, the most skillful dancer of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Do you see? Do you understand how naive and laughable your aspiration is? This is only one of the main draw cards of the Red Ink Tavern. Ing Bao finally detected a sense of seriousness and anxiousness in Enlin's expression. Her smile instantly widened, and it was as if she had already won something. I admit that I underestimated my opponents, Enlin said with a nod. He had initially planned on stealing victory with his cooking dance. Now, however, it looked like he needed to do something more. A relatively famous draw card entered the stage after God of Dance Luan Yang's performance. However, even though their performance was good, it still seemed lackluster when compared to the splendid performance of Luan Yang. Thus, the audience's reaction was relatively indifferent. When their performance ended, they were only treated to seemingly symbolic applause. The draw card couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, this was inevitable. Before the skills of the main draw cards, they could only act as temporary entertainment to calm the spectators' fervent emotions. If all went according to plan, Enlin would definitely suffer a fate none too different from this draw card. This was something that the trainees and draw cards were well aware of. However, even so, Enlin's opportunity to perform during the Night of Red Ink was still something that countless performers were incredibly envious and jealous of. Some women of the Red Ink Tavern who relied on selling their bodies or talents to make a living more so started to make eyes at Enlin. It was clear that they were attracted by his potential, and it was clear that they wanted to know him better. Enlin naturally wouldn't pay any attention to their flirtatious gazes. He remained unfazed as he pondered over what to perform tonight. Truth be told, God of Dance Luan Yang had indeed given him a feeling of danger. He would need to obtain more than twice the votes of such a main draw card if he truly wanted to become a main draw card tonight. Moreover, this was taking into account the fact that these main draw cards already had countless hardcore fans. Just how impressive did Enlin's performance need to be? The difficulty of this task was truly immense. No wonder Ing Bao had agreed to the wager without any hesitation. This was clearly a foregone conclusion. Upon seeing Enlin's expression, Daphne mistook it for him being nervous for tonight's performance. Thus, she walked up to him and said in encouragement, "Debeo, don't worry yourself too much. Although there are many spectators and higher-ups, they're all here to witness the performances of the main draw cards. To them, your performance is nothing more than a small appetizer. There's no need to feel so anxious. Just perform as you would normally." Enlin smiled and nodded as he glanced at the beautiful woman before him. "Understood, teacher. I'll definitely perform as I would normally." However, he added an extra sentence in his mind. "I'm definitely not going to act as a small appetizer for them. My aim is to conquer everyone in the audience." At this moment, Sister Hong, the host of the Red Ink Tavern, started to enter the stage. She then introduced the next performer with enthusiasm and vigor. "Next, please welcome the renowned singer, Cloud Maiden. She's going to perform a song about the sea monsters for us." The spectators instantly erupted in excitement again. The 60,000 spectators started to hysterically shout the Cloud Maiden's name. Judging by the atmosphere, this Cloud Maiden was definitely another renowned main draw card. The Cloud Maiden was a beautiful woman with a mermaid tail. She slowly rose onto the middle of the stage on a blue ice lotus. She was beautiful and ethereal, and her movements were elegant and graceful. She slowly opened her dainty red mouth, Yet this was already enough to enchant the minds of countless spectators. Immediately afterward, her dreamy and colorful singing started to flow through the theater. This was a song of the sea monsters. It was ethereal and enchanting. In fact, this song created a mystical Tao realm that could seemingly bring one into an indescribable world. This was a mysterious world of the sea. Within this boundless sea, only a stunningly beautiful mermaid existed. A mermaid that was singing a song about her home. This was a beautiful and heavenly melody. The Cloud Maiden's voice was more so filled with a sense of sadness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Tears glistened in the eyes of numerous spectators. The song gradually came to an end. However, the entire theater remained silent. After a moment, thunderous applause boomed through the heavens. Incredible! The Cloud Maiden's singing is still as tear-jerking as always. Woo! It's already been 100 years since I last shed tears. However, the Cloud Maiden has truly won a lot of tears from me today. In terms of singing, the Cloud Maiden is definitely number one in the Red Ink Tavern. Words of praise continued to flow thick and fast. Upon seeing the Cloud Maiden exiting the stage, some of the spectators even shouted for her to stay for a moment longer. However, the Cloud Maiden was like an ethereal celestial maiden of the clouds who didn't concern herself with mortal matters. She was only responsible for singing, and she didn't even say a single additional word. She left just like that. However, the spectators weren't displeased by her aloof and apathetic display in the least. Instead, they entered another climax, shouting the Cloud Maiden's name even louder. And Lin was quite surprised by this. The main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern were indeed profoundly talented. The Night of Red Ink was the most magnificent concert of the Red Ink Tavern. However, this wasn't an ordinary concert. Here, and Lin witnessed the essence of the ancient Taichu realm's art and culture. This wasn't a common or basic concert. Quite the contrary, in fact. In Lin's eyes, this was more like the swan song of the ancient Taichu realm. The cultivation base of everyone present, from the spectators to the performers, was extremely high and profound. In fact, there were a whopping several hundred return to void stage cultivators present. Moreover, the main drawcards like the Cloud Maiden had already reached the Tao integration stage. What did this signify? This signified that they were the elites of the ancient Taichu realm. After being forced into a dead end, they managed to survive in this world through a particular form of existence. In their eyes, there was already no hope. Thus, they placed all of their time and effort into arts and performances. It was also because of this that Lin was so astounded by the performances that he had witnessed. Why were their performances so profound and impressive? They only had a talent pool of several million people to pick from, yet the quality of their performances was still so much higher than what Lin had witnessed in the Taichu continent. One had to realize that the Taichu continent had a population that numbered in the hundreds of billions. This was the essence of the ancient Taichu continent's art and culture. This was the essence of a continent that had once been the center of the universe. The main drawcards continued to perform one after another. Their performances came in all forms and styles. Some trained adorable little immortal beasts. Some impersonated the unique behaviors of the various large tribes. Some emotionally displayed the beauty of their bodies. And some even used their voices to mimic an intent realm. Next, please welcome the Red Ink Tavern's Wuxia. Deafening cheers and squeals of excitement instantly erupted throughout the Red Ink Tavern. These were earth-shattering cheers and squeals. Even the higher-ups who had remained calm and composed this entire time couldn't help but stand up or fervently applaud. This enthusiastic? And Lin was stunned by the wild scenes before him. Even Sister Wuxia is performing tonight? Ying Bao was also wearing an expression of astonishment as she covered her dainty mouth with her hands. Is Wuxia really talented? And Lin asked in curiosity. He had glanced at the list of main drawcards before, so he knew that Wuxia was also one of the main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern. However, this was already the limit of his knowledge. After all, he had only just joined the Red Ink Tavern. You're 100,000,000% going to lose your bet with me, Ying Bao said with a smile as she looked at Lin. How should I say this? Wuxia is incredibly lazy, and she only performs once every 1 or 2 years. However, her popularity always remains in the top 3 among all of the main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern. Do you understand what this means? And Lin's heart shuddered slightly. An artist who barely performed yet still enjoyed immense popularity. He naturally understood what this signified. The spectators continued to cheer in excitement. Meanwhile, a woman in an elegant Taoist robe appeared at the center of the stage. Her beauty wasn't otherworldly, yet upon closer inspection, one would feel that her natural beauty was stunning and mesmerizing. She wore a gentle and tranquil expression as she quietly stood on the stage, illuminated by the numerous beams of spotlights. Long time no see, everyone. Wuxia smiled at the spectators. The spectators instantly felt as if their hearts had skipped a beat. Damn it! This is the feeling of attraction. A pig demon kicked aside the sow that was hugging him and spread his hooves wide apart as he shouted, "I love you," at Wuxia. "Father, I want her. I want to take her as my mistress." A chubby man with a pair of dragon horns shouted as he frantically tugged at the Dragon Emperor's sleeves. There was an expression of fervent excitement on his face. However, the Dragon Emperor instantly slapped his hands away upon hearing this. There was anger in his voice as he shouted, "Stop trying to punch above your fucking weight. What's her standing? Will she be attracted to you? But I'm attracted to her. Didn't you say that I don't need to worry about what others think? Isn't the most important thing what I think?" The chubby man with a pair of dragon horns said in an upset voice, "That depends on the other person's standing. Don't raise this matter again," the Dragon Emperor said firmly. The theater became especially lively and boisterous. However, Wuxia maintained her gentle smile, and it was as if she were accustomed to this kind of atmosphere already. She retrieved a calligraphy brush that was as long as her forearm from her spatial ring. She then wielded this calligraphy brush as if she were wielding a spear, with each smooth movement capable of drawing a flawless and refreshing arc into the void. I've pondered over this word for a long time. Now, I'll offer this word to everyone. Wuxia used the calligraphy brush to tap at the sky. The darkness in the sky obediently transformed into ink that gathered on the white brush tip. The calligraphy brush then started to dance through the void, leaving strokes of flawless ink in the air. The night sky was her ink, and heaven and earth was her paper. Wuxia allowed Lin to witness the true meaning of dragons and snakes flowing from one's brush. Wuxia continued to move around as she wrote, causing her snow-white Taoist robe to perfectly intertwine with the dark ink in the air. This was like a picture of light and darkness, yet it was also like a picture of harmonious coexistence between a plethora of different life forms. Beautiful. Far too beautiful. And Lin praised this work from the bottom of his heart. This was the level of transcendent calligraphy. Heaven and earth changed color when Wuxia finished writing her word. This was a perfect character that was composed of countless flawless strokes of ink. And Lin didn't know what this word was. The 60,000 spectators didn't know what this word was either. At this moment, however, Lin could see countless thoughts and intent realms. He could also see the beautiful figure who was the dearest to his heart, as well as an image of her silently standing under the bright moon. This was a beautiful and intoxicating image, yet it was also an image that was seemingly unreachable. The moon dims or shines. People have life and death. One word was one story. One word was also one epoch. The word in the void gradually vanished. Everyone slowly exited the intent realm of the word. By the time they came to their senses, the beautiful figure in their minds had already disappeared to someplace unknown. Wuxia had also vanished from the stage already. Some people applauded, while others continued to ruminate on their experience. And Lin finally understood why Wuxia was so popular. She represented the pinnacle level of calligraphy. Watching her write was truly a kind of enjoyment. Moreover, this wasn't a temporary and superficial enjoyment. Rather, this was an enjoyment that would leave an endless aftertaste that one could ruminate over. After seeing Wuxia's performance, Lin felt that he needed to add even more aspects to his performance. Holy shit, such immense pressure. After the spectators finally came to their senses. Next, Please welcome Jin Feihong to perform the true martial Dao. Sister Hong's impassioned and enthusiastic voice started to reverberate around the theater again. And Lin's expression faltered. Jin Feihong was going to perform now? Jin Feihong strode onto the stage to the sound of loud cheers. His expression was as if he were ready to risk everything and give it his all. However, there was also a hint of smugness under his expression of anxiousness. In fact, there was even a hint of unconcealable haughtiness in his eyes as he casually cast a glance at Lin. Jin Feihong performed the beauty of the martial Dao. In all fairness, his performance was quite a good one. However, it appeared as ordinary as could be when compared to the previous performance by Wuxia. In fact, some of the spectators didn't even watch his performance. Instead, they continued to ruminate over the word that Wuxia had written. What was Jin Feihong feeling proud about? In reality, Lin understood his feelings. The performers scheduled after Wuxia would definitely feel enormous pressure, regardless of who they were. In fact, even the supremely talented main drawcards didn't want to be scheduled after Wuxia. After all, wouldn't this make them appear inferior? Even if their talents were indeed inferior. However, it wouldn't be right to make it so obvious. Would it? Not a single main drawcard wanted to perform immediately after Wuxia. As for the drawcards, their skills were far inferior to the main drawcards. Thus, even though their performances were decent, they seemed like nothing more than trash when compared to Wuxia's profound performance. This was analogous to being fed a spoonful of shit after being fed a spoonful of fragrant rice. No one would like this feeling. However, it was in such a situation that Jin Feihong proved his worth. Although he wasn't a main drawcard, his performance was still impressive enough to act as a smooth transition for the spectators. He was the stepladder for Wuxia. However, this role of stepladder couldn't be fulfilled by any random person. In fact, only the most talented drawcard could assume this role of the stepladder. Thus, Jin Feihong felt extremely proud and smug. Jin Feihong exited the stage to the sound of cheers and applause. There was still an unconcealable hint of pride and smugness on his face. It was indeed a great honor to act as Wuxia's stepladder before an audience of 60,000 people. At least this was what Jin Feihong thought. Jin Feihong returned to the backstage. Here, he saw Lin, who was still waiting for his turn to perform. He walked toward Lin, smiling at him as if they were old friends. There was no hint of anger on Jin Feihong's face. Yet his eyes were filled with a sense of disdain and contempt as he peered at Lin. It was as if Lin were nothing more than an insignificant ant in his eyes. Did you see? Do you understand the insurmountable gulf between you and me? Trainee, don't think that you're talented or skilled just because you can perform tonight. You're merely here to make up the numbers. If you performed after Wuxia, perhaps the spectators would have viewed you as a pile of shit? Jin Feihong wore a dazzling smile as he gazed at Lin's solemn expression. He knew that it was his strength that was causing Lin to feel terror. Thus, Lin could only cope by wearing such an expression. Jin Feihong loved to watch those who had offended him slowly descending into an abyss of despair. He loved to see them crumbling under his overwhelming power or eventually kneeling down to beg for forgiveness. Jin Feihong derived immense pleasure from the pain and despair of others. Jin Feihong, don't take things too far. Brother Debao is a trainee who's been acknowledged by the gold medal tutors. What right do you have to scold him? Bao suddenly stood up and glowered at Jin Feihong. Jin Feihong narrowed his eyes as he looked at her, saying, "Heh, trainee, you've already fallen to a stage of being defended by little girls? I hope you can perform well tonight. It doesn't matter if you obtain the least votes out of the performers, as long as you aren't booed off the stage by the audience." Jin Feihong's grin widened when he saw the expression of unconcealable anxiousness on Lin's face. It was as if he were looking at a trembling and defenseless lamb for slaughter. He turned around and left. He still had heaps of time to toy around with Lin in the future. Tonight was nothing more than a prelude. Tonight was nothing more than the beginning of Lu Debao's nightmare. And Lin remained silent from beginning to end. It wasn't that he couldn't retort Jin Feihong, but rather that he was still considering what to do for his performance. His expression of anxiety was indeed real. However, he wasn't anxious about being booed off the stage by the audience. Rather, he was anxious about how to obtain more than twice the votes of Wuxia. Another drawcard performed after Jin Feihong, and their performance further lowered the expectations of the spectators. At this moment, Sister Hong entered the stage again. She smiled as she introduced the next performance. Next, please welcome the trainee Liu Debao to perform his cooking dance. The spectators were dumbfounded upon hearing this. I'm not hearing wrong, am I? Cooking dance. Cooking can be choreographed into a dance? Is this a new comedy routine? Heh. Even the Red Ink Tavern has stooped to such a basic level? Trainee Liu Debao? Even trainees can perform during this kind of grand event now? Perhaps the Red Ink Tavern has extremely high hopes for this newbie. Some of the spectators questioned this decision, while others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Gu Qiu's performance had already caused them to become numb to the ensuing performances. However, they couldn't help but look toward the stage at this moment. Of course, these gazes weren't friendly or eager. After all, this was only a trainee. Not a main drawcard, but a trainee. Perhaps this was the only trainee who could perform during the night of Red Ink, right? The spectators wanted to see what kind of clown dared to infiltrate this magnificent event. The other trainees and drawcards also turned their gazes toward the center of the stage. Jin Feihong was also watching on with a faint smile on his face. He was waiting for Enlin to embarrass himself. A man in white entered the stage with a black frying pan in one of his hands. He then struck a strange yet handsome cooking pose with his frying pan and spatula. PFFF, what kind of style is this? Is this really a comedy routine? Actually, I think his pose is fairly cool. Also, this Liu Debao appears quite handsome, especially if you look at him intently. A spectator discovered some attractive elements, yet he still viewed this as nothing more than a comedy routine. You can do it, brother Debao. Ing Bao cheered and Lin on from the backstage. Compared to the enthusiastic applause and cheers that the other drawcards and main drawcards had received, and Lin's entrance was only met with perfunctory applause as well as chuckles from the bottom of the spectators' hearts. This was inevitable. After all, his appearance was far too peculiar. And Lin started to greet the audience. Hi, everyone. I'm Liu Debao, a new trainee. My special talents include cooking, dancing, and showing off my handsomeness. Next, let me perform a unique dance for everyone. Music started to play as Enlin finished speaking. Immediately afterward, he started to wield his spatula like a saber and his black frying pan like ink. These movements exuded a sense of indescribable beauty that caused the smiles of the spectators to freeze on their faces. This dance. How is this possible? Jin Feihong's eyes also widened in shock. There was a look of disbelief on his face. The movements of the spatula and frying pan make it seem as if he's reversing heaven and earth. Moreover, there's a profound Tao intent that makes it seem as if the frying pan can hold the entire heaven and earth and manipulate it as it pleases. Countless people were stunned by what they saw, including Ing Bao. Even the gold medal tutors were deeply astonished by the scenes before them. And Lin hadn't used a spatula when performing for them. Moreover, his movements had become even more profound and more harmonious with the great Tao. In fact, this was a dance that had already exceeded their understanding. The Dragon Emperor was completely dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the Spirit Emperor, a being who looked like a gray and gloomy child, directly floated into the air upon seeing this dance. The Red Empress, the regional leader of the 8th region and a woman in a red feather dress, also stood up. There was a bright glimmer in her eyes as she said, "My Red Ink Tavern actually has such a talent?" Even the regional leaders were this astonished, so one could imagine just how deeply astonished the other spectators were. Just then, they had still been dismissive and uncaring about Enlin's performance. Now, however, they were so shocked that they couldn't even utter a single word. They could only watch on in astonishment and experience the natural beauty of the dance. It was as if the heavenly Tao were adhering to reason, making everything appear so engrossing and comforting. This person is the trainee Liu Debao? The Cloud Maiden was in a slight trance as she stood in her personal loge and gazed at the man on the stage. What a terrifying opponent. My dance is being challenged. The god of dance Luan Yang also gasped in astonishment in another personal loge. Meanwhile, Guqiu also opened the small window in her personal loge to watch the man who was dancing with his spatula and his black frying pan. She remained silent as she watched him with her bright and gentle eyes. The three main drawcards were all watching Enlin's performance. This was an honor that even Jin Feihong hadn't enjoyed just then. In terms of skill and harmony with the Great Tao, Enlin's cooking dance could already rival the dance of main drawcards. If one watched this dance for too long, they would even feel their stomach growling in hunger. Enlin was gambling his title of chef god of the heavenly court in this performance. Just when the spectators thought that his performance was over, Enlin suddenly retrieved a chicken from his storage ring. The 60,000 spectators were momentarily dumbfounded. Why was Lu Debao suddenly retrieving a chicken? Moreover, this chicken was so large. It measured over a dozen meters from head to tail, and it was clear that this was some kind of mutant beast. The feathers of the chicken disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the chicken was also cut into tens of thousands of pieces by the spatula. Dynamic and melodious music started to play. Billy Billy by Libella. Billy Billy by Libella. The chicken meat started to fall into the frying pan. A holy flame then burst into life under the frying pan. Afterward, the chicken meat was tossed into the air immediately after making contact with the frying pan. After a moment, it then fell down onto the scorching surface of the frying pan again. It was clearly a chicken that had measured over a dozen meters from head to tail, and it was clearly an ordinary frying pan in Enlin's hands. Even so, Enlin's movements were like flowing water as he started to cook the chicken before the spectators. Chicken meat and seasoning started to dance in the air. Meanwhile, the spatula and frying pan also drew beautiful curves in the void. Enlin's movements were completely in sync with the dynamic music that echoed around the theater. This was an unforgettable cooking dance that would be seared into the spectators' minds forever. Whenever they yearned for delicacies, that peculiar man in white would always appear in their minds, regardless of how long time had passed. Accompanying this recollection would be a catchy melody that echoed in their minds. Billy Billy by Libella. Rhythmic music continued to echo around the theater. Soon after, an incredible fragrance also started to waft from the stage. This was a fragrance that the spectators would never forget. It was impossible to describe just how enticing this fragrance was. This fragrance, this chicken. So, this chicken really is too fragrant. Woo, this fragrance. I can't endure it. I can't endure it anymore. Roar. A man from the tiger tribe roared as he lunged toward the stage. However, a beam of red light instantly struck his body and froze him to the spot. Please don't disturb the performance, the Red Empress said. However, the Red Empress also couldn't help but gulp as she gazed at Enlin's frying pan. In fact, she even licked her dainty red lips in anticipation. This is such a supreme delicacy. No matter what, a stinky tiger like you can't be the first one to taste it. Enlin continued his cooking dance. The fragrance of the chicken and the movements of his dancing combined to form a scene that the spectators had never witnessed before. This was a scene that enchanted them and made them feel the urge to charge over and lunge at the frying pan. As it turns out, the cooking dance can even be performed like this? Treasure. This is definitely a treasure. Heavens! He actually had a hidden trump card. The gold medal tutors were completely stunned. Sister Hong also couldn't help but murmur, "What kind of immortal did I bring back?" Meanwhile, Jin Feihong had already been rendered speechless. His mind was completely blank as he stupidly stared at the dancing Enlin. His stomach growled meekly. Enlin's dance had already stunned everyone in the theater. However, was this the end? The corners of Enlin's mouth curled up into a smile. His true trump card was only just about to appear. He was gambling his reputation as a chef, and he was gambling his title of chef god of the heavenly court. Enlin furiously swung his frying pan toward the spectators in a full circle. Like a shower of golden light, the fragrant pieces of chicken started to fly toward each of the 60,000 spectators. These pieces of chicken arrived before each of them without error. Even the main draw cards were given a piece of chicken. In fact, even Jin Feihong was given one. Everyone faltered for a moment. What was going on? There was even free food after this performance? This chicken was a byproduct of the performance, so was it truly edible? However, and Lin gave them a reassuring smile at this moment. This was the final straw that pushed their appetite to the extreme. In reality, they had been itching to try this fragrant chicken for a long time. However, they hadn't imagined that they would actually have the opportunity to eat this fragrant chicken. Jin Feihong truly wanted to slap the piece of chicken before him aside. However, his body didn't allow him to do this. Moreover, there was still a sense of hope in his mind. What if Lu Debao's chicken is super disgusting? If this chicken is fragrant in appearance but disgusting in reality, then it'll be useless regardless of how impressive your dance is. It'll definitely be a huge embarrassment, and you'll definitely be scolded as all show but no substance by the spectators. It was with this thought in mind that Jin Feihong gobbled up the piece of chicken before him. However, his body suddenly started to tremble. 2 streaks of tears flowed down his face. I've lost. I've completely lost. This chicken is so tear-jerkingly good. The spectators could barely control themselves as they stuffed the pieces of chicken into their mouths. Their expressions then became identical to that of Jin Feihong's. They had never eaten such delicious chicken before. Such delicious chicken actually exists in this world. Woo, this taste. It reminds me of the chicken from my hometown when the world still hadn't been destroyed yet. This is the taste of my mom's cooking. The combination of cooking and dancing. This is the birth of a new art. The spectators sobbed as they ate the chicken. The son of the dragon emperor more so sounded like a pig as he ate. In fact, he even started to shout for his father to take Lu Debao in. If he couldn't take him as a mistress, then he still needed to make him the personal chef of the regional leader. He wanted to enjoy these delicacies forever. The 3 regional leaders were also intoxicated by the chicken. They stared at Enlin as if he were a treasure, and no one knew what was running through their minds. His dancing was so good, and his cooking is also this delicious. God of Dance Luan Yang was feeling both satisfied and disappointed. I've lost. I've lost. Xiao Wu, hurry. Gather all of Lu Debao's information for me. There was a sparkle in the Cloud Maiden's eyes as she gazed at the man on the stage. His performance had fully piqued her interest. The mermaid maid beside her was still licking the sauce off her fingers. However, she immediately nodded and replied, Understood, master. She would have gathered Lu Debao's information even if the Cloud Maiden hadn't ordered her to. Gu Qiu still remained silent. However, she had already eaten the piece of chicken. Moreover, her eyes were locked onto Enlin's body, with many thoughts running through her mind. Few beings in this world could pique her interest. However, Enlin could be regarded as one of them. Only because you're too fragrant. Balabalabala. The music and singing stopped. Enlin's performance finally came to an end. The theater fell silent for a moment. However, earth-shattering cheers and applause soon erupted throughout the theater. Lu Debao. Lu Debao. Lu Debao. Debao, I need to apologize to you. I shouldn't have jeered at you just then. Debao, I love you. I love your cooking. The spectators were all extremely sincere as they offered their applause and cheers. In fact, they were even about to offer their knees. This was the culture of the spectators of the Red Ink Tavern. Enlin's performance had astonished the spectators, so it was only natural that the spectators honored him with deafening cheers and squeals. In fact, the magnificent volume of their cheers had even surpassed that of what they had given the other few main draw cards. Indeed, almost everyone in the Red Ink Tavern had been conquered by Enlin's cooking dance. Enlin happily left the stage under the deafening cheers and shouts of yearning. The 60,000 spectators reluctantly watched Enlin leave the stage. They all wanted Enlin to perform an encore. After all, his performance could bring them immense joy. Not only was his performance appealing, but they could even enjoy some delicacies. Who else could bring them this joy? The gold medal tutors all had a hunch. That was This cooking dance would definitely become a signature performance of the Red Ink Tavern and even the entire 8th region. This cooking dance was bound to become famous throughout the entire Tai Chu Holy Land. Next, please welcome Jean Linger to perform the 9-colored phoenix bells. Sister Hong's mellow and enthusiastic voice echoed around the theater. The spectators started to cheer and applaud. However, their cheers and applause sounded especially polite and perfunctory. In fact, some of the spectators were still smacking their lips as they savored the aftertaste of the chicken. One had to realize that Jean Linger was a main drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern. Seriously, that Lu DeBeo is so detestable. A young woman in a golden dress gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, causing the bells on her body to ring with a pleasant melody. You made your performance so flawless, so how do you want me to perform? Her mind was filled with grief, yet she still had to force a smile onto her face as she entered the stage. It was at this moment that she heard the extremely perfunctory cheers and applause. This caused Jean Linger to feel even more aggrieved. She had performed so many times, so she could easily discern what kind of cheers and applause were sincere and what kinds of cheers and applause were perfunctory. This time, it could be said that she was facing the most perfunctory welcome in her career. Idiot DeBeo. Stinky DeBeo. Just wait until after I finish my performance. Dear audience, long time no see. Linger has truly missed everyone. Jean Linger's pure and beautiful smile finally caused the spectators to become more enthusiastic. The main drawcard began her performance. The 9-colored phoenix bells was composed of 9 different types of bells. The combination of them could be used to compose a flawless piece. Jean Linger's performance was brilliant, yet the spectators were still savoring the aftertaste of the unbelievably fragrant chicken. Jean Linger was facing a mental breakdown as she delivered the most unforgettable performance of her life. At this moment in the backstage, a crowd of trainees and drawcards had already gathered around Lin to congratulate him. At the same time, they did everything they could to become closer to him. Their behavior was the complete opposite of the coldness and evasiveness that they had shown before. After all, it was evident that Lin's future would definitely be brighter than that of Jean Feihong's. Thus, it was a no-brainer who they should improve their relationship with. Ing Bao Morso ran over and grabbed onto Lin's arm, not willing to let go. Brother DeBeo, do you need a stepsister? Can I become your stepsister? If that's not possible, then I can even become your stepdaughter. You simply need to take care of my meals. The young woman wore a pitiful expression as she fervently gazed at Lin. Lin was speechless upon seeing this. As for Jean Feihong, he had already fled in panic and embarrassment. Heavens knew what corner he was hiding in. If he stayed, he would have simply been inviting criticism and humiliation. He had wanted to take Lin as an underling, and he had even said that Lin was impudent and arrogant. Now, however, he was the one who seemed impudent and arrogant. No wonder Lin had completely ignored his taunts just then. Thinking back, he must have appeared like a clown in Lin's eyes. In fact, even the other trainees and drawcards had a hint of unconcealable mocking and ridicule in their eyes as they gazed at him. These gazes were like scorching flames that continued to torture and humiliate him. He was unable to endure this, so he directly fled to some faraway corner. As for Jean Feihong's underlings, they were all feeling a sense of utter shame and embarrassment. However, Lin couldn't be bothered kicking an enemy who was already down. In any case, he had never taken them seriously anyway. The gold medal tutors walked over to congratulate him. Good one, DeBeo. So you are actually this talented. I thought you had already given it your all during the examination. Who knew that you had a few hidden trump cards? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This old man has lived for so long, yet I've never witnessed such a performance. The youths are impressive. The youths are truly impressive. The gold medal tutors all heaped immense praise on Lin. DeBeo, if you hone your performance a bit more and accumulate some fans, then you'll definitely become a new main drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern within a year, Daphne said in delight. Lin smiled and replied, 1 year is too long. I'm only competing for the present. Oh yes, 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 Daphne said with a nod. However, she suddenly faltered, and even her wings perked up in fright. Hang on. What did you say? I'm going to become a main draw card tonight, and Lin said sincerely. Gasp. The tutors drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and Lin's performance had indeed been spectacular. However, his tone was far too confident. The prerequisite to becoming a main draw card is to obtain twice the votes of the highest scoring main draw card. We have to admit that your performance was able to exceed the level of ordinary performances of the main draw cards. If only Jean Linger had performed tonight, then you would have had a sliver of hope. However, even Gu Qiu performed tonight. In terms of artistic ability, you were at most only able to match Gu Qiu. It's impossible. Daphne gave her professional opinion. Logic and reason told her that it was simply impossible for Lin to become a main draw card tonight. You're correct. Based on artistic ability alone, there's no way I can obtain twice the votes of Gu Qiu. And Lin didn't refute the tutor's opinion. However, it's not the tutors who are voting, but rather the spectators who are voting. The spectators are relatively blind to such matters. Gu Qiu's fans are extremely terrifying, an elder said. If the audiences are blind to these matters, then won't it be even worse for you? And Lin suddenly smiled. There was a profound look in his eyes as he said, not necessarily. Such blindness might sometimes cause one to perform an action that's in disagreement with their long-accumulated emotions. This depends on how much they are affected. The night of red ink gradually came to an end. A performance by Ice Wolf, a main draw card, drew the curtains on what was an unforgettable night. Of the 26 performances tonight, a whopping 5 of them had been performed by the main draw cards of the Red Ink Tavern. It could be said that this night of red ink had been the most magnificent night of recent years. Right now, it was time for the tens of thousands of spectators to cast their votes. Sister Hong and an elegant man from the True Demon tribe returned to the stage. They were the hosts for tonight. All right, it's time for the all-important voting again. Each member of the audience has one vote, of which they can give to their favorite performer of the night. The performer who receives the most votes will become the flower owner of tonight, and they'll become the most dazzling star of the Red Ink Tavern. A pink card instantly materialized before each member of the audience. On this card were the portraits of the 26 performers of tonight. The spectators could draw a love heart next to the performer who they enjoyed the most. Of course, they could only draw one love heart. Moreover, everyone only had one vote, regardless of whether they were a regional leader or an ordinary spectator. The voting process was absolutely fair. The time limit for voting is 1 minute, starting from now. Sister Hong announced the rules for voting. Meanwhile, the spectators all turned their gazes to the pink cards in their hands. Who should I vote for? The 60,000 spectators all fell deep into thought. Jean Feihong, who was still hiding in some corner, also felt a sliver of anticipation. He was still hopeful of competing against Lin. Although Lin's performance had been better than his, Lin didn't have a single fan at all. He had an advantage in fans, so he should beat Lin without a problem, right? If he obtained more votes than Lin tonight, then this would at least give him some confidence when he returned to the training room later. The voting began. Some hardcore superfans cast their votes without hesitation. However, how many of the 60,000 spectators were hardcore superfans? Indeed, most of them had several favorite main draw cards. After all, each of the main draw cards was supremely talented and able. Thus, it was almost impossible to only like one main draw card. There was only 1 minute to vote, so the spectators didn't have any time to discuss their choices. They could only ponder for a short moment before making their final decisions. Even so, it was evident that the main draw cards of the Red Ink Tavern would be the top vote-getters. Goddess Gu Qiu's new character was simply stunning and unparalleled. I'm definitely voting for her. I loved God of Dance Luan Yang's performance. I'm going to vote for Brother Luan Yang. The Cloud Maiden's singing was my favorite. Jean Linger's 9-colored phoenix bells were incredibly pleasant to the ears. The Ice Wolf's ice sculpture was a true piece of art. Apart from praising these main draw cards, another figure involuntarily rose into the minds of the audience. Chicken, you're too fragrant. Although the main draw cards were brilliant, I still can't forget that mouthful of chicken. The cooking dance pleased both my eyes and my mouth. I can't help but feel impressed by it. Meanwhile, some of the fandoms had already started to shout for more votes. Vote for Jean Linger. Vote for Jean Linger. Vote for Jean Linger. Vote for Goddess Guqiu. Vote for Jean Feihong. A leader of Jean Feihong's fandom shouted loudly. However, he immediately cast his vote for that man who held a frying pan after shouting this. In any case, Jean Feihong had so many fans, so what difference would his one vote make? This was Liu Debao's maiden performance, so how could they let him receive too few votes? What if this affected his confidence and destroyed his motivation to perform his cooking dance? That would be a loss for the entire Red Ink Tavern and even the entire Taichu Holy Land. The leader of Jean Feihong's fandom felt like he should give a vote of encouragement to Liu Debao. After all, he still wanted to enjoy Liu Debao's next performance, and he still wanted to taste Liu Debao's cooking. However, what the leader of Jean Feihong's fandom didn't know was many other spectators were also thinking the exact same thing as him. Many other spectators. Far more spectators than he could imagine. Why? Because everyone thought that Liu Debao wouldn't receive many votes. After all, he didn't have a fan base. However, Liu Debao's performance had been far too amazing. Chicken, you're too fragrant. He deserved to have fans. Before Liu Debao developed a fan base, they would temporarily act as his fans and give him their vote of encouragement. This was an act of respect to his cooking dance. And this was an act of respect to Chicken, you're too fragrant. Numerous fans of the draw cards, and even some fans of the main draw cards, started to secretly cast their votes for Liu Debao. They didn't shout his name, but they had already cast their votes for him. They secretly cast their votes for their favorite performance of the night. Sitting in some hidden corner, Jean Feihong felt a sense of gratification and satisfaction as he listened to his hardcore fans loudly shouting his name. He was still fairly popular. Do you see, Liu Debao? This is the power of a fan base. I have a group of hardcore and loyal fans. What do you have? A victorious smile spread across his face as he listened to the few voices that were shouting Liu Debao's name. Even so, he didn't know what he was competing for anyway. However, this didn't stop him from feeling delighted. 1 minute quickly passed. Sister Hong and the other host entered the stage again. At the same time, a giant screen materialized in the center of the stage, ready to display the final results of the votes. Voting has concluded. Now, it's finally time to announce the results of the votes. Who's going to become the flower owner tonight? As always, we'll announce the top 10 vote-getters of the night. Let us see. Who came in at 10th place? As the host said this, the image of an elder from the Stone Tribe appeared on the giant screen. Under his image was the number of votes that he had received, 1,072. In 10th place is the artist Mao Bushing. He received a total of 1,072 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong smiled as she congratulated Mao Bushing. The spectators also applauded in congratulations. A rock golem walked onto the stage and bowed toward the spectators to express his gratitude. Immediately afterward, Hua Xiaomi, the performer who had won the 9th place with a total of 1,200 votes, also happily entered the stage. These results were all well within the spectators' expectations. Why hasn't Liu Debao appeared yet? Perhaps Liu Debao didn't make the top 10? Some of the spectators started to feel disappointed and sympathetic. In fact, some of them even started to regret not shouting Liu Debao's name during the voting process. After all, he was clearly a skilled performer. Would Liu Debao feel broken-hearted about this? Would he stop cooking because of this? Some of the spectators started to feel even more agonized upon thinking of this. Only Jean Feihong was feeling absolutely euphoric. Brilliant! Debao, you didn't even make the top 10. So let's see how you'll show off. How refreshing. Immediately afterward, Jean Feihong's image appeared on the giant screen. In 8th place is the martial artist, Jean Feihong. He received a total of 1,282 votes. Congratulations! Hiding in his corner, Jean Feihong was slightly taken aback. What? Only eighth. One had to realize that he was the most skilled performer under the main draw cards. Moreover, there were only 5 main draw cards present, so he should have come in at the 6th place, shouldn't he? How was he only the 8th place? Even though he was feeling stupefied and shocked, Jin Feihong still had to force a smile onto his face and pretend to be delighted as he entered the stage to thank the audience. At the same time, there was a sense of bewilderment in his mind. He was fairly certain that there were more than 1,282 of his hardcore fans present. In 7th place is the Taoist He Xian. He received a total of 1,373 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong continued to announce the top vote-getters. A giant turtle ambled onto the stage to the cheers and applause of the audience. It then cheerfully turned to the spectators and nodded in acknowledgement. Jin Feihong came to a sudden realization. He Xian's performance had indeed been fairly spectacular. Thus, it was understandable that He Xian had received more votes than him. However, He Xian was still only 7th. There were 5 main draw cards, yet there were 6 positions remaining. Perhaps another draw card had performed better than He Xian? Right at this moment, the image of a petite and adorable young woman in a golden dress appeared on the giant screen. This was none other than Jean Linger, a main draw card. She came in at 6th place with a total of 3,698 votes. Silence. Deathly silence. Even Sister Hong didn't immediately announce the result. She was just as dumbfounded as everyone else. What in the world was going on? 6th place didn't go to a draw card, but actually to a main draw card? This meant that a draw card had received more votes than a main draw card. This was an earth-shattering event. However, none of the draw cards' performances could surpass the performances of the main draw cards. Hang on. There was one person who could pull this off. The spectators all came to a sudden realization. There was a trainee who could pull this off. This was a trainee who was neither a main draw card nor an ordinary draw card. Liu Debao. It was definitely Liu Debao. Standing in the backstage, Jean Linger almost fainted upon seeing this result. Liu Debao, you've ruined my youth. You've ruined my career as a main draw card. The young woman's eyes were red with grief. She was the first main draw card who had received fewer votes than a trainee. This was destined to be an eternal stain on her career. In 6th place is the main draw card musician, Jean Linger. She received a total of 3,698 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong felt as awkward as could be as she said this congratulation. However, Jean Linger still appeared full of energy and vigor as she jogged onto the stage. In fact, she even wore a pure and adorable smile as she thanked the spectators for their support. She could swear that this was the most difficult performance in her entire life. She was experiencing a mental breakdown, and she truly wanted to cry. However, she still had to force a smile onto her face. So what could she do? The most astonished person was Jin Feihong. Jin Feihong had only just started to feel more at ease. Yet this sight was like a saber that pierced through his heart. How is this possible? How could Liu Debao have received more votes than a main draw card? How is this possible? Meanwhile, the spectators were all sighing with emotion. Liu Debao's performance had indeed been better than Jean Linger's. Thus, it was only right that he won 5th place. The spectators could accept this result. This was worthy of the secret votes that they had cast. However, when they came to their senses and realized that this trainee had received more votes than a main draw card, they suddenly started to feel slightly sympathetic and sorry for Jean Linger, who was still smiling on the stage. Who knew what Jean Linger was thinking? Sister Hong also sighed with emotion in her mind. She hadn't imagined that this little brother who she had dragged over from the streets would actually shine so brightly. After tonight, Liu Debao's name was destined to spread throughout the entire 8th region. You did it. Brother Debao, you actually did it. There was a bright glimmer in Ying Bao's eyes. She hadn't imagined that the trainee who she had brought around the Red Ink Tavern would actually shoot to fame in one night and even surpass the votes of a main draw card. Of course, she still refused to believe that Enlin could become a main draw card tonight. At this moment, another image appeared on the giant screen. This was a man from the Snake Spirit clan who was suited in golden armor. The 60,000 spectators gasped in astonishment again. This was none other than the god of dance Luan Yang. He had come in at 5th place with a total of 3,850 votes. 5th place. Hadn't gone to Lu Debao? God of dance Luan Yang was dumbfounded. I was actually beaten by Lu Debao as well? In 5th place is the main drawcard dancer, God of dance Luan Yang. He received a total of 3,850 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong immediately announced the results and congratulated God of Dance Luan Yang after recovering from her deep astonishment. God of Dance Luan Yang sighed in his mind as he slithered onto the stage. For some reason, Jean Linger suddenly didn't feel so dejected anymore. She felt a sense of mutual pain as she looked at God of Dance Luan Yang. She wasn't the only main drawcard who had received fewer votes than the trainee. This was worthy of praise. Lu Debao's strong performance was worthy of her praise. Sometimes, love and hate were just a single thread apart. The spectators were still yet to catch their breath when the image of Ice Wolf appeared on the giant screen. In 4th place is the main drawcard sculptor, Ice Wolf. He received a total of 4,150 votes. Congratulations! Sister Hong announced loudly. She was already feeling numb about these results. Lu Debao had already beaten Jean Linger and God of Dance Luan Yang, so it was seemingly acceptable that he had beaten this main drawcard Ice Wolf as well. A slightly dejected Ice Wolf walked onto the stage. Although Lu Debao's chicken had been delicious, his ice sculpture had also been fairly impressive. Moreover, he also had a huge fan base. So how had he lost? A faint smile spread across Lin's face as he watched Ice Wolf entering the stage. How could he not understand the main drawcard's thoughts? However, how could the main drawcards understand just how fatally enticing his fragrant chicken had been to the members of the audience? These main drawcards did indeed have a lot of fans. Yet a piece of fragrant chicken was all it took for them to betray their idols. In the backstage, the trainees and drawcards suddenly felt as if Lu Debao's figure were growing taller and mightier. Immediately afterward, the image of a beautiful mermaid appeared on the giant screen. This was none other than the main drawcard singer, the Cloud Maiden. She had come in at 3rd place with a total of 4,560 votes. The spectators instantly lost their cool. The Cloud Maiden could be considered as an elite member of the main drawcards. Yet, Lu Debao had actually defeated her as well. Woo! I shouldn't have cast my vote for Debao. I should have cast my vote for the Cloud Maiden, a fan said in remorse. The surrounding fans of the Cloud Maiden all glowered at that person in anger. It was as if they were saying, "It's all your fault, you traitor. It was because of you that the Cloud Maiden lost to Lu Debao." Of course, this feeling of remorse wasn't only unique to this fan. The hardcore fans didn't dare to look at their idols anymore. They couldn't help but feel like they had disappointed their idols. However, the Cloud Maiden wasn't feeling any sense of negativity as she entered the stage. Instead, she frequently turned her gaze to the backstage, as if she were waiting for Lin's turn to enter the stage. The atmosphere of the theater started to become a little restless. As a new trainee, Lu Debao had actually won 2nd place. This was definitely a historical feat if it weren't for Wuxia's suppression. Perhaps Lu Debao would have soared into the heavens and directly won 1st place. Just thinking about this was terrifying. The 60,000 spectators started to feel increasingly nervous. Meanwhile, the Spirit Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and Red Empress were all on the edge of their seats. They wanted to see how many votes Lu Debao had received. It was at this moment that a new image appeared on the giant screen. This was a beautiful and gentle-looking woman. It was as if this woman had just walked out of a painting. She had used the night sky like ink and used heaven and earth like paper as she had illustrated the swan song of their era. This was none other than the main drawcard artist, Wuxia. She came in at 2nd place with a total of 11,968 votes. Everyone suddenly fell silent. That was Wuxia, a main drawcard whose popularity was always in the top 3 of the entire Red Ink Tavern. Even so, she had only ranked 2nd during this night of Red Ink. The windows of the personal loges were suddenly opened one after another as the main drawcards of the Red Ink Tavern all stared at the image on the giant screen in astonishment. This was unexpected, extremely unexpected. Apart from two other top main drawcards, Wuxia had never lost to anyone else before. Indeed, even the other main drawcards could only suffer resounding defeat if they were to come up against her. Now, however, she was going to lose to a new trainee. The 60,000 spectators were stupefied. The performers were also stupefied. In fact, even the regional leaders who were waiting to see Lu Debao's vote count were stupefied. They all came to a shocking realization. The trainee Lu Debao's votes had actually surpassed that of Wuxia. The trainee Lu Debao had actually won the title of flower owner during the night of red ink. In second place is the main drawcard calligrapher, Wuxia. She received a total of 11,968 votes. See, congratulations. Sister Hong's voice was trembling as she announced this result. She hadn't imagined, not even in her wildest dreams, that such a result would eventuate. This was already far beyond her understanding and imagination. My goddess Wuxia! No, this is impossible. How could goddess Wuxia have lost to a trainee? The votes were tallied incorrectly, right? They were definitely tallied incorrectly, right? Give it a rest. The votes were tallied by the branch system of the Holy Barrier. In other words, the votes won't be tallied incorrectly even if this entire world were to be obliterated. Woo! I should cut my hands off. Why did I cast my vote for Lu Debao? Woo! Some of the spectators were stunned, while some of them were sobbing in remorse. Have you guys realized? The main drawcards have received relatively few votes. Yeah, I also noticed this. Don't tell me. A cold chill shot down some of the spectators' spines as they thought of a possibility. Even though the spectators didn't dare to believe this, the new image on the giant screen was inevitably going to shatter their disbelief. The expected image of the man appeared on the giant screen. This was an image that caused their heads to go numb with shock. This was a man in white who was holding a frying pan in his left hand and a spatula in his right hand. His appearance was peculiar, yet it contained a strange sense of beauty. He was none other than the trainee Lu Debao. He came in at first place with a total of 26,720 votes. This result shocked the entire theater. Holy fuck! The winner is genuinely Lu Debao. He defeated 5 main drawcards, including even Wuxia. Is he a demon? Where is this freak from? He's still only a trainee. Have you guys realized the number of his votes? One of the spectators couldn't help but roar in anger and disbelief. Gasp! Over 26,000. This is fucking fake, right? You're telling me that almost half of the spectators voted for him? This is fake, right? However, several of their brothers raised their hands in admission. I voted for him. I also voted for him. Sorry. The chicken was truly too fragrant. Some of the spectators were wearing expressions of guilt and remorse as they tearfully admitted to voting for Lu Debao. The spectator who had roared in anger was absolutely stupefied. Not only him, but countless drawcards and main drawcards were also stunned by this result. In fact, even Wuxia was slightly astonished. She was feeling dazed as she stared at the man on the giant screen. Her dainty mouth was slightly agape, and her eyes were completely unblinking. She had never felt this astonished since beginning her career at the Red Ink Tavern. What kind of freak is this? The Red Empress exclaimed as she slapped the table before her. She was wearing an expression of absolute disbelief as she stared at the man on the giant screen. She conceded that the cooking dance was a groundbreaking innovation, and she conceded that the chicken had indeed been extremely fragrant. However, wasn't this number of votes a bit too exaggerated? This has got to be fake. This number of votes. How is this possible? Jean Feihong's eyes were even larger than brass bells as he stared at the man on the screen in shock and disbelief. He had only received slightly more than 1,000 votes. Yet Lu Debao had actually received over 26,000 votes. This was more than 20 times that of what he had received. What kind of concept was this? Not only had Lu Debao come first, but he had done so with a crushing number of votes. Since the inception of the Night of Red Ink, such an event had never occurred before. In first place is the Red Ink Tavern's trainee Lou DeBeo. He obtained victory with a total of 26,720 votes. He's successfully won the Night of Red Ink's title of flower owner. Congratulations! Sister Hong was trembling uncontrollably as she shouted Lou DeBeo's name. She knew that this was definitely a historical moment. This was a stunning yet magnificent moment. And Lin walked onto the stage under the watchful gazes of the tens of thousands of spectators. His expression was calm and tranquil as he stood before the rest of the performers and slightly bowed in acknowledgement to the spectators. He had already anticipated this result, so he wasn't all that surprised. Rather, he felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders when he finally saw the result. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Congratulations, Lou DeBeo. At this moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded next to Lin's ears. And Lin turned around, only to see a beautiful woman in a white Taoist robe silently smiling at him. And Lin was slightly astonished. Was this the first time that Guqiu had spoken with someone else alone? Thank you, and Lin replied respectfully. Hei Xian, Ice Wolf, the Cloud Maiden, and the other performers also congratulated Lin. Meanwhile, Jean Linger pouted as she placed her hands on her hips and said, "Humph! You only received so many votes because you bribed the audience." And Lin was deeply alarmed. Someone had actually exposed the essence of his victory. He turned around to look at Jean Linger. Jean Linger was slightly flustered by Lin's gaze, but she still wasn't willing to back down. What? You're not happy? You think that I'm wrong? Was my chicken fragrant? And Lin replied with a question of his own. Jean Linger was completely caught off guard by this question. Moreover, she couldn't go against her true feelings, so she could only open her mouth with great difficulty and reply, "Yes." And Lin smiled and said, "That's my skill, understand?" Jean Linger's face flushed red, and she pouted unhappily as she turned her gaze elsewhere. Although she didn't want to admit it, she understood that Lin had indeed claimed victory through his own skills. If he didn't possess that skill, then there was no way he could have claimed victory. Next, please welcome the Red Empress, the regional leader of the 8th region, to personally crown Lou DeBeo as the victor. Sister Hong's voice echoed around the theater again. Celestial music started to play. A rain of petals fell from the sky. A stunningly beautiful woman held a floral wreath that was glowing with divine light as she walked onto the stage. And Lin was finally able to see the ruler of the 8th region from close proximity. This was the most powerful being in the entire 8th region. Moreover, Lin's power was currently sealed, so he was actually unable to determine the true cultivation base of the Red Empress. Her cultivation base could only be described as unfathomable and profound. Congratulations, Lou DeBeo. You're the flower owner of tonight, and you were the most dazzling performer during this Night of Red Ink. The Red Empress beauty could be described as soul-stirring. This was especially the case when she smiled. She personally placed the floral wreath that was glowing with divine light onto Lin's head. Countless fireworks instantly exploded around the Red Ink Tavern, illuminating the giant city and leaving trails of beautiful lights in the night sky. Congratulations to trainee Lou DeBeo for receiving the highest number of votes and becoming the flower owner during this Night of Red Ink. The Red Empress voice traveled throughout the entire 8th region. The millions of residents were transfixed with shock as if they had misheard something. Trainee? Flower owner? What was going on in this world? The greatest honor belonged to Lou DeBeo. From tonight onward, the name Lou DeBeo was destined to spread throughout the entire 8th region. Dreamy petals started to drift down onto the theater of the Red Ink Tavern. Everything appeared so beautiful and romantic. Meanwhile, Lin could detect a peculiar energy fluctuation from the floral wreath on his head. This was the aura of the heavenly Tao. He was exhilarated by this discovery. Thunderous applause continued to boom throughout the theater. The Red Empress didn't leave the stage after crowning Lin the victor. Instead, she remained on the stage and said to the audience, "There's still an important matter that I have to announce. The Red Ink Tavern has a very special rule. That is, a performer will be directly promoted to a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern if they receive more than twice the votes of the highest scoring main draw card during a night where there are main draw cards performing. Now, Lou DeBeo has received 26,720 votes, which is more than twice that of Gucio's 11,968 votes. Thus, I hereby announce that trainee Lou DeBeo is officially promoted to a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern. Boom! This announcement was like a clap of thunder that brought everyone to their senses. Indeed, they had almost forgotten about this rule because it had been so long since it had last been used. Thinking about it carefully now, trainee Lou DeBeo had actually emerged victorious in the face of such vicious competition during the night of Red Ink. Moreover, he had even received more than twice the number of votes of Guccio. Just how difficult was this feat? Lou DeBeo had actually succeeded. Freakish. Absolutely freakish. Lou DeBeo. Lou DeBeo. Lou DeBeo. The spectators started to shout Lou DeBeo's name. In the beginning, there were only a few thousand spectators shouting his name. However, in the end, the tens of thousands of spectators all started to loudly shout his name. They adored and admired Lin's performance from the bottom of their hearts. Their deafening cheers converged into a wave that soared through the Red Ink Tavern and into the heavens. Lin smiled happily as he stood in the center of the stage and listened to these deafening cheers and squeals. At this moment, he knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully become a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern. Thank you for your support, everyone. Thank you for enjoying my performance, everyone. I'll continue to work hard and hone my cooking dance for everyone. Lin's words caused the spectators' cheers to reach a climax. Tonight was a night that was destined to belong to Lin. The spectators indulgently cheered in joy. Meanwhile, the other performers were feeling both envy and admiration. Both of these caused Lin to appear even more radiant and dazzling. At this moment, the gold medal tutors who had examined him were feeling slightly dazed and adrift. I even rebutted Lou DeBeo when he said that he was going to claim victory. Looking back now, I was clearly far too naive. Daphne said as she sighed with emotion. The elder beside her nodded and said, "He had a clear goal right from the very beginning. Moreover, he's extremely knowledgeable regarding the psychology of people and the behavior of spectators. He's definitely an extremely talented and skillful performer." Ingbao didn't consider as much as the tutors. Her heart was beating wildly, and her breathing was also heavy. Countless thoughts were floating around her mind. Lou DeBeo did it? Lou DeBeo actually did it? I thought he was dreaming, yet Lou DeBeo actually turned his dream into reality. What's frightening is that Lou DeBeo was always aiming for this goal right from the very beginning. Just how much hidden talent and skill does this man possess? Who in the world is he? Moreover, that bet, what will Lou DeBeo ask me to do? Ingbao's heart started to thump against her chest as this thought floated into her mind. Meanwhile, there was still that one person on the stage. That person had already gone weak at the knees, and they wanted to directly dig a hole in the ground and hide inside. Not in his wildest dreams would Jin Feihong have imagined that the seemingly easy-to-bully trainee would become a main draw card of the Red Ink Tavern in just one day. More importantly, he had even slandered and humiliated this trainee before. He had actually tried to screw him over. However, in the blink of an eye, he was already the one being peered down on. No wonder Lou DeBeo had remained silent in the face of his abuse. He hadn't been pretending to be tough. Rather, Lou DeBeo had been looking at him as if he were a foolish little clown, and Lin completely ignored Jin Feihong. Even though he had become a main draw card already, he still couldn't be bothered showing off before Jin Feihong. After all, he had never taken Jin Feihong seriously to begin with. The Red Empress appreciated Lin even more upon seeing his calm demeanor when facing the deafening cheers of the spectators. Lou DeBeo, according to tradition, the person who becomes a main draw card needs to perform an encore for the audience. Huh? There's such a tradition? And Lin genuinely didn't know about this. Ingbao hadn't told him, or perhaps she hadn't felt the need to tell him. After all, who knew that he would actually become a main draw card tonight? You don't have anything prepared? You can give an impromptu performance too. The Red Empress didn't seem high and mighty as she gazed at Enlin. Instead, her smile was as if she were a big sister from next door. Moreover, her tone was also especially pleasant and calming. The spectators became extremely hyped upon hearing that there was another performance. "Perform the cooking dance again!" The son of the Dragon Emperor shouted loudly. The other spectators also shouted in agreement. "Chicken, you're too fragrant. Chicken, you're too fragrant. It's fine if you cook other dishes as well. Beef, you're too fragrant. I want pork, you're too fragrant. Fish, you're too fragrant." The stomachs of the spectators started to growl as they shouted this. Jean Linger face-bombed upon seeing this and said with a sigh, "Detestable Debao, what have you done to the image and atmosphere of the Red Ink Tavern?" The Red Ink Tavern was one of the last artistic theaters of this world's civilization. Yet a crowd of spectators was now shouting for food? If one didn't know, they might have even mistaken this place for a market. And Lin smiled and remained silent. What was wrong with this image and atmosphere? In the beginning, he had even thought that the Red Ink Tavern was a high-class brothel. Moreover, Sister Hong had even been claiming that the women inside were all artists. At that time, and Lin had already been showing great respect by not laughing out loud. The 60,000 spectators were all extremely enthusiastic. They were eager to witness Enlin's performance. However, Enlin was quite troubled by this. He definitely couldn't perform the cooking dance again. After all, the special effect of the frying pan was only available once per day. If he used it again, his dishes would no longer be that fragrant. Thus, he needed to perform something else. So, what should he perform? Enlin looked toward the audience. This place was lively and bustling with excitement. The cheers of the crowd were more so like the waves of the sea. The performers who had all reached the pinnacle level of their respective crafts also smiled in encouragement as they looked at Enlin. It was as if they were cheering him on. Each of the spectators appeared so full of passion, as if everything were peaceful and beautiful. However, Enlin knew that this was perhaps the last land of joy in the ancient Taichu realm. These people were clearly in a state of half-living and half-death, yet they still continued to guard their civilization and live their lives. Glazed lamps of the Red Ink Tavern. Bright sky of the desolate Taichu. Enlin was dressed in a white Taoist robe as he stood in the center of the stage. He suddenly recalled a popular song from Earth. This was a song that was already over 100 years old. How many people still remembered this song? Just like the ancient Taichu realm that had once been the center of the universe. How many beings still remembered this land? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? That person who's gazing up. The lonely sigh in their mind. The loud cheers instantly subsided as Enlin started to sing. They were a respectful audience, and they knew that they should remain silent now that Enlin had begun his performance. The Red Empress faltered upon hearing these lyrics. She had a nagging feeling that these lyrics were an appropriate description of their current situation. Hadn't the ancient Taichu realm once been the brightest star in the night sky? Now, however, they had become people who gazed up and reminisced about the past. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you recall? The figures that once accompanied me and vanished into the windy rain. And Lin's ethereal and charming voice reverberated around the theater. The spectators gradually confirmed that this was a song dedicated to them. During that apocalyptic period, how many of their family and friends had vanished from beside them? There were far too many to remember and keep count of. They were lonely beings who gazed up at the universe. A graceful and elegant accompaniment started to play. The spectators suddenly discovered that Wuxia was sitting on the stage like a tranquil celestial maiden. She was holding a harp as she accompanied the singing of the man. I pray for a transparent soul, and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, I'll leap over the lies to embrace you. The spectators couldn't help but develop goosebumps when they heard the climax. It was as if Enlin's voice possessed a peculiar ability to penetrate and a peculiar sense of prayers and blessings. Whenever I question the reason for existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night, oh, that brightest star in the night sky, please guide me toward you. And Lin's singing continued to echo around the theater. Tears had already stained the faces of the spectators. They were struggling. They were fighting to survive even if they had to do so in a different form of existence. However, they couldn't find a reason for their existence. They were stationed in this final and lonely city of a destroyed world, enduring the pain of boundless loneliness and darkness. And Lin continued to sing. However, the spectators in the stands started to vanish one after another. They vanished from their seats, almost as if they had never existed before. However, and Lin ignored this as he continued to sing. Ing Bao, who had been sobbing and silently following behind him, also vanished. And Lin continued to sing with emotion. The performers on the stage also started to vanish one after another. In the end, even the accompanist Gu Qiu vanished, causing her accompaniment to abruptly fall silent. The stage became empty and spacious. The stands were already devoid of spectators. Perhaps they had never come here to begin with. However, there was still one person singing on the stage. What Lin saw was a red ink tavern that had lost even light. The lanterns were extinguished, and the divine light was scattered. The only light came from the starry universe. It was as if he were standing under this starry sky, standing in the dark and silent pagoda of 99 floors. The stands were deserted, and only a single person remained singing on the stage. Was everything truly non-existent? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear that person who's gazing up? The lonely sigh in their mind. And Lin was filled with sincere emotion as he finished singing the song. There was no need for spectacular skills, and there was no need for him to infuse his Tao realm. The song in and of itself was a perfect match for this world. The song finished. Everything returned to normal. There was the magnificent and extravagant red ink tavern that seemed like it would stand on this continent forever. There was the warm and beautiful flicker of the lanterns. There was also the uncontrollable sobbing audience, as well as the red-eyed Gu Qiu. And Lin bowed toward the audience. The audience replied with applause. "Thank you," the Red Empress said softly. "No, thank you. You allowed me to witness the most spectacular art and culture of the ancient Tai Chu realm." And Lin replied softly. "You know everything?" the Red Empress asked in slight surprise. And Lin pointed at the peculiar floral wreath on his head and said with a smile, "Didn't you actively tell me? I only tried my luck because I saw that you were quite unique. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't will simply treat it as a beautiful piece of artwork," the Red Empress replied with a smile. And Lin knew that the Red Empress was already aware that he was a being from the Tai Chu continent. The floral wreath on his head possessed an eternal power that was specifically used for holding some information. This was information regarding art and culture. This floral wreath was like a USB that could hold an enormous amount of information. This was an incredibly valuable USB that recorded the existence of this broken world and civilization. And Lin's performance had finished. Warm applause reverberated around the theater again. However, no one cheered this time. They weren't willing to damage this peculiar atmosphere and emotion. And Lin slowly left the stage to the sound of this warm applause. At this moment, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. And Lin turned around, only to see that Gu Qiu had quietly followed him over. There was a slight blush on her gentle and beautiful face. Debeo, I want to make a request. She wore a slightly uneasy expression as she looked at Lin. Please go on, Gu Qiu. And Lin said with a carefree expression, "The song you sang just then was very good. So, can I use that song to compose a character?" There was a hint of eagerness in Gu Qiu's clear and limpid eyes as she looked at Lin. And Lin faltered slightly. Use a song to compose a word? Was that even possible? Is that a no? Gu Qiu felt slightly disappointed as she looked at Lin's expression. Of course you can, and Lin replied with a smile. Gu Qiu finally smiled upon hearing this. Thank you. And Lin hadn't imagined that the Red Ink Tavern would be so sensitive regarding the copyright of artistic works. Gu Qiu didn't want to cover the song, and she merely wanted to compose a word using the song as an inspiration. Yet, she had still come over to ask for his permission. This minor detail caused Lin to like the Red Ink Tavern even more. Brother Debao, you actually did it. You successfully achieved everything that you claimed you would. From now on, I'm going to become your loyal fan. Ing Bao was brimming with excitement as she jogged up beside Enlin. I never boast or exaggerate. After all, I'm already so badass to begin with, Enlin said with a smile. Ing Bao shot a glare at Enlin before scolding. Brother Debao, don't say such dirty words, one. You're an artist now, so you have to consider your image. Enlin smiled and remained silent. He didn't feel the burden of an idol at all. After all, he had already been painted as a god in the Taichu continent, yet he still lived his life carefree and as he desired. In any case, people would praise his movements to be graceful and elegant even if he were to pick his nose on the streets. They would say that he possessed an exceptional mindset of not excessively caring about the little things. At this moment, the performers in the backstage all rushed over to warmly congratulate him. Rather than seeking a closer connection as they had before, the performers were now treating Enlin with much more respect. They were afraid that Enlin might seek revenge on those who displeased him. With Enlin's status, which of the performers couldn't he suppress? Of course, this was with the exception of the main drawcards. One had to realize that many of these performers had treated Enlin coldly before. In fact, some of them had even mocked or ridiculed him. Among them, Jin Feihong's underlings had even abused and tried to humiliate Enlin before. This was a huge fucking deal. What was the fate for abusing and humiliating the main drawcards? They couldn't help but tremble with fear. Right now, all they could do was suck up to Enlin as much as they could, or hide in the corner and shiver uncontrollably. Enlin naturally wouldn't pay any attention to them. They were nothing more than a bunch of small fries. Thus, seeking revenge on them would be akin to degrading himself. Red Empress, when I first arrived, Jin Feihong and his lackeys came along to beat and humiliate me. You've got to deliver justice. Enlin was wearing an anxious expression as he pointed at several people in front of him. Oh? Is that so? The Red Empress asked after faltering for a moment. Jin Feihong instantly went weak at the knees. That's not true. Red Empress. I simply threatened Liu Debao a bit. However, I definitely didn't beat him. You actually dared to threaten a main drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern? The Red Empress said as she raised her brow. Jin Feihong? Meanwhile, Jin Feihong's underlings were scared shitless as they fell to their knees and begged for forgiveness. The other trainees and drawcards all started to announce that they had no relations with Jin Feihong. In fact, some of them even started to kick him while he was down. Just like that, the Red Empress ordered for Jin Feihong and his underlings to be taken away. Liu Debao was a main drawcard of the Red Ink Tavern. Moreover, he was a main drawcard with a limitless future. Thus, those who dared to offend him could only suffer a miserable fate, even if they were a top-notch drawcard. The Red Empress helped Enlin exact an act of small revenge. Enlin felt extremely refreshed and carefree. Jin Feihong had bullied and suppressed heavens know how many performers before him. If Enlin hadn't been so talented, he would have become the next victim of that bastard. Thus, Jin Feihong being punished could be regarded as a delightful event. At this moment, commotion suddenly swept through the backstage again. A majestic voice boomed over. The White Emperor is arriving. Immediately afterward, a chubby man from the dragon tribe casually strolled over. Beside him was his son who had just shouted, "The White Emperor is arriving." The White Emperor was the regional leader of the 6th region, and his arrival instantly caused the performers to become tense and nervous. The chubby man from the dragon tribe haughtily strode up to the beautiful woman in the red dress just like that. Only then did he slightly bow in respect and say, "Red Empress." The Red Empress returned the greeting, "White Emperor, for what reason have you come here?" Before the White Emperor could even reply, his son had already pointed at Suchan and said in excitement, "I want to take her as my mistress. Please accept my request, Red Empress." Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Suchan could barely maintain her aloof expression. She couldn't help but stumble back. "This?" The Red Empress wore an expression of reluctance. "What's wrong? Suchan isn't a main drawcard. So what's the Red Empress worried about? Rest assured, she'll be like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate one if she marries into the Bai clan. We definitely won't mistreat her, the White Emperor said. And Lin blinked upon hearing this. He then couldn't help but grumble. She's already a member of the Dragon Tribe, so why does she need to leap over the Dragon Gate? The performers were startled upon hearing this. Lu Debao actually dared to talk back to the White Emperor. The White Emperor immediately turned to look at Enlin. At this moment, his son pointed at Enlin and shouted in excitement, "Father, I also want to take him as a chef. I want to take him even if he's a main draw card. His dishes are far too delicious." Enlin smiled coldly and said, "Little fatty, don't always think about eating. Look at your spherical body. It's time to lose some weight. You actually dared to call me a fatty?" The chubby dragon was enraged upon hearing Enlin's words. "Do you know who I am? Being able to cook for me is your great honor." Enlin shot a cold glare at the chubby dragon before shaking his head and saying, "You're not worthy." Everyone was stunned upon hearing Enlin's ruthless words. Holy fuck. His words have become so badass after becoming a main draw card? The surrounding performers looked at Enlin in admiration and sympathy. They admired Enlin's courage to say what they didn't dare to say, yet they felt sympathy for the limitless future that he had just buried with his own actions. Sure enough, the chubby dragon exploded in anger upon hearing Enlin's reply. "Impudence! You're nothing but a main draw card, yet you actually dare to speak to me like that? Arrest him. Father, let's arrest him. We'll arrest him for humiliating the regional leader. This crime will do." The chubby dragon immediately grabbed onto the Dragon Emperor's hand as he shouted this. It was clear that he was most likely accustomed to this kind of haughty and arrogant behavior. However, Enlin remained calm and composed. He shot a quick glance at the Red Empress as if waiting for her response. The Red Empress barely hesitated before stepping in front of Enlin. Her eyes became ice-cold as she shouted, "Impudence! Long Yeka! Do you know whose territory this is? Do you have the right to speak here?" A formidable aura instantly erupted outward. The chubby dragon, who had been extremely haughty just then, was suddenly scared speechless by this terrifying aura. He hid behind the Dragon Emperor in fright and shouted, "Father! She's bullying me!" And Lin was completely speechless. Where was this giant baby from? Was the Dragon Emperor not embarrassed by his son's actions? However, what happened next shocked him even more. The Dragon Emperor actually unleashed a powerful aura that directly rivaled that of the Red Empress. At the same time, a battle-thirsty smile appeared on his face as he said, "Red Empress? What's so impressive about picking on children? If you want to fight, then I'll be your opponent. What do you say?" The Red Empress' voice was ice-cold as she said, "I'll say this first. You're not going to take Lu Debao away, nor are you going to take Su Chan away. Ha ha ha. All right. How impressive of you, Red Empress. Then I'll issue a regional leader challenge." The Dragon Emperor tossed a copper coin-like item that was glowing with divine light into the air as he said this. The Dragon Emperor and the Red Empress instantly disappeared from the backstage. Two powerful figures then materialized beyond the transparent barrier in the sky. One was a golden dragon that roared as it exuded a majestic aura and blotted out the starry sky. The other was a beautiful woman who was wearing a red dress that glowed with divine light. Boom! 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 The two of them instantly launched into an intense battle. This was a fierce and earth-shattering scene. They've started to fight. Heavens! Why are the two regional leaders suddenly fighting? The performers hadn't imagined that the Red Empress would actually be that defensive of Enlin. They more so hadn't imagined that the normally noble and dignified regional leader would suddenly engage in a fight. Su Chan's eyes reddened when she saw this. She immediately walked up to Enlin and knelt down on one knee to express her gratitude. She knew that the Red Empress wouldn't have protected her if it weren't for Enlin. In fact, even Enlin was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He had indeed spoken with an aim in mind. However, he hadn't imagined that the friendly-looking regional leaders would suddenly start to fight on a whim. They hadn't hesitated in the least. By the looks of it, the Dragon Emperor had planned this from the very beginning when bringing the chubby little dragon over. It was because he knew his son was a troublemaker that he had brought him over. Meanwhile, the chubby little dragon had already run over to the railings and started to shout in encouragement at the figures in the sky. It was as if he wasn't aware of what he had done. Why have they suddenly started fighting? Also, what's a regional leader challenge? And Lin discovered that this battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. At this moment, Wuxia walked over and said softly, "You probably aren't aware that the Taichu Holy Land originally had 23 regions." And Lin blinked in surprise. Then there are only 10 regions remaining because the regional leader of one region can issue a regional leader challenge to the regional leader of another region. If they defeat the regional leader of that region, then they can integrate that region into their own region. However, because regional leaders obtain a buff from their own region, it's usually extremely difficult to defeat them. Thus, this current state of 10 regions has been maintained for an extremely long time already. Wuxia wore an anxious expression as she looked at the battle in the sky and said, "It's anyone's guess what the Dragon Emperor wants by suddenly issuing a challenge." And Lin's expression changed slightly as he suddenly recalled the plan of the heavenly light goddess. The Red Empress attacks suddenly became more ferocious at this moment. Borrowing the buff of her region, she easily gave the Dragon Emperor several severe wounds. An astonishing blood blade sliced through the sky and cut through the Dragon Emperor's body. The colossal golden dragon howled in agony as it plummeted to the ground. It was as if everything were over. And Lin could tell that both the Dragon Emperor and the Red Empress were at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. However, after receiving the buff of her region, the Red Empress could wield a might that had already reached the God of Creation stage. At this moment, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the Dragon Emperor's body. The Dragon Emperor's aura suddenly became extremely holy and profound. The Red Empress furiously slashed her 2 blood swords at the Dragon Emperor. Like a descending cross that yearned to cut the space into 4 segments, 2 devastating sword projections instantly slashed at the Dragon Emperor. However, these formidable sword projections were easily shattered and swept aside by a casual swing of the Dragon Emperor's tail. "Ha ha ha, Red Empress, I've obtained new power. You're no match for me." The Dragon Emperor was like an orb of golden light as he viciously crashed into the Red Empress. The Red Empress hacked and sliced with her 2 swords, yet she was unable to shatter even a single one of the Dragon Emperor's scales. Instead, she was sent stumbling backward by the overwhelming collisions. This is the power of light. And Lin narrowed his eyes as he further confirmed the speculation in his mind. "Hurry! Go to the library of heavenly books." The Red Empress frantically transmitted a message into Lin's mind. And Lin pondered for a moment before asking, "Why did you pick me?" That woman refers to herself as light, yet she performs acts of destruction. However, you're different. I heard something different from your song. It's because of this that I picked you. Can I trust you? The Red Empress voice sounded in his mind. And Lin gazed intently at the woman in red who was being suppressed by the colossal golden dragon. He then nodded and said, "I hope you can all survive. I'll definitely stop her." Upon hearing this reply, a relieved smile finally spread across the Red Empress' beautiful face. At this moment, Lin had already turned around to leave. "Brother Debao, where are you going?" Bao jogged up beside Lin upon seeing that he wasn't spectating the battle like the other performers. "I'm going to the Library of Heavenly Books," Lin replied. "Library of Heavenly Books?" Bao covered her dainty mouth in disbelief. "2 rulers of the Holy Land are fighting, yet you're heading over to read?" Lin gazed at the slightly adorable Bao before lightly flicking her forehead and saying, "Don't worry, I'm a fast reader." It wasn't long before he arrived at the Library of Heavenly Books again. The 2 elders were still silently standing beside the entrance and radiating with the energy fluctuation of the Dao integration stage. Lin walked over. However, the 2 elders suddenly said, "Halt! You don't have the right to enter the Library of Heavenly Books. Those who dare to intrude will be killed without mercy." Lin faltered upon hearing this. He then pointed at the floral wreath on his head and said, I've already become a main draw card. Becoming a main draw card is only the most basic requirement. One must have also made a great contribution to the Red Ink Tavern. Only so will one have the right to enter, one of the elders said calmly. And Lin was slightly taken aback. Great contributions? He had only just become a main draw card, so how could he have made any great contributions? Don't worry, Brother DeBeo. You'll eventually be able to enter the library of heavenly books someday. Why the hurry? Ingbao said in comfort. No, there's not enough time. And Lin said through gritted teeth. Use mine. A gentle and pleasant voice suddenly said. At some unknown time, Guqiu had already arrived beside Lin. There was a tranquil smile on her face as she said, I still have one opportunity to enter. I'll give this opportunity to you, DeBeo. This? The two elders exchanged a glance. After hesitating for several seconds, they finally nodded in agreement. They agreed to Guqiu's request. Guqiu handed them a copper coin-like item. After accepting this item, the elders stepped to the side to allow Lin through. Guqiu looked at Lin and said with a smile, You only have one day. Make sure to cherish this time. Thank you, Celestial Maiden Guqiu. Lin said with gratitude. He hadn't imagined that Guqiu would step forward to help him at this critical time. The battle outside was so intense and enthralling. So why wasn't Guqiu watching on with the others? Instead, she had followed him to the library of heavenly books. Perhaps she was attracted to him? It was evident that this token to enter the library of heavenly books was extremely precious and difficult to obtain. Thus, he had to find a chance to repay Guqiu in the future. And Lin walked into the library of heavenly books. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the sight of countless rows of densely packed bookshelves. These bookshelves were arranged in a circular format, making the library look like it contained countless differently sized circles. Countless books were piled on top of these bookshelves. At a glance, Lin estimated that there were at least 10 million books on the first floor of the library alone. Thus, there were most likely more than 100 million books in the entire 9 floors of the library. Lin picked up a random book. This book was just slightly thicker than a piece of paper. How much information could such a thin book contain? The cover of the book was embossed with the golden words, The Beauty of Vocals. Moreover, the author of this book was actually the Cloud Maiden. Flipping open the book, the true intent of countless rhythms and vocal harmonies suddenly appeared in Lin's mind. Along with these, tens of thousands of sheets of music also appeared in his mind. These sheets also described all kinds of vocal techniques as well as all kinds of intent realms. This kind of mental projection. Waves surged through Lin's mind as his expression changed drastically. He could detect a sense of familiarity from this kind of mental projection. This was exactly the same as how the system interface was projected into his mind. When he wanted to comprehend a certain vocal technique, the power of this mental projection would cause that technique to slowly seep into his mind, where it would eventually fuse together with his very being. It would become an innate skill of his. This was extremely similar to how the system funneled power and abilities into him. However, the power of this book was much slower than the system. In any case, there was a huge advantage to using this kind of method. That was, the information could be delivered in terms of not only words, but also in terms of awareness, technical methods, spiritual methods, and Tao realms. Once delivered, this information would be seared into one's existence, where it wouldn't be forgotten. Perhaps the founder of the Library of Heavenly Books was the same person who had created the system in his mind? And Lin turned his gaze to the dense pile of books before him again. Apart from these books, there was nothing else before him. Is what the heavenly light goddess wants inside these books. However, there were almost 100 million books in this library. Even though Lin was at the Tao integration stage, he could at most only read several hundred to several thousand books on a day. If he wanted to read and digest all of these books, the time required would simply be unimaginable. It's extremely difficult to increase the speed of reading and digesting this information. Do I have to unleash my full power and use every iota of my energy? But if I do that, will the backlash of the heavenly Tao of this world directly descend upon me? And Lin furrowed his brows as he pondered over this. The books before him covered everything from astronomy to history and from immortal spells to arts. This was the culmination of knowledge from tens of thousands of tribes. All of these books delivered information through that unique mental projection. It was as if there were a powerful being in the book funneling knowledge into his mind. Will the transmission speed increase according to the state of the reader? And Lin had noticed that the information had been transmitted at varying speeds just then. In fact, its speed would even change slightly according to his breathing patterns. With this question in mind, and Lin silently activated his 5-elemental body. His aura changed drastically as a golden halo materialized behind him. An enormous amount of information instantly surged into his mind. Delight spread across Lin's face. This method worked. The speed of transmission had increased by tenfold. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth suddenly started to tremor. Even the bookshelves around him started to gently quiver. And Lin was given a fright, thinking that he had unknowingly caused some trouble. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these were actually shockwaves from the battle between the Dragon Emperor and the Red Empress. And Lin's expression became grave as he observed the battle outside. It's not looking good. Although the Red Empress has the buff from the 8th region, she's still no match for the Dragon Emperor who has the power of light within him. She can't hold on for much longer. To say nothing of a day, even 15 minutes might be a struggle. What other state is there? What other state will allow me to absorb this information quicker? And Lin suddenly thought about his own darkness. Darkness possessed the most terrifying ability to engulf matters. Combined with the mental projection of these books, would this lead to a miraculous result? And Lin hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a risk. Darkness, I hereby summon you in the name of the heavenly Tao. A divine seal appeared on Lin's forehead. At the same time, a billowing black feather robe also materialized, appearing as if it could absorb all of the light from the surroundings. Heaven and earth instantly became dark. Only the countless floating books remained before Lin. The hidden formation in the library of heavenly books suddenly lit up, yet it dimmed down just as quickly. And Lin detected this change. Sure enough, the hostility of the hidden formation would fall dramatically if he entered the library of heavenly books after obtaining permission. In fact, it would even recognize him as an ally. The formation wouldn't unleash a backlash on him even if he used such a dangerous and powerful spell technique. At this moment, the books before him had already become completely dull. Meanwhile, all of the information contained within these books had already been etched into his mind. At this moment, Lin understood all of the techniques regarding vocal singing. In fact, he could even imitate the singing techniques of tens of thousands of different species. The speed is tens of thousands of times faster now. There was a look of disbelief on Lin's face. Not only that, but I can also... Darkness spread into the surroundings, enveloping tens of thousands of books. And then hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. In the end, darkness enveloped all of the books. Boom! A terrifying amount of information and techniques started to wildly surge into Lin's mind. One had to realize that each of these books represented the essence of a certain genre. This was information that even a DAO integration stage cultivator would need to spend several minutes digesting. So, what kind of concept was the information from almost 100 million books? If it were any other god of creation stage divine being, this enormous amount of information might be enough to instantly blow their mind apart. However, Lin was different. After unleashing his darkness, every part of Lin's body was like a black hole. Thus, he could rapidly engulf whatever information was thrown at him, regardless of how enormous the volume. He could accept all of this information, regardless of how profound or boundless the Tao realm or true intent. In the beginning, he had thought that he would need a long time to absorb all of this information. Right now, however, he had absorbed all of it in just 1 minute. He had comprehensively absorbed the essence of almost 100 million books. At this moment, Lin could clearly appreciate the beauty and magnificence of the ancient Tai Chu realm civilizations. He could appreciate their boundless and beautiful art. At the same time, however, he also felt pain for the struggles and tragedies of the billions of beings. To transform their own existence into this current form, just what kind of immense despair had they faced? When one didn't look at them, it was as if they were void and non-existent. They would only exist when one turned to look at them. This form of existence was already the greatest compromise. There was no doubt that the civilization of the ancient Taichu realm had already been forced onto the edge of a cliff. Another step forward, and they would meet an eternal end. Yet what the heavenly light goddess yearned to do was to absorb the broken heavenly Tao and complete the final step that would push the last remaining land of the ancient Taichu realm into eternal destruction. Indeed, the heavenly light goddess wanted to strip even the right to stand on the edge of the cliff away from them. And Lin observed his surroundings as he stood amid the 100 million books. The Taichu Holy Land was the only remnant civilization of the ancient Taichu realm. This was where the heavenly Tao fluctuated the most violently after being obliterated. Perhaps even the heavenly Tao was struggling to keep this place from being destroyed. The heavenly Tao are intimate with each other. Perhaps it was thanks to my heavenly God power, and not necessarily my darkness, that I was able to absorb the information of the books so quickly. And Lin started to think about the heavenly light goddess. Perhaps she had also planned to absorb this information using her heavenly God power. However, she had tried to enter by force, resulting in her being severely wounded by the restrictions. The broken heavenly Tao didn't want to die. However, only the heavenly Tao could detect the fragments of the heavenly Tao. Yet, because of her unique skills, the heavenly light goddess could easily find and absorb the fragments of the heavenly Tao. This would greatly increase the chance of the fragments of the heavenly Tao being destroyed. If it wasn't for Enlin, a traitor among the heavenly gods, it would only be a matter of time before she succeeded. Was all of this a coincidence? Or was all of this an inevitability? And Lin felt like fate was not only toying with mortals but even seemingly guiding the supreme heavenly Tao with its subconscious will. Forget about it. In any case, I definitely won't allow the heavenly light goddess to succeed. She's actually willing to destroy the ancient Taichu realm simply for the sake of forging a weapon. She's actually willing to commit such ruthless atrocities. I truly wonder, who is she a beacon of light for? And Lin strode toward the center of the library of heavenly books. He had to admit that a weapon forged from the fragments of the heavenly Tao would be extremely terrifying. In fact, each strike from such a weapon would possess a might close to the pinnacle power of a high-level world. Only the heavenly Tao could use fragments of the heavenly Tao. At the same time, a weapon forged from the fragments of the heavenly Tao would also be the most suitable weapon for the heavenly Tao. And Lin walked to someplace in the library of heavenly books and started to draw formations using his hands. After absorbing all of the information from the books, he now knew where the true heavenly book was hidden. Each of the 10 regions had a library of heavenly books. Moreover, each of the 10 library of heavenly books contained a true heavenly book inside. These heavenly books were the aggregate bodies of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had avoided self-destruction through this incredibly peculiar method. The formation that Enlin was drawing contained the knowledge of astronomy and geography, of the totems of tens of thousands of civilizations, and of the belief and hope of every being in the 8th region. Strange fluctuations suddenly permeated into the surroundings as the formation fused into the void. Immediately afterward, a book that was glowing with a pure white light materialized before Enlin. Clasping this book, Enlin felt as if he were grasping an entire world. The intangible weight caused an unimaginable burden to weigh down on his divine sense and body. Is this the fragment of the heavenly Tao? Why am I slightly aroused by this feeling of destruction? Enlin was slightly surprised by his current emotions. Darkness represented destruction and void. The power of darkness within his body was deeply attracted to the dying state of the fragment of the heavenly Tao. In fact, this feeling even aroused the essence of darkness. This was quite frightening. Perhaps darkness was the symbol of destruction for the heavenly Tao. I definitely can't allow the heavenly light goddess to obtain this. The Taichu Holy Land will continue to exist as long as the heavenly books remain as they are. However, the problem is, where should I place them? They won't go inside my storage ring, so do I have to carry them on me? And Lin muttered to himself. It was at this moment that a beautiful and heavenly voice suddenly sounded next to his ears. Giant and Lin? And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. Little Na. Teehee. Yes, it's me. I can sense that this book contains something that the divine mirror world is dearly missing. Can you let me look after this book? And Lin was delighted upon hearing this. Of course you can. However, you definitely can't damage this book. This book is the life of the Tai Chu Holy Land, and Lin said after pondering for a moment. Rest assured, Giant and Lin. I'm only going to read and comprehend it, Tina said in a crisp and pleasant voice, and Lin only agreed to her request after hearing this. Tina needed the heavenly book while he needed somewhere to place the heavenly book. Thus, wouldn't placing the heavenly book in the divine mirror world be the best option? This was a world that the heavenly light goddess couldn't reach even if she cracked her head open trying. This was killing two birds with one stone, so why wouldn't Lin agree? Ripples suddenly traveled through the void. The power of the two realms started to appear. A pair of delicate and slender hands materialized among this ripple and accepted the heavenly book from Lin's hands as if it were some supremely precious treasure. Wait for me, Giant and Lin. I'll definitely make this world become more beautiful. One little Na's promise echoed in his mind as her hands and the heavenly book vanished into thin air. Nothing unusual happened during this process, and the hidden formations weren't triggered either. That was far too smooth. Compared to the heavenly life goddess, I'm the popular and supported one. Huh. And Lin chuckled to himself as he started to leave the library of heavenly books. Outside the library of heavenly books, Ing Bao was currently watching the battle between the two regional leaders through the semi-transparent roof of the pagoda. This was an intense battle that had captured the attention of every single being in the 10 regions. This was inevitable. After all, the entire sky had already been shattered by them. If it weren't for the powerful light barrier of the Tai Chu Holy Land, the ferocity of their battle would have already been enough to obliterate the Tai Chu Holy Land 10 times over. No one would be calm and composed enough to do something else during such a fierce and catastrophic battle. Of course, this was with the exception of the weirdo who had been reading in the library just then. Ing Bao pouted slightly upon thinking of that man. She couldn't help but grumble. Seriously, what time is it already? DeBeo still wants to read? This is an event that's capable of turning the entire world upside down. Can't he pay more attention to it? Wuxia also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He's truly a peculiar person. Others are unfazed even if MT Tai collapses before them. Yet he's even more impressive. He's actually reading as MT Tai collapses before him. When he comes out, perhaps the world will already be completely different, right? Ing Bao said with a soft humph. Yeah, the Red Empress is already nearing her limit. A despondent expression flashed across Wuxia's face as she looked at the injury-riddled woman in the sky. If the Red Empress lost, then the 8th region would have a new leader. Moreover, the notion of the 8th region would no longer exist. Their fates would also be decided by the Dragon Emperor. How miserable and tragic would that be? Of course, if they detested the Dragon Emperor, they could also move to the other regions. After all, they were main drawcards, which meant that they enjoyed a relatively high degree of freedom. However, it was hard to say what would happen to Ing Bao, Suchan, and the others. Wuxia could leave, but she had a home here. Leaving just like that would cause her to feel extremely depressed and tormented. She wanted to resist, and she wanted to help the Red Empress. However, she was completely helpless as she watched on. At this moment, the colossal golden dragon in the sky breathed a column of light at the Red Empress. This light appeared pure and holy as it illuminated the world. The Red Empress crossed her swords before her to parry, yet she was ultimately unable to block the might of the golden dragon's attack. Her body was penetrated by the light, causing her to spit a mouthful of blood as she viciously crashed into the light barrier of the Holy Land. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They knew that the Red Empress had reached her limit. At this moment, a man in white walked out of the library of heavenly books to the surprise of the two elderly guards. He walked up to the woman who was clenching her fists tightly. "Ing Bao, how's the battle going?" "It's over. The Red Empress has reached her limit." Ing Bao's eyes were red as she said this. However, she suddenly shuddered as if thinking of something. She turned to her side before an expression of shock gradually appeared across her face. "Brother Debao, why you? Why have you come out?" Ing Bao pointed at Enlin as if she had seen a ghost. Enlin blinked and asked, "Why have I come out?" "I finished reading the books, so I naturally came back out. Perhaps I should have taken a nap in there." An expression of frustration and anger appeared on Gu Qiu's face as she said, "Not even 10 minutes have passed since you entered. Yet you're saying that you've finished reading all of the books? Do you know how difficult it is to enter the library of heavenly books? I truly regret wasting a chance to enter the library of heavenly books on you." This woman had appeared gentle and of little emotion this entire time, yet her face was flushed a slight shade of red at this moment. She was extremely furious, and even the rims of her eyes had become slightly red. In fact, her eyes were already glistening with tears. She felt like her extremely precious sacrifice had been ruthlessly wasted by the man before her. Moreover, he had wasted it right before her very eyes. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. I genuinely finished reading all of the books." And Lin tried to explain. After all, he couldn't let her feel that she had completely wasted her chance to enter the library of heavenly books. However, at this moment, the Dragon Emperor suddenly roared and started to charge at the severely wounded Red Empress. Like a boundless fury of the heavens, a golden light spread throughout the entire sky. This golden light possessed a devastating might. I'll explain it later." And Lin suddenly vanished from before Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu had initially felt a little better upon seeing Enlin try to explain with a tense and nervous expression. However, upon seeing him suddenly disappear, she couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. "Red Empress, it's over." The Dragon Emperor widened his maw as he charged down from the sky, attempting to bite that woman who was like a wilting flower. The Red Empress gritted her teeth as she tried to stand up and block this attack. However, the power of light was so boundless and powerful that she could only feel despair. The golden dragon crashed down, illuminating the world with light. However, a black figure suddenly flashed before the Red Empress. Light illuminated all matter, yet this speck of darkness was profound and completely unaffected. In fact, it appeared so salient that the billions of beings couldn't help but notice it. "A cook is rushing over to block me? You're seeking death." There was nothing but scorn and disdain in the Dragon Emperor's eyes as he looked over. He roared as he mercilessly crashed down on Enlin, attempting to brutally crush him. Enlin simply replied by extending a palm outward. Boom! His palm collided with the colossal golden dragon head. Enlin wasn't crushed into a pulp as everyone had expected. However, the Dragon Emperor felt as if his head had been smashed into mush. In fact, half of his head had sunken in under the overwhelming power of that palm strike. At this moment, a black shockwave spread outward from the point of contact, engulfing and obliterating the surging and domineering power of light. A dark halo suddenly materialized in the illuminated sky. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the man in the sky. This? Astonishment spread across the Cloud Maiden's beautiful face as she said, "Why does this figure seem so familiar? Holy fuck! Isn't that Lu Debao, the main drawcard who performed the cooking dance?" God of Dance Luanyang could barely believe his eyes. He hadn't imagined that this peculiar man could actually block the devastating attack of the Dragon Emperor with a single hand. The other performers were just as stunned. Ingbao covered her dainty mouth with her hands in shock. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu couldn't maintain her composure either. She had initially thought that he was fleeing because he didn't dare to face her. However, he was actually running away to battle against the Dragon Emperor. The darkness continued to spread. The Dragon Emperor howled in agony as he furiously retreated into the distance. When the spectators were finally able to see him clearly, they were shocked to discover that a large chunk of his head had already gone missing. His body was covered in blood, and he appeared as pitiful as could be. Meanwhile, Lin was completely unscathed as he remained standing where he was. Who gave you this power? Lin gazed at the Dragon Emperor and asked calmly. Roar. However, the Dragon Emperor didn't answer Lin's question. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat a column of pure and domineering light at him. Lin extended a single finger and made a tapping motion at the column of light. An unstoppable ray of darkness pierced through the column of light before shooting into the Dragon Emperor's gaping mouth. This darkness then pierced through the Dragon Emperor's head. The Dragon Emperor's blood-curdling howls reverberated around heaven and earth. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's body suddenly tremored as his tail swept toward Lin with a force of hundreds of millions of pounds. The surrounding space was instantly contorted by this formidable power. You're fairly resistant, Lin remarked as he made a grabbing motion at the void. The dragon tail was caught by him through the void just like that. He then made a slinging motion at the ground. Just like that, the colossal golden dragon was slammed into the ground like a whip. Roar! The Dragon Emperor howled in agony as he looked at the man who was still holding onto his tail. A look of despair flashed across his eyes for the first time. Are you going to answer me or not? If not, then I'll let my darkness engulf you right away. Lin said calmly as he looked at the Dragon Emperor. Within the Red Ink Tavern, the chubby little dragon, Long Yeka, felt as if the entire world were collapsing as he watched his father, who he viewed as invincible, being viciously beaten by that man who he had once viewed as a chef. He started to go weak at the knees. What would happen to him if this terrifying man sought to settle accounts in the future? The chubby little dragon felt his pants becoming wet as he thought about this. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor started to wail in anguish again. He discovered that his tail was being slowly engulfed by darkness. After being engulfed, even the bones of his tail vanished, not just the blood and flesh. This was comprehensive destruction. He was genuinely petrified by this harrowing power. I'll answer. I'll answer, the Dragon Emperor shouted. It was that woman who refers to herself as the Heavenly Light Goddess. She bestowed this power upon me, and she told me to conquer all of the other regions. Everything was planned by her. The beings of the Tai Chu Holy Land were all overcome with shock upon hearing this. The beings in the second region were the most astonished by this. They had witnessed the power of the Heavenly Light Goddess before, yet they had also witnessed her being completely obliterated by the devastating restriction of the Library of Heavenly Books. However, not only had the Heavenly Light Goddess not died, but she was even manipulating a regional leader now. She had become a hidden mastermind. The beings in the second region could barely believe this. However, they had witnessed the Dragon Emperor using that familiar power, so they had no option but to believe this. This was because everything could be explained and everything made sense. Sure enough, this was planned by the Heavenly Light Goddess. She wasn't acknowledged by the Library of Heavenly Books, so she tried to have the Dragon Emperor conquer all of the other regions. This way, she can then collect all of the Heavenly Books. After seeing the true Heavenly Book, Lin realized that the Heavenly Books also displayed a sense of intimacy or hostility. The Heavenly Book he had obtained only acknowledged some of the special main draw cards of the Red Ink Tavern. Other than these few individuals, it would display a sense of hostility even if the regional leader were to forcefully give it to someone. That being the case, what was the reason behind the Heavenly Light Goddess' actions? Perhaps she wanted to perform and become a main draw card after conquering all of the regions? This could indeed save some time. However, upon trying to imagine the Heavenly Light Goddess performing, Lin couldn't help but find it a bit of an eyesore. Was this something that a supreme heavenly god should do? Where was their sense of shame? Did the Heavenly Light Goddess say anything else? Lin continued to interrogate. No, she genuinely didn't say anything else. That's all she told me. She told me to follow her plans, or else she would kill me, the Dragon Emperor said frantically. Lin confirmed that the Dragon Emperor wasn't lying. He then engulfed all of the heavenly light power from the Dragon Emperor's body before releasing him and saying, I'll let you off today. However, if you continue to do evil, then the fate of your tail will be your final fate. The Dragon Emperor was naturally extremely grateful that he could live on. He dragged his son toward the library of heavenly books of the 6th region. The Dragon Emperor had already decided. After everything was over, he would hide in the library of heavenly books and never come out again. At this moment, the performers of the Red Ink Tavern had yet to come to their senses. Gazing at the man in the sky, they couldn't help but feel that his figure was growing larger and larger. Moreover, they were completely unable to relate him to Lu Debao, the main drawcard who had performed the cooking dance. Their demeanor was completely different. Lu Debao, thank you, the Red Empress said with a wide smile. And Lin also nodded in gratitude as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him. I also need to thank you. Thank you for believing in me. The battle had already concluded. However, the beings of the Taichu Holy Land were still stuck in a state of shock. The battle between the two regional leaders had already been astounding enough. Yet, a mysterious powerful being had suddenly arrived and easily defeated one of the regional leaders? Just how powerful was this being? The regional leaders of the other regions couldn't help but feel slightly alarmed. Is the world about to change? The Snake Emperor of the 5th region hissed as he gazed at that man in white in the distance. In fact, the world already started to change the moment the heavenly light goddess arrived. The Spirit Fish Emperor said with emotion as he swayed his 7-colored divine tail. Change? There's already nowhere for us to retreat. One misstep and we might never recover. The giant black tortoise in the 2nd region said as it shivered in apprehension. Who are you people going to support? The Martial Emperor of the 4th region asked calmly. Heh, Lu Debao, of course. Only this kind of powerful being is deserving of our support. The Black Emperor of the 10th region said with a chuckle. The power of the heavenly light goddess contains a sense of absolute hope and liberation. Perhaps she isn't a destroyer as we all think. The White Emperor of the 1st region said as he extended his 8 wings. His voice was calm as he bathed under a holy light. The regional leaders were communicating through a unique channel. At this moment, Lin and the Red Empress were already returning to the Red Ink Tavern. Their return drew cheers of jubilation from the beings of the 8th region. The main drawcards also stepped forward to welcome them. Their expressions were completely different as they looked at Lin now. A few moments ago, they had still viewed him as a fellow colleague. In fact, some of the performers had even felt a sense of arrogance and pride as they viewed him as a junior. Now, however, they didn't dare to view him with such arrogance. The man before them could even pummel the Dragon Emperor. There was awe and admiration in many of the performers' eyes as they gazed at Lin. Lu Debao, who exactly are you? Ingbao asked nervously as she gazed at the man before her. And Lin couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the woman who was like a frightened little rabbit. He walked forward and suddenly pinched her soft and delicate cheeks, causing her to squeal in surprise. He then smiled and said, What? I simply fought one battle, yet you're going to pretend that you don't know me anymore? Ingbao was extremely flustered upon hearing this, and she frantically shook her head, saying, I'm not. Her face was as red as an apple. In Ingbao's eyes, Lin was at least on the same level as the regional leaders. However, he was actually speaking to her in such a manner. Right now, she was like a deer caught in headlights. Because of your interference, my battle with the Dragon Emperor didn't result in a victor. However, I'm sure that the Dragon Emperor won't dare to cause any more troubles. Anyhow, what do you plan to do next? The Red Empress asked in an extremely gentle voice. The heavenly light goddess targets are the libraries of heavenly books, so I plan to act faster than her and keep these heavenly books safe. And Lin replied honestly. Heavenly books? You actually know about the heavenly books? Perhaps you've already seen the heavenly book in the library of heavenly books. The Red Empress' eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at the smiling man before her. I finished reading the 90 million or so books when you were fighting, and I was able to uncover the heavenly book. I then took it to safeguard. And Lin nodded as he admitted this. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. The main drawcards who had entered the library of heavenly books before were especially shocked. and they looked at Enlin as if they had seen a ghost. He had read all of the 90 million or so books. Moreover, he had read all of them while they had been spectating the battle? What kind of incredible feat was this? So fast. Could it be that he didn't lie to me and genuinely finished reading all of the books? Wuxia was slightly dazed as she gazed at the man before her. She discovered that she had never been so shocked in all of her life. Such a person actually existed in the world. I always thought that the heavenly books were only a legend. Who knew? The Red Empress sighed with emotion as she gazed at the library of heavenly books. And Lin further confirmed the speculation in his mind upon hearing this. The library of heavenly books had definitely been secretly formed by a hidden powerful being. At this moment, a little boy cheerfully walked over. Lu Debao, your performance was incredible. Can I invite you to perform in the third region as a distinguished guest? The little boy earnestly joined his hands in salute as he said this. How could I dare to refuse the Spirit Emperor's invitation? I couldn't ask for a better opportunity, and Lin replied with a smile. Since the heavenly light goddess wanted the heavenly books, and Lin decided that he would take all of them first. He would take his enemy's path, leaving them with nowhere to go. Brother Debao, you're really going to leave? Upon learning that Enlin was about to leave, Bao didn't have time to be scared anymore. She blinked her large eyes and asked in reluctance, Are you still going to return? Of course I'll return, Enlin replied with a nod. He smiled and continued, I'll return to the Red Ink Tavern after I save the world. Bao couldn't help but giggle and say, How cocky! Just like that, and Lin bade farewell to the performers and the Red Empress before following the Spirit Emperor to the third region of the Taichu Holy Land. The Taichu Holy Land wasn't large, with each of the 10 regions only being as large as a big city. Moreover, this Holy Land was unique in that all of the beings were extremely powerful. There was no weakling. The regional leaders were the most powerful beings of each region. When enjoying the buff of their region, each of the regional leaders would possess a combat capability at the God of Creation stage. They were the most important pillars of the Taichu Holy Land, and they were also the gods in the minds of their citizens. However, their invincible image was slightly shaken following the Dragon Emperor's overwhelming defeat at the hands of Enlin. An atmosphere of looming calamity enveloped the entire Taichu Holy Land. A small hole started to appear in the semi-transparent light barrier. Enlin and the Spirit Emperor flew through this hole and into the third region. The third region was fairly similar to the 8th region. The only difference was the style of architecture. Here, many of the buildings hovered in the sky. Moreover, most of them were round in shape, making them appear like a collection of floating orbs. The Spirit Emperor pointed at a giant blue orb in the sky and said, The library of heavenly books in our region is located in the highest orb in the center of the city. There's also a large culture and arts center there, and it's called the Immortal Spirit Tavern. Immortal Spirit Tavern. A smile spread across Enlin's face as he looked at the orb in the sky, and he asked, How can I enter the library of heavenly books? I'll host a night of immortal spirits tonight. You'll gain the right to enter the library of heavenly books if you manage to become a main draw card. The Spirit Emperor replied, I still have to perform? Isn't there any back door to go through? And Lin asked. He could feel a headache forming. The Spirit Emperor wore a look of exasperation and said, I'm sorry, but that's not possible. This is a rule of the library of heavenly books, and even I can't break this rule. Otherwise, you'll suffer a backlash if you try to forcefully enter the library of heavenly books. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If this was the case, then the heavenly light goddess would have to perform too. I can only host the night of immortal spirits, but I don't have the right to interfere with it. I can't influence how the spectators vote, nor can I influence how many main draw cards perform. If I interfere, your title of the main draw card won't be recognized by the Immortal Spirit Tavern, the Spirit Emperor explained. How do you know this? And Lin asked in curiosity. The Spirit Emperor grimaced but didn't reply. However, Enlin had already obtained the answer from his expression. Say, this little child had done that kind of thing before. Enlin smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Following the Spirit Emperor's arrangements, he successfully became a trainee of the Immortal Spirit Tavern. He would perform during tonight's Night of Immortal Spirits. However, the Spirit Emperor kept Lin's performance a secret, only announcing that a mysterious artist would be performing tonight. The night quickly fell. The light barrier switched from morning mode to a clear and transparent state. The genuine night sky and galaxies started to appear. The third region was dazzling with lights as each of the orb-shaped buildings in the sky flickered with a colorful light. These buildings were like colorful bubbles that were drifting through the sky. This was a beautiful and dreamlike scene. However, the most beautiful building was still the large orb in the center of the city, the Immortal Spirit Tavern. The Immortal Spirit Tavern was a profound and enchanting deep blue color. It wasn't flashy like some of the other buildings, yet the beings of the third region liked this building the most. Their gazes would also stop here for the longest period of time. This was because the Immortal Spirit Tavern was especially pure. Glancing at it was as if one's heart and soul were being cleansed. This was a completely different style from the Red Ink Tavern. All of the higher-ups of the third region had gathered here tonight to witness the grand performance. The world was in turmoil, yet songs and dancing continued to thrive in this place. They had already suffered enough pain. Thus, the beings in this place could remain calm even if some huge event were imminent. In fact, they would even yearn to watch some performances. How many main draw cards will perform tonight? No idea. However, I want Feng Linger to perform. I've been thinking about her Whisper of the Wind for an entire year. Feng Linger? Are you dreaming? She's the #1 main draw card of the Immortal Spirit Tavern. There's no way she'll perform all the time. In fact, it's already been 3 years since I last saw her perform. Sigh. I actually want to see Liu Debao's cooking dance more. His skills are so astonishing and enchanting. I wonder what kind of emotion the cooking dance will evoke. Then you can keep dreaming. What kind of status does he have? He stunned the entire Holy Land with a single performance. I'm so envious of the Red Ink Tavern's audience. The spectators inside the Immortal Spirit Tavern were extremely enthusiastic as they conversed with each other. Performers started to exhibit their skills one after another, causing the spectators to experience waves of excitement. The main draw cards more so displayed their incredible skills that caused the spectators to gasp in admiration and awe. At this moment, Lin entered the stage under the watchful gazes of the tens of thousands of spectators. There was a frying pan in his left hand and a spatula in his right. He had yet to begin his performance, but the audience had already erupted in excitement. Not only were the spectators cheering and squealing, but even the performers and some main draw cards in the backstage were squealing with emotion. He had come. That man had come. The cooking dance had already become famous throughout the entire Holy Land. Moreover, Lin's invincible might when pummeling the Dragon Emperor had further added a legendary flavor to his cooking dance. Everyone yearned for the chance to personally witness Lin's cooking dance. However, they hadn't imagined that such a day would actually come. Moreover, it had come so quickly and without any warning. Some of the spectators were so excited that they were almost about to faint. The emotions of terror and unease that Lin had expected didn't appear. Instead, what appeared before him was the sound of excited and deafening cheers. It was without a doubt that his arrival had pushed the atmosphere of the Immortal Spirit Tavern to a climax. He had yet to begin his performance, but he had already become the most popular performer during this night of immortal spirits. Of course, he still had to continue with his cooking dance. The classical Chicken, You're Too Fragrant performance began, and Lin once again performed his legendary cooking dance. At the same time, he naturally gave each member of the audience a piece of chicken to enjoy, successfully completing his bribe. None of the top main draw cards performed during this night of immortal spirits, with only 3 ordinary main draw cards performing. Thus, they were naturally obliterated by Lin. Of the 60,000 votes, Lin obtained over 30,000 of them. In other words, he obtained more votes than the rest of the performers combined. In fact, he had obtained over 5 times the number of votes of the highest-scoring main draw card. Could be said that this was a crushing victory. At this moment, after learning about Lin's urgency in wanting to enter the library of heavenly books, Fenglinger, the #1 main draw card of the Immortal Spirit Tavern, generously gifted him the opportunity to enter. She had obtained this opportunity after making a great contribution to the Immortal Spirit Tavern, and Lin successfully entered the Library of Heavenly Books. This was a familiar scenario, and Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He didn't know why the main draw cards were treating him so well. Perhaps they wanted to forge a good bond with him? Each cause would lead to an effect. Was this proof that they had chosen him? And Lin didn't speak any nonsense after entering the Library of Heavenly Books. Instead, he immediately unleashed his heavenly darkness power and absorbed all of the knowledge and Tao realms contained within the books. Possessing the complete heavenly darkness power is so nice. His mind would be unfazed regardless of how enormous the amount of information he had to absorb. It was like a black hole that could engulf everything. And Lin's knowledge rose explosively again. Some of the books were incredibly interesting. They described countless immortal spells, and although these weren't top-notch immortal spells, the peculiar ideas and unique Tao realms that they explored allowed Lin to comprehend and understand many things through analogy. In fact, Lin could even feel his Tao integration stage cultivation base loosening a little. Of course, most of the books still revolved around the culture and civilization of the numerous tribes. After absorbing this enormous amount of information, Lin even possessed the ability to casually write some legendary poems now. As the saying went, the more one reads, the better one writes. Meanwhile, Lin had already read hundreds of millions of books. Thus, he could naturally write like a god. Lin roughly went over the knowledge that he had just acquired. He could feel a sense of indescribable fulfillment, and this was a feeling that made even his soul feel fulfilled. Perhaps knowledge was something that could genuinely enrich one's life. Lin shook his head to clear his mind of these random thoughts. He then started to walk toward someplace in the Library of Heavenly Books according to the guidance hidden in the hundreds of millions of books. He used his fingers as a brush as he drew complicated formations into the air. As these formations fused into the void, a book that was shrouded in a milky white glow slowly materialized before Lin. Lin grabbed this book, and he instantly felt its incredible weight. This book was like a boundless world. This book clearly had no pages within it, yet its contents covered everything in the world. This book was the ultimate embodiment of this entire world. This was a mesmerizing sensation. In fact, Lin felt an urge to completely possess and own this book. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse. He understood that such an action would first and foremost destroy every single being in the third region. Giant Lin, I've come again. A fissure appeared in the void beside him. Tina wore a smile as she poked her head out from this fissure. Her delicate and flawless face was red with excitement, and her emerald green eyes were unblinking as she stared at the heavenly book in Lin's hands. Her eyes were full of yearning, and Lin cracked a grin as he handed the book to Tina. Here, take it. Thank you, Giant Lin. Tina was ecstatic as she accepted the heavenly book. However, she didn't immediately leave. Instead, she cocked her head as if she were thinking about something. What are you thinking about? If you have something to say, then spit it out. Lin said. Well? Tina blinked a few times and said, it looks like Giant Lin is troubled by many things. Have you come across some difficult situation? Lin was slightly surprised. You actually discovered this? Of course. Tina's palm-sized body jumped out from the fissure and flew before Lin's face. She carried the heavenly book on top of her head and placed a hand on her hips. She then used her other hand to point at Lin before saying, Giant Lin, your anxiety and irritation are all written on your face. Tell me what's wrong. Perhaps Little Na can help you resolve your problems. Lin pondered for a moment before telling Tina about the heavenly light goddess plan, his own situation, as well as the unique nature of this world. Tina placed her hands on her hips in anger and said, I'm aware that the heavenly books are formed from the fragments of the heavenly Tao. However, I genuinely didn't know that the heavenly light goddess actually wants to use these fragments of the heavenly Tao to forge a weapon. Only sinister demons who want to destroy the world would do such things. Right? The heavenly light goddess believes that she's doing the right thing. She's weighing things up, and Lin said with a sigh. So, Giant and Lin, your current problem is that you can't find her, yet she's definitely aware of you already. Moreover, you're afraid that she'll emulate your method to obtain the heavenly books. Even if she obtains just one heavenly book, that will still be a disaster for the beings of that region. Not only that, but you're unable to stop her, Tina said in a crisp and pleasant voice. That's exactly right. It will take far too long if I go to one region at a time to collect the heavenly books. During this time, it's extremely likely that she'll manage to obtain the heavenly books of several other regions. And Lin furrowed his brows before continuing. That being the case, I can't stop her from obtaining the heavenly books unless I split myself up and go to several different regions at once. Tina pondered for a moment before saying, Can you ask the other regional leaders to temporarily pause the performances in their regions first and only resume them when you arrive? And Lin nodded and said, That's a good idea. However, the problem is only the Spirit Emperor of the 3rd region, the Snake Emperor of the 5th region, the Demon Emperor of the 7th region, and the Red Empress of the 8th region have expressed their support for me. The attitude of the other regional leaders is still ambiguous, so I'm afraid that they'll turn around to support the Heavenly Light Goddess instead. That can't be, right? The Heavenly Light Goddess attacked the library of heavenly books of the 2nd region and even threatened the Dragon Emperor of the 6th region. Everyone knows this, so how can they still support her? Tina asked in slight disbelief. It's hard to say. Perhaps some of them will be inspired by the power of her light. And Lin said with an exasperated smile. In fact, the heavenly light power of the Heavenly Light Goddess genuinely possessed a sense of boundless hope and righteousness. At least, it could evoke a sense of comfort and yearning from ordinary beings. Meanwhile, his heavenly darkness power was pitch black and gave beings a sense of apprehension and anxiety. It was as if they would be swallowed at any moment. Giant and Lin's worries aren't unfounded. Tina tapped her chin with her slender finger as she fell into deep thought. Tina's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed, I've got it! What have you come up with? And Lin asked in excitement. In his eyes, they were already facing a situation of hopeless despair. He hadn't imagined that Tina would actually come up with a plan. This was a delightful surprise. In fact, you don't need to fight for the heavenly books yourself, Tina said with a wide smile. What do you mean? And Lin asked in confusion. Can't you ask others to help? Tina said with a giggle. Ask others to help. And Lin felt as if he had opened the door to a whole new world. There was a glimmer in his eyes, and he said, That's right. Can't I just ask others to help me obtain the heavenly books? I can temporarily bestow my heavenly darkness power upon the main draw cards, and have them use this power to absorb the knowledge inside the library of heavenly books. They can then use this knowledge to find the location of the heavenly books. However, the glimmer suddenly disappeared from Lin's eyes, and he said, But the highest cultivation base of the main draw cards is only at the Dao integration stage. If they want to rapidly absorb the knowledge contained within hundreds of millions of books, that will require far too much heavenly darkness power. They need to be even more powerful than the Dark Wing Emperor. In other words, they'll be unable to accept my heavenly darkness power, not even for a short period of time. Those at the Dao integration stage might not be enough, but what about those at the God of Creation stage? Tina asked. Of course those at the God of Creation stage will be powerful enough. However, where are we going to find God of Creation stage helpers? As he finished saying this, and Lin suddenly raised his head to look at the smiling fairy before him. Tina patted her chest and said, Tee, Giant and Lin, it's just like you think. I have 5 God of Creation stage underlings who can all come here to help you obtain the heavenly books. 5 God of Creation stage underlings. As it turned out, Tina was even more of a big boss than Lin. That's amazing. Little Na, you're truly my lucky star. And Lin faltered for a short moment before excitedly pulling Little Na into his embrace. Tina also smiled happily as she rested her head on Lin's chest and experienced his warmth. Little Na can naturally solve all of your problems. Tina was happily jumping around the library of heavenly books. However, the restrictions here didn't detect her at all. Just like that, Tina and Enlin casually strolled out of the library of heavenly books. Congratulations, Lou DeBeo. Did everything go smoothly? Holy crap. What's with this fairy? The Spirit Emperor had initially been wearing a smile, but he was given a fright upon seeing the fairy sitting on Enlin's shoulder. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Oh, her? She's my summoned beast. Enlin replied calmly. Teehee. Hello, I'm Tina, Lou DeBeo's summoned beast, Tina said in greeting. The Spirit Emperor couldn't help but grimace. What fucking summoned beast? Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? The Spirit Emperor was extremely confused at this moment. He had come across some incomprehensible event. That was, a living being had suddenly appeared inside the library of heavenly books yet had not been targeted by the restrictions. In fact, they had even strolled out without a worry in the world. He had never experienced anything like this before. He wanted to make heads or tails of the situation, yet Enlin and Tina kept giggling and changing the topic. They didn't reveal any information to him. He was exasperated, and he could only say, "You've already obtained the heavenly book, and the existence of our region is already in your hands. Lou DeBeo, what do you plan to do next? What we're about to do might exceed your wildest imaginations," Enlin replied. After saying this, he contacted the Snake Emperor and Demon Emperor and asked them to not hold any performances until his arrival. The Snake Emperor and Demon Emperor readily agreed to this request. Everything's ready. Little Na, you can start now, Enlin said with a smile. All right. Tina cheerfully opened a door of light. The Spirit Emperor was struck by a familiar feeling upon seeing this door of light. At this moment, a pair of long and slender legs stepped out from this door of light. This was a woman with ice-cold eyes, pale skin, and a pair of wings. She was wearing a black dress, and she was clearly a noble and aloof member of the Dark Wing tribe. The woman glanced at her surroundings in curiosity before bowing at Tina and saying, "He sure pays her respects to the goddess." Immediately afterward, a man in a suit of armor that was glowing with divine light strode out. His eyes were sanguine red, and there was a pair of demon horns on his head. His expression was sincere as he said, "Lu Jin pays his respects to the goddess." The sound of ringing bells suddenly traveled over. An eerie green figure that had 3 heads slowly drifted out. This was an uncanny-looking boy. Where is this place? No idea. Just shout long life to the goddess. This boy was extremely carefree and casual as he greeted Tina. After a short while, clouds and mists started to seep out from the door of light. A pure and flawless mermaid that had pale and delicate skin slowly swam out from the large door. Her tail was a faint pink color, and there was a small light blue mole under the corner of her eye. A soft and ethereal voice traveled into their ears. "The sky is my yearning, and the sea is my home. Goddess, why have you summoned me here?" As she said this, she gazed up at the sky with a melancholy expression. No one knew what she was thinking about. Immediately afterward, an ugly rock rolled out from the large door. The stone remained unmoving and unspeaking after it rolled out. The Spirit Emperor couldn't hide his shock upon suddenly seeing these 5 beings appear. He discovered that each of these 5 beings was immensely profound and powerful. In fact, they were so profound that even he couldn't comprehend their existence. What in the world is going on? What just happened? How did they suddenly appear? There were countless question marks in the Spirit Emperor's mind. There was a pleading expression in his eyes as he turned to Enlin, yet he discovered that Enlin was also in a state of surprise at this moment. All right, everyone's arrived. Tina clapped her small hands and continued, "Giant Enlin, let me introduce them to you." She pointed at the noble and aloof woman from the Dark Wing tribe and said, "This is He Shur, the paramount goddess of the Dark Wing tribe." He Shur gave Enlin a slight nod of acknowledgement. However, she didn't reveal much emotion at all. "This is Lu Jin, the paramount god of the true demon tribe." Lu Jin wore a wide grin as he waved at Enlin. "This is the 3-headed spirit, the paramount god of the void spirit tribe." The boy with 3 heads drifted around Enlin. Hello, Big Brother. Don't call him Big Brother. You should call him Boss. He's the friend of our goddess. Boss Big Brother is fairly handsome. The three heads were extremely lively as they conversed among themselves. Tina appeared to be accustomed to their behavior, and she smiled before continuing with her introductions. This is Tian-E, the paramount goddess of the spirit fish clan. Clouds and mists drifted about as the stunningly beautiful mermaid swam up to Enlin. She extended her soft and pale hand to lightly stroke Enlin's face before saying in a pleasant and ethereal voice, "I can sense a peculiar aura from your body. Can you find a fated destiny for me?" Enlin was utterly confused. However, Tina continued with her introductions, saying, "This is Mou, the paramount god of the stone tribe." Thump! A deep and muffled sound traveled over from the large, round rock. This appeared to be a greeting. "All right, let me introduce you guys to my divine spokesperson now. His name is Enlin, and his orders are my orders," Tina said as she pointed at Enlin. "Hello, spokesperson Enlin. Spokesperson Enlin. I remember now. That's right, he's a being from the ancient past. Who would have imagined that he would survive until now? Good heavens. Greetings, spokesperson Enlin." Thump! The god of creation stage divine beings enthusiastically greeted Enlin. Their expressions were completely different from before as they looked at Enlin. However, Enlin was the most astonished of them all. He had never seen so many god of creation stage divine beings together at once. There were a whopping 5 of them. Including Tina, there were a total of 6 god of creation stage divine beings before him. What kind of world could birth so many god of creation stage divine beings? Just how terrifying was Tina's world? Moreover, these beings were at the god of creation stage just like Tina, so why did they still show her so much respect? They were most likely aware of the truth of the divine mirror world already, so why were they still willingly serving Tina? Enlin was shocked, genuinely shocked. To his surprise and disbelief, everything that Tina had said was true. Moreover, the words of these god of creation stage divine beings also revealed a lot of information. In fact, this information caused him to question his life. Of course, the Spirit Emperor was naturally even more shocked than him. Enlin? Aren't you called Lu Debao?" "Oh, Lu Debao is my nickname," Enlin said casually. The Spirit Emperor was rendered speechless. What fucking nickname? This explanation was overflowing with disrespect toward him. It was completely taking him for a fool. Moreover, what was with all those so-called paramount gods? How were there suddenly so many supreme beings? The Spirit Emperor was powerful enough to dominate the entire Taichu Holy Land, yet he understood that any single one of these beings would be powerful enough to pummel him, even after taking into account the buff of the third region. They had already reached a terrifying level. In a short moment, I'm going to assign each of you with a mission. The god spokesperson will also grant you some power. What you need to do is... Tina started to tell the divine beings what they needed to do, as well as what kind of opponents they might come across. Enlin initially thought that they might raise objections or even refuse to comply. However, to his surprise, none of the 5 divine beings raised any objections. They all readily accepted this mission. Enlin started to use his heavenly god power to funnel the power of darkness into the divine beings' bodies. The divine beings couldn't help but gasp in admiration upon sensing the pure power of the heavenly Tao. This power? The aloof He Shur involuntarily moaned upon carefully experiencing this power. I really like it. Sure enough, Enlin's heavenly darkness power was extremely attractive to members of the Dark Wing tribe. Enlin was well aware of how much heavenly darkness power he needed to bestow upon them to allow them to absorb all of the information from the books. This was a vast amount of power. Moreover, they would suffer a backlash from his heavenly darkness power if they couldn't withstand it. However, the 5 god of creation stage divine beings accepted his power without any difficulty at all. Phew, I'm exhausted. Enlin was breathing heavily as he lay on the ground. He had bestowed a colossal amount of heavenly darkness power to the 5 divine beings in a single breath, and this had almost completely drained him of all his power. He would need a very long time to recover. Holy spokesperson, are you feeling unwell? Tianyi will help you take a look. A faint pink mermaid tail lightly rested on Enlin's body as a beautiful and flawless face appeared before him. Her voice was soft, and her eyes were filled with concern. As she spoke, Enlin could even sense a watery fragrance. Don't be like this. I don't like this kind of position. Enlin was given a fright, and he immediately pushed Tianyi aside. Tianyi furrowed her adorable brows, and it seemed like she didn't know what she had done wrong. She wore a confused expression as she looked at Enlin and asked, "Then what kind of position do you like?" Enlin immediately retrieved a divine pill and popped it into his mouth. "I like this kind of position, understand?" Tianyi gazed at Enlin with her pure and limpid eyes for a moment before nodding and saying, I understand." The storage ring on her slender finger flashed, and a divine pill immediately appeared in her hand. She raised it to Enlin's mouth and said, "Open your mouth, holy spokesperson. Do you like this position?" Enlin, is this big sister mermaid understanding something wrong? Why does she seem a little airhead? Can this big sister really obtain the title of the main draw card and enter the library of heavenly books? Enlin suddenly started to panic. However, he still accepted the pill that she was handing him. An immense medicinal power started to course through his body, allowing him to rapidly recover his power. Enlin stood up and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for helping, everyone. No worries. Goddess, holy spokesperson, we'll definitely complete our missions. It's just becoming a main draw card, right? Just watch us succeed." The god of creation stage divine beings were all extremely confident. Enlin turned around and said to the dazed Spirit Emperor, "Spirit Emperor, we'll rely on you to make them new trainees in each of the different regions." "Why yes, no problem." The Spirit Emperor was extremely emotional as he came to his senses. He felt like he had chosen correctly. Only Enlin could become the savior of the Taichu Holy Land. His ability to enlist the help of so many God of Creation stage divine beings was proof of his profound potential and background. It could be said that his power and potential were unfathomable. "I definitely have enough contacts to make this happen. You need trainee positions in the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 9th, and 10th regions, correct?" The Spirit Emperor asked. "That's right." Enlin replied with a nod. "Remember to contact me if you come across any emergency situation. I've already established a God of Creation connection with all of you, so I'll be able to instantly teleport to your side if the need arises," Tina said to the God of Creation stage divine beings. The God of Creation stage divine beings all nodded in understanding. "Then please follow me," the Spirit Emperor said respectfully as he looked at the God of Creation stage divine beings. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend any one of them. Just like that, the God of Creation stage divine beings left with the Spirit Emperor. Enlin watched their leaving figures. Sister He sure wore an aloof and unworried expression. Lu Jin looked like a gentle and friendly uncle, and the three-headed spirit was extremely lively as he asked the Spirit Emperor all kinds of questions. Meanwhile, Tianyi continued to turn around and glance at Enlin. However, she would smile sheepishly each time she did so. As for Mou, he was silent as he slowly rolled along behind them. This formation, Enlin couldn't help but feel that they were a little strange. "I completely approve of their cultivation base and power. However, can they truly defeat the talented main draw cards?" Enlin had a nagging feeling that they were unreliable. This was especially the case for that rock. All he could do was make a thumping sound, so how could he perform? "Giant Enlin, don't underestimate them," Tina said as she watched their disappearing figures. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and she said, "Time can give birth to civilization, and these are beings who have experienced countless years. Their experiences and knowledge can all become the foundations of their astonishing performances. Just wait for their good news." Although Enlin was slightly skeptical of these divine beings, he had great trust in Tina. "All right, then let's head to the 10th region." 6 of the regions were ambiguous in their attitude, yet they had already sent 5 God of Creation stage divine beings to deal with 5 of these 6 regions. Thus, Enlin needed to head to the last region himself. This way, they could obtain all of the heavenly books in the shortest time possible. There still hasn't been any news of the heavenly light goddess becoming a main drawcard yet. Let's hope there's still enough time. And Lin flew toward the 10th region under the guidance of some subordinate of the Spirit Emperor. As for Tina, she silently returned to the divine mirror world. After some temporary commotion, the Tai Chu Holy Land returned to a state of calm and peace. However, turbulent undercurrents were already raging under this facade of calm. As if to soothe the worry and anxiety of the beings, each of the regions decided to schedule large-scale performances as if in tacit understanding. The radiant sun hung in the sky, on some lively and bustling street. In the morning before the grand performance, numerous scouts started to discover talented beings on the streets. Immediately afterward, these talented individuals astonished their respective gold medal tutors in the training rooms. Of course, this astonishment quickly transformed into wild delight. Afterward, these trainees were quickly scheduled to perform the following night. Night gradually fell. The Tai Chu Holy Land was about to welcome its grandest collection of performances. In the first region, the territory of the White Emperor. Next, please welcome the trainee Heisher to perform her dance routine, Hymn of the Night. A stunningly beautiful woman walked onto the stage to the skepticism and surprise of the audience. However, her beautiful appearance and slender figure quickly lit up the atmosphere of the theater. At the same time, in the second region, the territory of the Turtle Emperor. This was the Heavenly Sea Pagoda that had been damaged by the Heavenly Light Goddess. Tianyi used her pink mermaid tail to send a stream of thousands of bubbles into the air. After creating a sad and desolate atmosphere, she then used her unimaginable mermaid voice to sing a song of battle mourning. Everyone in the audience was moved to tears. On the divine martial stage of the fourth region, Lu Jin, the paramount god of the true demon tribe, performed a fist technique. This was a stunning fist technique that astonished everyone in the audience. In fact, some of the more powerful cultivators were completely engrossed and had yet to come to their senses long after his performance had ended. Within the Dragon Den of the 6th region, the Dragon Emperor, who had just been bullied not long ago, saw a round rock roll onto the stage. This rock didn't speak, and it merely rested in the center of the stage just like that. The tens of thousands of spectators were initially dumbfounded. However, they quickly started to hurl abuse at this rock. After a while, they fell into deep thought. Eventually, they attained enlightenment, and it was as if they had understood some profound meaning of life. Meanwhile, tears streaked down the Dragon Emperor's face as he started to sincerely repent for his sins. In the 9th region, the territory of the Spirit Fish Emperor. Within the Seashell Tavern, a young boy was performing a 3-person comedy routine, causing the spectators to bend over with laughter. However, as they laughed, they were also reminded of their current situation, causing them to sigh with emotion. In fact, many of them had tears glistening in their eyes. Within the Dark Day Tavern of the 10th region, Lu Debao once again entered the stage to the wild applause and cheers of the audience. His performance caused waves of unprecedented excitement. The Tai Chu Holy Land was calm and peaceful tonight. However, the Tai Chu Holy Land was also filled with exuberant joy and delight tonight. In fact, this was a historical night. A whopping 5 God of Creation stage divine beings who only existed in legends had actually entered the stages of the different regions to perform as trainees. This was definitely a historical moment that would astound the entire world. Moreover, it was the cooperation of these divine beings that had given birth to the legend of the invincible trainees. Three-headed spirit, three-headed spirit, three-headed spirit. Enthusiastic cheers continued to reverberate around the theater. With a total of over 20,000 votes, the three-headed spirit had successfully obtained more than twice the votes of the highest-scoring main drawcard. He was the first God of Creation stage divine being to successfully become a main drawcard. This wasn't to say that he was the most impressive. Rather, this was merely because his region had tallied the votes first. The three-headed spirit raised his request to enter the library of heavenly books. A main drawcard in the 9th region was extremely attracted by him, so they specially donated their great contribution to him. This allowed him to successfully enter the library of heavenly books. The three-headed spirit gazed at the massive collection of books before him. He was in the shape of a child, so he appeared incredibly minuscule as he stood in the center of this library. How are there so many books? Moreover, each of these books contains a colossal amount of information. No wonder the holy spokesperson had to grant us the power of darkness. Otherwise, how long would it take us to read all of these books? The three heads said as they sighed with emotion. Darkness started to emanate from the three-headed spirit's body. This darkness then slowly enveloped all of the books before rapidly absorbing the information contained within them. Oh, it hurts. So much information is surging into my head. One of the heads shouted in agony. Don't worry, we'll help you out. Another head said earnestly. Us three brothers will tackle all challenges together. The third head said resolutely. Fortunately, we have three heads, so the pain isn't so extreme. I wonder how the others are going to deal with this. They'll definitely roll around in agony, right? At the same time, Lu Jin had also entered the library of heavenly books. After straightening his armor, he observed the books inside the library of heavenly books with keen interest. In fact, he even started to read and comprehend some of the books with his own power. Incredible! How ingenious! This method of storing and imparting information is worthy of being learned. Lu Jin continued to nod as he read through the books. He felt like he had learned a lot. This place isn't that simple. It was definitely created by some powerful senior. Moreover, this world also gives me an uncannily familiar feeling. Lu Jin pondered over this for a moment, yet he couldn't discover anything of value. Thus, he started to use the power of darkness to absorb the information of the remaining books. He was extremely cautious, and he only used the power of darkness to absorb the information of one book first. The effect was astonishing, and he discovered that the rate of absorbing information had risen explosively by an unfathomable amount. In fact, he had absorbed the information of this book in the blink of an eye. Only then did Lu Jin expand this darkness to cover 1/10 of the books. He could still absorb the information of these books easily. After expanding the darkness to cover half of the books, Lu Jin finally felt some slight pain in his mind. Anyhow, he didn't need to absorb the information from all of the books in the library in one go. He could break them up into 2 chunks and then slowly absorb them, right? This would be easier on the body. This was what Lu Jin thought, and this was what Lu Jin did. This feels fairly comfortable. Meanwhile, Tian Yi's performance in the second region had been the most successful. In fact, she had obtained over 3 times the number of votes of the highest scoring main draw card. She had easily crushed her competition. Moreover, she had even broken the record that Enlin had set as a trainee. Tian Yi had always been a gifted singer, and singing was also her biggest hobby. As a god of creation stage divine being who had unleashed her talent in performing, it was only natural that she dominated the rest of the competition. She was the most dazzling star of the night. In fact, she even gained tens of thousands of hardcore superfans during this night, causing countless loyal fans of other performers to defect to her side. This was an absolute nightmare for the other performers of this region. Tian Yi successfully entered the library of heavenly books. When she asked to enter the library of heavenly books, numerous male performers stepped forward to offer their opportunity. In fact, they were almost fighting to give their opportunity to her. It was abundantly clear just how insanely charming and popular she was. She was still pure and airhead even when she entered the library of heavenly books. She was like a naive and adorable celestial maiden as she swished her tail and arrived at the center of the library. Tian Yi opened her dainty mouth as gazed at the incredible collection of books in front of her, saying in a soft and pleasant voice, "I've been feeling a sense of indescribable familiarity ever since entering this world. This sense of familiarity has only grown stronger after entering this library of heavenly books. Perhaps this world is my true home, and perhaps my origin is born from this place. Does the goddess want to retrieve this origin and then repair it?" As if making sense of something, a beautiful smile spread across her pure and slightly adorable face. "If everything goes smoothly, will I be able to return home? I'm looking forward to it. in the 6th region, in the Dragon Denver, before the entrance to the Library of Heavenly Books. Mou rolled to the entrance and silently rested there. This rock didn't speak, and this confused the main drawcards who had been paying attention to him. However, after a brief moment, the main drawcards suddenly understood his intention. He wanted to enter. A teacher who possessed such profound knowledge and with such a rich understanding of philosophy wanted to enter the Library of Heavenly Books. The main drawcards felt that this was only natural. Mou was the best and most suitable visitor to the Library of Heavenly Books. Thereupon, the main drawcards started to fight to give their precious opportunity to Mou, and Lin had been the most skeptical of Mou's abilities. Yet, he successfully rolled into the Library of Heavenly Books with the help of the main drawcards without needing to utter a single word. Everything had gone smoothly. They were all God of Creation stage divine beings, so how could they be pushovers? These divine beings were paramount legends regardless of whether they resided in the Taichu continent or the boundless universe. They stood at a transcendent height, so they naturally understood how to perform to capture the hearts of the audience. Tonight was the most brilliant night for arts and performances in the history of the Taichu Holy Land. Tonight also yielded the most fruitful results for Lin. The God of Creation stage divine beings all reported their situations to Tina. At this moment, Lin had already entered the Library of Heavenly Books in the 10th region. Upon hearing this good news, he couldn't help but admire Tina even more. "Little Na, your underlings are so impressive. Yeah, they're not bad. They're all very competent. Everything has gone smoothly, in terms of becoming main drawcards and entering the Library of Heavenly Books." Tina stroked her chin and continued. "I initially thought that some of the regional leaders would obstruct them from entering the Library of Heavenly Books." And Lin smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm very surprised by their lack of action as well. By the looks of it, the regional leaders who didn't express their support for either side actually wanted to remain neutral, huh? After seeing the divine beings arrive, they didn't dare to interfere too much." At this moment, a voice suddenly contacted Tina. The light orb beside Tina lit up. Goddess, this is an emergency situation. I've discovered the target." Heisher's voice was filled with urgency. "What target?" "The heavenly light goddess." And Lin's attention was instantly captured by these words. "That's right. She's currently in the form of a woman from the Darkwing tribe. She's the final performer for tonight. She's currently dancing under the moon and causing a huge commotion in the Holy Wing Tavern." Heisher faltered for a moment before saying in a weaker voice, "I feel like my number of votes can't exceed hers. There's no point worrying about the votes anymore. We need to figure out a way to stop her from entering the Library of Heavenly Books." And Lin interjected, "That's not possible. I have a feeling that if I forcefully battle with her inside this light barrier, I'll be attacked by an extremely terrifying restriction formation," Heisher said. "Then how long until the voting results come out?" And Lin asked. 10 minutes, Heisher replied. And Lin glanced at the books before him and said, "Wait for me. I'll come over right away." Truly wasn't easy. "But I've finally found you, heavenly light goddess." And Lin was tense and excited, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought? The heavenly light goddess genuinely went to become a trainee within the Holy Wing Tavern of the 1st region. The cheers of the audience were deafening. "Moonlit night, I love you. Celestial maiden moonlit night, I'll be your lifelong fan. Moonlit night, moonlit night, moonlit night." The audience went wild after watching her performance, solo dance under the moon. They had never witnessed such a beautiful and mesmerizing dance before. It was so holy, so beautiful, so fascinating, and so enchanting. Not only the male spectators, but even the female spectators were marveling at her performance. A barely discernible look of irritation flashed across the aloof woman's eyes as she stood in the center of the stage and listened to the endless praise and applause. However, a beautiful smile remained on her face as she bowed slightly and left the stage. After arriving in the backstage, she glanced at the only woman who could challenge her. "Heisher, you look fairly unfamiliar. Where are you from?" The heavenly light goddess wore an amiable smile, and it was as if she wanted to become friends with He Shi. Moonlit night, you also look fairly unfamiliar. Where are you from? He Shi was expressionless, and there was a faint hint of aloofness in her voice. In fact, she had already heard about this person from Goddess Tina. She was the heavenly light goddess, a terrifying enemy who ruled over the heavenly light power of the Tai Chu continent. He Shi was extremely curious about how powerful this enemy was. After all, this was an enemy who even Goddess Tina treated with great wariness. As a god of creation stage divine being, she was naturally proud and haughty. Like all other divine beings, she felt that she was the greatest in this heaven and earth. More precisely, she didn't believe that the heavenly light goddess had the right to be viewed in such high regard by Goddess Tina. He Shi wished to witness the heavenly light goddess' true strength. Of course, these were only her passing thoughts. Moonlit night smiled and remained silent. He Shi didn't press her for any answers. Neither of them wanted to reveal any information about themselves, so they both fell into silence. At this moment, the surrounding performers had already started to enthusiastically crowd over. Among them were some performers who hadn't performed tonight but had kept a close eye on the performing main drawcards. The icy expression instantly melted from Moonlit Night and He Shi's beautiful faces. They became talented and gentle women who treated the other performers with warmth and friendliness. Of course, this wasn't their true nature. If they could, they would definitely wear a cold and aloof expression to warn others to keep away. So why were they doing this? This was naturally to obtain the opportunity to enter the library of heavenly books. They were waiting for these main drawcards to donate their opportunity, so their attitudes naturally couldn't be too poor. The voting results started to come in. He Shi was slightly nervous. Of the 60,000 votes, how many could she obtain? The ordinary performers only received a pitiful number of votes. Generally speaking, they could only obtain several dozen or several hundred votes. In fact, even the main drawcards could only receive 1 to 2,000 votes. Upon seeing this, one could imagine just how many votes the two stunning beauties had attracted. Even the main drawcard in third place had only received a miserly 2,500 votes. He Shi and Moonlit Night both turned their beautiful eyes to the giant screen in the center of the stage. This was the moment that victory would be decided. Next, we'll reveal the performer who came second, the host said with passion. 3, 2, 1. On the stage, the image of a stunningly beautiful woman from the Dark Wing tribe appeared on the giant screen. Congratulations, He Shi. You've received a total of 21,000 votes and won second place, the host said with enthusiasm. He Shi's expression darkened upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Moonlit Night raised her eyebrows and said in a cheery voice, Congratulations, He Shi. You've come second? Heh! He Shi grimaced, and she really wanted to beat someone up. Please welcome trainee He Shi to the stage, the host said. The spectators cheered and squealed. However, He Shi remained unmoving. No one knew what she was thinking. He Shi, it's your turn to enter the stage. Why are you spacing out? The performers beside her smiled as they urged her to enter the stage. At this moment, the host's voice traveled over to the backstage again. Please welcome He Shi to the stage. Those who placed in the top 10 all had to enter the stage. These were the rule. However, it was as if He Shi hadn't heard the host's words. Instead of walking over, she crossed her arms before her chest and started to observe the scenery outside. What's going on? He Shi, what's wrong? Why aren't you heading over? Some of the performers couldn't help but urge her to walk over. He Shi's expression of deep thought suddenly transformed into a faint smile. She then turned around and said, What's the hurry? I'm feeling a little unwell, so just wait for a little longer. The performers were stunned. The woman before them was lively and full of vitality, and not a single part of her was unwell. Even if she wanted to fool them, couldn't she make her act more convincing? At this moment, Moonlit Night had already caught on to something. She frowned and said, He Shi, are you trying to buy time? He Shi wore an aggrieved expression, saying, Sister, how am I buying time? I genuinely feel unwell. Perhaps I exerted too much effort in my performance just then. Let me rest for a few minutes first. Moonlit Night gritted her teeth upon hearing He Shi's blatant lie. She wanted to lash out, yet she forcefully suppressed her urge. The host urged He Shi to enter the stage again, yet He Shi continued to delay with all kinds of excuses. This messed up the entire rhythm of the final ceremony. The performers didn't know what He Shi was trying to achieve. The host was completely baffled. These two stunning beauties from the Dark Wing tribe were the brightest stars of tonight, so neither one of them could be ignored. The audience was still eagerly waiting for both of them to stand on the stage together. However, He Shi suddenly started to blatantly mess with the ceremony at this moment, causing the host to become a little bewildered. In the end, the White Emperor, who was sitting in the center position of the stands, interfered and said, "He Shi can't go on stage because of some health issues. Let's move on to the next segment." During this kind of unique circumstance, the White Emperor's words were especially helpful. He Shi pursed her lips and said, "Humph, there's definitely something wrong with this White Emperor. You've already wasted 5 minutes, so are you still not happy?" Moonlit Night's expression was ice-cold as she glared at He Shi. He Shi was extremely happy upon seeing Moonlit Night's angry expression. At this moment, Moonlit Night's results were finally announced. She had received 28,000 votes, 7,000 more than He Shi. The difference wasn't great, yet He Shi was still extremely displeased. Although both of them had crushed the remaining main draw cards and received more than 8 times the votes of the highest-scoring main draw card, there was still another requirement to become a main draw card. That was, one needed to win first place. He Shi was very unhappy. She had failed her mission. Meanwhile, the host was brimming with excitement as he said, "This is truly a sight not seen in 1,000,000 years. He Shi has broken the Holy Wing Tavern's record and become the first person to not become a main draw card after receiving more than 8 times the vote of the highest-scoring main draw card." These words were like a dagger to He Shi's heart. Do you know how to speak? Does this fucking host know how to speak? Immediately afterward, the audience also started to cheer and shout. It was clear that they also found this record extremely interesting. Some of them felt that this was a pity, yet they didn't feel any misery or grief. After all, with He Shi's immense talent, she could definitely become a main draw card in the future. There was no need to overly dwell on tonight's results. Under the deafening cheers and applause of the audience, Moonlit Night successfully became a main draw card of the Holy Wing Tavern. After being bestowed a floral wreath by the White Emperor, she started to walk toward the Library of Heavenly Books. Outside the Library of Heavenly Books, He Shi had her arms crossed before her chest as she leaned on the wall outside the library. Before her, the woman called Moonlit Night had already lightly trod over, a faint smile on her face. "Regardless of whether you were sent here by Enlin or not, you've already failed. Are you not going to hurry up and piss off?" Moonlit Night didn't show a shred of mercy. She couldn't be bothered pretending to be warm and gentle. After all, she had already satisfied all of the requirements now, meaning that the restrictions in the Library of Heavenly Books wouldn't obstruct her from absorbing the Heavenly Book anymore. However, He Shi remained unmoving as she stood before the entrance to the Library of Heavenly Books. "Hey, you're the Heavenly Light Goddess, yet you're speaking in such an uncouth manner? Where's your demeanor and poise as a goddess? You're like an uncultured shrew." He Shi wore an expression of disdain as she taunted the Heavenly Light Goddess. She didn't move a single inch. As she spoke, she also glanced at the White Emperor who was following behind the Heavenly Light Goddess. Seeing his expression remain unchanging upon hearing Heavenly Light Goddess, He Shi further confirmed the speculation in her mind. Who knows what kind of spell the White Emperor is under? The Heavenly Light Goddess is here to destroy the heavenly Tao of this world. Moonlit Night couldn't be bothered arguing with He Shi. She understood that He Shi most likely wanted to buy more time by arguing with her. She strode toward the Library of Heavenly Books. However, He Shi suddenly flashed before her. Moonlit Night was extremely irritated, and she stepped to the side to walk around He Shi. However, He Shi also stepped to the side with her, continuing to block her path. In fact, She even used some voluptuous part of her body to push Moonlit Night. Big Sister Moonlit Night, what's the hurry? He Shi abandoned her cold and aloof expression. In order to complete the mission that Goddess Tina had handed her, she decided to go all out. She put on a faint smile and said, I have a lot of questions that I want to ask Big Sister. Moonlit Night lost her patience, and she reached over to push He Shi aside. However, He Shi remained as steady as a rock. The heavenly light goddess was infuriated, and she was just about to unleash her true power. However, just as she channeled this power, she detected a terrifying restriction locking onto her. Are you going to piss off or not? Moonlit Night shouted in anger. How should I piss off? Why don't you teach me? Big Sister Moonlit Night. He Shi's smile was incredibly beautiful. If a man were present, it was extremely likely that they would have already been enchanted by her mellow voice and charming smile. At this moment, the White Emperor suddenly stepped forward. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. His voice was cold as he said, He Shi, if you don't move aside, I'm going to charge you with maliciously breaking the rules and forcefully apprehend you. There were indeed restrictions against fighting inside the light barrier, but this was only under ordinary circumstances. If there were special circumstances, the regional leaders had the power to utilize force inside the light barrier. The White Emperor is actually taking advantage of his position to bully me, He Shi said with a pitiful expression. However, she still remained unmoving. Instead, she smiled and said, Stop talking nonsense. If you're unhappy, then why don't we fight? You think I don't dare to battle against you? The White Emperor's veins bulged, and he suddenly tossed a copper coin at He Shi. Law enforcement of the White Emperor. Teleport. Peculiar rays of light suddenly erupted from the copper coin. In the next instant, both He Shi and the White Emperor were teleported outside the light barrier of the Taichu Holy Land. He Shi was completely caught off guard. She had barely come to her senses before suddenly being teleported outside the light barrier. In fact, the copper coin contained a nomological power that even she was extremely apprehensive of. Do you know what you've done? He Shi glowered at the eight-winged angel before her, and it was as if flames were about to shoot out from her eyes. Yes, you've already broken the rules of the first region, so I'm going to temporarily apprehend you and restrict your freedoms. Obediently accept your fate. The White Emperor made a grabbing motion at the void, upon which a length of chain that was engraved with countless symbols materialized in his hands. He didn't speak any more nonsense before swinging the chain at He Shi. He Shi could act arrogant and rude inside the light barrier. After all, this was because the Taichu Holy Land was tiny, so the restrictions of the light barrier would protect and prevent the beings inside from fighting with each other. This was to avoid the scenario of an entire city being destroyed by the shockwaves of battle. However, there was no such restriction outside the light barrier. With the buff of the first region, the White Emperor now possessed a power that could rival God of Creation stage divine beings. Thus, he could easily suppress a measly performer like He Shi with a single hand. There was a flash as the chain shot through the air at a speed even faster than lightning. The White Emperor initially thought that he would see He Shi being captured by the chain in the very next instant. Boom! He Shi easily slapped the chain aside with the silver-white spear in her hand. The chain that had shot toward her at a speed faster than lightning had actually been slapped aside. The White Emperor was dumbfounded. What in the world is going on? Even those at the Dao integration stage will have great difficulty trying to dodge this God-restricting chain, yet this ordinary-looking woman, at this moment, a devastating aura suddenly exploded into the surroundings. This was a boundless and domineering aura. The woman appeared immeasurably mighty as she held the spear in her hands. Meanwhile, countless rays of pure white essential power soared into the sky as if they wanted to tear the entire world apart. The White Emperor's expression of daze slowly transformed into one of deep shock. I've decided. I won't act anymore. The woman unfurled her wings, which were like a divine screen that could blot out the entire sky. Her eyes were profound and intense as she unleashed an overwhelming aura that could cause the hearts of the beings in the Taichu Holy Land to skip a beat. I'm going to reveal my true strength. He Shi pointed her spear at the White Emperor, and it was as if a spear intent were about to pierce through his body. The White Emperor's expression changed drastically. You're actually at the God of Creation stage? However, He Shi's spear had already thrust before him before he could even finish speaking. Whoosh! A white glow soared through heaven and earth, piercing a dark hole in the sky. He Shi's spear then tore through the White Emperor's protective aura and stabbed into his body. The White Emperor, whose combat capability stood at the pinnacle of Taichu Holy Land, was severely wounded in a single strike. The beings of the Taichu Holy Land all exclaimed in astonishment. The times are changing. The times are truly changing. First the heavenly light goddess, then Lu Debao, and now He Shi. What's going on in the Taichu Holy Land? Why have so many mysterious powerful beings suddenly appeared? What do they want to do? Some were exclaiming with emotion, while others were filled with worry. Moonlit Night glanced at the sky. However, she wasn't especially surprised upon seeing He Shi reveal her true power. Instead, she smiled faintly as she walked toward the library of heavenly books. However, her carefree smile vanished before she could enter the library of heavenly books. A solemn and displeased expression appeared on her face for the first time. The space before her rippled and fluctuated. After a brief moment, a man in white suddenly appeared in front of the entrance to the library of heavenly books. Who's there? How is this possible? Someone actually appeared here all of a sudden. The two guardian angels were given a fright. They were both supermighty beings at the Tao integration stage, yet they hadn't detected the approach and arrival of this man at all. It was as if everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Long time no see, heavenly light goddess. What happened? Why do you look so happy? This man was none other than Enlin, and he wore a faint smile as he looked at the cold-faced woman before him. Enlin, so what if you've come here? The performance is already over, and I've already become a main drawcard. The Library of Heavenly Books acknowledges me now, so you can't do anything even if you've come here, Moonlit Night said in a calm and apathetic voice. Moreover, the restrictions here will also prevent you from using force. How are you going to stop me? Admit your defeat. As she said this, Moonlit Night continued to walk forward. At this moment, however, a small fairy suddenly materialized beside Moonlit Night. Her hands were glowing with a peculiar golden light, and she said in a pleasant voice, "Is that so?" Moonlit Night was astonished. When did she appear beside me? This was the only thought in Moonlit Night's mind. However, in the next instant, countless rays of golden light had already transformed into ropes that tightly bound and restricted her slender and shapely body. Countless divine seals lit up on these ropes, unleashing an incredibly powerful suppressive power. Thump! Moonlit Night lost her balance, causing her bound body to immediately fall into the ground. How is this possible? Who in the world are you? How are you able to target me here? Her face was filled with shock as she looked at the small fairy in the sky. She still remembered how the restrictions of the Library of Heavenly Books had instantly killed her after she had killed the library guards in the second region. The restrictions had been extremely swift and merciless. So what was happening now? This small fairy had attacked her, so why weren't the restrictions of the Library of Heavenly Books targeting her? Moonlit Night struggled and thrashed about, yet she was unable to break free from Tina's ropes. Not only that, but Tina's ropes even started to tighten and restrict her movements even further. In fact, the ropes became so tight that Moonlit Night's slender body started to contort under their force. A slight shade of red appeared on Moonlit Night's face. This wasn't out of embarrassment, but rather a natural bodily reaction due to the sudden rush of blood. Indeed, this shade of red quickly transformed into a shade of purple. As if realizing something, Moonlit Night's expression suddenly became extremely dark. Are you forcing me to unleash my sealed powers? If she unleashed her powers, then the restrictions of the Library of Heavenly Books would instantly react and attack her without the small fairy needing to do anything else. You're not trying to kill me, so this proves that you can only use a limited amount of your power as well? Am I correct? Moonlit Night said. So what? Tina slowly closed her slender hand, causing the restrictive power of the ropes to transform into attacking power. The ropes started to tighten even more. When following Lin into the other library of heavenly books, Tina had discovered that the restrictions within them didn't show any hostility toward her at all. Not only that, but the restrictions even displayed a sense of indescribable friendliness toward her. The fact that she could casually follow Lin into the library of heavenly books without needing to obtain the right to enter was proof of this. However, she couldn't utilize too much of her power. This was because the aim of the restrictions was to protect the heavenly books as well as the Taichu Holy Land. This included the structure that housed the library of heavenly books. If she unleashed too much of her power, the restrictions would activate and obstruct her. Ah! Moonlit Night started to scream in agony. She wore an expression of agitation and vexation as she glanced up at the library of heavenly books. She had only been a step away. The heavenly book had clearly been within her grasp. At this moment, two angry shouts suddenly traveled over. "We've been granted the right to enforce the rules. Stop what you're doing." The two guardian angels roared as they charged at Tina. One of them summoned a holy light claymore, while the other started to recite holy scriptures. Countless specks of white holy light transformed into birds that surrounded Tina. Meanwhile, the holy light claymore furiously slashed at Tina with a boundless might. Lin was extremely anxious, and he shouted, "Little Na!" However, Tina glanced at Lin with a look that told him to be at ease. One of her fingers remained pointed at Moonlit Night, and she used another finger to summon an indescribable divine light. This divine light quickly transformed into a circular cyclone that erupted with her as its eye. Shatter! Tear! This eruption of divine light tore all of the holy light birds into shreds. Meanwhile, the angel who wielded the large holy light claymore was more so sent flying by the peculiar and powerful force of the divine light. And Lin could sense that this was a very high-level spell technique. However, the angels were completely unscathed after being hit by it. He suddenly understood Tina's thoughts. They could effectively avoid being targeted by the restrictions if they didn't wound the guards. A cold glint flashed across Tina's eyes after she sent the two guards flying into the distance. She closed her hands tightly as she looked at the heavenly light goddess, causing the ropes around her to suddenly release a blinding glow. Ah! The heavenly light goddess screamed in agony. The ropes around her exploded, engulfing her entire body. However, before Lin could even celebrate, he saw a streak of golden light violently tearing through the surrounding energy and shoot toward the library of heavenly books like an arrow. Damn it! And Lin was given a fright, and he immediately drew the evil-slaying sword from his back. This sword carried with it a black light as it furiously slashed at the streak of golden light. However, the streak of golden light suddenly split into two the instant before being struck, flawlessly evading his attack. It then rapidly dashed into the library of heavenly books. Immediately afterward, both Lin and the streaks of light suffered an unimaginable backlash. This was a backlash that struck at the very core of their life essence. PFFF? And Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. The streak of golden light also shuddered. However, in the next instant, it transformed back into the severely wounded heavenly light goddess. She had already entered the library of heavenly books. The heavenly light goddess actually forced her way into the library of heavenly books at the cost of being severely wounded by the hidden restrictions. Unlike last time, she wasn't blasted into a collection of light particles. Perhaps this was because she hadn't attacked the guards. Or perhaps it was because she had been acknowledged by the library of heavenly books, resulting in the backlash this time being weaker than last time. No one can stop me. I must obtain the fragments of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly light goddess extended her arms outward as rays of brilliant light erupted from her body. Everything within the library of heavenly books was instantly engulfed by this boundless light. Giant Lin, give me a portion of your heavenly darkness power. The restrictions of the library of heavenly books can't stop me, Tina suddenly said. Little Na, you want to enter? And Lin's expression changed slightly as he suddenly thought about what Tina might do. That's right, there's not much time left. Believe me, Tina said solemnly as she looked at the boundless light radiating from the library of heavenly books, and Lin wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth before lightly tapping a finger onto Tina's forehead. Little Na, don't push yourself too much. You still haven't fully recovered yet, he said earnestly. If you can't defeat her, then let's leave together. There are still many other ways for us to win. Tina smiled and nodded. Darkness started to erupt from Lin's fingertip. This darkness funneled into Tina's forehead before fusing into her body. Tina moaned in comfort. Is this giant and Lin's power? Although it looks scary, it's surprisingly placid and tranquil. Tranquil? And Lin faltered upon hearing this. He had never heard someone describe his power in such a way before. All right, I'm going to enter the library now. Giant and Lin. After receiving Lin's heavenly darkness power, Tina flapped her golden cicada-like wings lightly and shot into the library of heavenly books like a streak of light. There was a white glow in Lin's eyes as he observed the situation inside the library of heavenly books. Fortunately, his small spell technique wouldn't activate the restrictions of the library of heavenly books. Anyhow, he was quite curious about who had created the restrictions inside these libraries of heavenly books. These restrictions were truly petrifying. As powerful as he was, and Lin still didn't know how he could block the attacks of these restrictions. These restrictions were like matters from another dimension. One could detect their attacks and detect their profound and transcendent power, yet they wouldn't know how to effectively block it. This kind of power had already exceeded Lin's understanding. From what Lin had seen and heard, perhaps only Pangu and the heavenly true immortal could possess this kind of power, and Lin rid his mind of these random thoughts. He then turned his attention and gazed to the situation within the library of heavenly books. In the sky above the Taichu Holy Land, two eye-catching figures continued to intertwine and collide. At the same time, numerous shockwaves burst into the surroundings, obliterating everything in their path. The battle between the White Emperor and He Shi was intense and dazzling. He Shi's silver-white spear was like a silver dragon that soared through the skies, with each strike being able to send the White Emperor stumbling back in retreat. In fact, it would occasionally leave a few bloody wounds on his body. Meanwhile, the White Emperor's cloud and moon manipulation palm was also incredibly exquisite and mysterious. However, apart from trying to actively attack once at the start and being stabbed as a result, the White Emperor continued to reactively defend the rest of the time. In the eyes of the onlookers, they were continuously clashing in the sky, and it was as if they were very evenly matched. In reality, however, the White Emperor was only defending while He Shi was attacking with all kinds of different methods. He Shi was far more powerful than the White Emperor had initially imagined. If it weren't for the fact that He Shi still needed to use a portion of her power to resist the backlash of this world, it was very likely that the White Emperor, who could apparently wield power at the God of Creation stage, would have lost already. Ha ha ha! Come again! Come again! It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a battle this much. He Shi had been living in discomfort and under immense pressure ever since the divine mirror world had been exhausted and destroyed. She had been afraid that a single sneeze would obliterate the last patches of livable land. How could she have enjoyed herself like she was at this moment? The White Emperor felt extremely vexed upon hearing this. It was as if he had eaten shit. He Shi was indeed enjoying herself. However, he felt like absolute crap. Why are you obstructing me? Why are you obstructing moonlit night? This is clearly my choice. The White Emperor shouted as he was sent stumbling back by the boundless and domineering attack of He Shi's spear. His voice was filled with fury and agitation. Your choice? Have you asked all of the beings in the first region? The heavenly light goddess will only bring you destruction. He Shi was like a beautiful goddess of war as she wielded her spear and collided with the White Emperor's cloud and moon manipulation palm. Bursts of destructive shockwaves exploded into the surroundings. I don't need to ask them. In any case, they don't understand either. However, this is the only viable path. Light will guide our lost souls to the true destination. The White Emperor suddenly turned his palms toward He Shi. His palms then unleashed a colossal palm that was composed of white holy light and that measured 1,000 kilometers in length. Its might was boundless and majestic. "You lunatic!" He roared in anger as she used her spear to sweep instead of thrust. She slashed the formidable palm into two halves, and a spark of silver light materialized on the tip of her spear. Immediately afterward, this spark of silver light transformed into hundreds of millions of stars that rained down with the motion of the spear. It was as if a silver dragon were swooping toward the White Emperor. Essential power divine technique, Silver River of the Dragon. A dragon's roar traveled tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance. Meanwhile, the silver dragon cut off all of the White Emperor's paths of retreat as it swooped down at him. The White Emperor swung his palms at the silver dragon, yet he had barely blocked its attack for 1 second before he was struck and sent plummeting into the ground. The massive collision formed a gigantic dragon-shaped crater in the ground. He appeared majestic and beautiful as she stood in the night sky with her silver spear in her hands and her black hair billowing in the wind. She was like an invincible goddess of war as she peered down at her opponent. Beneath her, the White Emperor's hands were already a mangled mess as he violently coughed blood in the gigantic crater. "You were able to block my essential power divine technique. I acknowledge your power," He said apathetically. There was a bitter feeling in the White Emperor's mind. Just then, he had still been a powerful being capable of casually judging this woman in the Holy Wing Tavern. Now, however, he had already become the loser who was being looked down on. The aloof woman who had wanted to win over the audience with her performance had suddenly transformed into a god of creation stage divine being who wielded the essential power of the universe. "Hey, I admit that you're very powerful. However, it's pointless for you to target me. The heavenly light goddess has already entered the library of heavenly books. This battle is my win." A victorious smile spread across the White Emperor's face, and he continued, "You can't change this result, even if you kill me. Library of heavenly books? No worries. Our goddess will naturally deal with everything," He said with a smile. "Goddess?" The White Emperor faltered upon hearing this. "Weren't you brought over by Liu Debao? Could it be?" The White Emperor drew a cold breath. You finally guessed?" He said smugly. "Liu Debao is actually a woman? She's cross-dressing as a man?" The White Emperor came to a sudden realization. "Hey, what? Did I guess wrong?" The White Emperor asked. However, at this moment, he saw the silver spear mercilessly sweep over again, directly slashing his body into two halves. There was no hesitation at all. "Cross-dressing your mom. Go die," He said to the man whose body had already been smashed into light particles. Something's wrong. Why isn't he dead yet?" He suddenly looked toward someplace in the void. A strange power suddenly rose from the first region. This power felt like yin and yang, yet it also felt like reincarnation, and it also felt like some time reversal. The countless particles of light gathered together, fusing to form the White Emperor's body. "What's wrong?" "Surprised that I'm not dead." The White Emperor was extremely satisfied upon seeing He-Shur's astonished expression. He smiled and said, "It could be said that I'm the regional leader who has the deepest understanding of the library of heavenly books. I'm also the first regional leader who's come to some mutual understanding with the heavenly book inside the library of heavenly books. Let's put it this way. As long as the heavenly book exists, then my body is undying. Don't waste your strength." He-Shur's interest was piqued, and a dazzling glow erupted from her spear again. "Is that so? Then let me see if you're truly undying." The White Emperor shook his head and said, "The heavenly book acknowledges me, and the restrictions also support me. You're still unaware of just how powerful and profound the restrictions of the library of heavenly books are. That's a paramount power that exceeds your understanding and imagination." "Really? Does it really exceed my imagination?" A voice suddenly said beside the White Emperor. "Who is it?" The White Emperor was given a fright. He immediately turned around, only to see a man from the True Demon tribe smiling and looking at him. "You're The White Emperor had yet to recover from his shock when a giant fist already smashed into him. At this moment, a murderous aura soared through the heavens. Crack! A bloody and gaping hole was smashed into the White Emperor's body. The White Emperor vomited blood as he plummeted to the ground, yet he still tried to gather his holy light to counterattack. However, the voices of 3 young boys suddenly traveled into his ears at this moment. "The undying body? Then can't we use him as an eternally unbreaking punching bag? How awesome!" A 3-headed boy appeared beneath the White Emperor. All of them were smiling as they opened their mouths at the White Emperor. "What the hell is this?" the White Emperor exclaimed in shock. "Gulp!" The 3 heads opened and closed their mouths in unison. The White Emperor's expression froze onto his face, yet his eyes suddenly became lifeless. His divine sense had already been completely obliterated, transforming him into a soulless corpse. Thump! His corpse crashed into the ground. The hidden restrictions in the first region shuddered again. The White Emperor's body rematerialized in the sky. This time, however, he chose to revive much further away from the scene of the battle. This was to avoid being attacked from several directions. However, just as he fully recovered, he saw an extremely pure and beautiful woman looking at him with an airhead expression. Her faint pink mermaid tail was swishing about, and there was also a faint blue mole under the corner of her eye. She looked incredibly delicate and attractive. "You?" Before the White Emperor could say anything else, his body suddenly started to melt away in an eerie manner. At the same time, an ugly rock plummeted from the sky and landed on top of his melting body, causing him to instantly die again. The White Emperor had only revived for a few seconds before being ruthlessly killed again. At this moment, the appearance of the 5 individuals astonished everyone in the Taichu Holy Land. Millions of beings gazed at this battle from afar, unsure of what to say. How had so many freakish individuals suddenly appeared? Isn't that the 3-headed spirit, the trainee who just became a main drawcard? Good heavens! Trainee Lu Jin has gone to pummel the White Emperor immediately after becoming a main drawcard. Roundo is truly stoned. He doesn't say much, does he? Impossible! Why has Goddess Tianyi also appeared there? Aren't you a singer? Why are you battling against a regional leader of the Holy Land? Some of the beings were stunned, while some of them were deeply distressed. However, it was without a doubt that this was going to be a sleepless night. Almost everyone was gazing at the figures beyond the light barrier of the Holy Land. At this moment, the White Emperor revived again. "Who in the world are you people? Who is this goddess that you speak you?" the White Emperor asked as he furiously fled into the distance. "You don't need to know who our goddess is. All you need to know is that you're our enemy because you've sided with the heavenly light goddess," Tianyi said as she swished her mermaid tail in the void. This was clearly an empty void, yet her swishing tail somehow caused large amounts of water-like undulations to appear. At this moment, the White Emperor felt as if he weren't flying through the void. Instead, he felt like he was swimming through the ocean. However, the ocean water possessed a paramount essential power that seriously hindered his movements. As he struggled to move, a man from the true demon tribe had already appeared above him, chortling with hearty laughter as he swung his powerful fist down. The White Emperor wanted to block this attack, yet he discovered that his movements were incredibly slow and sluggish due to the strange ocean water. "I'm done for." This thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His head exploded into pieces in the very next instant. The other regional leaders silently gulped upon seeing this. They were as flustered and alarmed as could be. The White Emperor had been killed again. These regional leaders didn't possess the infinite resurrection ability of the White Emperor, so if they were to battle against these divine beings, their only fate would be being insta-killed. They wouldn't possess the ability to even escape. "Why is the new main drawcard of our region suddenly battling against the White Emperor?" the Turtle Emperor of the second region asked in bewilderment as he looked at Tianyi. "It's the same for our region," the Martial Emperor of the fourth region murmured. "Same," the Dragon Emperor said. "Same as well," the Spirit Fish Emperor said. "This is definitely a premeditated battle," the demon emperor said with a solemn expression. They claimed that the white emperor chose the heavenly light goddess. Is that true? If it's true, then are those people enemies of the heavenly light goddess? Are they allies of Lu Debao? Also, who's the goddess that they speak of? The Red Empress asked in confusion. Beings like them definitely won't lie regarding their stance. Moreover, the White Emperor's lack of answer was also a silent confirmation of their accusation. Thus, they're on the same side as us. The Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before continuing. I kind of understand why Lu Debao asked us to wait for them before holding our concert nights now. The Dragon Emperor shuddered as he also thought of some possibility. He wants to seal all of the heavenly light goddess paths? This Lu Debao can actually mobilize such a powerful force. The regional leaders were all stunned upon hearing this. However, they also felt extremely relieved at the same time. In some sense, they were also allies of Lu Debao. In fact, some of the neutral regional leaders had actually been afraid of Lu Debao harboring the same unpure aims toward the libraries of heavenly books like the heavenly light goddess. After all, none of them wished for the Taichu Holy Land to be destroyed. Apart from the White Emperor, that was, indeed, they had already heard Heisher announcing the White Emperor's crimes during their battle. Moreover, the White Emperor surprisingly hadn't denied Heisher's accusations. This was a terrifying notion. The detestable White Emperor. Why had he chosen to side with the heavenly light goddess? Fortunately, Tina's 5 God of Creation stage underlings had arrived in a timely manner to fully suppress the White Emperor. However, the heavenly light goddess still caused them to feel deep anxiety. They could all guess what was happening right now. That was, the heavenly light goddess was most likely in the library of heavenly books in the first region already. Perhaps she was already carrying out her plan. At this moment, within the library of heavenly books inside the Holy Wing Tavern, light and darkness were furiously colliding with each other. Both of these powers wanted to obtain the heavenly book as soon as possible. Thus, one of these powers continued to eat away at the other power, while the other power continued to absorb the information contained within the books. Right after some of the books were read by the light, they would be immediately engulfed by a burst of darkness. Meanwhile, right after some of the books were engulfed by a burst of darkness, they would be rapidly engulfed by a flash of light. Of course, there were many more cases of darkness colliding with light, with neither of them allowing the other to absorb the information contained within the books. However, the heavenly light goddess still enjoyed a slight advantage in this battle between two elements. This was inevitable. After all, the heavenly light goddess was wielding her own power, while Tina was wielding a borrowed power. However, Tina also enjoyed an advantage in some other areas. That was, she was more powerful in terms of combat capability. The restrictions of the library of heavenly books clearly suppressed her less than they suppressed the heavenly light goddess. Thus, she could chase after and pummel the heavenly light goddess. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess couldn't unleash too much of her power. Otherwise, she would be attacked by the restrictions of the library of heavenly books even though she had already received its acknowledgement. Divine technique, illusory dream mirror blades. Tina roared. 2 dreamy and illusory blades materialized in her hands as she charged toward the woman in black. These blades carved numerous ethereal and indescribable paths in the air. Every time Tina attacked, the heavenly light goddess felt as if her blades would comprehensively disappear and then appear somewhere else. Not only that, but they would also launch another attack in unison. The heavenly light goddess clearly possessed the eye of eternal truth, which would allow her to see through these illusions. However, she was still tricked by Tina's attacks. Each of Tina's attacks was mysterious and illusory. However, when they slashed down, they could leave deep gashes in the heavenly light goddess' pale and delicate skin. Not even a minute had passed, yet the heavenly light goddess' body was already riddled with wounds of different severities. She appeared as disheveled as could be, and Lin was stunned by this sight. Was this still his innocent and harmless fairy? Her power was completely heaven-defying. The final boss in his mind was actually being bullied to such an extent by Tina. This was truly a peculiar scene. However, and Lin couldn't help but feel delighted and gratified. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess was already nearing her limits after being bullied so much. She formed a seal with her hands, causing light to gather in her palms. She then pushed this light toward the small fairy before her. Limitless barrier-shattering light. Defense, first array. Tina crossed her hands before her body as a formation that was so complex that even Lin couldn't comprehend materialized before her. The ray of light transformed into a beam of supremely penetrating light as it pierced into the formation, causing an explosion that was capable of blinding those in the surroundings. This light possessed a powerful penetrative ability, yet Tina's formation was also immensely powerful. Thus, the ray of light was unable to pierce through this formation in a short time. Boom! Tina was pushed into a bookshelf by this powerful beam of light. The restrictive formations inside the library shuddered as they protected the condition of the books. PFFF? The heavenly light goddess suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. At the same time, she stumbled back in retreat as if her body had been struck by some powerful force. The restrictions inside the library of heavenly books had been activated. Blood also seeped from the corners of Tina's mouth. She had unleashed a power that exceeded the allowable threshold. However, the backlash that she suffered wasn't as severe as what the heavenly light goddess had suffered. Moreover, now was the best time to counterattack. Darkness started to spread, rapidly engulfing the books that had been revealed by the vanishing light. The heavenly light goddess forcefully suppressed her pain as she fought against the wave of darkness for the books. As the supreme heavenly goddess who ruled over light, she had never felt so vexed before. She had actually been bullied to such a state by a fairy. It was clearly her who was the main drawcard, and it was clearly her who had been offered a great contribution. So why were the restrictions still targeting her? Why was this detestable fairy being favored by the restrictions? The heavenly light goddess felt extremely aggrieved as she silently voiced these accusations in her mind. However, the answer that she received was the increasingly powerful wave of darkness, as well as Tina's demonic smile as she continued to push her advantage. The battle inside the library of heavenly books had already reached a climax. The wave of darkness continued to make the most of its current advantage, successfully absorbing the information from over 50 million books. This was already extremely close to the 56 million books of information that the rays of light had absorbed. At the same time, Tina continued to attack the heavenly light goddess, aiming to affect her concentration. The heavenly light goddess resolutely decided to stop attacking. Instead, she used her sanguine red scythe to continuously parry Tina's attacks. She was indeed aggrieved, but she could at least still absorb the information from the books. Once she succeeded, she would allow Tina to experience what true despair felt like. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their weapons clashing continued to reverberate around the library of heavenly books. Bursts of dazzling energy collided and exploded. With the rays of light and waves of darkness as a background, these dazzling bursts of energy looked much like continuously blooming flowers. As they watched the battle taking place inside the library of heavenly books, the two guards discovered that they couldn't even capture the movements of the two individuals. It was clear that the cultivation base of the heavenly light goddess and Tina were far too transcendent. After a short while, the two guards couldn't help but turn their gazes to the entrance of the library. There was still another man standing there. This man hadn't broken any rules, so they didn't dare to use force on him. In fact, it was fortunate that he hadn't broken any rules. After all, the fairy inside the library appeared to treat him with enormous respect. Thus, heavens knew just how powerful he was. Perhaps he could obliterate both of them with just a single wave of his hands? Upon thinking of this, the two guards suddenly started to feel sorry for themselves. They were clearly at the Dao integration stage, so why were they still stuck in such a miserable position? As two powerful and important guards, they had somehow become nothing more than background characters. Not only were the two women ignoring them, but even the man at the entrance didn't so much as spare them a glance. Sigh, how depressing. The two guards exchanged a glance before continuing to anxiously observe the battle inside the library of heavenly books. The battle between the two women was nearing its final stages. The heavenly light goddess had already absorbed the information from over 90 million books, while Tina had absorbed the information from over 89 million books. I'll unleash my full power to defeat you. Tina's gaze became even more intense as the heavenly darkness power wantonly erupted from her body. Not only that, but countless divine patterns also started to appear on her body. An aura that belonged to the complete heavenly Tao started to radiate into the surrounding, completely suppressing the rays of light in the library. At the same time, countless layers of mirrors started to materialize in the void. Not only did these mirrors reflect light, but they even engulfed and swallowed light. In fact, these mirrors represented the paramount heavens. The numerous layers of heavenly Tao completely suppressed the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was given a fright, and she roared in anger. You actually dare to unleash your heavenly Tao here? Are you seeking death? Unleashing one's heavenly Tao was equivalent to exposing one's life force. If the heavenly light goddess destroyed Tina's heavenly Tao, then Tina would be directly and comprehensively killed. There would be no other possibility. However, Tina remained silent as she continued to unleash her heavenly Tao. She had finally found and rescued Enlin, so she definitely wouldn't allow tragedy to strike a second time. She was willing to do everything to prevent this tragedy. Tina started to absorb the information from the books at an even quicker speed. However, how could the heavenly light goddess accept this? Wonderful. Very well. You're willing to fight with your life on the line, so I'll satisfy your wish. A light that was even more radiant than the sun suddenly erupted from her eyes. That which I see. All is light. A profound heavenly light power erupted into the surroundings. This heavenly light power furiously charged at the waves of darkness. The two guards immediately covered their eyes with their hands as they collapsed to the ground and started to roll around. Their eyes had already been purified by the light. Regardless of whether their eyes were open or closed, all they could see was a light that seemingly wanted to engulf them. Little Na. And Lin's eyes were pitch black like ink as he stood before the entrance to the library of heavenly books. Regardless of how much light struck him, they were all completely engulfed by his darkness. He wasn't afraid of this light. However, he was afraid of the library of heavenly books restrictions. Upon seeing Tina fight with her life on the line, his feet, which had remained still for a long time, couldn't help but step forward. The hidden restrictions inside the library started to launch their attacks. One burst of attacks targeted Tina, their immense force causing her skin to crack and bleed. Meanwhile, another burst of attacks targeted the heavenly light goddess. These attacks were even more petrifying, and they directly blasted the heavenly light goddess until her entire body became contorted. However, the heavenly light goddess didn't care about this. After battling for so long, she was already beyond caring about such wounds. Her willpower was ferocious, and she decided that she would persist even if it meant suffering wounds to her essence. As she pushed herself to her limits, the rays of blinding light became even more powerful. The final burst of attacks targeted Enlin. After all, Enlin had forcefully entered the library of heavenly books without its permission. An intangible and formless burst of energy started to violently tear at his body, causing him to suffer severe and unimaginable wounds with each step that he took. Tina discovered that the heavenly light goddess was absorbing the books much faster than her, and this frightened her into picking up her speed as well. She didn't have time to deal with that lunatic woman anymore. However, just as she was trying her hardest to read all of the remaining books, a woman in black suddenly dashed before her. Her skin was completely cracked, and her entire body was blood-soaked. However, there was a wild and vicious expression in her eyes. Die! The heavenly light goddess furiously slashed her sanguine red scythe at Tina. There was only a single thought running through Tina's mind. Crazy. This heavenly light goddess has gone crazy. Does she want to die together? The scythe was too fast, and Tina was also engrossed in absorbing the information from the books. Thus, she didn't have any time to react at all. However, at this critical moment, a bare hand suddenly tore through the light and blocked the attack of the sanguine red scythe. The powerful killing intent and razor-sharp blade of the scythe was firmly stopped by this hand. Rip! The scythe cut through this hand, causing blood to flow down its wrist. At the same time, however, the power of the heavenly light goddess was also rapidly engulfed by an extremely profound darkness. "It's you! You actually dare to interfere here?" The heavenly light goddess exclaimed in shock as she looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. "Giant and Lin, don't!" Tina shouted as she looked at the familiar and reliable figure who had suddenly appeared. She instantly understood what Lin was experiencing at this moment. "Don't mind me. Focus on absorbing the information from the books," Lin said in a warm and gentle voice. His eyes then became ice-cold as he turned to look at the heavenly light goddess, and he said calmly, "You want a battle to the death? I'll accompany you. However, don't disturb little Na." The heavenly light goddess faltered upon hearing this. At this moment, a devastating backlash suddenly erupted from the restrictions and engulfed her entire body. Her powerful rays of light suddenly started to become weak and listless. "Oh!" The heavenly light goddess gritted her teeth and screamed in agony as she endured this unimaginable pain. Clouds of blood also exploded from Lin's body. "Giant Lin!" Tina's eyes reddened when she saw this, and she started to exert even more power to absorb the information from the books. She definitely couldn't let Lin down. She definitely had to obtain the heavenly book. "I'm telling you, it's useless regardless of how you bully me here. You people can't kill me!" The White Emperor roared in fury as he plummeted from the sky. 7 of his 8 wings had been severed by the woman from the Dark Wing tribe. At this moment, Lu Jin's fist had already smashed into his chest. Boom! A shockwave erupted thousands of kilometers into the distance. At the same time, the colossal projection of a demon head penetrated through the holy angel's chest. The holy angel's body was flattened by the punch and then corroded by an origin demonic energy. He died before he could even say anything. "Ha ha ha! This punching bag is fairly good. I can use it to continuously test my techniques," Lu Jin said with a hearty laugh. He was enjoying this very much. "Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Don't forget what we came here for. We're here to help our goddess," Tianyi said in a soft and mellow voice. "We understand, but we genuinely can't help the goddess. All we can do is bully this White Emperor," Heisher said with a sigh. The 3-headed spirit giggled and said, "Teehee, the White Emperor's resurrection relies on the power from the restrictions of the Library of Heavenly Books, so can't we exhaust the power of the restrictions if we continue to kill this White Emperor? Isn't this equivalent to helping our goddess?" "Yes, that's exactly right." The 3 heads agreed with their own statement. At this moment, the first region suddenly tremored slightly. A powerful column of energy rose into the air. Holy light gathered as the White Emperor revived again. "Heh! I'm telling you, stop wasting your energy. There's still time if you people start to flee now. Otherwise, once the heavenly light goddess succeeds, none of you will be able to escape." The body of the White Emperor had yet to form, but his voice had already started to travel into their ears. Continuing to make empty threats was already the White Emperor's final act of stubbornness. His head finally finished forming. "Heh! Look here. I've come back to life again." The White Emperor couldn't help but jeer at his enemies. At this moment, however, he suddenly saw the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings looking at him with an expression of sympathy. The White Emperor faltered for a moment before looking down at his body. He was then stunned to discover that only his head was hovering in the sky. "Where's my body? Where has my body gone?" The White Emperor was completely stupefied. His head was extremely flustered and panicked as it flew around the sky. "Perhaps the restrictions think that it's a waste to fully resurrect you, so they decided to just resurrect your head," Heisher said calmly. This was a critical attack. In fact, these words were even more damaging and painful than all of their previous attacks combined. These words instantly pierced through the White Emperor's heart, even though he didn't have a heart at this moment. No. The White Emperor felt that this was a ridiculous reason. However, Lu Jin cheerily said, "After all, The energy of the restrictions is extremely precious. Isn't using them on you a complete waste? Boom! These words struck the White Emperor like a bolt of lightning. The White Emperor wanted to retort these preposterous claims, yet he didn't know how to do so. Oi! Can you still fight? Lu Jin asked as he flew before the White Emperor and squatted down to face him. Perhaps you're even going to lose your right to be our punching bag? The White Emperor's head shuddered. White Emperor. He started to swear at the 5 divine beings. Boom! With a single palm strike, Lu Jin sent the White Emperor on his merry way to resurrection again. By the looks of it, the battle is already nearing its end, Tianyi said as she looked through the light barrier and through the Holy Wing Tavern at the mysterious library of heavenly books. She could see the waves of darkness and rays of light that had seeped out from the entrance. Indeed, the restrictions aren't bestowing power upon the White Emperor anymore. By the looks of it, they're focusing most of their power to deal with the people inside the library of heavenly books. Heisher wore an anxious expression as she continued. Our goddess. She'll be fine, right? Our goddess isn't afraid of anyone or anything in this world. Don't forget just how powerful our goddess is, Lu Jin said with unwavering confidence. But she's not in the same state as before. She's extremely frail and weak right now, Tianyi said softly. The god of creation stage divine beings fell silent upon hearing this. Ha ha ha! You people are done for. The final dong! The White Emperor's head, which had only just formed, was smashed into a pancake by Mou's round and solid body. He was instantly killed again. The divine beings then completely ignored the White Emperor, turning their full attention to the Holy Wing Tavern instead. They couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, within the Holy Wing Tavern, after failing in her attempt to attack Tina, the Heavenly Light Goddess decided to gamble everything and fuse all of her power into the surrounding rays of light. She unleashed a power that exceeded her limits, and Lin hurriedly ran over and swung a fist at the Heavenly Light Goddess' face. However, the Heavenly Light Goddess didn't dodge in Lin's attack, allowing him to freely smash and contort her beautiful face. She was sent flying back, yet she still chose to ignore Lin. She was fully focused on absorbing the information from the books. Boom! This time, the restrictions only targeted Lin. Their overwhelming attacks blasted a gaping hole into his chest. No one can stop me, even if I sacrifice and combust my life essence. The Heavenly Light Goddess wore a resolute expression as streaks of blood appeared on her skin. Her aura became increasingly powerful, and the speed at which she absorbed information from the books also rose explosively. So what if Lin and Tina joined forces to target her? So what if the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings encircled her? Even if she were a lone soldier, she still wouldn't lose. It's finally done, Tina said as she finished absorbing the information from all of the books. However, just as she prepared to organize this information and find the hidden clues, she suddenly discovered that the Heavenly Light Goddess also retracted her rays of light at this instant. Her eyes were filled with a pure and radiant light. This was bad news. At almost the same moment, the Heavenly Light Goddess had also finished absorbing the information from all of the books. An enormous amount of information flashed across Tina's eyes. Divination technique. Activate. As a god of creation stage divine being, this was a technique that Tina was extremely familiar with. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of particles of light flashed across the Heavenly Light Goddess' eyes as she carried out some paramount calculation. Light divination technique. This was also a divination technique. Moreover, this technique revealed that she represented the heavens of the Taichu continent. And Lin had already picked himself up from the ground and started to charge at the Heavenly Light Goddess again. At the same time, the Heavenly Light Goddess body also flashed to someplace where she started to draw formations with a single hand. Tina also started to move toward the Heavenly Light Goddess as she drew a formation. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye. Even to paramount God of Creation stage divine beings, everything had happened in a flash. The Heavenly Book appeared, and Lin didn't know whose formation had summoned the Heavenly Book first. This was because both Tina and the Heavenly Light Goddess had activated their formations in unison as Tina lunged at the heavenly light goddess face. Divine light flooded through the library as the heavenly book appeared. A colorful helix-shaped divine seal appeared on Tina's forehead, causing her aura to instantly rise by an unimaginable amount. Meanwhile, her hands were as quick as lightning as she beat the heavenly light goddess and grabbed the heavenly book. She had used her sacrificial buff technique at the most critical moment. Giant and Lin. Tina dashed toward Lin with the heavenly book. However, before she could toss the heavenly book into the divine mirror world, she saw the heavenly light goddess suddenly charge up before her. Tina thought that the heavenly light goddess wanted to snatch the heavenly book, yet she suddenly opened her mouth even larger than a hippo and directly swallowed her as well as the heavenly book. Divine technique of light, destiny of all matter. A voice traveled over. Immediately afterward, Tina was spat out. However, the heavenly book had already vanished. There was a smile on the heavenly light goddess' bloodied face. The heavenly book is mine. The heavenly light goddess had absorbed the heavenly book. Tina and Lin stared at the woman before them in shock and disbelief. They had failed. They had teamed up against the heavenly light goddess, yet they had still failed. Tina descended into deep remorse and self-blame. Meanwhile, Lin's mind whirred as he tried to come up with a way to mitigate this situation. Both of them charged toward the heavenly light goddess in unison. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess body transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the library of heavenly books at an unimaginable speed. This ray of light then soared into the sky and pierced through the light barrier that protected the Tai Chu Holy Land. Only then did the ray of light transform back into the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was riddled with wounds, and her entire body was soaked in blood. However, she was smiling at this moment. This was a victorious and carefree smile. Heh! I finally won! An arrogant and domineering expression spread across her face as she watched the two figures dash out from the library of heavenly books. However, she suddenly felt a piercing aura behind her. This was an aura that yearned to pierce through all matter. Like a meteor, this dazzling spear was powerful and unstoppable. Divine spear technique, origin destruction. Heisher was the first to react. Moreover, she unleashed her full power to deliver this strike. Her spear was like a meteor shooting through the sky, and her essential power as a god of creation stage divine being was also infused on the tip of the spear. The spear obliterated everything in its path, transforming them into chaos. The heavenly light goddess shot a glance behind her and said, "Do you think I'm still the same as when I was in the Tai Chu Holy Land?" Some unknown power was activated, causing the location of her body to suddenly change. To everyone's surprise, she reappeared before Heisher's spear attack. It was as if she wanted to run into the spear and take her own life. However, in the next instant, Heisher was shocked to discover the heavenly light goddess' slender hand directly slapping at the tip of her spear. Boom! Essential power exploded. This explosion of essential power furiously intertwined and clashed with the blooming light in the sky. After being forcefully blocked, the power that erupted from the spear projection was immense and devastating. A destructive shockwave swept thousands of kilometers into the surroundings, annihilating heaven and earth. Heisher could feel an agonizing pain in her hands. If it weren't for her powerful divine body, the tremendous force of impact might have directly destroyed both her body and divine sense. The heavenly light goddess was unmoving as she stood high in the void. Her hand was still in an extended position, with the overwhelming power of the spear firmly held within it. It was as if she could rule over heaven and earth with this hand. A crackling sound traveled over from before her. This was the sound of explosions caused by the white spear trying to pierce through her hand, yet being stopped by her palm. Heisher felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. After being attacked by her origin destruction, the pale and slender hand of the heavenly light goddess was still completely unscathed. "Do you understand the gulf between us?" The heavenly light goddess asked in an apathetic voice. She suddenly clenched her hand, unleashing a pure white light that emanated over the spear in a helical manner. The spear that was a top-notch divine tool twisted and cracked like a fragile piece of fried dough. At the same time, light exploded outward. Through some unique method, this light transformed into a formidable shockwave that was faster than the speed of light as it crashed into He Shi's body. Everything happened far too quickly. In fact, it was so quick that even the god of creation stage divine beings barely had any time to react. He Shi vomited blood as she was sent flying into the distance. One strike. It had only taken one strike. Even so, He Shi was already severely wounded. This was the first time that He Shi had come across such a terrifying opponent. The might of her power, as well as the pureness of her light, were both qualities that ordinary god of creation stage divine beings couldn't hope to rival. Was she the enemy that their goddess had to face? Sure enough, she was absolutely terrifying. The heavenly light goddess was slightly surprised upon seeing that He Shi hadn't died after facing her attack head-on. These unfamiliar god of creation stage divine beings appeared to be slightly more powerful than those from the boundless universe. Ha ha ha! We've won. We've finally won. Do you see? This is the power of the heavenly light goddess. How can you weaklings hope to rival the heavenly light goddess? The resurrected head of the White Emperor chortled in delight. This is the final victory. This is the choice of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly light goddess, I beseech you to liberate us. We don't want to live on like this. The White Emperor wore a wild expression as he said this. In fact, there were even tears glistening in his eyes. There was compassion in the heavenly light goddess' eyes as she gazed at the White Emperor. As you desire. At this moment, Tina and Enlin finally dashed through the light barrier that protected the Holy Land. Little Na, be careful of her. Now that we're outside the Holy Land, the heavenly light goddess power won't be suppressed anymore. Even her ordinary power can most likely rival the true form of Tao of the other supreme heavenly gods. And Lin was well aware of the heavenly light goddess' petrifying power. After all, she had forced the heavenly sea god to activate his true form of Tao even when she was being attacked by two supreme heavenly gods. Moreover, this was before she had completed her transformation. Afterward, she had even managed to escape from their clutches. If it weren't for the heavenly heaven god activating his true form of Tao as well, perhaps she would have successfully carried out her plans long ago. Anyhow, she had already completed her transformation now, meaning that her ordinary combat capability was very likely at the same level as the true form of Tao of the other supreme heavenly gods. In other words, she could easily crush ordinary god of creation stage divine beings with her devastating combat capability. Don't worry, I know, Tina replied. With a flap of her small wings, she shot toward the heavenly light goddess at an insane speed. At the same time, an orb of intertwining light and darkness suddenly appeared on one of her palms. This orb hovered above her palm for a moment before being furiously thrown toward the heavenly light goddess. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, with everything losing its luster and becoming black and white. Only that orb of intertwining light and darkness still pulsed with lively colors. Divine technique. Infinite yin-yang orb. With a single strike, Tina triggered all of the yin and yang in the world. However, the heavenly light goddess continued to radiate with boundless light in this black and white world. She continued to raise her hand to strike. Her reaction was exactly the same as when she had faced He Shi's attack. However, at this moment, the power of light in her palms was suddenly sucked over and absorbed by the light of the intertwining orb of light and darkness. The power of the dark portion then transformed into a peculiar blade that sliced through the light in her palms. Rip! Blood sprayed through the air. The heavenly light goddess was astonished as she looked at the small gash that had been left on her palm. And Lin was also stunned. Tina had actually wounded the heavenly light goddess? Moreover, the heavenly light goddess wasn't suppressing her power at this moment. Just how powerful was this little fairy? The infinite yin-yang orb continued to tear through the heavenly light goddess' palm, yearning to cut open her entire arm. The heavenly light goddess' eyes were intense as she stared at Tina. The light that was radiating from her hands then suddenly became several times more powerful, suppressing the destructive advance of the infinite yin-yang orb. Aurora pulse. A strange 9-colored light suddenly transformed into a column of light that soared into the sky. It then tore through the black and white world in a violent manner before decomposing the infinite yin-yang orb into countless particles of light and crashing into Tina's body. Little Na and Lin was given a fright. However, he saw Tina forming a hand seal as she was sent flying hundreds of kilometers into the distance. In the end, she was finally able to stabilize her body. However, there was blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. At this moment, a boundless wave of light suddenly enveloped everything. Tina's awareness was also momentarily affected by this intense light. During this kind of high-level battle, any split second of distraction would be enough to seal one's fate. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess finger was already thrusting toward Tina's head. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Annihilation. Boom! The heavenly light goddess finger was obliterated into nothingness. Upon sensing this attack, she instantly turned around to collide with the slashing evil-slaying sword. Evil sword technique, Eternal Night, and Lin immediately unleashed the most powerful strike that he could muster at this moment. Darkness instantly engulfed heaven and earth in a circular form, transforming everything into void and nothingness. At the same time, this darkness also dragged the heavenly light goddess into Lin's domain of darkness. Heavenly God technique of light, eternal light. The corners of the heavenly light goddess mouth curled up into a slight smile in what was a rare display. Immediately afterward, her heavenly God technique that was the antithesis of Lin's technique started to spread into the surroundings. Boundless rays of light illuminated heaven and earth. Like rays of eternal light that could purify and liberate all matter, this light was both holy and eternal. Boom! Light and darkness collided with each other. Everything vanished at the instant of collision, regardless of whether it was space or earth. The beings in the Tai Chu Holy Land could only see eternal darkness and eternal light flashing through the sky. These were two contrasting powers. In fact, the only similarity between them was their overwhelming might. Even the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings were blasted backward by the sudden and powerful shockwaves of the collision. Good heavens! Just how devastating is this power? So powerful. The God of Creation stage divine beings couldn't help but feel a slight sense of apprehension as they watched the collision of light and darkness in the sky. This was a paramount power that exceeded their understanding and imagination. This was much like a legendary battle that would occur before the birth of a world. The person who won would gain the right to rule over the entire paramount heavenly Tao. Even the God of Creation stage divine beings felt like this, so it didn't come as much of a surprise that the beings inside the Holy Land were trembling in terror. When had they ever witnessed such a terrifying sight before? It was as if the world were about to be destroyed. Even the protection of the light barrier didn't give them any sense of safety. Just a moment ago, the White Emperor had still been chortling with laughter and ridiculing the God of Creation stage divine beings as weaklings. However, in the very next instant, he was completely engulfed and obliterated by the clashing powers of light and darkness. When his head resurrected again, the restrictions finally gave him the rest of his body as well. This was quite surprising. Anyhow, he appeared extremely disheveled as he frantically fled from the battlefield. The collision between the eternal darkness and eternal light gradually neared a conclusion, and Lin's darkness was ultimately unable to pierce through the defense of the heavenly light goddess light. The light before him was already dim, yet hundreds of millions of rays were stacked together to form a spherical light barrier that protected the heavenly light goddess. This was an insane protective barrier that would make one feel despair. A radiant smile spread across the heavenly light goddess face as she stood within this light barrier. Raising her hand at the sky, she summoned a matter that neither one's eye nor one's divine sense could detect. This was a paramount matter that enveloped all matter. And Lin, do you think that my plan will fail just because you snatched several of the heavenly books? Naive, how incredibly naive. These heavenly books all contain the heavenly Tao. Just as 10 heavenly books contain fragments of the heavenly Tao, one heavenly book also contains a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Thus, The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao that I wish to forge can still be made. A golden column of light that soared through heaven and earth suddenly materialized in the heavenly light goddess' raised hand. Like numerous swooping dragons, arcs of golden lightning flashed through this column of light. Heaven and earth started to tremor. Golden light started to permeate through heaven and earth. And Lin instantly had an ominous feeling, and he immediately raised his sword to slash at the heavenly light goddess. However, his attack was easily blocked by her insanely powerful light barrier. Awaken! My damaged sword of the heavenly Tao! The heavenly light goddess roared. Not only did heaven and earth tremor, but even the Tai Chu Holy Land, which hadn't changed appearance for hundreds of millions of years, started to violently tremor. The White Emperor spread his arms apart in excitement as he bathed in this boundless sea of light. Ha ha ha! It's here! It's finally here! We can finally be liberated from this deplorable world. At this moment, a fist suddenly streaked over and furiously smashed into his face. Boom! The White Emperor's face was beaten black and blue again, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Liberated? If you want to die, then die by yourself. Don't drag the rest of the beings of the Tai Chu Holy Land down with you. Lu Jin was furious as he glowered at this majestic and holy-looking holy angel. Am I seeking death? No, this isn't seeking death, the White Emperor exclaimed as he shook his head. His eyes suddenly became dim, and his skin suddenly started to dry up and wrinkle. However, his eyes still possessed a sense of limitless yearning as he gazed at the columns of golden light that soared through heaven and earth. We've already maintained this human yet ghost-like form for far too long. Can you imagine the feeling of loneliness that strikes when the world suddenly becomes empty and lifeless as you're walking through the bustling streets? Can you imagine the feelings of helplessness and dullness that we feel as we're trapped in this tiny and unchanging cage for tens of thousands of years? The White Emperor glanced at his body that appeared and disappeared intermittently. He smiled and said, "Can this form of existence and this kind of body be referred to as life? We died long ago. We're nothing but a bunch of lost and lonely ghosts. No, even ghosts have a stronger sense of existence than us. We can only change our essence and corrupt ourselves to struggle on in this world. Our form of living has become unlike living, and I have become unlike me. Rather than continuing down this depraved path, it's better that we chase after the true rays of light." The White Emperor was completely intoxicated as he looked at the rays of light that were becoming thicker and brighter. Not only him, but some of the beings in the Tai Chu Holy Land also developed a mysterious sense of yearning and reliance toward that light. They had already given up on this world. Thus, upon seeing these rays of light that were filled with a boundless hope, they couldn't help but want to rush over. They wouldn't mind even if they were transformed into particles of light. In fact, numerous beings fell to their knees and clasped their hands together as they prayed to the light. Upon seeing this, and Lin felt as if he had become the evil antagonist. However, he still imbued his heavenly darkness power onto his sword and slashed at the heavenly light goddess. Waves of darkness started to furiously engulf the powerful light barrier. The heavenly light goddess seemed prepared for this, and she had already gathered countless amounts of power into this seemingly invincible light barrier, and Lin wouldn't be able to destroy it anytime soon. It was also at this moment that a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the light barrier above the first region. This was a light barrier that hadn't changed state ever since its existence. Immediately afterward, a peculiar fluctuation instantly swept over all of the beings in the first region. The 6 million or so beings in the first region all started to violently shudder at this moment. The library of heavenly books collapsed, and countless cracks appeared in the Holy Wing Tavern. Along with them, countless beautiful and exquisite buildings also crumbled into dust. Everything started to crumble and disappear, regardless of whether it was an ordinary matter or a living being. The heavenly light goddess made a grabbing motion, upon which a sword-shaped object started to materialize in her hand. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Your final destination is light. The blade in her hand twisted. Following this motion, The beings in the first region started to transform into particles of light before being engulfed by the strange blade in the heavenly light goddess hand. Some of the beings wore expressions of yearning as they welcomed the rays of light. However, most of the beings were resisting and fleeing. They roared in anger and unwillingness, and they hurled torrents of abuse at the White Emperor and the heavenly light goddess. Some of the main draw cards from the Holy Wing Tavern soared into the sky and tried to attack the heavenly light goddess. Meanwhile, some of them were sobbing in despair as they reluctantly gazed at the crumbling city and vanishing beings. However, these scenes were irreversible. Everything was purified by the light. Under the shocked gazes of the beings from the other regions, all of the beings in the first region of the Taichu Holy Land were transformed into particles of light and absorbed by the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Even the city that had stood for countless tens of thousands of years was reduced to rubble and dust. And Lin was wild with fury upon seeing this. "Just look, will you? Is this the so-called future that you speak of? Once you transform into light, you'll become nothing. You're nothing but nutrients for the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Light isn't hope. Only life is." And Lin's voice was like rumbling thunder as it boomed through the entire Taichu Holy Land. Some of the beings looked like they had awoken from a dream, while some of the beings refused to wake from this dream. They continued to pursue the light in the sky, placing all of their hope and trust into that light. They were like penniless gamblers who wanted to gamble their lives away for a beautiful future that didn't exist at all. Every single being in the first region was sacrificed to feed the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. In fact, some of the more reasonable beings had understood what was going on. The scenes of destruction, as well as in Lin's words, had transformed into an indescribable power that encouraged them to resist. "No, we can't die just like this. That's right. Dying like this is completely meaningless. Our culture and knowledge need to be passed down." The fury and hot-blooded passion of these powerful beings had been completely aroused. As talented main draw cards, most of them already possessed a powerful cultivation base at the Tao integration stage. They started to transform into streaks of light that soared out from the gaping hole that the heavenly light goddess had smashed in the light barrier. They soared out from the Holy Land before unleashing torrents of earth-shattering spell techniques at the heavenly light goddess. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions reverberated through the sky. "Die! We don't need you to decide our future." The powerful main draw cards furiously attacked the heavenly light goddess protective light barrier. And Lin was extremely moved upon seeing this. The attacks of one or two Tao integration stage cultivators would be useless. But what about the attacks of several dozen Tao integration stage cultivators? If they coordinated their attacks within Lin's attacks, they could double the rate of destruction of the heavenly light goddess protective light barrier. At this moment, the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings also started to attack the light barrier. Their power was even more formidable, causing the light barrier to dim and dissipate at an even more rapid rate. The heavenly light goddess was still activating the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, so she didn't have any time or remaining effort to repair this light barrier. Thus, this light barrier that was composed of hundreds of millions of layers of light started to become thinner and thinner. "Why bother? Why do you people bother?" the White Emperor said with a sigh. His appearance had already become extremely old, and he continued to shake his head as he gazed at the beings who were angrily fighting for their lives. The guidance of light was so brilliant, so why were they so hell-bent on resisting it? His mind had initially been calm, yet upon seeing the annihilated first region, and upon seeing the countless powerful beings furiously attacking the heavenly light goddess and fighting for their lives, some mysterious emotions started to rise. At this moment, some power was rapidly stripped from his body. This was the power of the Library of Heavenly Books restrictions. This power completely severed its relationship with him as it started to circulate and enter the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. "This, my life, it's flowing away?" The White Emperor could sense that his undying power had already vanished. Moreover, his body was also transforming into particles of life as it disappeared from the world. This was his ultimate aspiration, to transform into light. He had finally realized his dream. However, as he gazed at his disappearing existence. Although he didn't feel any pain, why wasn't he feeling any sense of joy either? He turned his hazy eyes toward the beings who had soared into the sky to battle against the heavenly light goddess. He wanted to ridicule their stupidity and foolishness, yet he couldn't say anything at all. Death had already enveloped his entire body. He was genuinely going to vanish from this world. An emotion that he had never experienced before started to well up in his mind. His lack of resistance had formed a complete juxtaposition with the powerful beings who were struggling and fighting for their lives. What was the true meaning of life? Light had never represented hope. Only life represented hope. And Lin's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Indeed, only with life could one perform a miracle. Only with life could one find hope in situations of despair. So why had he abandoned life? Was this a sign of wisdom and transcendence? No, he was nothing but a coward. The White Emperor's eyes suddenly became red. He wanted to roar and charge into battle alongside the other powerful beings. Yet he discovered that his body was already transforming into specks of light. The White Emperor's voice was extremely hoarse. He wanted to speak, yet in the end, he could only transform into specks of light that ultimately vanished from the world. Just like that, a supremely powerful being from the Holy Land silently passed away. Meanwhile, the remaining regional leaders all charged over to attack the Heavenly Light Goddess. Right now, the Heavenly Light Goddess was battling against almost 100 Tao integration stage cultivators, several God of Creation stage divine beings, and a fellow supreme heavenly god by herself. Everyone was her enemy. The damaged sword of the Heavenly Tao in her hands had already transformed from a column of golden light into a rough sword that had a hilt and a blade. This was a double-edged blade, with one edge representing light and one edge representing darkness. The body of the blade was an undulating sea blue color, while the hilt of the sword was as tough and heavy as the earth. The tip of the blade represented the boundless sky, and it was as if it could pierce through all heavens and dimensions. The body of the sword more so seemed as if it contained all matter and life. This sword possessed the unique powers of all 6 supreme heavenly god powers. Shatter! And Lin condensed his heavenly darkness power into the most supreme burst of heaven-crushing true intent and furiously launched it at the weakest point of the heavenly light goddess light barrier. A dark sword projection soared through heaven and earth, flattening mountains, engulfing space, and obliterating countless matters along the way. In fact, even the nomological laws of heaven and earth were severed by this sword projection. The light barrier was finally sliced into 2. However, the blade of darkness continued to surge forward, aiming to also slash the heavenly light goddess into 2 halves. The heavenly light goddess was astounded. It was as if she hadn't imagined that Lin could actually shatter her light barrier. She instinctively used her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao to parry. Clang! There was a dull collision, and Lin discovered that his darkness was surprisingly being pushed aside by the sword before him. His darkness wasn't colliding with her light. Rather, it felt as if he were fighting against the entire world. Moreover, this was a top-level world. Rip! There was a flash of supreme brilliance. Immediately afterward, the heavenly light goddess slashed her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao at Lin. And Lin's immensely profound darkness was ripped apart by a razor-shaped blade whose beginning and end couldn't be seen. This blade then slashed into his body. An acute tearing pain ripped through his entire body. Giant and Lin! Tina exclaimed in shock. And Lin could see a sea of colors before him. Not only was there light and darkness, but there were also all kinds of colors and powers of the heavenly Tao. There were many colors, yet they all appeared to be flawless and paramount. This is the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Why doesn't it seem damaged at all? The sword continued to slash down, pushing Lin into the ground. In fact, it seemed as if this boundlessly powerful blade wanted to slice the entire outside universe into 2 halves. Everyone was stunned by this attack. Was the heavenly light goddess going to obliterate the entire heaven and earth with this strike? The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao has already been forged, the heavenly light goddess said as she gripped the hilt of the sword. A faint smile spread across her face as she pointed the sword at the sky and gazed at the remaining libraries of heavenly books. Now, there's only one step left to increase the might of this damaged sword of the heavenly Tao by ninefold. Light is boundless, and the heavenly sword rests here. Return, heavenly Tao. The heavenly light goddess suddenly raised the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao in the air. Immediately afterward, numerous rays of brilliant light erupted from the libraries of heavenly books in the different regions of the Holy Land. These rays of light resonated with the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. The expressions of the regional leaders changed drastically. Damn it! She's trying to absorb the heavenly books from our library of heavenly books. We have to stop her. Otherwise, our fate will be identical to that of the first region. Attack her together. They understood what the heavenly light goddess was trying to do, so they became even more courageous and selfless as they charged over to attack her. The entire Tai Chu Holy Land was facing a critical moment of life and death. Inside a bottomless abyss, there were the sounds of a man's acute coughing and vomiting blood. And Lin had almost been crippled by the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. He hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish his energy and heal his wounds. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess prepared to launch another powerful attack. She was going to completely and utterly annihilate the entire Tai Chu Holy Land with this attack. Rays of nine-colored light transformed into currents that howled through the void. This was an indestructible field of light that blocked all of the powerful beings' attacks. Regardless of how powerful the attacks, none of them could breach the heavenly light goddess defenses. She appeared invincible, and her power was unstoppable. Tina's god of creation stage underlings couldn't help but feel despair. However, far down in the abyss, and Lin understood that the heavenly light goddess wasn't as invincible as she appeared. She's been severely wounded by the restrictions several times, and she's also unleashed exorbitant amounts of heavenly god power to block everyone's attacks. Moreover, she's also unleashed power to activate the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Right now, she's only hanging on with her willpower. She's powerful on the outside but exhausted on the inside. And Lin picked himself up from the bottom of the abyss and gripped onto his sword. He was going to shatter her final layer of defense. At this moment, the boundless universe had already been enveloped by a pure white light. Columns of light soared from the 9 libraries of heavenly books in the Tai Chu Holy Land. The heavenly books, which hadn't been absorbed yet, willingly revealed themselves even though the heavenly light goddess clearly hadn't entered the libraries that housed them. They radiated with the most fundamental and essential power of Tao. Not only that, but even the heavenly books that had been obtained by the 4 God of Creation stage divine beings started to violently shudder. They wanted to fly into the heavenly light goddess embrace. It was as if the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao in her hands was their final destiny. No wonder the heavenly light goddess had been completely unfazed as she decided to only obtain one of the heavenly books. As it turned out, this was her ultimate plan. The spell techniques of the powerful beings were earth-shattering, and the surrounding void had already been completely obliterated. However, these attacks were unable to penetrate the heavenly light goddess' 9-colored field of light, regardless of how powerful they were. Even attacks that contained the essential power of the paramount God of Creation stage divine beings were ruthlessly decomposed into particles of light. This was the ultimate defense. This was a defense with no flaws and weak points. The Red Empress, the Spirit Emperor, and the other powerful beings continued to launch wave after wave of attacks. However, a sense of helplessness had already welled up in their minds. It was as if they were awaiting inevitable death. In some place far away from here, this was the ancient divine division, a realm that only permitted cultivators under the soul formation stage to enter. 2 suns continued to rise and fall, giving this realm a notion of day and night. However, the 2 suns suddenly tremored, causing the realm to rapidly switch between day and night. It was as if a pair of unimaginably large eyes was peering far into the distance and peering through some layer of nomological laws before finally resting on a blade that connected heaven and earth. Oi, 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 what's going on? Someone's trying to use the heavenly Tao as a weapon? That's taking things too far. Have you asked me, great ruler winged dragon, before doing this? The two suns in the sky suddenly soared down at an incredible speed as they flew toward someplace in the distance. However, they suddenly stopped as if recalling something. They then returned to the sky. No, I still haven't comprehended the damaged essence of a top-level world yet. So what if that woman performs an act of annihilating the world with a heavenly sword for me? What's the harm in that? Perhaps it can even become an inspiration for my comprehension of this essence? Anyhow, she's far more powerful than the previous generations of God of Creation stage divine beings, even if her sword of the heavenly Tao is only a damaged and unfinished product. I genuinely can't defeat her either. After a series of deep analyses, the two suns returned to their original orbit in the sky. It was as if they had no ambition to compete with anyone else. To the residents of this realm, it was as if the two suns had suddenly run off before suddenly returning as quickly and unexpectedly as it had left. This was truly a magnificent scene that they had never witnessed before. In fact, many beings thought that their eyes had gone blurry and that they were simply seeing things. However, those God of Creation stage divine beings seem fairly unfamiliar. I've never seen them before. Yet I have a nagging feeling that they're from the same place as me. To hell with this feeling of familiarity. The suns murmured for a moment before falling silent again. However, unknown to the beings of this realm, the two suns in the sky were intently gazing at some battle far in the distance. In fact, there was even a sense of eagerness and excitement in these eyes. Heavenly books, rise! Following this command, the roofs of the libraries of heavenly books instantly shattered apart. Immediately afterward, 3 heavenly books started to fly toward the heavenly light goddess. Everyone's expression shuddered. They understood that there was no time left. They started to attack the heavenly light goddess as if their lives depended on it, and some of them even flew over to obstruct the path of the heavenly books. However, all of this was to no avail. All of the attacks were blocked by the heavenly light goddess. Meanwhile, the powerful beings who attacked the heavenly books suffered an even more miserable fate. In fact, some of the main draw cards were even blasted into ashes by the backlash of the restrictions. They clearly wanted to protect the Holy Land, and the heavenly light goddess clearly wanted to destroy the Holy Land, yet the restrictions actually attacked them instead of the heavenly light goddess. This caused the powerful beings of the Holy Land to feel extremely angry. Don't waste your energy. Your fates are already sealed. You should have died with the ancient Tai Chu realm anyway, so let me liberate you from your miserable lives. There was an apathetic look in the heavenly light goddess' eyes as she gazed at the powerful beings who were resisting and fighting for their lives. Her voice possessed a divine might, and it was as if she were passing final judgment on the beings of the Tai Chu Holy Land. However, at this moment, a streak of green light suddenly crashed into the 9-colored field of the heavenly light goddess. Countless transparent mirrors blossomed near her like lotuses. Heavenly Tao mirror lotuses. Tina's body suddenly appeared in one of the lotuses. She formed a seal with her hands, causing the lotus beneath her feet to rapidly grow larger. The heavenly light goddess 9-colored field cast several beams of light onto this heavenly Tao mirror lotus. Yet these beams of light were actually refracted and then engulfed by the lotus. Using this method, Tina was able to quickly carve a huge hole into the light field of the heavenly light goddess. It's you again. The heavenly light goddess hated this fairy with a passion. However, Tina remained silent as she directly tossed a heavenly Tao mirror lotus through the huge hole and at the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was still absorbing the heavenly books, so she didn't have the energy to deal with this heavenly Tao mirror lotus. Restrictions, help me! She cried frantically. A power that was transcendent above the great Tao suddenly descended and smashed the heavenly Tao mirror lotus into a pancake. Tina suffered a severe backlash and instantly spat a mouthful of blood. The heavenly light goddess breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, and she said, "Even the restrictions of the libraries of heavenly books are supporting me now. How are you going to fight against me?" Tina remained silent. However, she quickly turned to gaze at an empty spot in the void before shouting in fury, "Restrictions? Look closely at who you're protecting. Look closely at who's the true owner of this land. Tina's God of Creation stage aura instantly erupted into the surroundings. At this instant, the heavenly Tao of the divine mirror world was fully unleashed, and it was as if something had fused into heaven and earth. The boundless rays of light in the sky were ruthlessly shredded by a colossal mirror. This mirror hovered in the limitless universe and was able to reflect all matter of heaven and earth. The heavenly light goddess was thrilled upon seeing Tina unleash the heavenly Tao of the divine mirror world. This was her best opportunity to kill Tina. "Restrictions, help me kill her!" she immediately shouted. Rip! A ripping sound suddenly traveled over. The heavenly light goddess smile froze onto her face. Her eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. She looked down, only to discover that her body had already been sliced into two by some powerful force. That was the power of the restrictions. The restrictions had actually attacked the heavenly light goddess. Everyone was stupefied upon seeing this. All of them then turned to look at that beautiful fairy as if in tacit understanding. They drew a sharp breath as they recalled what she had said just then. The owner of this world? Perhaps this fairy was the owner of this heaven and earth. One had to realize that this was the ancient Tai Chu realm, the previous center of the universe. However, the restrictions wouldn't lie. The heavenly light goddess had been cut into two at the waist, and this was the best proof. The heavenly books that had been flying toward the heavenly light goddess all faltered at this moment. They then turned around and flew to Tina, who used her two-realm passageway to absorb them. It was abundantly clear who the true owner of these heavenly books was. No! Upon seeing this, the heavenly light goddess couldn't maintain her calm and aloof demeanor anymore. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was also at this moment that a dazzling giant sword suddenly burst through the air and tore through the nine-colored light field. This giant sword possessed all of the pinnacle comprehensions of the sword Tao, and it also possessed a paramount heaven-crushing true intent that yearned to obliterate heaven and earth. 6 strikes of the war god, divine sword, heaven-crushing sword, sword of the heavenly Tao. 2 paramount sword intents had been flawlessly fused together. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess actually felt the threat of death bearing down upon her. She moved her severed body with great difficulty, and she unleashed her full power as she swung her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao at that dazzling and formidable sword. Boom! The 2 swords collided together. Heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. Immediately afterward, an unimaginable shockwave instantly burst hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the surroundings. Indescribable energy exploded apart at the center of the collision. This energy contained all of the colors of the world, and it contained all of the energies of the world. At the same time, it was as if a world were being destroyed and then resurrected at the point of the collision. It was then destroyed and resurrected again, and this cycle of reincarnation repeated itself infinitely. Ordinary powerful beings would feel a splitting headache if they glanced at this collision. They were completely unable to endure this power. Hundreds of powerful cultivators were sent flying by the overwhelming shockwave. The void was cut into neat segments, while heaven and earth were ravaged until not a single unharmed area remained. Mountains were hacked into broken rubble, rivers were severed and upturned, and the ocean was also smashed into several different seas of varying heights. Just the shockwave of the collision alone seemed to be enough to annihilate heaven and earth. If it weren't for Tina's 5 God of Creation stage underlings unleashing their essential power to protect the damaged Tai Chu Holy Land inside the light barrier, perhaps the fragile Holy Land would have been flattened and destroyed by the shockwave already. This kind of battle completely exceeded what the beings of this world could endure. How terrifying! I actually sensed the destruction of a world from that collision, the 3-headed spirit said in deep astonishment. The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao is a world, and spokesperson and Lin's sword is a world-destroying sword. Spokesperson and Lin's sword is destroying the worlds time and time again. Yet the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao continues to create new worlds. Right now, they're trying to see who can hold on for the longest. As she watched this battle, Heisher finally understood what Tina meant when she said that the heavenly light goddess was their most powerful enemy. This level of power indeed surpassed her understanding and imagination. Perhaps only the peak state goddess Tina could defeat them, and Lin forcefully swung his evil-slaying sword at the woman before him. However, countless worlds bore down upon him, each of them so powerful that they could make him feel despair. It would have been fine if they were ordinary great worlds. If that were the case, he could destroy each of them with a single slash. However, the worlds before him were the top-notch worlds of the universe. Moreover, they were infused with the most powerful heavenly light power of the heavenly light goddess. Thus, Lin was under immense pressure, even though he had already unleashed his most powerful attacks. The worlds continued to bear down upon him. The hilt of the sword was earth, while the light and dark edges, as well as the tip of the sword, were the sky. Life and sea were the body of the huge blade. It was clearly Lin who had charged over to initiate this battle. However, he was the one who was being continuously wounded now. Wielding the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao in her hands, the heavenly light goddess was far too powerful. This was even though she was severely wounded and even though her powers were almost exhausted. However, as long as she wielded that sword, she would be terrifying and invincible. The heavenly light goddess' eyes were filled with killing intent as she furiously manipulated the power around her. She only had a single goal at this moment, to kill Lin. And Lin felt like this was a great opportunity to dispose of the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess felt the exact same thing about him. Thus, the two of them continued to skirmish with each other. However, it was still Lin who was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Lin wasn't fighting by himself. A fairy suddenly dashed past the tumultuous collisions of the sword intents and appeared behind the heavenly light goddess. She then tossed a transparent heavenly Tao mirror lotus at her. "Go, heavenly Tao mirror lotus!" The lotus blossomed amid the light. Immediately afterward, the rays of light were actually absorbed and engulfed by this lotus. The heavenly light goddess could feel her power being rapidly engulfed. Right now, she really wanted to shout, "You're fucking sneak attacking me again!" However, at this moment, Lin's evil-slaying sword had already knocked her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao aside and started to ruthlessly slash down at her. A black cut appeared on the heavenly light goddess' breathtakingly beautiful face. This cut stretched all the way from her face down to her severed waist. Her body was sliced into two again. An immensely powerful darkness started to rapidly emanate, engulfing the heavenly light goddess' entire body and transforming it into nothingness. This was a perfect killing blow. Lin had killed the heavenly light goddess. Everyone couldn't help but shake in excitement, including the god of creation stage divine beings. Some of them even started to shout in joy to celebrate this magnificent achievement. However, Lin didn't let his guard down. Instead, he turned to Tina and said, "Little Na, the heavenly light goddess is undying, so she'll most likely resurrect again. Don't let her escape." "Got it," Tina said with a nod. She spread her arms apart, upon which mirrors appeared throughout the surrounding thousands of kilometers of space. This was an absolute cage of mirrors. Lin also unleashed a thick darkness as he carefully observed the surroundings. At the same time, he reached over to grab the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. This weapon was far too dangerous, so he couldn't allow the heavenly light goddess to obtain it. However, just as Lin reached over, the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao suddenly vanished into thin air. "It's already mine. It's impossible for you to take it." The heavenly light goddess voice suddenly traveled over from the sky, and Lin and Tina looked toward someplace in unison. Light converged, forming into the heavenly light goddess' complete body. "If light exists, then I exist." The heavenly light goddess tilted her chin and said calmly, "Crack." A crisp cracking sound suddenly traveled over from her body. It was as if something had shattered and become imperfect. Her expression suddenly darkened. Immediately afterward, she started to flee into the distance without a shred of hesitation. Lin and Tina both unleashed attacks to obstruct her. A darkness that blotted out heaven and earth, as well as the contracting cage of mirrors, all bore down upon that wisp of light. Two realm radiance. the heavenly light goddess roared in fury. Her body transformed into a streak of purple-gold light that was faster than the speed of light as it weaved through two realms. Meanwhile, the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao in her hands unleashed an unimaginable power as it viciously slashed at the wave of darkness as well as the cage of mirrors. Boom! Energy collided and exploded. The heavenly light goddess used her final burst of explosive power to tear through Enlin and Tina's attacks before vanishing from this world. Detestable! She actually escaped. Enlin was extremely displeased as he looked at the disappearing two-realm radiance. However, he didn't give chase. This was because he genuinely couldn't catch her. Moreover, his power was also in a state of depletion. It doesn't matter, Giant Enlin, Tina said with a sweet smile. Her voice was soothing and gentle, and she continued. At least we were able to severely wound her and buy some time. Moreover, her plan to absorb all of the heavenly books was also foiled by us. Enlin nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the heavenly light goddess had only absorbed one of the heavenly books. If she had absorbed all 10 of the heavenly books, just how powerful would she have become? Enlin and Tina flew back to the Taichu Holy Land. At this moment, the powerful beings who had fought alongside them were already cheering in joy and shouting spokesperson Enlin, as well as Goddess Tina's names. They had already learned Enlin's real name from the introductions made by the God of Creation stage divine beings. Anyhow, they felt that Enlin's name was very suitable and natural. After all, how could such a peerless being have a strange name such as Lu Debao? Enlin and Tina had already become the most eye-catching beings of the Taichu Holy Land. The Red Empress, Wuxia, Yingbao, and the other members of the 8th region couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They hadn't imagined that a new trainee would suddenly become the savior of their world in just 2 short days. Upon recalling her bet with Enlin, Yingbao's face flushed a slight shade of red. She had to agree to one of Enlin's requests? Enlin was so powerful, so would she agree to his request even if it were an excessive one? For example, becoming his maid or whatnot. Meanwhile, there was a lingering fear in the Dragon Emperor's mind. He hadn't realized that he had provoked such a terrifying being before. In fact, Enlin had already shown great mercy and compassion by not smacking him to death on the spot. When he returned home, the first thing he would do was beat Long Yeka up to vent his anger. Congratulations on your victory, Goddess and Holy Spokesperson. Goddess Tina is undefeatable. The 5 God of Creation stage divine beings shouted in celebration as they walked up to Enlin and Tina. Holy Spokesperson, you're so powerful. What's your relationship with our goddess? Lu Jin asked in curiosity. However, he was immediately kicked aside by the 3-headed spirit. Impudence! Who do you think the goddess is? Is this a question that you can ask? The head in the middle shouted in anger. The head on the left nodded and said, the middle head is correct. However, the head on the right asked in excitement, are they lovers? Left head and middle head. _MOU. Thump, thump, thump. Okay. Stop asking about these gossipy things. Let's get back to the proper matters. Tina waved her hands and said with a smile. Her pretty face was flushed a slight shade of red, and she hurriedly changed the topic, asking, do you still have the heavenly books? Yep, the 3-headed spirit replied. I was fortunate enough to accomplish the mission. Lu Jin cupped his fists and said, the round MOU. Thump. Sorry, Heisher said. Tianyi blew a colorful bubble, which had an orb of darkness contained within it, and said, the heavenly book is inside the bubble. It's already fused into the power of darkness. Same here. I used the power of darkness to absorb the information from the books, and when the heavenly book appeared, the darkness carried that information and formed a thin layer around it. Lu Jin also retrieved a dark orb as he said this. It was a similar case for the remaining God of Creation stage divine beings. Upon hearing this, Enlin started to use his own heavenly darkness power to envelop these dark orbs. Immediately afterward, an enormous amount of information exploded in his mind. Colossal amounts of knowledge and countless spell techniques surged into Enlin's mind at this moment. This was a boundless sea of knowledge. Not only did this knowledge contain words and descriptions, but it even contained all kinds of techniques, comprehensions, Tao realms, and true intents. When all of this information erupted in his mind, the shock and stimulation that Enlin felt were unimaginable. Darkness returned to its rightful place. His knowledge started to transcend. Enlin's cultivation suddenly broke through some intangible barrier. Boom! Darkness soared into the sky, blotting out heaven and earth. A vast and boundless amount of vital energy started to furiously surge in the air. The god of creation stage divine beings were given a fright. What's going on? Spokesperson Enlin. What's happening to you? Heisher, Lu Jin, and the others shot back in retreat. Enlin was delighted as a feeling of comfort and clarity washed over his entire body. I think I'm breaking through. Haha. I finally reached the Tao integration intermediate stage. Enlin, who didn't know how to cultivate at all, almost started to wave his hands and dance in joy. Lu Jin grimaced as he looked at the darkness that blotted out heaven and earth and the waves of vital energy that had almost suffused throughout the entire void star section. You call this scene breaking through to the Tao integration intermediate stage? Truth be told, even breaking through to the God of Creation stage wouldn't cause such a huge scene, right? So, spokesperson Enli truly is a Tao integration stage cultivator. Good heavens, this kind of power is far too incredible. The three heads of the three-headed spirit said in unison. Mo nodded in agreement. Thump! Enlin was mesmerized as he stood in the center of the darkness and felt his power rising in leaps and bounds and his divine Tao of darkness becoming more and more mighty. He hadn't imagined that he would break through to the Tao integration intermediate stage in such a manner. Knowledge could give him power. More precisely, the boundless quantity of Tao realms and true intents of the ancient Tai Chu realm had triggered a qualitative change. It was because of this that he had advanced to the Tao integration intermediate stage. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, Enlin successfully completed his transformation. Tina immediately gathered some fresh flowers from the divine mirror world and gave them to Enlin. She smiled sweetly and said, "Congratulations on your ascension, Giant Enlin." Enlin was on the verge of tears as he accepted these flowers. Little Na has grown up. I initially thought that I would be meandering around at the Tao integration initial stage for the rest of my life. Who knew that I would break through today? I'm genuinely so happy. The God of Creation stage divine beings felt as if they had been stabbed in the hearts. What the fuck did he mean by meandering around at the Tao integration initial stage? They were already God of Creation stage divine beings, yet they were still nowhere near as freakish as Enlin. If Enlin was meandering around, then what the hell were they doing? Playing with dirt? How shattering. Enlin successfully advanced to the Tao integration intermediate stage. Meanwhile, Tina placed the 4 heavenly books that had reappeared from the orbs of darkness into her divine mirror world. Everything went smoothly. It could be said that they had won this battle by a slim margin. They hadn't foiled the heavenly light goddess plan completely, but they hadn't lost either. Moreover, Enlin had become stronger, and this gave him more confidence for the future. He had initially thought that he was a reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god, meaning that there existed a limit to his cultivation base. However, by the looks of it, his cultivation base still hadn't reached its limit yet. He could continue to grow stronger, and he could continue to perform miracles. There was still hope of reaching the Tao integration pinnacle stage or even the God of Creation stage in the future. Tina couldn't help but also smile happily upon seeing Enlin's confident and delighted smile. She gracefully sat on Enlin's shoulder and swayed her slender legs as they flew toward the Tai Chu Holy Land. In the ancient divine division of the ancient Tai Chu realm, 2 suns continued to blink as if they wanted to verify what they had just seen. How is this possible? That woman actually lost? She wielded the heavenly Tao as a weapon, yet she actually lost to a bunch of God of Creation stage divine beings? Who's that fairy? Also, who's that man? Are the powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent already this terrifying? The mind of this hidden being was filled with question marks. He had heard his friends talking about the damaged heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent before, and this had caused the heavenly Tao to transform into living beings who descended into the world. In turn, this had triggered a historical catastrophe. That woman was definitely one of the supreme heavenly gods. Otherwise, there was simply no way she could have wielded the heavenly Tao as a weapon. However, he hadn't imagined that the Taichu continent would also have a bunch of unfamiliar god of creation stage divine beings. Moreover, there was even an unimaginably powerful Tao integration stage supermighty being. In the past, he had always referred to Tao integration stage cultivators as Tao integration stage kitties. After seeing that man in white, however, he felt like he needed to change this habit. Holy crap! Sure enough, I've been a recluse for far too long. What has the world turned into? A sigh traveled through heaven and earth. As if sensing something, and Lin looked toward someplace in the void. The two suns shuddered slightly before continuing to orbit as usual. Senior and Lin, thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving the Taichu Holy Land. The Red Empress and the Spirit Emperor had already flown over to express their gratitude toward Lin. Their gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. They genuinely didn't want to die. They were willing to sacrifice everything to survive. Thus, they were extremely grateful toward Lin, one of their saviors. No problem. In fact, the ancient Taichu realm is actually Little Na's first home. Thus, I naturally couldn't watch it being destroyed. And Lin said as he looked at the fairy on his shoulder. The fairy smiled and said, "Tee-hee, so Master still remembers, huh? How can I forget something so important?" And Lin looked at the giant hole in the light barrier around the Taichu Holy Land and said with a hint of concern, "The existence of the Taichu Holy Land is completely reliant on this light barrier. It's a shame that a giant hole has been smashed into it now. This is putting all of you in danger." The regional leaders and powerful beings all fell silent upon hearing this. However, what Tina said next caused them to feel hopeful and excited. "It's nothing but a hole. Everything will be fine once I mend it, no?" Tina said. "You can mend this hole? But the power of the restrictions." However, and Lin suddenly thought of something, and he said in delight, "Oh, that's right. You were even able to command the restrictions to counterattack the heavenly light goddess just then. Perhaps you can wield the power of the restrictions." "I can't necessarily wield the power of the restrictions. However, I can guide them to do things that are beneficial to this world. I'm fairly sure that the person who created these restrictions also wanted to protect the heavenly books and protect the civilizations of this world," Tina said. And Lin instantly understood what she meant. Tina couldn't wield the power of the restrictions. However, she could give suggestions to the restrictions and guide it like a friend. Just like when Tina had targeted the heavenly light goddess, she could even scold the restrictions if they were disobedient. Meanwhile, Tina flew up to the light barrier of the Taichu Holy Land. Her voice was beautiful and heavenly as it traveled to every corner of the Taichu Holy Land. "There's a hole here. Why hasn't it been mended yet? Are you blind? You and you." Tina used her slender and jade-like finger to point at the libraries of heavenly books. "Hurry up and mend this hole." And Lin felt that Little Na wasn't being strict enough, and he was just about to teach her how to scold people. However, Tina's overwhelming God of Creation stage aura suddenly erupted at this moment. At the same time, the heavenly Tao of the divine mirror world also started to fluctuate into the surroundings. As if being aroused by something, the restrictions in the libraries of heavenly books started to vibrate and ring. They then transformed into bursts of peculiar and transparent energies that gathered near the giant hole and eventually repaired it. And Lin opened his mouth, yet he ultimately decided to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. By the looks of it, threatening people was more effective than scolding them. The tens of millions of beings in the Taichu Holy Land cheered in joy upon seeing the giant hole in the light barrier being repaired. They enthusiastically shouted Goddess Tina and Lin's names. Only after experiencing a deadly catastrophe would one cherish their life even more. Everyone celebrated in joy and excitement as if they had received a new lease on life. In fact, some of the main draw cards had already risen into the sky to dance and sing. They wanted to celebrate this monumental moment. This was an eye-opener for Lin. Just then, These beings were still desperately fighting for their lives. In the blink of an eye, however, they were already hopping around and celebrating. Was this also a specialty of the Tai Chu Holy Land? The three-headed spirit sighed softly upon witnessing these scenes. When I look at them, they're cheering and celebrating. However, when I look away, this place becomes an empty and desolate city. My cultivation of spirits has already reached a fundamental and origin state, yet I'm still unable to comprehend the form of their existence. However, I can feel their loneliness as well as their fiery desire for life. As Tina gazed at these scenes, her emerald green eyes reflected the laughter and joy of this world. Everyone seemed so real and tangible. She remained silent as she took these scenes in. At this moment, Tianyi swished her tail and swam before Tina, asking, "Goddess Tina, this place, this world, is our home, right? Your home." And Lin faltered upon hearing this. There was confusion on his face, and he asked, "Isn't the divine mirror world your home?" Truth be told, I can feel a mysterious sense of familiarity in this place as well, Lu Jin said as he gazed at the heaven and earth of the Tai Chu Holy Land. He sighed with emotion and continued, "I can feel an indescribable sense of belonging here." Hey sure, MOU, and the three-headed spirit all nodded in agreement. They also had an identical feeling. Sense of belonging? And Lin looked at Tina before looking at Lu Jin and the others. Tina's old home is here, so it's natural that she feels a sense of belonging in this place. However, why are you guys also feeling a sense of belonging? Perhaps the home of your goddess is also your home. No, that's not what we mean, Tianyi said with a shake of her head. She pondered for a moment before saying softly, "We're not trying to deliberately conform with our goddess. Rather, we genuinely feel that our roots and origin belong in this place. The essence of our life has some sort of tacit affinity with this world." The other divine beings nodded in agreement, and Lin blinked as he looked toward the fairy on his shoulder. Tina hesitated for a moment before saying, "After reaching the God of Creation stage, I created a world according to the ancient Tai Chu realm. Divine mirror. The divine mirror is just a mirror. Outside the mirror is the ancient Tai Chu realm, and inside the mirror is the divine mirror world. Although the divine mirror world is only a reflection of the ancient Tai Chu realm, it possesses the realm essence crystals of the ancient Tai Chu realm, and it also possesses the fragments of the realm core of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Thus, the divine mirror world can even be viewed as an extension and resurrection of the ancient Tai Chu realm." The God of Creation stage divine beings came to a sudden realization. So there's still this kind of deep relationship. In other words, the divine mirror world is a reborn ancient Tai Chu realm? Our home is indeed here. Since it's a reborn ancient Tai Chu realm, then can't our world recapture the brilliance of the ancient Tai Chu realm? In fact, it might even surpass the Tai Chu continent. He Sure suddenly said. The other divine beings were roused upon hearing this. Even Lin was given a fright. These divine beings really do dare to allow their imaginations to run wild. And Lin felt like these divine beings were becoming a little too cocky. Would it be that easy to recapture the brilliance of the ancient Tai Chu realm? Surpassing the Tai Chu continent would be even more unimaginable. One had to realize that there were many freakish beings in the Tai Chu continent. He Sure, Tianyi, and the other God of Creation stage divine beings were indeed very powerful. However, Lin knew that they were still some way off the level of Chunchen, Cyril, Nuwa, and so on. As for Pangu, the supreme being who had created the Tai Chu continent, he was more so transcendent above the God of Creation stage. If Tina wanted the divine mirror world to surpass the heavenly Tao, she would at least need to reach a similar level to Pangu. Just thinking about this would make one feel despair. Of course, Lin wouldn't refute their imaginations. The reason for this was simple. He was someone who believed in miracles. His mind told him that this was impossible, yet he firmly believed that as long as one worked hard enough, everything would become possible. The crisis of the Tai Chu Holy Land had already been resolved. The residents of this world could continue to live inside the peculiar protective barrier. And Lin and Tina had successfully completed their mission. However, It was a shame that they hadn't been able to save the several million residents of the first region. These beings had vanished into the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao forever. The fate of these beings had been quite pitiful. Because of the mentally challenged White Emperor, all of them had been led to death. So be it if they had already wanted to die. However, those who hadn't wanted to die were also forced into death. That had truly been a tragic and miserable scene. Giant and Lin, aren't you going to bid them farewell? Tina cocked her head and asked. Before them, the god of creation stage divine beings were already saying goodbye to the beings of the Holy Land. After all, they still had another identity as the main drawcards of these regions. In other words, they had heaps of fans. Of course, after the battle, they had even more fans now. Thus, they went over to say a simple goodbye before they left. Even the round MO you thumped in farewell. Why doesn't he speak? And Lin asked in curiosity. Theoretically speaking, even rocks should be able to talk after reaching the god of creation stage. Tina shook her head and replied, I don't know either. And Lin was astonished. You've known each other for so long. Yet you still don't know why he doesn't speak? That's right. After all, he doesn't speak, Tina said. And Lin was completely stumped. Hang on. Something doesn't seem right. Anyhow, and Lin also flew over to the Taichu Holy Land to say goodbye to his fans. Some of the fans shouted spokesperson and Lin, while some of the fans shouted Lu Debao. Some of the fans were even shouting cooking dance. It was clear that they couldn't forget that mouthful of chicken. In fact, those who had eaten and Lin's fragrant chicken could now brag to their friends. Not only did they feel incredibly happy, but they could even brag about this for several hundred years. Some of the braver fans even started to ask Lin to perform his cooking dance again. However, Lin politely declined their request. After all, the effect of the frying pan could only be used once per day. Right now, the cooldown still hadn't finished yet, and Lin naturally wouldn't sabotage his own reputation. Brother Debao, I lost my bet with you. However, it seems like you still haven't asked me to do anything yet. Ingbao's face was bright red, and it was clear that she was extremely nervous as she stood in front of Lin. However, she finally managed to force these words from her mouth. But she became even more flustered upon saying this, and she couldn't help but shake her head. No. It should be spokesperson Lin. Her expression was as if she had done something wrong, and there were even tears glistening in her eyes. And Lin thought that Ingbao looked extremely adorable. He patted her head and said with a smile, There's indeed something that I need your help with. What is it? Tell me, I'll definitely help you, Ingbao said earnestly. You can represent me and become the inspector of the Taichu Holy Land. If anything happens, break this two-realm communication seal. As he said this, Lin handed a red seal to Ingbao. That's all. Ingbao was slightly disappointed as she accepted the jade seal. Don't you need an underling or maid? She murmured in her mind. Don't underestimate this task. This is a huge responsibility, and it pertains to the safety of the entire Taichu Holy Land. And Lin said solemnly, Can you complete this task? Upon hearing this, a sense of responsibility instantly welled up in Ingbao's mind. She nodded earnestly and said, I can. The Red Empress was extremely happy. She understood what this jade seal signified. It signified that the Taichu Holy Land now had a supremely powerful supporter, and Lin bade farewell to his friends in the Taichu Holy Land. Meanwhile, the 5 God of Creation stage divine beings also returned to the Divine Mirror World. Right now, the Divine Mirror World was in the midst of a huge rebuild that needed their powers. Thus, they immediately returned after completing their mission. They didn't have the time to hang around and relax. And Lin looked toward Tina and asked, Do you want to go back and visit? Tina naturally understood where Lin was referring to. She hesitated for a brief moment before nodding and saying with a smile, Sure. They started to fly toward the Ancient Divine Division. The Ancient Divine Division was a relatively independent world inside the ancient Taichu realm. There was no boundless universe there, and there was no terrifying land of despair either. Heaven and earth were peaceful, and the sun and moon rose and set. The Ancient Divine Division looked much like a perfect world. The beings who lived in this world were relatively happy. Of course, this was only relative. Even in this beautiful world, they still had to face life and death trials. Those who had managed to survive until now were mostly mutated and wild beings. Ordinary living beings were already extremely difficult to find. The only place that was relatively peaceful was Tina's homeland. In that place, there were actually tall mountains and limpid waters, as well as all kinds of intelligent life forms. Thinking back now, that place was an absolute paradise, especially when compared to the rest of the ancient Tai Chu realm. And Lin and Tina flew towards someplace in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Their cultivation base had already reached a terrifying level, so they naturally didn't need to carefully navigate. Instead, they could indescribably sense the location of Tina's homeland. They passed through a fractured sky. They passed through a vast expanse of chaos. After passing through yet another fractured region, they finally arrived at the ancient divine division. Phew! It's still morning here, and Lin said as he looked at the two suns in the sky. There was a faint smile on his face. However, Tina's eyes glistened as she looked at the two bright suns in the sky. These suns appear a little different, and Lin studied them more carefully upon hearing this. The more he looked, the more strange these suns appeared. Something is indeed wrong. It feels like they're hiding something. The two of them exchanged a glance before flying toward the two suns in unison. Holy fuck! Why are they flying over? Have I been exposed? With this thought in mind, the two suns in the sky suddenly started to become a little unstable. Hello, brother sun, don't run away. I can see you. And Lin shouted. Who would have thought? The suns here are actually a life form as well. I was tricked for so long. There was a hint of excitement in Tina's eyes, and she shouted, Grandpa Sun, hurry up and reveal yourself. Let us see your true form. Suns. The suns suddenly fell dim. At the same time, an unimaginably colossal figure started to appear. To say that it was blotting out heaven and earth was already an understatement. The body of this figure was like an unimaginably large continent. Each of its dim green scales was as large as an entire city. As it turned its head around, the two suns in the sky transformed into sparkling eyes that continued to blink. The voice of this figure was deep and solid as it said, You've seen my true body now, are you satisfied? And Lin and Tina widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't help but gasp in astonishment as they looked at the colossal figure before them. So humongous. It's genuinely so humongous. This is actually a colossal western dragon. Each of its scales was as large as an entire city. When it unfurled its wings, it was as if another two continents had appeared beside it. The body of this dragon was larger than any planet that Lin had ever seen. Meanwhile, the two suns that Lin and Tina had seen were actually the eyes of this colossal dragon. They radiated with extremely pure true sun flames as they provided this world with light and warmth. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the sun of this world? And Lin asked in curiosity. The colossal dragon knew that it couldn't act anymore, so it blinked its eyes and said, You can call me the ancestor origin dragon. As for why I'm pretending to be the sun here, the first reason is that I want to witness the destruction of a top-level world. The second reason is that the living beings here are far too weak and fragile. If there's no sun, all of them will die. And Lin and Tina fell silent upon hearing this. Tina was the first to come to her senses, and she immediately bowed toward the colossal dragon. There was gratitude on her face as she said, Thank you for everything you've done, Ancestor Origin Dragon. She was thanking him from the bottom of her heart. After all, if it hadn't been for the two suns formed by this Ancestor Origin Dragon, perhaps she would have frozen to death while she was still weak. That being the case, how could she have come across Lin, and how could she have reached this profound cultivation level? So many years had passed, yet only now did she discover the truth about why there were two suns in the sky. And Lin sighed with emotion. Sure enough, after reaching a certain height, one's vision would also become different. They could already observe the truth of this world. Even though this truth was so peculiar. No worries, no worries. Say, both of you look very unfamiliar. Who are you? the ancestor origin dragon asked in curiosity as he looked at Enlin and Tina. Their sizes differed by a factor of billions. Yet the ancestor origin dragon still didn't dare to underestimate these two unfamiliar powerful beings. I'm a native of this world. That's why I thanked you for becoming the sons, Tina said with a giggle as she cupped her fists at the colossal dragon. My background is not worth mentioning. I'm just a native of some small world, Enlin said. The ancestor origin dragon grimaced in anger upon hearing this. Native? Not worth mentioning? Who are you people? Are you here to amuse this old man? Can you people hold a proper conversation? If you don't talk properly, I'll transform back into suns and continue to wander in the sky, the ancestor origin dragon huffed. Upon hearing this, Enlin and Tina hurriedly introduced themselves properly. One could never have too many friends, especially if it was a powerful being like this dragon. After all, Enlin still wanted to convince these kinds of supreme beings to help him crush the heavens. However, upon hearing that he had to face powerful enemies, such as the heavenly light goddess if he wanted to crush the heavens, the ancestor origin dragon instantly shook his head. He said that the ancient Taichu realm couldn't be without him, and that he couldn't help them save the Taichu continent. God of creation stage divine beings liked to stay away from trouble. This was a common trait, and Lin could only sigh in his mind. After chatting for a while, Enlin and Tina continued their journey to Tina's homeland. They arrived at a world that was enveloped by a large barrier. After crossing through this barrier, Enlin and Tina arrived at the domain of extreme frost. This was a domain which they had viewed as a land of despair before. Now, however, they only felt a little cold. It wasn't long before they passed through this domain of extreme frost. A peculiar and beautiful world appeared before them. There were blue skies and white clouds, and there were green mountains and limpid waters. There was also the chirping of birds and the fragrance of blossoming flowers. Everything seemed so tranquil and beautiful. A smile tugged at the corners of Tina's lips as she stepped onto the soft grasslands and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. I haven't experienced this environment for so long. I haven't breathed this air for so long. I'm back. She unfurled her semi-transparent wings and gracefully soared through the sea of flowers and trees. Giant and Lin, let's go together, the fairy shouted happily. And Lin smiled faintly as he followed the fairy through the forest. Just like before, everything still appeared so small and miniature. The living beings were small, the forest was small, and even the mountains here weren't as tall as Enlin. In fact, Enlin could form a river if he took a piss here. The two of them continued to soar past mountains and rivers, passing one adorable city after another. After a while, they finally arrived at the center of the holy capital. It was here that we met, Tina said as she gazed at the ant-sized humans and fairies beneath them. Her expression was one of reminiscence, and she said, Back then, you looked so very big in my eyes. That's why I called you Giant Enlin. Enlin looked at the fairy on his shoulder and asked with a smile, Aren't I big anymore? Tina looked at him and said with a faint smile, I'm already used to it. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. It's a giant god fiend. The guards of the city instantly raised the alarm and shouted in warning upon seeing Enlin. The mini-humans started to stand in formation as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, the residents of the city started to flee in panic. Some of the powerful beings had already unleashed their attacks that looked like tiny specks of light. These attacks struck Enlin's face, and this caused Enlin and Tina to chuckle in amusement. He's actually laughing. Is he mocking at us? No. Perhaps he's a mutated god fiend who naturally likes to laugh. Detestable giant god fiend. Eat my sword. The powerful beings started to unleash their trump cards. Enlin. Tina couldn't help but giggle upon seeing this. A divine rank powerful being flew over with a powerful might. There was lightning flashing in his hands. Watch me slash you to death. Detestable giant god fiend. Enlin flicked his finger at this powerful being. Ah! The divine rank powerful being was instantly sent flying. Several more divine rank powerful beings suddenly charged over. Enlin was just about to sneeze and subdue all of them. However, a voice suddenly traveled over from the distance. Stop! Upon hearing this voice, the powerful beings surrounding Lin started to cheer in excitement. This is great. It's a saint-rank powerful being. The giant god fiend is definitely going to be defeated. At this moment, two fairies with thin wings of light flew toward Lin. Holy fairy maiden, is it you? One of the fairies asked. Tina nodded lightly and said with a smile, Mandel Harris, long time no see. The two saint-rank fairies shuddered upon hearing this. Their eyes were glistening with tears. Mandel Harris greets the Holy Maiden. The two most powerful beings of the central city bowed toward Tina. The remaining beings were all given a fright. They couldn't help but look toward the fairy on the giant god fiend's shoulder. At this moment, they finally recalled that familiar face from over 100 years ago. It's the Holy Maiden. It's actually the Holy Maiden. Heavens! How has she become so large? The powerful beings bowed in excitement as they recalled the events of the past. The Holy Maiden has returned. Long live the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden will be radiant for all eternity. The hostility shown by the powerful beings of the central city quickly transformed into excitement and fervent enthusiasm. The legends of the Holy Maiden still remained. They hadn't forgotten Tina. The central city held a grand celebration. They welcomed their previous Holy Maiden home. Tina was still extremely popular with the residents of this city, and her increasingly beautiful and ethereal appearance more so received endless praise and admiration from the residents. Regardless of where one was, looks would still be incredibly important. Harris looked at Tina, who had been the same size as him before, yet had grown 10 times larger now. He couldn't help but ask, Holy Maiden, how have you grown so much? Because I've grown up, Tina replied. Harris? Holy Maiden, what's the outside world like? Is there really an all-new world? Mandel asked in curiosity. Of course there is. Moreover, the new world is extremely large, so large that you can't even fathom it. Just one of their magnificent cities is perhaps already larger than our entire continent. There are heaps of animals there, some of which are hundreds of feet tall, and some of which are hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Tina started to cheerfully describe this new world to her friends. The powerful beings were all engrossed by her descriptions. Melody, Tina's cousin and the current Holy Maiden, was more so in a trance as she listened to Tina's descriptions. Her face was filled with envy as she said, So impressive. So the world is actually this humongous. I also want to have a look. Tina patted her head and said with a smile, No problem. Once you find a suitable successor, Big Sister will take you out to visit the new world. Melody wore an expression of slight displeasure as she glanced at Tina and said, You still have the face to say that? You disappeared for over 100 years without saying a word. Tina had left the kingdom to her while going elsewhere to have fun by herself. Melody felt extremely envious and aggrieved. All right, calm down now. Big Sister brought you a present. With a flick of her wrist, a small and dainty 3-colored hairpin appeared in Tina's hand. This hairpin radiated with an astonishing energy fluctuation. This is... Melody's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, This is a saint tool. No. This is even more powerful than a saint tool. What in the world is this treasure? This is an immortal tool. It's the 3 Immortals Tao Flower, a high-rank immortal tool. It possesses the ability to expand and contract, and its might is ever-changing and mysterious. It's fairly suitable for you, and you can use it to defend yourself, Tina said in a generous voice. The so-called saint tools that Melody spoke of was equivalent to the spirit tools of the Taichu continent. Back at that time, Tina had also been blinded by Lin's trove of treasures. Now, however, she was already a rich woman who possessed a world of her own. Thus, she could casually gift immortal tools to others without feeling any pain at all. Thank you, sister. Big Sister Tina is the best. Melody was overjoyed as she accepted the 3 Immortals Tao Flower. The displeasure in her mind instantly vanished into nothingness. Harris and Mandel were both extremely envious upon seeing this. Their eyes were wide with envy and hope. Tina naturally wouldn't mistreat her two loyal generals, so she gifted each of them an ordinary immortal tool. This caused Harris and Mandel to shed tears of gratitude as they thanked her. These extraordinary weapons could raise their combat capability by an immense amount and allow them to protect this world better. Thus, everything was worth it. Tina shrunk to the size of these mini-humans before starting to wander around the central city. In order to not attract too much attention, and Lin also shrunk to the same size as Tina. This is my favorite shop. The desserts that they make are absolutely delicious. I can't believe that it's still open. Tina dragged Lin into a dessert store to eat desserts. This is the largest clothing shop in the central city. In the past, Little Na bought many of her clothes from this shop. Afterward, Tina happily dragged Lin into a clothing store to try on new clothes. There were all kinds of floral dresses, white gowns, and grassweave dresses. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or exquisite, they all looked stunning and flawless when worn by the breathtakingly beautiful Little Na. And Lin was treated to some delightful eye candy. Tina's lively and natural beauty was unrivaled. Even in the Tai Chu continent, she would appear refreshingly beautiful regardless of what she wore. She bought a few items of clothing. Tina and Lin then visited the city square, the church, and the house that Little Na had lived in before. Tina reminisced and described her past to Lin. These places were like an old photo. Regardless of how long time had passed, they were still exactly the same as before. At that time, I thought that this was the entire world. I thought that this was all the scenery that this world had to offer. Tina held onto Lin's hand with her soft and jade-like hand. They were bathed under the soft and warm sunshine as they slowly walked along the bluestone path. Giant Lin, it was thanks to you that I was able to witness so many different sceneries. It was thanks to you that I was able to witness so many marvelous and stunning sights. Tina gazed up at Lin. Her eyes were slightly squinted, and they were especially clear and limpid. It was as if they could reflect the entire world. It was thanks to you that my life became more interesting and adventurous. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely stayed in this tiny place and become a naive holy maiden who didn't understand the magnitude of this world. Right? And Lin was slightly smug as he said, "See? I and Lin will never lie to you. I always fulfill all of my promises to you. Right? Tina pursed her lips as she gazed up at the sky. Tears glistened in her bright and limpid eyes. Huh? Little Na, why are you crying? No, I'm not. It's just that I haven't been home for a long time. So, who would have thought that Little Na is also such an emotional person? After wandering around for a while, Lin and Tina eventually returned to enjoy a meal with their other mini-friends. Afterward, they hurriedly bade farewell to this peaceful and tranquil world. The battle still wasn't over yet. After resting up for a while, they had to continue to fight for their future. The heavenly Tao of the ancient Tai Chu realm was still collapsing and crumbling. And Lin definitely wouldn't allow the Tai Chu continent to repeat the tragedy of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Meanwhile, Lin was fairly anxious after flying out of the barrier that enveloped the mini-world. So he added an extra barrier of darkness above this barrier. Tina also followed suit and added a barrier using the power of her divine mirror world. They increased the defenses of this world by tenfold, and only then did they leave in satisfaction. The two of them flew through the heavenly fractures that radiated with petrifying currents of chaos. In fact, they were extremely domineering as they tore through this chaos and passed through the two realm barriers to return to the Tai Chu continent. And Lin contacted Emperor Ziwei immediately after arriving back at the Tai Chu continent. He asked him about the current situation of the continent. Emperor Ziwei told him that nothing had happened during these past few days, barring some minor skirmishes. However, none of the heavenly life goddess, heavenly heaven god, heavenly sea god, or heavenly light goddess had done anything. And Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Anyhow, this made a lot of sense. After all, he had only been absent for a few days. The final battle couldn't have erupted so soon. One had to realize that the other supreme heavenly gods had suffered immensely during the previous battle in the White Nectar Sea. One of them had their world destroyed, and two of them had been forced to activate their true forms of Tao. They most likely hadn't recovered from that huge loss yet. It was much the same for the heavenly light goddess. After suffering such severe wounds in the Taichu Holy Land, she definitely had to rest up and recuperate for a while. Meanwhile, Lin and Tina had almost fully recovered already. When will the heavenly light goddess fully recover? Can I seize this opportunity to sneak over and attack her? It was only natural for Lin to consider this. After all, the heavenly light goddess had suffered severe wounds due to the attacks of the restrictions. Moreover, her power had also been exhausted to an astounding level. In fact, she had even combusted some of her life essence. As for the final cracking sound when she had been wounded, that signified that she had already wounded her life force. Theoretically speaking, the heavenly light goddess definitely couldn't recover from her wounds so quickly. This was especially the case since she had been killed by Lin once. That had damaged her life force, and this was something that couldn't be healed. Should we head over? There was a hint of eagerness in Lin's eyes. Why not? Tina said with a nod. Emperor Ziwei was stumped upon seeing Lin and Tina's expressions. Head over where? What are you planning to do? Lin's expression was resolute, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. We're heading over to see if we can kill the heavenly light goddess. Emperor Ziwei was instantly given a fright. What? You're going to fight the heavenly light goddess now? Hasn't she already completed her transformation? If you go just like this... Lin shook his head and corrected. Not only has she completed her transformation, but she has even forged a damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Ziwei faltered upon hearing this. Then why are you still? However, she was severely wounded by Tina and me in the ancient Taichu realm. Thus, now is the best opportunity to attack her. Lin said earnestly. Emperor Ziwei was completely stunned. Lin had gone to the ancient Taichu realm and even severely wounded the heavenly light goddess? What a reliable person. He was simply a godlike ally. In just the blink of an eye, Lin had already performed another miraculous feat. Emperor Ziwei could barely imagine just how much weaker the heaven-crushing united army would be without the help of Lin. Just how resounding would their defeat be? Their enemies had far too many trump cards. And it was thanks to Lin's invincible power and limitless mysterious abilities that they were able to continuously defend against their enemies' powerful attacks. Do you need my help for anything? Emperor Ziwei wore an expression of determination and resoluteness. No, we're good. We're sneaking over to attack her, so there's no need for too many people. Just prepare the defenses and avoid being attacked by the other heavenly gods while the kingdom of the 9 states is relatively weak. Lin said. Emperor Ziwei nodded solemnly and said, Understood. I'll go and organize that right away. When night arrived, Lin and Tina left the heavenly court and started to fly toward the east. Lin's heavenly darkness power was more powerful during the night, and its ability to conceal one's aura would also be at its most powerful. Back then, he and the god-slaying team had set off during the night and escaped the heavenly heaven god and heavenly sea god's detection and successfully sneaked into the world of the heavenly life goddess. Anyhow, God of Creation stage divine beings could easily sense the presence of fellow God of Creation stage divine beings. Similarly, the heavenly light goddess could more easily sense the presence of God of Creation stage divine beings. Thus, Tina returned to the divine mirror world. However, her location was already bound to Lin, so she could immediately arrive by his side whenever he called for her. Lin was at the Tao integration stage, so he didn't suffer the same kind of restrictions as God of Creation stage divine beings. In other words, his presence wouldn't be detected so easily. This allowed him to move more freely. Lin flew toward the east of the Taichu continent at an incredible speed. He activated his void body mantra, and Tina also used a light annihilating dark mirror to shroud him. This would further decrease the possibility of being detected by the heavenly light goddess. Lin soared past the towering Chunxi city, and he also soared past the vast and boundless East Sea. After a while, he finally arrived at a region that was covered in mist. This mist possessed a powerful ability to affect one's sense of direction. If one didn't possess a strong enough mind or willpower, they would become forever lost if they walked into this expanse of mist. They would be trapped inside forever. Of course, to those with strong willpower like Enlin, this kind of detrimental effect wouldn't affect them at all. At the same time, in the surroundings of the towering eastern heavenly gate, tens of millions of soldiers from the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army were diligently standing guard as they maintained the circulation of an astonishing formation. Meanwhile, 5 powerful heavenly gods stood around an orb of light. Their powerful senses spread into the surroundings as they vigilantly stood guard. The heavenly brightness god was still exuding a pure heavenly light power and pretending to be the heavenly light goddess. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan couldn't help but glance at the orb of light behind her from time to time. She felt extremely flustered and panicked at this moment. This was because she had seen the heavenly light goddess returning with severe wounds. She had initially thought that Enlin had succeeded. After all, the heavenly light goddess had been severely wounded. However, upon seeing the sword in the heavenly light goddess' hand, she knew that Enlin had most likely failed. This was a terrifying realization. Her situation had become incredibly precarious. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan couldn't forget the expression in the heavenly light goddess' eyes when she peered at the 5 heavenly gods upon her return. That had been a piercing and ice-cold expression. If it hadn't been for her severe wounds that required immediate attention, she would have most likely started to interrogate them right away. After all, only the 5 heavenly gods knew about her trip to the ancient Taichu realm. Yet, Enlin had coincidentally appeared in the ancient Taichu realm. Even heavenly goddess Wu Lan wouldn't believe in such kind of coincidence. It was clear that a traitor had appeared among their ranks. What if the heavenly light goddess discovered her actions? What should she do? Heavenly goddess Wu Lan was extremely anxious. She wanted to immediately flee from this place. However, fleeing from here would be equivalent to admitting her guilt. Doing so would leave her with no path of retreat. She wasn't prepared to make such a decision yet, nor did she have the ability to make such a decision. If she fled, what would she do if the other heavenly gods gave pursuit? Even if she wanted to flee, she would need to come up with a sound plan first. She couldn't act blindly. Upon thinking of this, heavenly goddess Wu Lan's pretty eyebrows scrunched up into a frown. Stupid Enlin, stinky Enlin, I already gave you such important intel, yet you still managed to stuff up? What am I going to do now? To think that I placed so much trust in you. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan continued to grumble in her mind. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan, you look extremely troubled. Are you worried about the heavenly light goddess injuries? Heavenly goddess Ling Hua asked with a smile as she sat on her pink folding fan. That's right. I'm incredibly worried about her. Will she die from these wounds? Heavenly goddess Wu Lan said with an anxious expression. If she doesn't die, then what will happen to me? She added in her mind. Don't worry. How can the heavenly light goddess die from these wounds? She's the mightiest and most powerful being. As long as light exists in this world, she'll be eternally undying. Even if all of the other supreme heavenly gods team up, there'll still be no match for the heavenly light goddess. Heavenly goddess Ling Hua appeared extremely obsequious as she loudly praised the heavenly light goddess. Her beautiful face was filled with reverence and admiration. You're right. The heavenly light goddess is eternally undefeatable. After obtaining the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, her power will definitely rise by another level. She'll definitely guide us to victory. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan also started to obsequiously praise the heavenly light goddess. Although she didn't know whether the heavenly light goddess could hear them or not, being obsequious at this moment was definitely the politically correct choice. As she said this, she turned her gaze toward the sky. There was a melancholy expression on her face. The heavenly light goddess had become stronger. By the looks of it, she had stuffed up. I've chosen the wrong side. I could have easily been on the winning side without doing anything extra. Yet I somehow chose to play with hell-level difficulty. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan was feeling extremely dejected and heavy-hearted. My dear and respectable heavenly darkness god, my future happiness all depends on you now. When are you going to make me proud? You weren't killed by the heavenly light goddess in the ancient Taichu realm, right? At this moment, a dark figure suddenly started to inch closer from the mists in the surroundings. A pair of eyes then appeared on this dark figure, and it stealthily observed the 5 heavenly gods. This dark figure was none other than Enlin. His aura was hidden extremely well, such that none of the 5 heavenly gods was able to detect his presence. Even the heavenly brightness god who possessed the heavenly light power was unable to detect Enlin's presence. Heavenly domineering god, heavenly brightness god, heavenly evolution god, heavenly goddess Linghua, and that young woman with a turtle shell. She's heavenly goddess Wu Lan? Upon seeing heavenly goddess Wu Lan, and especially upon seeing the golden turtle shell on her back, Enlin felt as if he had come across a like-minded friend. After all, he had also liked to carry a turtle shell in the past. What was this? This was a kind of legacy. However, she looks fairly unhappy. Enlin blinked for a moment before suddenly recalling everything that she had done for him. He was struck by a sudden realization. The heavenly light goddess had returned, so how could she be happy? However, heavenly goddess Wu Lan had already passed Enlin's examination thanks to her accurate intel. Right now, Enlin already viewed her as his own subordinate. Since she was his subordinate, he naturally had to protect her and take full responsibility for her safety. He couldn't mistreat those who had made great contributions. Enlin pondered for a moment before glancing at the eastern heavenly gate as well as the giant orb of light behind the heavenly gods. The eastern heavenly gate soared 10 million feet into the air, and it could be regarded as a colossal structure. The 2 pillars of the gate were formed from golden crystals, and they radiated with a supremely holy and noble aura. Meanwhile, a liquid-like golden light flowed between these 2 pillars. It exuded unique energy that would capture one's attention and make them feel the urge to investigate what was inside. Enlin then turned his gaze to the top of the gate. There was a giant fracture between the 2 pillars, and this was most likely the work of the heaven-crushing sect when they tried to destroy the eastern heavenly gate. They had almost destroyed the eastern heavenly gate. However, they had ultimately failed to do so. Anyhow, the heavenly light goddess was most likely inside the orb of light in front of the heavenly gate. She was probably recuperating inside. This gave rise to a new dilemma. Enlin had 2 options right now. The first was to launch a surprise attack on the eastern heavenly gate and deal the killing blow. This option had the highest chance of success. The second option was to launch a surprise attack on the heavenly light goddess. However, this option contained many unknowns, and it was hard to say whether anything terrifying would occur as a result. Of course, there was still the final option. That was to forget about everything and go home to sleep. However, this option clearly didn't suit Enlin's personality. Enlin was the battle god of the Taichu continent, so how could he cower during such a time? Heavenly gods possess an undying ability, so it's extremely difficult to kill her even though she's already severely wounded. If I force her into activating her true form of Tao, then I'll fall into a perilous situation myself. Enlin pondered over this for a moment. In the end, he decided to take the safer option and attack the eastern heavenly gate. In any case, he was extremely curious about what would happen once all 5 of the heavenly gates were destroyed. Just as the 5 heavenly gods were feeling bored out of their minds, a column of darkness suddenly soared into the sky. This column of darkness measured tens of millions of feet in height, and it was actually several times taller and thicker than the eastern heavenly gate. This column of light then suffused into the surroundings like ink, instantly blotting out the sky. This darkness enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The expressions of the heavenly gods changed drastically. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Soldiers, into formation. The generals of the heavenly human tribe united army roared in panic. Meanwhile, the 5 heavenly gods were deeply astounded as they stared at the column of darkness in front of them. That was undoubtedly the power of the heavenly darkness god. This darkness was like ink, and it was as profound as an abyss. This was a power that could engulf all matter, and this was an absolute power that could annihilate everything in the world. Even the heavenly gods felt a hint of instinctive apprehension from the bottom of their hearts. This is the heavenly darkness god? How utterly terrifying. This was the first time that these heavenly gods had faced the might of the heavenly darkness god head-on. Their expressions were dark and anxious, and only heavenly goddess Wulan was feeling slightly thrilled. He's come. He's actually come. How handsome. Ha ha ha. Let me test your power. Heavenly darkness god. The heavenly domineering god held a giant claymore in his hand as he dashed before the column of darkness. He then viciously swung his claymore at the dark figure inside the column of darkness. 8 divine halos instantly erupted from his claymore, increasing the power of his attack. His attack hadn't landed yet the entire expanse of mists and seas before him had already been ruthlessly slashed into 2. The figure in the darkness held a sword as it made a pointing motion at the heavenly domineering god. A blinding golden light erupted from this figure's fingertip. A might that was powerful enough to shatter the great Tao and annihilate the heavenly Tao suddenly surged forth, becoming larger and larger in the heavenly domineering god's eyes. In the end, it flooded his entire vision. All that he could see was this finger. Arg! The heavenly domineering god roared to boost his courage. However, his domineering attack was easily ripped apart by that finger. In fact, the burst of blinding golden light even blasted a huge hole into his body, sending him flying into the distance like a ragdoll. The other heavenly gods gasped in disbelief. One finger. The heavenly domineering god had been severely wounded by just one finger. Although Enlin had raised his sword, he hadn't used it from the beginning to the end. He hadn't unleashed his heavenly darkness power either. He evidently felt that the heavenly domineering god wasn't worthy enough for him to use his sword or heavenly darkness power on. At this moment, Enlin's sword slashed down, carrying with it a crescent-like darkness as it ripped through the air and surged toward the eastern heavenly gate. The heavenly brightness god's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Damn it! His target is the eastern heavenly gate." He barely hesitated before unleashing paramount rays of light. At this moment, Enlin could see and feel these most blinding rays of light. This light was even more blinding than the heavenly light goddess light. In fact, each ray of light was like a pointy needle that stabbed at his eyes. Not only that, but this light was also unable to be dissolved. It could illuminate all matter until they were even brighter than the core of the sun. After being infused with the heavenly light goddess power, this light more so possessed the ability to pierce through Enlin's darkness. The heavenly brightness god dashed toward the eastern heavenly gate, using his hands to push at Enlin's dark, crescent-shaped blade as he did so. Light erupted, and it was as if heavenly brightness god were truly able to contort and dissolve Enlin's attack. Countless holes had already appeared in the dark, crescent-shaped blade. Interesting, Enlin murmured when he saw this. A smile tugged at his lips, and he forcefully thrust down with his evil-slaying sword. Darkness exploded into the surroundings as he unleashed his full power. Moreover, there was also a ball of crimson-red flames that hovered near the outer region of the darkness. This ball of crimson-red flames radiated with an absolute power that could incinerate all matter in the world. This was none other than the heavenly fire power that Chun Chun had given him. Before his death, the heavenly fire god had been a subordinate of the heavenly light goddess. Now, however, his heavenly god power was the key to destroying the eastern heavenly gate. What? The heavenly brightness god's expression changed drastically upon seeing this even more powerful sword slash. He furiously channeled his power. However, regardless of how blinding his light, and regardless of how radiant his light, they were all completely engulfed by the profound wave of darkness. That darkness was like a black hole of despair. Oh! The heavenly brightness god roared in fury, yet his entire body was eventually engulfed by the darkness. At the same time, the dark, crescent-shaped blade mercilessly surged past him and viciously slashed into the eastern heavenly gate. One of the pillars was instantly slashed into 2. However, Enlin didn't stop, and he immediately launched another attack at the remaining pillar. To the shock and horror of his enemies, this pillar was also ruthlessly slashed into 2. The towering and magnificent eastern heavenly gate crashed into the ground. Everything had happened in a flash. The minds of the heavenly humans became blank, and the heavenly gods were also transfixed with shock. In their eyes, the man in white who was standing before the collapsed eastern heavenly gate appeared so profoundly petrifying. It was as if they wouldn't dare to defy him. Their mouths were agape with shock when their heavenly gate collapsed. And Lin paid no heed to the shock of his enemies, as he used his heavenly darkness power to engulf the crumbled pillars of the heavenly gate. He then swung his sword again, completely annihilating the passageway of the eastern heavenly gate. As he gazed at the rapidly vanishing passageway, he knew that his job here was done. Strange. The heavenly light goddess didn't come out to stop me even as I attacked the heavenly gate. Are her wounds really so severe? She ignored me even though I sneaked over to attack her heavenly gate. And Lin wore an expression of hesitation as he gazed at the ball of profound light. He started to fly toward this ball of light. At this moment, the heavenly brightness god suddenly roared as he lunged at Lin. He had already reconstructed his body. Don't you even dream of harming the heavenly light goddess. Criminal who actually dared to destroy the eastern heavenly gate. Die! An unimaginable brightness suddenly erupted from the heavenly brightness god's divine halo, which was already dense with cracks. At this moment, his remnant heavenly god power as well as the power bestowed upon him by the heavenly light goddess surged forth without restraint. Paramount heavenly god technique, infinite light domain. Boom! This brightness was like a rising sun that illuminated all matter. At this moment, the waves of darkness in the sky were surprisingly torn apart. Meanwhile, the infinite rays of light continued to spread, illuminating the entire night sky of the Tai Chu continent. It was as if a bright morning had arrived. The billions of residents of the Tai Chu continent couldn't help but look toward the east. This light was so profoundly bright that everyone in the Tai Chu continent could feel a piercing pain in their eyes regardless of how far away they were. Thus, one could imagine just what Lin was feeling at this moment. He was enveloped by boundless rays of light. My infinite light domain can erase even the void. This light is absolute, and this light is eternal. This is a domain that will leave your darkness with nowhere to hide and nowhere to exist. Heavenly Darkness God. This place is your eternal resting ground. The heavenly brightness god's body materialized in the infinite light domain, and he manipulated these boundless rays of light to ruthlessly bombard Lin. This was an immensely powerful attack. At the very least, it had already reached the level of heavenly god techniques unleashed by supreme heavenly gods, and Lin felt slightly threatened by this attack. Thus, he swung his sword. With just a single slash, a burst of pure darkness sliced through the infinite light domain. Shatter! The heavenly brightness god unleashed his full power in an attempt to block Lin's attack. However, that burst of darkness was unwavering in the face of his furious attacks. Instead, it started to grow larger and larger. The heavenly brightness god had already exerted his full effort. However, he was still unable to reverse the situation as he watched his infinite light domain being rapidly swallowed by the wave of darkness. This darkness then crept up his body. No! A dark and gaping wound was torn into his body. At this moment, countless black threads appeared beneath Lin's feet. Each of these black threads possessed the most fundamental Tao as they started to envelop the surroundings like a net. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, ultimate Tao. With a stomp of his foot, Lin thrust his evil-slaying sword into the heavenly brightness god's head. Black threads then started to emanate from this wound and spread over the heavenly brightness god's entire body, slowly decomposing him. The heavenly brightness god could do nothing but howl in agony. Meanwhile, Lin's aura started to become increasingly powerful. He's absorbing the heavenly brightness god's power? Heavenly goddess Ling Hua exclaimed in fear and shock. How is that possible? How can a heavenly god possess such an ability? The heavenly evolution god was so terrified that he transformed into a speck of light that continued to shimmer unsteadily. He can become stronger by killing heavenly gods. This kind of potential is absolutely terrifying. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan was also stunned. This was her boss? His abilities seemed a little heaven-defying. The heavenly brightness god was engulfed by the heavenly darkness god just like that. The infinite light domain that had illuminated the entire continent vanished without a trace. Along with it, the heavenly brightness god also lost his ability to reconstruct his body again. This was because his existence had already been fully engulfed and digested by darkness. And Lin clearly felt his heavenly darkness power growing stronger again. This was a growth in power that was visible to the naked eye. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You've successfully obtained the heavenly brightness power. Boom! An extremely pure heavenly god power and true intent exploded in Lin's mind, allowing him to comprehend this power. What an impressive power! A ball of light suddenly materialized on Lin's fingertip. This ball of light was as dazzling as the sun, and it could illuminate all matter. He was clearly the heavenly darkness god, yet his mastery over light was even more profound than all of the heavenly gods before him. In fact, this ball of light even radiated with an extremely pure and holy power. The four heavenly gods were absolutely stupefied. Holy fuck! He's using it. He's using the heavenly brightness god's heavenly god power. Not only can he become more powerful by absorbing a heavenly god, but he can even absorb their heavenly god power. This kind of enemy is far too terrifying. This is bullying gods. Just as the heavenly gods were drowned in shock, and Lin suddenly turned around to look at them. At the same time, he licked his lips in anticipation. The heavenly gods instantly felt an ice-cold aura enveloping them. It was as if they had become Lin's delicious prey. Indeed, this wasn't the relationship between predators and prey, but rather the relationship between foodies and delicacies. However, Lin merely glanced at them for a split second before turning his attention to the large ball of light. He understood what was most important at this moment. I killed your most trusted subordinate right before your eyes, yet you still didn't come out to stop me. That being the case, I have even more reason to enter your ball of light. And Lin raised his evil-slaying sword, which possessed the most complete and pure darkness. A dark sword projection then soared into the sky as he furiously slashed down at the ball of light. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly fell dark. However, the ball of light remained dazzling and radiant. Rip! Darkness collided with the ball of light, yet it didn't engulf the ball of light. Instead, the darkness was melted away by the ball of light. The domineering and profound attack of darkness was actually illuminated into nothingness by the ball of light. This ball of light is quite strange. And Lin's expression faltered. It was evident that he hadn't expected his attack to be blocked so easily. However, he didn't mull over this for too long before launching another attack at the ball of light. Evil sword technique, eternal night. Heaven and earth were instantly enveloped by darkness as he fully unleashed his divine Tao of darkness. Amid this boundless darkness, a burst of paramount darkness slashed at the ball of light. The might of this attack was several times greater than before. Rip! Upon colliding with the ball of light, it was as if the burst of darkness had descended into some strange state. The ball of light undulated slightly, upon which the burst of darkness was completely engulfed again. It was still engulfed? And Lin exclaimed in astonishment. During his previous battle against the heavenly light goddess, she needed to unleash her full power to block his attacks. However, Lin had already advanced to the Tao integration intermediate stage, and he had even swallowed a fellow heavenly god. In other words, his attacks had become far more powerful. Yet the heavenly light goddess was able to block his attacks with a simple ball of light? What in the world was going on? And Lin used his heavenly darkness power to observe the ball of light before him. However, what he detected was the fusion of the heavenly light power with some other mysterious power. Moreover, this fusion had triggered some qualitative change, preventing him from understanding this power. All he knew was that he couldn't engulf this ball of light with his darkness. If he tried to do so, his darkness would be purified by her light. And Lin was stumped, so he decided to unleash his trump card. Little Na, help me! A two-realm passageway suddenly materialized beside Lin. A fairy who was glowing with divine light then appeared beside him. Immediately afterward, A torrential might surged outward, causing the surrounding heavenly gods to shudder in apprehension. It was as if a formidable, terrifying being had appeared before them. Tina knew that she needed to fight, so she immediately unleashed her aura. Isn't this the fairy from the 4-9 Immortal sect? Good heavens! How has she become so powerful? What the hell is going on? Didn't the intel say she's at the return to Void Pinnacle stage? But now, she's at the God of Creation stage? How the fuck is she at the God of Creation stage? The heavenly gods were extremely startled by Tina's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Tina was extremely calm and collected as she observed the battlefield. The eastern heavenly gate has been destroyed, and only some small fry are left. Where's the heavenly light goddess? The heavenly gods who had been referred to as small fry were absolutely furious. And Lin pointed at the ball of light and said, "She's there." "Oh?" Tina nodded as a look of realization spread across her face. "She's become a cowering turtle? Don't you dare humiliate the heavenly light goddess!" Someone roared in fury. A powerful aura suddenly surged through the sky. At the same time, bursts of blue claymore projections soared into the sky. Gripping a claymore in his hands, the heavenly domineering god lunged toward Tina without any care for his own safety. He had already suffered severe wounds at the hands of Enlin. However, he was still fearless as he lunged toward Tina. Not only that, but he even activated all 9 of his divine halos. The power of his 9 divine halos fused into his claymore. Heavenly God technique, claymore of heaven and earth, primal origin. A brilliant light erupted from his claymore. At this moment, his paramount claymore intent and paramount light intent flawlessly fused together. An astonishing deep blue claymore projection slammed down at Enlin and Tina. The might of this claymore was so domineering that not a single being could rival it at this moment. Even supermighty beings at the Tao integration pinnacle stage would be killed by this astonishing attack if they weren't careful. Not only was the might of the attack devastating, but it even possessed a soaring and supreme aura of domination that could conquer and subdue hundreds of millions of beings. However, Tina was completely unfazed. Nor did she try to dodge this attack. Instead, she simply extended her small and jade-like hand toward the nearing claymore. A sparkling and crystal-clear mirror materialized in her hand and faced toward the sky. "You want to block my attack with your bare hands? You're seeking death." The heavenly domineering god roared in rage upon seeing Tina's reaction. His claymore slammed down with even more might and fury. Even God of Creation stage divine beings wouldn't dare to underestimate his full power attack. Yet this fairy was actually naive enough to block his attack with her bare hands. He would grant her wish and kill her without mercy. The claymore smashed down. However, the earth-shattering collision that the heavenly domineering god had expected didn't appear. He didn't hear Tina's wretched wails either. Instead, what he saw was his claymore of heaven and earth being absorbed into the mirror in Tina's small hands. Like a pebble dropping into the ocean, his attack only caused a small ripple to undulate through the mirror. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His ultimate attack didn't so much as give a peep as it was comprehensively engulfed by the mirror. In the next instant, a sea-blue claymore projection and boundless rays of light reappeared. A dazzling claymore projection surged toward the heavenly domineering god. The heavenly domineering god was stunned. Wasn't this his attack? However, upon observing the energy fluctuations, he discovered that this attack was even more powerful than what he had unleashed. "No, I can't face this head-on. I have to dodge." The heavenly domineering god's first thought was to flee. However, after flying less than 100 meters into the distance, his body eerily returned to its original spot again. The heavenly domineering god fell into despair. "Ah!" The heavenly domineering god screamed in wild fury as he unleashed his claymore of heaven and earth toward the claymore projection before him. He wanted to cancel these attacks. At this moment, however, something even eerier occurred. After colliding with the claymore projection, his second attack surprisingly suffered the same fate as his first. It was as if his attack had been swallowed by an ocean, and it was as if his attack had transformed into some mysterious matter inside Tina's mirror, while the heavenly domineering god was transfixed with shock. Another claymore of heaven and earth appeared beside the claymore projection that was still surging toward him. Fake. This has got to be fake. How is this possible? The heavenly domineering god felt like he wouldn't be able to injure this fairy even if he self-detonated in an act of suicide. The gulf between their powers was far too enormous. The heavenly domineering god's body was smashed into particles of light by the two overwhelming claymores of heaven and earth. He was just about to die. However, at this moment, the evil-slaying sword suddenly soared into the sky and unleashed countless black threads. These black threads then absorbed all of the disintegrating particles of light. And Lin moaned in satisfaction as his aura rose explosively again. The remaining heavenly gods were completely stupefied. That man had become more powerful again. He could become more powerful by engulfing corpses. Holy fuck! The arrogant and haughty heavenly goddess Ling Hua started to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, heavenly goddess Wu Lan's eyes were wide with surprise and disbelief. There was a glimmer in her eyes, and it was as if she had completely forgotten her current predicament. Right now, she simply wanted to shout, "Big Boss is so impressive." The heavenly domineering god, who had activated all 9 of his divine halos, was insta-killed. Following the heavenly brightness god's miserable death, he was the second heavenly god to be ruthlessly killed. This was a huge blow to the confidence of the remaining heavenly gods. Tina was a living hack, and the heavenly darkness god was also a living hack. So, how could these heavenly gods defeat them? It would be useless even if they sacrificed their lives. Meanwhile, the heavenly humans who had finished arranging their formations also lost their will to attack. They looked toward the heavenly gods. However, the heavenly gods didn't have any time or effort to deal with them. They could only stand there in shock. Their enemies were far too terrifying. They had already witnessed the monstrous power of their enemies. As it turned out, they didn't have the right to interfere with such paramount beings. Anyhow, the heavenly gods hadn't ordered the heavenly humans to act as cannon fodder, so the heavenly humans naturally wouldn't charge forward to needlessly and foolishly sacrifice their lives. They weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of needless and foolish death. After disposing of the obstructing heavenly god, and Lin and Tina continued to observe the ball of light before them. They completely ignored the remaining heavenly gods. However, the heavenly gods weren't unhappy at all. They weren't so foolish as to provoke Lin at this moment. Doing so would be analogous to a pig shouting at a demon king, "Come here! Come and kill me! Come and eat me!" If the demon king became pissed off, he might directly swallow the pig in a single bite. "Little Na, have you discovered anything?" And Lin asked in curiosity. Tina used her divine techniques to perform multifaceted analyses. After less than a minute, she exhaled softly and turned to Lin with an exasperated expression. "I have discovered something. However, the situation is extremely tricky." "What's wrong?" Lin asked. The heavenly light goddess fused her heavenly light power with the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, in effect repairing the fragments of the heavenly Tao with her light. She has created a fake heavenly Tao barrier. Fake heavenly Tao barrier? This is a new kind of power. In fact, the essence of this power is slightly more powerful than even the heavenly god powers. Can be viewed as a fake yet complete heavenly god power. It's a combination of heavenly god powers, and it has completely sacrificed offense for defense. Enemies can't enter, yet she can't exit either. That's why it's called the fake heavenly Tao barrier. Countless mirrors flashed across Tina's eyes as she continued to analyze the special properties of the ball of light. She said, "If this fake heavenly Tao barrier wants to achieve flawless defense, it can't have any passageways built into it. Thus, even its creator can't enter or exit at will. Thus, this barrier possesses an incredible defensive ability. However, on the flip side, it severely limits one's freedom. The heavenly light goddess is definitely planning to do something. It's also because of this that she's used such a technique to seal herself and protect herself from enemies. If we want to breach this barrier, then we need to unleash a power that's almost great enough to annihilate the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent. Theoretically speaking, this is impossible. Thus, we can only wait until this technique comes to an end. Tina couldn't help but sigh as she said this. It was clear that this was an impossible task. And Lin was also stumped upon hearing this. "Little Xie, can you hack this turtle shell open?" he asked, the sword in his hand. "I'm only a sword, not a goddess," Little Xie snapped. "You can't." And Lin said in a slightly disappointed tone. "If I can, then we can also directly annihilate the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent now," Little Xie said with slight exasperation. "All right. I guess the heavenly light goddess predicted that we'd come, so she activated this kind of unbreakable defense." And Lin was also extremely frustrated. No wonder she didn't do anything even though we destroyed the Eastern Heavenly Gate and even though we killed 2 heavenly gods. As it turns out, she has sealed herself in this ball of light. We can't enter, but she can't exit either. And Lin pondered over Tina's words. After a brief moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked toward the nearby heavenly gods and heavenly humans and said, "In other words, the heavenly light goddess has completely abandoned them?" The heavenly gods and heavenly humans were paralyzed with shock upon hearing this. "No, that's impossible. How can the heavenly light goddess abandon us?" Heavenly goddess Ling Hua retorted loudly. Her eyes had already gone red. The heavenly brightness god and heavenly domineering god also thought this. And Lin said, "Heavenly goddess Ling Hua." These words were like a dagger to her heart. It was evident that Tina's hypothesis was most likely correct. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess' lack of communication with the heavenly gods and heavenly humans signified that she had already lost faith in them. Her ally in the heavenly earth god had died. The heavenly sea god had betrayed her, and now even her heavenly god subordinates had betrayed her. Placing himself in her shoes, and Lin would also feel extreme despair. More importantly, Lin had enjoyed the support of the adorable Tina, as well as several God of Creation stage divine beings, and also many other powerful beings during his battle against the heavenly light goddess in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess had been completely alone. This stark contrast had highlighted her loneliness and helplessness. Could be said that she had been defeated by a mob. Moreover, all of this was because of a traitorous subordinate. Thus, how could she not lose faith in her subordinates? That being the case, she decided to become a lone wolf and do it alone. She didn't want to talk to and organize her subordinates at all. And Lin was extremely sympathetic toward the heavenly light goddess. However, sympathy was nothing but just that. This was war, so he naturally wouldn't show any pity to his enemies. Since the heavenly light goddess had decided to abandon her subordinates, how could Lin abandon this chance to dispose of them? And Lin smiled as he gazed at the beings before him. The heavenly gods, as well as the tens of millions of heavenly humans, felt an indescribable and ice-cold aura enveloping them. A single thought flashed past their minds. "We're done for." The heavenly light goddess was still hiding in a ball of light, while they needed to face the heavenly darkness god as well as an unfathomably powerful God of Creation stage divine being by themselves. How could they win? There was simply no way to win. However, right at this moment, a furious bellow suddenly traveled over from the distance. For the heavenly light goddess. Death before dishonor. Death before dishonor. For the heavenly light goddess. For glory. For the heavenly Tao. The tens of millions of heavenly humans suddenly started to enter formations. At the same time, their loud cries converged into a tsunami-like wave, and their auras started to rise rapidly. And Lin's expression changed slightly. He hadn't imagined that these heavenly humans would be the most fearless. The boundless power of light gathered above the formation that the tens of millions of heavenly humans had formed. This light then converged into a battle god of light that measured 800,000 feet tall. This battle god of light was suited in a white armor of chaos, and he held a thunderbolt in one hand and fire in another. He appeared immeasurably mighty and powerful. Such a being was already powerful enough to crush enemies at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. In fact, they could battle against almost 10 Dao integration stage supermighty beings at once. However, Enlin sighed softly, "You've been intimidated by my heavenly darkness power, so much so that you've forgotten about my previous identity," he said with a shake of his head. At this moment, the battle god of light had already charged at Enlin. "Enough with the nonsense. Eat my attack. Heavenly sea lightning strike." The battle god of light roared in anger. The thunderbolt in his hand erupted and started to rise into the sky, forming a sea of dazzling golden void lightning. This sea of lightning then viciously struck down at Enlin. Heaven and earth were flooded with violent explosions of thunder and lightning, and even the void was torn apart and annihilated. This was a devastating attack. However, Enlin merely replied with a tap of his fingers. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent, and the roaring arcs of lightning instantly froze in the void. The sea of golden void lightning then rapidly grew in size at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Its might grew ferociously, and it became several more times terrifying than before. At this moment, the heavenly humans finally came to their senses. They recalled the title that had once stunned the entire continent. "Not good. He's the tamer of divine lightning. Withdraw. Hurry up and withdraw the lightning spell technique. Damn it. We can't control the lightning anymore." The heavenly humans screamed in terror as the sea of golden void lightning started to flow backward, completely drowning the battle god of light. Like a drowning child, the figure of 800,000 feet tall thrashed about in struggle. The tens of millions of heavenly humans all frantically unleashed their power to maintain the existence of the battle god of light. They wanted to block the vast and boundless might of the lightning. However, this lightning was far too terrifying. It was almost limitless, and it didn't look like it would disappear anytime soon. By borrowing the heavenly human's power and then adding his own power, Enlin had successfully brought despair unto the heavenly human tribe united army. "Damn it! We have to stop him. Otherwise, the heavenly human tribe united army will be completely annihilated." Heavenly goddess Ling Hua knew that there was no path of retreat. Their only option was to fight. Thus, she immediately activated 8 of her divine halos. She then grabbed her giant pink folding fan and aggressively waved it at the sea of lightning in the distance. Heavenly God technique, chaotic desolation wind, carrying with it a vast power of chaos. An unimaginable pink hurricane surged over from the desolation, drowning out heaven and earth. It was powerful enough to sweep away any power in its path. In fact, even the sea of lightning that was currently drowning the battle god of light was contorted by this formidable pink hurricane. By the looks of it, the sea of lightning was actually about to be swept away. At this moment, Enlin couldn't help but chuckle and say, "You people are truly so forgetful." He turned his gaze to the confused woman in pink and said with a smile, "Heavenly goddess Ling Hua, have you forgotten who the heavenly wind god is?" To the complete shock and horror of heavenly goddess Ling Hua, the extremely powerful burst of pink cyclone suddenly started to deviate from its original path. It then violently surged toward her with a power and speed that was even more terrifying than before. Heavenly goddess Ling Hua's eyes were wide with shock as she stared at the chaotic desolation wind that was sweeping toward her. She suddenly felt like the world was extremely unfair. How can such a person exist in the world? Not only can he wield lightning, but he can even wield wind. Moreover, his heavenly darkness power is already invincible to begin with. Yet he still wants to obtain absolute control over the other heavenly god powers. How the hell am I meant to fight against him? Heavenly goddess Ling Hua used her giant pink folding fan to block the chaotic desolation wind that had already swept over with fury and vigor. However, she was still swept hundreds of kilometers into the distance. Meanwhile, not only was the battle god of light being drowned by lightning, but even the wisp of fire in his hand had exploded. It was as if a mushroom cloud had appeared with his body at the center. In fact, this explosion directly obliterated one of his arms. At the same time, millions of heavenly humans were also blasted into ashes. From the beginning to the end, Enlin hadn't used a single iota of his own power. He had used his enemy's powers to attack his enemies. Moreover, his enemies were completely overwhelmed by these counterattacks. Humiliation. This was utter humiliation. The heavenly humans were incandescent with rage. However, they were also completely helpless. Heavenly Goddess Wulan, use your most powerful physical attack to attack Enlin. I'll help you buff your attack. Perhaps we'll succeed. The heavenly evolution god, who had transformed into specks of light at this moment, suddenly transmitted a message into the young woman's mind. The young woman with a turtle shell on her back nodded and said, "Understood." Heavenly Goddess Wulan then retracted her head and limbs into the turtle shell, which started to rapidly spin around. As it span, the turtle shell crashed toward Enlin. Heavenly God Technique, Reckless Turtle Collision. As it spun and charged forward, the turtle shell rapidly gained terrifying momentum. It was like a plummeting meteor that could instantly obliterate the continent. A smile tugged at the corners of Enlin's lips as he noticed the attacking heavenly goddess. He didn't unleash any powerful attack. Instead, he made a pushing motion at the charging turtle shell. It was as if he were extremely contemptuous toward this attack, and thus he wanted to use his physical power to defend against it. Just as he thought heavenly goddess Wulan was about to crash into him, a speck of light suddenly fused into her turtle shell. Super evolution, ancient god of creation, reckless turtle collision. The heavenly evolution god roared in fury. At this moment, the heavenly evolution god suddenly fused into the turtle shell, causing a brilliant golden glow to erupt from it. The spinning turtle shell rapidly grew in size. At the same time, the might that it possessed also rose explosively by more than threefold. This terrifying might caused heaven and earth to contort under pressure. And Lin's expression changed slightly. As he gazed at the nearing attack, he couldn't help but admit that the heavenly evolution god's power was fairly impressive. However, he maintained his pushing motion. "Ha ha ha! Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish," the heavenly evolution god said with loud laughter. He charged over at an even quicker speed. However, the speed of the spinning turtle shell suddenly slowed down. In fact, it was slowing down at a rapid pace. The heavenly evolution god's expression changed drastically, and he asked, "Heavenly goddess Wulan, what's wrong?" To the complete shock of the heavenly evolution god, heavenly goddess Wulan suddenly leaped before Enlin. Her soft and delicate hands grabbed onto Enlin's extended hand, and there was a bright and watery look in her eyes. Her voice was full of emotion and passion as she said, "Boss heavenly darkness god, I've come to surrender to you, and I've even brought the criminal, the heavenly evolution god, with me." Heavenly evolution god. Enlin. All right then. Enlin had initially thought that they would pretend to fight for a while. However, who knew that heavenly goddess Wulan would surrender so quickly and so resolutely? Not only did she come by herself, but she even brought an ex-ally with her, to travel thousands of miles to gift a heavenly god. Such a friendly sentiment was deeper than the sea. Wulan? Enlin gazed at the sincere but slightly fidgety young woman and said with a smile, "Beautifully done." A speck of light flew out from heavenly goddess Wu Lan's turtle shell. "Wu Lan, you traitor. So it was you. It was you who revealed the plans of the heavenly light goddess." The heavenly evolution god roared with wild fury. Enlin made a grabbing motion at the fleeing speck of light and said, "You still want to escape?" Crack. The void froze, and darkness transformed into a spherical cage, completely trapping the heavenly evolution god. "Don't you dare slander my subordinate," Enlin said with a solemn expression. "Heavenly goddess Wulan has always been my subordinate, and everything she's done is for my benefit. She hasn't betrayed anyone." Heavenly goddess Wulan smiled upon hearing this. Her eyes were extremely bright and clear. In reality, Enlin hadn't needed to say this. However, he had still chosen to do so. By the looks of it, he was a caring big boss. At this moment, heavenly goddess Wu Lan's defection had already sent waves of commotion and shock through the heavenly human tribe united army. They could barely believe that such a supreme and mighty heavenly goddess had chosen to defect to the enemy. They shouted abuse and they roared in anger. "Heavenly goddess Wulan, you bitch! You're a stain to the light. You're not worthy of being a heavenly goddess. What a fucking bastard. You'll definitely suffer the cruelest of divine retributions one day. Heavenly light goddess. Hurry up and come out. Punish this traitor in the cruelest and most brutal way possible. Make her suffer for all eternity. The heavenly human tribe united army unleashed a torrent of abuse. However, heavenly goddess Wulan was completely unfazed by this. Her expression was calm and composed as she gazed at what was happening before her. She was as tranquil and calm as an old turtle. Meanwhile, Enlin silently unleashed more power. The sea of golden void lightning continued to violently attack the battle god of light, causing webs of fractures to appear on his body. Huge swathes of heavenly humans were killed by the ravaging arcs of lightning. Enlin wore a merciless expression as he said, "You people are about to die, so give it a rest with your abuse. Perhaps your strategy is to fight using words." These words completely triggered the tens of millions of heavenly humans. They howled in anger as they unleashed every last drop of their powers. Under this wave of fearless auras, the battle god of light surprisingly stood up. A blinding golden light then exploded from his body as he charged toward Enlin, his hands sweeping outward as he violently tore apart the sea of golden void lightning. Eternal light. As the battle god of light charged before Enlin, a magnificent heavenly light power dissipated all of the mists within a radius of several thousand kilometers. At the same time, even the vast and boundless sea transformed into a sea of light. This heavenly light power. Enlin's expression changed slightly. As it turned out, the tens of millions of heavenly humans could unleash such a devastating might if they fused their powers together. A giant pink folding fan materialized above the battle god of light's head. This young woman was bathed in blood, and her 9 divine halos were already fused into different areas of the folding fan. Like 9 soaring golden dragons, 9 towering hurricanes that possessed countless particles of light radiated with a boundless dragon might as they viciously roared toward Enlin. When fused together with the heavenly light power, this incredible and terrifying new wind power would be such that even Enlin couldn't control it. Heavenly goddess Linghua was pushing herself to the limits. Her divine halos continued to fracture as she fused her power, cultivation, and everything into the 9 powerful golden dragons. At this moment, light illuminated the night sky of the Taichu continent again. Heavenly light goddess, can you see it? Your abandoned subordinates. This is the immense power that your loyal subordinates can unleash to protect your light. Enlin sighed softly as he gazed at the ultimate attack surging over from the eastern heavenly gate. He made a pointing motion at the void. Your power, I acknowledge it. Darkness, come hither. Heaven and earth suddenly transformed into an abyssal black. The eastern region of the Taichu continent descended into the most profound darkness again. At the easternmost point of the Taichu continent, a wisp of light appeared amid the absolute darkness. An enormous empty space appeared amid the mists. The tens of millions of heavenly humans had already vanished. Heavenly goddess Linghua had also vanished. Only the powerful Enlin remained standing in the void. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment. This was the first time she had witnessed Enlin unleashing the full power of his divine Tao of darkness. Upon seeing that power, she couldn't help but feel apprehension in her mind. Even though Enlin was her ally. Peering down, she discovered that a giant circular abyss had already appeared in the sea below them. A colossal amount of seawater was flowing into this abyss. However, regardless of how much seawater flowed in, they were still unable to fill up this abyss. This was naturally the work of Enlin's heavenly darkness power. The only enemy who was unaffected was probably that ball of light in the distance. That ball of light could block everything, including Enlin's heavenly darkness power. It was still unscathed, and this was a reflection of its invincible defensive abilities. Heavenly goddess Wulan was extremely envious. She also wanted to possess such a powerful turtle shell. All of the enemies in the eastern heavenly gate have been destroyed. However, this ball of light, I truly can't do anything about it. and Lin scratched his head in frustration as he looked at the ball of light before him. Meanwhile, Tina extended her small hand that was surrounded by crystal-like mirrors and placed it onto the ball of light. However, these mirrors, as well as Tina's dainty and beautiful hand, were all quickly decomposed into particles of light. Tina quickly retracted her arm before swallowing a high-rank immortal pill to heal her wounds. Only then did she say in a solemn voice, "The completeness of this fake heavenly Tao barrier is still at 100%. The heavenly light goddess definitely expended exorbitant amounts of energy to create this barrier of absolute defense. Even if she can recover her energy and heal her wounds inside this barrier, it will definitely take an extremely long time. Thus, we have enough time to prepare for battle." Prepare what? Now that we have the opportunity, we must use all of our power to shatter this barrier. The more our enemy doesn't want to fight, the more we need to fight against them. And Lin retrieved a peculiar circular artifact, as well as the Hong Meng Divine Spear, the Myriad Heart of Puppets, the Red Dance Divine Sword, the Dragon Hellbone Saber, the Dead Spirit Divine Staff, the Paramount Divine Heaven Saber, the Chaotic Armor, the Black Origin Divine Spear, and the Extreme Star. The latter 9 were all divine tools. There was a bright glimmer in Tina's eyes, and her dainty mouth was agape with surprise. Wow! 9 supreme divine tools. This is just the beginning, and Lin said with a smile. He then placed the divine tools on the circular artifact and lightly activated it. A devastating energy soared into the sky. At the same time, a wisp of purple-gold energy that was as ethereal and mysterious as smoke appeared in the center of the circular artifact. "This level of this power is incredible," Tina exclaimed in astonishment. She discovered that this power was slightly transcendent above even the essential power of God of Creation stage divine beings. Meanwhile, heavenly goddess Wu Lan gulped in apprehension. She knew that this wisp of energy could easily blast a hole into her turtle shell if it were to strike her. "Boss, heavenly darkness god, what's this weapon called?" Heavenly goddess Wu Lan asked in curiosity. "It's called the 9 Life Vital Disc, and it's a weapon that's transcendent above divine tools. Back then, I used this weapon to easily crush the defenses of the heavenly earth god's true form of Tao. Right now, I can use it to unleash an even more immense power. In fact, the might will rise by 2 notches. As he said this, and Lin brought the 9 Life Vital Disc before the ball of light. "Go!" Following en Lin's command, the wisp of purple-gold energy in the center of the 9 Life Vital Disc transformed into a pointy needle. Like a needle poking a balloon, it then viciously stabbed into the radiant ball of light. Rip! A sharp screeching sound erupted. The void around the point of contact was instantly annihilated. Boundless chaos yearned to surge into the world, yet upon detecting the energy fluctuations of the 9 Life Vital Disc, this wave of boundless chaos forcefully froze in its path. In fact, it even started to retreat, not daring to near the 9 Life Vital Disc. This phenomenon was clear proof of just how formidable the energy unleashed by the 9 Life Vital Disc was. However, the ball of light remained as unscathed as before. It hadn't been affected a single bit. "Detestable, little Xie," and Lin called. The evil-slaying sword soared into the air. As it did so, a burst of power that contained in Lin's divine Tao of darkness burst forth from its blade and imbued itself into the purple-gold needle. There was a loud ringing sound. The purple-gold needle then started to push forward with an even more terrifying might. As if seeing something, Tina's eyes suddenly lit up. She then flicked her fingers and summoned countless prism-shaped mirrors to push the purple-gold needle forward. To Lin and Tina's delight, the once flawless ball of light started to slowly cave in. "It's working! It's actually working!" and Lin exclaimed in delight. He unleashed even more power. "The stability of the heavenly Tao barrier has already been affected. Let's keep this up," Tina said in encouragement. Her face was filled with excitement, and Lin and Tina unleashed their full power. The purple-gold needle caused the ball of light to cave further and further in, making it look like a balloon that was on the verge of popping. However, it wouldn't pop no matter what. Giant and Lin, put some more power into it. I'm already using a lot of power, Tina." Can you still exert any more power? I'm already exerting my full power. The two of them were red-faced with exertion, and they had already unleashed as much power as they could into the purple gold needle. Should I help as well? Heavenly Goddess Wulan asked meekly as she gazed at the intense battle. Yes, help me push that purple gold needle, and Lin said with a nod. Although this underling wasn't all that powerful, any extra amount of power was extremely welcome during this critical time. What if this was the last straw that broke the camel's back? Heavenly Goddess Wulan immediately started to spin her turtle shell. Heavenly God Technique, Reckless Turtle Collision. The spinning golden turtle shell carried with it the momentum of an entire continent as it violently crashed into the butt of the purple gold needle. The purple gold needle pushed further into the ball of light. The surface of the ball of light was already on the verge of popping, and Lin and Tina's breathing stopped for a split second. Immediately afterward, however, they saw the sunken ball of light return to its original shape. What's going on? And Lin asked in astonishment. He faltered for a moment before saying, Our power suddenly disappeared? No, that's not it. The ball of light is moving. Tina exclaimed as she gazed at the slowly moving ball of light. It can't withstand our power, so it's moving to avoid our attack. The more she described it, the more it sounded like a balloon, and Lin was extremely animated, and he shouted, Let's give chase. Yes, Tina answered with a nod. Just like that, and Lin, Tina, and Heavenly Goddess Wulan started to attack the ball of light again. This time, however, the ball of light didn't try to resist their attack anymore. Instead, it started to retreat as the purple gold needle advanced. It maintained a steady distance from them. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for Lin and Tina to prevent this ball of light from retreating. Regardless of what power they used to obstruct it, this power would be directly transformed into particles of light. And Lin was extremely frustrated, so he directly summoned another purple gold needle behind the ball of light. He was going to stab it from both directions. However, once he split the power of the needle into two, the ball of light stopped moving. It rested there silently and allowed the purple gold needles to stab it however they wanted. Anyhow, the purple gold needles were completely unable to pop it. Just like that, the ball of light silently taunted Lin, and Lin was furious as he gazed at the ball of light, and he said, Who would have thought? The heavenly light goddess can't speak. Yet she's using such a method to piss me off. Wonderful. Very well. He changed his strategy again, gathering the full power of the needle at a single point. The ball of light caved in under this immense pressure. However, like a loose balloon, it immediately moved back to release this pressure. It wanted to maintain a certain distance from their attack. How far can you run? And Lin said with a cold humph. He continued to chase after the ball of light. Tina and Heavenly Goddess Wulan also chased after the ball of light, using their full power to attack it. And Lin continued to poke the ball of light with his purple gold needle, and the ball of light continued to retreat. 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 10 million kilometers, and Lin continued to poke at the ball of light, and the ball of light continued to retreat. In the end, they actually exited the region of mysterious mists and over the East Sea and continued to fly toward the west. And Lin was hell-bent on defeating this ball of light. Regardless of how it retreated, he would continue to stab at it. Eventually, they exited the region of the East Sea, flew over Xianxia City, flew over the Kingdom of the Nine States, and even flew over the White Nectar Sea. They continued to move toward the West Sea, and Lin didn't know when or where this pursuit would end. However, he knew that he definitely had to pop this ball of light before him. Just like that, and Lin pursued the ball of light from day to night, and then from night to day. After 2 entire days, he had already followed the ball of light around the entire Taichu continent. However, he still hadn't managed to pop it. At this moment, some mysterious change suddenly occurred among the intangible heavenly Tao in the sky. Cyril, Chunchen, Nuwa, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, and other god of creation stage divine beings all turned to look up at the sky. Their expressions changed slightly. Nuwa held onto little Hong Ling's small and dainty hand as she walked out from the cabin of life. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at the Taichu continent. She looked up at the sky. The 5 heavenly gates have already been destroyed. Regardless of whether it's heavenly humans or heavenly gods, none of them can enter the Taichu continent through such passageways anymore, Nuwa said softly. Wow, so impressive, little Hong Ling exclaimed. Her large and bright eyes were wide open as she gazed at the sky. Then won't the Taichu continent be safe once we kill all of the remaining supreme heavenly gods? Nuwa shook her head lightly and replied, That's only a superficial solution. The heavenly Tao is damaged, so catastrophes and destruction will continue. We need to solve the problem at its root. The only solution is to repair the heavenly Tao. Nuwa pondered for a moment before adding, Of course, crushing the heavens and then reconstructing the heavenly Tao is also a plausible option. Crushing the heavens, then the heavens won't be the original heavens, little Hong Ling said upon hearing this. There was an expression of dejection and reluctance on her small and jade-like face. Nuwa shook her head and said, Whether or not it's the original heavens isn't important. Our aim is to benefit all of the beings in the world. Thus, regardless of whether it's mending the heavens or crushing the heavens, everything will be fine if it succeeds. However, the danger of crushing the heavens is far too great. Moreover, if they fail, they'll even increase the difficulty of mending the heavens. Anyhow, it seems like they're about to start. Right at this moment, a streak of light suddenly soared through the sky. Little Hong Ling and Nuwa both felt a terrifying might. That's sect leader and Lin. Little Hong Ling exclaimed in excitement. A faint smile spread across Nuwa's flawlessly beautiful face, and she said, He's the one who destroyed the Eastern Heavenly Gate. In fact, he played an integral role in the destruction of all 5 heavenly gates. He's no doubt a big hero of the Taichu continent. Humph! Sect leader and Lin is indeed a big hero. However, not long ago, you were still trying to target him. Little Hong Ling pouted in dissatisfaction. It was clear that she was extremely displeased with what Nuwa had done before. Nuwa wore an expression of guilt and remorse, and she said, Sigh, I was blinded by my own thoughts. In order to mend the heavens, I even thought about how to target Lin. She became slightly dazed as she looked at the disappearing streak of light, and she murmured, Perhaps mending the heavens isn't the greatest hope for this world. Rather, he might be the greatest hope for this world. Meanwhile, in the heaven-crushing glazed palace, after sensing some change, Cyril suddenly stood up from his heavenly disciple throne. He spread his arms apart and chortled with laughter as he looked up at the sky through the transparent roof of the palace. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, heavenly disciple Lin hasn't disappointed us. He's completed the most difficult task. Now it's time for us to enter the scene. The time is ripe. Let us complete the final step to crush the heavens. I hereby declare heaven crushing, the second step of the heaven crushing plan, officially begin. Cyril walked toward the heaven-crushing light column that rested in the center of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. This light column became more and more tangible, and it eventually transformed into a black and white spear that possessed an unimaginable sharpness. This intense sharpness pierced through the sky, causing a web of cracks to appear through the sky. At this moment, a paramount power and a paramount heaven-crushing true intent were unleashed without restraint. Meanwhile, the black patterns on the ground also released a powerful heaven-crushing aura. This aura rose from the horizon and started to spread toward the sky. The black patterns became increasingly profound, and it was as if they could engulf all matter. All of the energy in the Taichu continent was aroused at this moment. The vital energy throughout the billions of square kilometers of land started to pulse in a rhythmic manner. Inside the heaven-crushing glazed palace, the members of the heaven-crushing sect all held their hands flat before them as they recited some spell technique. They fused their power into the black and white spear. Cyril, who was holding the spear in his hands, appeared both solemn and excited. Listen, do you hear that? The sound of the heavenly Tao shattering. His unique aura as a god of creation stage diving being was fully unleashed at this moment. Heaven and earth tremored as an intent that was transcendent above the heavenly Tao grew into existence. Just like that, Cyril directly thrust the spear into the sky. A black fracture suddenly spread millions of kilometers into the surroundings. A power of destruction started to emanate. Heavenly Tao, finger of the heavenly Tao. Chun Chen's voice was calm as he tapped his finger at the sky. An indescribable finger easily poked through the void, even poking through the restriction of time. It tapped at the formless yet all-encompassing heavenly Tao. Rumble. The sky was howling in fury. The sky was crying bloody tears of grief. At this moment, the actions of the heaven-crushing sect astounded all of the powerful beings in the Taichu continent. Are the heavens truly going to be crushed? Inside Chunxi City, the powerful beings couldn't help but gaze up at the sky. Sigh. The heaven-mending sect was too slow in the end. The celestial the arch shook his head and sighed as he stood atop the city walls. At the 4-9 Immortal sect. As Xiao Hong gazed at the spreading fractures in the sky, she discovered that even the sun didn't seem very bright anymore. It was as if the world were shrouded in a layer of fog. She bobbled her head and said softly, "The heaven-crushing sect is performing the second step of their plan. Does Master have a chance to become the heavenly Tao? Although I'll miss the current heavens, as long as it helps Master survive, I hope that the heaven-crushing sect can successfully crush the heavens." At this moment, Lin, who was chasing the ball of light around the entire continent, also saw the astonishing scenes in the sky. He was completely stunned. This had come far too quickly. This had come without any warning at all. It was also at this moment that the fleeing ball of light suddenly stopped in its tracks. With a reckless turtle collision, heavenly goddess Wu Lan violently crashed into the butt of the purple gold needle again. The ball of light contorted severely, and it was as if it were about to burst. It's about to explode. It's about to explode. It's finally about to explode. Hurry, boss heavenly darkness god. Hurry up and use more power. Heavenly goddess Wu Lan exclaimed in excitement. However, she quickly discovered that Lin's gaze was locked onto someplace in the sky. Lin sighed and said, "Even the heavens are about to explode. So why are you still focusing on that ball of light?" What? Heavenly goddess Wu Lan looked toward the sky in confusion. Her beautiful eyes then widened in shock. She was stunned by what she saw. Just then, she had been fully focused on pursuing the ball of light. Thus, she hadn't detected the astonishing change occurring in the sky. The black patterns of the heaven-crushing spell formation had already spread into the sky, becoming one with the fractures in the sky. These fractures were like a colossal black net that had transformed into a dark hand and torn the entire sky apart. The heaven-crushing sect has started to crush the heavens? Heavenly goddess Wu Lan suddenly started to panic. If the heaven-crushing sect succeeds, what will happen to me? Lin patted the head of the beautiful young woman and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm a heavenly disciple, so I'll retain your self-awareness when I reconstruct the heavenly Tao." Heavenly goddess Wu Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin's promise. At this moment, rays of extraordinary light started to erupt from the ball of light. Both heavenly goddess Wu Lan and the almost invincible Lin felt a sense of instinctive apprehension in their minds. Immediately afterward, a petrifying power started to proliferate into the surroundings. In fact, the formidable pressure radiating from this power was even more devastating than the true form of Tao of supreme heavenly gods. The purple gold needle was forcefully pushed back by the ball of light. The ball of light then returned to a round and flawless state. The defensive ability of this ball of light became even more powerful, Tina said as countless mirrors flashed across her eyes. Her expression became solemn, and she continued, "No, it's the heavenly light goddess who's rapidly becoming more powerful. She knows there's not enough time, so she's forcefully accelerating her growth." Upon hearing this, both Lin and heavenly goddess Wu Lan's expressions changed drastically. What should we do? It was already extremely difficult to break it to begin with, and it has become even more powerful now. How can we break it? There was a hint of unconcealable anxiety and panic in Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan's eyes as she looked toward Enlin. After observing the situation with her divine eye, Tina said, "If this continues, the Heavenly Light Goddess will finish her transformation within a day." At this moment, a ribbon-like black pattern suddenly extended from the web of black patterns in the sky and descended toward Enlin. It then fused into Enlin's arm. "What's this?" Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan asked in curiosity. Looking through the information that had exploded in his mind and observing the aura of the formation that had affected the entire heaven and earth, Enlin slowly said, "This is the heaven-crushing spell formation recognizing its owner. It's acknowledging those who have the right to crush the heavens and reconstruct the heavenly Tao. Right now, I've already become a core proponent of crushing the heavens." There was a look of anxiety on Enlin's face as he gazed up at the sky. "There's not enough time. The Heavenly Light Goddess is about to forcefully transform and exit the ball of light. At that time, I definitely won't be able to stop her. I need to find an opportunity to rapidly increase my power. Otherwise, this act of crushing the heavens might fail." Tina nodded solemnly upon hearing this. "But how? How can you rapidly become more powerful?" Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan asked. And Lin pondered over this question. After a brief moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "My sword can absorb the power of heavenly gods to increase the power of its own divine Tao of darkness." As Enlin said this, both he and Tina turned their gazes toward Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan. They stared at her intently. Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan shuddered under this gaze. She then retracted her head and limbs into her turtle shell and trembled in fear. Don't come over. My flesh doesn't taste good, and my power isn't fragrant at all." And Lin chuckled upon hearing this. "Who says that I'm going to eat you? Then why did you look at me like that?" Heavenly Goddess Wu Lan's eyes were slightly red as she poked her head out from her turtle shell. "Let's go. Let's kill some heavenly gods." And Lin turned around to gaze at the white nectar sea. Through his connection with the spell formation, and Lin could already sense the progress of crushing the heavens. There were still 2 days until the heavenly Tao was completely annihilated and engulfed. In other words, the heavenly light goddess would exit the ball of light before the act of crushing the heavens was complete. Meanwhile, in the center of the white nectar sea, on a towering divine tree, the heavenly life goddess, the heavenly sea god, and the heavenly heaven god all wore expressions of unease and melancholy as they gazed at the sky and earth. They gazed at the astounding scenes that were unfolding before them. "Even the sea has been severed by the heaven-crushing patterns," the heavenly sea god said in a dejected voice as he gazed at the white nectar sea, which had been sliced into countless segments by the black patterns. "We're powerless to stop this," the heavenly life goddess murmured. "No, we can't wait any longer. If this continues, all of us will die," the heavenly heaven god exclaimed with emotion. He suddenly transformed into a colossal white head as he gazed at the black and white spear in the east. The 3 supreme heavenly gods had all been waiting for the final battle between Enlin and the heavenly light goddess. However, what they saw was the heavenly light goddess continually shirking from battle. The heavenly humans and heavenly gods in the eastern heavenly gate had been annihilated, and all 5 of the heavenly gates had been destroyed. Meanwhile, the heaven-crushing sect had also found the opportunity to unleash their heaven-crushing plan. All of these events were like nightmares. Indeed, the act of crushing the heavens was a nightmare for any of the heavenly gods. The 3 supreme heavenly gods descended into a state of confusion and indecision. They knew that if they targeted and defeated the heaven-crushing sect, their remaining power would definitely be insufficient to rival the heavenly light goddess. At that time, their only option would be to surrender and then live on in dejection. If they remained unmoving, one of the possibilities was that the heavenly light goddess would prevent the heaven-crushing sect from succeeding. The other possibility was that the heaven-crushing sect would succeed, upon which all of the heavenly gods would be killed. The heavenly life goddess turned her tangerine-colored eyes toward the heavenly sea god and asked, "Heavenly sea god, what do you think?" The heavenly sea god pondered for a moment before saying, "The heavenly light goddess has already completed her transformation. However, she still chose to hide in that ball of light and flee from Enlin. It only makes sense that she's preparing something even more powerful. With her power, she definitely won't act without a solid plan and good preparations. So, I choose to place my trust in her. Only the heavenly sea god could express such trust and confidence in his enemies. However, he had no option but to do so. If he attacked the heaven-crushing sect at this moment, that would be equivalent to severing his own chance to become the heavenly Tao. However, if the heavenly light goddess and the heaven-crushing sect severely wounded each other, he would still have a chance to succeed. Indeed, the heavenly sea god still hadn't given up on his dream to become the heavenly Tao. The heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god both fell silent upon hearing this answer. It was clear that they were pondering over this question. After weighing up the different options, the heavenly heaven god maintained his position of attacking. However, the heavenly life goddess chose to side with the heavenly sea god. The three forms reincarnation true heaven formation required the power of three heavenly gods to unleash its full potential. However, two of the supreme heavenly gods were unwilling to fight at this moment. Thus, the heavenly heaven god couldn't help but feel despair. Just like that, their plan to attack the heaven-crushing sect was nipped at the bud again. Once again, the three supreme heavenly gods descended into a state of waiting for death. Three ribbon-like black patterns descended toward the heaven-crushing glazed palace before wrapping around Cyril, Chun Chen, and the ancient dragon Empress arms. These three heavenly disciples successfully formed a connection with the heaven-crushing spell formation as well, becoming core proponents of crushing the heavens. Even if Cyril failed, there would still be Chun Chen to take his place. And even if Chun Chen failed, there would still be the ancient dragon Empress to take his place. Unless all of the heavenly disciples died, the act of crushing the heavens would continue. The black and white spear had already pierced deep into the sky. The sun should have been bright and radiant at this moment. Yet the sky had already transformed into a dim red color. Bloody rain started to fall from the sky, pitter-pattering onto the land. A disconsolate and cold atmosphere started to proliferate through heaven and earth. Regardless of who it was, everyone felt a sense of grief welling up in their minds. It was as if their parents had passed away. Chun Chen's expression remained unwavering as he experienced this sensation. He slowly rose into the air, rising above the roof of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. He then raised his foot and kicked at the sky. Heaven-crushing technique. Foot of the heavenly Tao. It was as if he wanted to kick a hole into heaven and earth. A colossal golden foot started to materialize. Its immense power caused the fractures in the sky to grow even larger. The powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect gazed at the figure in the sky in envy. Only the heavenly disciples dared to attack the heavenly Tao head-on. Just how powerful would Cyril and Chen Chen be when they unleashed their full powers? The members of the heaven-crushing sect were confident that they would witness this soon. In fact, Enlin, the third heavenly disciple, was also equally as unfathomable. Would he also come to the heaven-crushing glazed palace? Upon thinking of this, the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect became eager with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the center of the white nectar sea, tens of millions of heavenly humans were diligently standing in formation. The heavenly soundless goddess was responsible for commanding the entire central front of the heavenly human tribe united army. As for the heavenly mirror god, heavenly goddess Lanya, heavenly god Minhe, and the heavenly liquid god, they stood at 4 different locations among the formation of heavenly humans. In fact, their positionings indistinctly formed a combined formation. This was a formation that could combine all of their powers, allowing them to unleash a combat capability that far surpassed the level of ordinary heavenly gods. The West Sea heavenly arc silently hovered above the divine tree, blotting out heaven and earth. This was a colossal heavenly arc that radiated with the unique might of the West Sea. This was the last remaining force of the heavenly human tribe united army. One couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon thinking of this. As the war neared its end, it was surprisingly the weakest West Sea that still had a relatively complete and powerful army. Of course, this so-called powerful army was relative to the fact that all of their allies had essentially been destroyed. Right now, The once proud and haughty heavenly humans only had an army of tens of millions remaining. Moreover, this was an army that might be destroyed at any time. Was this not incredible? Indeed, the tables had already been completely turned. They didn't hold the advantage anymore, and they weren't paramount beings who could wantonly pass judgment on the beings of the Taichu continent anymore. Instead, they were remnant forces that might be destroyed by their enemies at any moment. They were under immense pressure from their enemies, and they were like small blades of grass that swayed in the wild winds and torrential rains. If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly gods, it was very likely that they would have descended into despair already. The act of crushing the heavens was proceeding with force and fury. The heavenly humans could all feel the fury and grievous wails of the heavens. A feeling of boundless grief and anger welled up in their minds. They wanted to do something for the heavens. However, the supreme heavenly gods remained silent, not issuing any commands. It was as if they were cowering in a corner, completely terrified by the impending disaster. Were they waiting for an opportunity to strike, or were they waiting for death? Not only were the heavenly humans confused, but even the heavenly gods were confused. However, right at this moment, a streak of white light suddenly surged over from the distance. It was incredibly quick. The expressions of the heavenly gods changed drastically. At attention! At attention! An unknown power is currently approaching. Prepare for battle. The heavenly soundless goddess was holding onto her pipa with her eyes closed as her pleasant voice traveled throughout the entire army. Just as she finished speaking, the West Sea Heavenly Arc had already launched an attack at the streak of white in the distance. Like an eternally surging river, a blue beam of sea energy ripped through the sky. This beam of energy possessed a divine rank power that was even more profound and boundless than the sea. This is the divine sea cannon, the trump card of the West Sea Heavenly Arc? Some of the heavenly humans exclaimed in surprise. However, before they could overcome this feeling of astonishment, they saw a shimmering golden sword projection violently slashing the beam of energy into two halves. That was a breathtakingly beautiful fairy. There was a transparent and pure mirror sword in her hand, and she was standing in front of a man in white. Upon seeing these two figures, the heavenly humans descended into a state of immense shock. It's Lin. We're done for. The heavenly darkness god has come. Only two enemies had come, yet the army of tens of millions of heavenly humans instantly descended into despair and panic. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In fact, some of the more cowardly heavenly humans were already trembling in terror. And Lin's name had already spread throughout the entire heavenly human tribe. No one in the Taichu continent could rival his dominance or threat toward the heavenly humans or supreme heavenly gods. Indeed, he was the greatest and most terrifying enemy of the heavenly human tribe. To the heavenly humans, Lin was the symbol of death and destruction. He was a supreme demon king who had massacred countless heavenly gods and heavenly humans. The heavenly darkness god has come. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The generals frantically shouted orders. Meanwhile, the West Sea Heavenly Arc continued to launch attacks at Lin. At the same time, the tens of millions of heavenly humans and several heavenly gods activated their formation, summoning a colossal heavenly human. Two dazzling divine halos materialized on the wrists of this colossal heavenly human, with one being a liquid divine halo and one being a mirror divine halo. Ultimate heavenly human tribe combined formation. Undying heavenly human. The heavenly soundless goddess quickly strummed the pipa in her arms with her slender and jade-like fingers, giving rise to a melody that was in harmony with the great Tao. The colossal heavenly human that measured 1,000,000 feet in height started to move to this melody. This colossal heavenly human, that was composed of tens of millions of heavenly humans, radiated with an unimaginable aura. In fact, it even radiated with an aura of eternal invincibility. Heavenly God technique, flowing slash. With a single stride, the undying heavenly human instantly advanced hundreds of kilometers. The entire white nectar sea was torn into two halves by its action. Meanwhile, a purple-red liquid sword that measured 1,000 kilometers long furiously slashed at Lin. However, and Lin was unfazed as he continued to charge forward. Tina stood before Lin to block this attack again. The mirror sword in her hand slashed at the giant purple-red liquid sword. This mirror sword appeared incredibly minuscule before the colossal liquid sword. Yet a burst of semi-transparent sword intent suddenly burst from the mirror sword, carrying with it a boundless might as it sliced the liquid sword into two. How is this possible? Our sword was destroyed just like that. The heavenly liquid god's expression changed drastically. That was an attack that could rival the attack of supreme heavenly gods. Who in the world is this fairy? Before the heavenly humans could come to their senses, and Lin and Tina had already dashed before the undying heavenly human. The heavenly soundless goddess was the first to react, and she started to rapidly strum her pipa. The undying heavenly human clenched its other hand into a fist and swung it at Lin and Tina. The might of this fist was like a plummeting meteor, and it was like a colliding star. It was absolutely terrifying. However, Tina simply replied with an ordinary slash. She made a slashing motion at the void. A semi-transparent mirror fluctuation flashed past the undying heavenly human's fist, then flashed past its body. In the next instant, a clean cut appeared on the undying heavenly human's body. Tina had sliced the colossal undying heavenly human into two halves.